his passion, he's established centers for excellence in disruptive technologies like AI and ML and blockchain. His expertise includes generalized linear modeling, time series modeling, and deep learning. And he's a proficient in various data science and engineering tools, including SAS, Python, big data tools like Hadoop and Hive. Currently, he serves as DGM AI/ML with ZF Group. We welcome you, Dr. Venugopal. Som Sundar, our third panelist, Som Sundar Konduri, is working as a senior director with senior director HR BP lead. Som Sundar, you come on. You and I work in the same HR space. He works with ADP. Som Sundar holds the esteemed position of Senior Director and India in HR Business and Business Partnering, HR BP, and a lead at ADP. With an extensive background in HR, Som Sundar brings a wealth of experience in his role. He is instrumental in guiding ADP's HR strategies and initiatives in India, ensuring that they are closely aligned with the company's overpowering objectives. Som Sundar's leadership and dedication is elevating HR process to make HR practices make him a key contributor to ADP's continued success in the ADP market in India and abroad. Our fourth panelist, Amit Sharma, is a Senior Director Data Science with Global AI Accelerator, GAIA, and a leadership team working with Ericsson. In his current role, Amit is responsible for building data-driven solutions using AI and ML technologies towards intelligent automation in the telecom domain. Prior to this, he was leading AI/ML capability for ADP in the HR/talent domain. With 24 years of experience in product development and technology leadership, Amit is extremely passionate about design, architecture, data, and loves to solve real-world problems with technology. We welcome all of you. I'm Srilata Shankar. I'll be moderating the session. I am an HR and L&D leader like Som. I have been working in various companies, banking, telecom, IT, and ITES. I also teach HR at MBA colleges. I conduct soft skill workshops for MBA colleges, engineering colleges, and corporate companies. I do a little bit of content writing. I've been dabbling with poetry for the last 5 years. I've written about 37 poems so far. I hope to publish a book soon. I have a creative side to me. I do tangible painting, block printing, tie and dye, and pottery. I have an adventure side to me as well. I have done bungee jumping, paragliding, ziplining, and Tarzan swing. I've added another layer to my personality recently, collaborating with ITTV Global Media. We started a leadership series talk. We've done 3 episodes so far, and I hope to interview all of you, if not all of you, at least most of you. And I hope to touch 100 episodes soon. Thank you. Can you share a specific example of an AI application in your industry that has brought significant change or value?
Okay. Firstly, coming from the HR space, representing the HR fraternity, along with Lata over here, thank you for having me, first of all, amongst all the product management community. Oftentimes got tempted to move on to the product side as well. Amit knows this, some of my other fraternity people, Ranjan knows this. So really glad and privileged to be here. Now, on the technology front, I may not be as an expert as all of you sitting here, but definitely on the thought process and approaches on how we can enable and facilitate some of these things as a culture across amongst all the employees in the organization is where my expertise lies in. So coming to the question on what we have done in the space, it's the buzzword right now. But first and foremost, I want to give the context again is we may have a lot of knowledge and expertise with us. Each one of us brings to the table. But do we showcase all of it for the reason of showing it or to really solve some real problems? So for us at ADP, it's majorly the whole strategy is towards client being a North Star for us. As you know, how do we look at the experiences itself for that matter? What are we delivering for them, right? Ramesh spoke about the experiences of Apple, etc. That was the North Star for them. Functionality, capabilities, we may have all of that, but what are we trying to address? So in that light, keeping that particular aspect in mind, how can we enable and provide better experience for your clients? One of the examples I can share is we have something called as chat summarization. This is something that in one of the products, a lot of our client service reps receive calls, they have to take case notes. It's a manual, tedious process. However, we have lately integrated that. We have integrated the Gen AI into the systems wherein they can focus taking the calls and provide those insightful expertise while addressing their problems and not worry about taking notes, right? The Gen AI tool just captures all the information, summarizes, and it's bye-bye case notes. So that's a major achievement. Imagine the amount of work it saves for the client service reps in providing and just being focused on the call when they take in resoluting, providing resolutions for people who are calling us. So that's one of the examples, at least in the coming from the HCM space, being a HR practitioner, a real life example that we can talk about on the strides that we have already taken at ADP.
Right. I move on to you. What are some unique challenges your industry faces when implementing AI, and how are these being addressed?
Sure, thanks Lata, and thanks for having me, guys. Worked with ADP for so long that each one of you, I think I can connect with most of you anyways, and happy to be here, so thanks for that. And for the last 4 years, I've been working in telecom domain. Since you guys are abundantly aware of the problems in HR, I'll talk about the telecom domain where we have been trying to and been successful at applying some of the AI solutions. But to her question about what are the challenges faced, let me tell you the problem in the first place, because otherwise I cannot express the challenge contextually. So the problem we are solving are in the sense energy and sustainability. Energy management is a big deal. Nowadays, as we roll out 5G, the problem is these are power hungry devices. To serve better, to give you the bandwidth, like 1 Gbps per user kind of a bandwidth throughput, all of it requires a lot of power consumption. And those cell towers you see and those rectangular antennas tilting like a 120-degree angle, those are actually today the ones that connect to you, talk to you like several times in a single millisecond. To be able to do that, it hogs a lot of energy. And to be able to manage that energy, they have these things called sleep modes. So to be able to turn on the sleep mode or turn it off at the right time, depending on the expected traffic or the current traffic, in a way that reduces the energy footprint, but at the same time does not take away the optimal delivery of quality of service should there be a change in the frequency of people, number of people. So all of this takes a lot of computing, and that's what AI is there to solve. Now, in solving this, coming to her question about what are the challenges faced, the challenges are again, this is the engineering domain. You're solving telecom problems. So the problems are also that you have to solve them on the edge. If you want to use AI, here you have to have AI kind of a capability. It's far more easier if you have a SaaS-based hosting where you can also deploy your heavy lifting on the SaaS side and have the solutions, the smarts delivered on the edge. But here you have to make a millisecond, microsecond-based decision. So putting it all on the embedded, space is where the challenges lie from a hardware and point of view. From a software and the compute point of view, the amount of data is humongous. And with 5G, as you know, is a higher, a millimeter wave, so a higher frequency kind of a communication carrier. So what happens is with higher frequency, the kind of range that gets reduced. You all know the AM radios used to have like countrywide ranges, while FMs have citywide. And 5G has a few hundred meters, whereas 4G goes in the 2-kilometer range. So because it gets absorbed so fast, there are far more towers and far more these devices which need to now talk to each other and far more data than ever. So if the data plane gets used by its own bandwidth in order to manage itself, that is going to be a big challenge. So apart from putting things into embedded, we also deal with this handling. How can we minimize the data transfer for managing the network itself in an intelligent way, yet provide the optimal energy consumption and quality of service to the end user. Some of the examples, there are so many I could talk all day, but I'll just hand it over to my colleagues now.
Thank you. Dr. Venugopal, moving on to you. In view of in your view, what are the gaps between the potential of AI and its current real-world impact?
As I said, like, first of all, I want to define what is AI, okay? AI in a nutshell is called a paradigm, okay? So everything starts with data, okay? You have a data, and then the data has to be used for your decision making. So in the process, the first step here is, the first and foremost step is data management. You don't get cleaned data like what you get a textbook data kind of thing. So the first and foremost thing is the data which has to be managed, okay? And the managed data, we need to generate an insights. So there is a data management, then we need to use it for insight generation, then the whole process has to be automated. So this process of automation is basically, most of the processes are messy, and most of the processes are kind of where we do a lot of human intervention, and then we tend to see a lot of mistakes. Then the third and important point is in automation side of it. Then the fourth point here is, once you have that, you should also have a predictability of the data. The data what you have should able to predict something in the future, or it can predict if it is a time series kind of thing, we can predict a future, or if it is a cross-sectional kind of thing, we can use the next happening event across the similarity kind of stuff. And once you have a predictability, that predictability should lead to a concept called, what you call it as, it has to use for a decision making. So if you put all these 5 things together, I call it as a paradigm, okay? Predicting, okay? And then using for results orientation, and then it will be used for all these 5 things will put as a PAIA RIDAM, okay? So that's the AI is. And if you ask the particular question about what are the real 2 concepts again here. The first concept is AI product manager and using AI in product management or product development, okay? How can you use, what is the difference between AI product manager and regular product manager? So AI product managers are basically, they generally come from a statistical background, okay? So which uses a data and then try to make some decision making from that. For every and each and every action, there will be depends upon data, okay? And what this AI use for a product management and product development, that's a different paradigm. There are a lot of AI tools where your decision making becomes very informed, okay? Most of your decision making has to be informed with the data, or it has to be backed with something. So, and now with the evolution of generative AI basically becomes most of your tasks in product management very useful. So that's the kind of thing. Coming back to your question, madam, how does real life AI is different from the generative AI? So in real life, you think that everything can be possible, okay? I think if you talk about something like for example, you ask me how an AI will be used, okay? So think back to the ages when you have to depend, when you are driving, you have to depend upon someone, okay, where you have to ask a lot of people, you have to talk to a lot of people to reach some place. Now you don't need, right? Everything comes from how much of time it takes, and you can give more predictive kind of thing. So that's AI will make your real lives, okay? At the same time, the products which we are trying to build, like I would like to give one highlight about the product which we are trying to build. It's called ALI, Application Lifecycle Management is a concept most of you are familiar with, but we are trying to add that management with an AI and make an application lifecycle intelligence. So when you have an applications to build, this all your applications to be an AI driven. It talks about your past experiences and past failures. That past failures will basically help you to predict the next products and next applications what you are trying to build in a more intelligent way. So these are the few things which you can use. And also we have come up with a product called CVT, which is Computer Vision Toolbox. Computer vision is a popular tool. We uses an image data to find out some things. But how this computer vision toolbox are used here is, we are trying to predict any kind of an, it's a detection is different, and prediction of that particular products, whether it's going to be failure or something. So what we are trying to do use here is, we are trying to use a concept called the composite AI framework, and which is kind of thing like we are trying to use the different data at one go to answer a lot of things. Like we are using a process data in manufacturing as well as the image data, and then what we will do is, if you are trying to run a process to make a product, that particular product, whatever we are trying to build, it has to be defect free. At the same time, the process has to be streamlined.
Thank you, Venugopal.
Yeah.
Paucity of time, I'm sorry. Please keep your answers short. Krishna Chaitanya, my question to you is, what does your organization take into consideration to ensure that AI projects lead to tangible beneficial outcomes?
Sure. If you can hear me, I'll do a quick introduction of what we do. I'm the founder and CEO of Zapero. What we basically do is we try and use generative AI to augment the creative workflows of designers in the fashion industry. What we've seen, I mean, it's been a couple of years since I started, working on this startup, and I have a business and an engineering background in the past. What we've seen is, if you see the fashion industry, right, the bottleneck there becomes the creative people. You find a lot of cool people doing all sorts of, design work, and it becomes a very solid, concrete workflow, which is difficult to disrupt. I mean, because it's difficult to program creativity, right? It's a thing of heart. I mean, it's all about arts. It's stuff like that. What we've seen a couple of years ago was that generative adversarial networks, computer vision in general, has the potential to disrupt this creative process. That was the use case we started to pursue, I think, a couple of years ago. We've seen that design is a critical component in this industry, and we thought that building a SaaS product that can sort of mechanize this process, there is some merit to doing it. I mean, end of the day, I'm sort of walking you through the journey of an entrepreneur, because that was the use case we pursued, right? What we've realized is, while there is benefit, while there is merit to building such a product, monetizing that is very, very difficult. And we started digging deeper into the industry that we were operating in. A lot of people were happy to have AI produce interesting designs. I mean, what you would call prints. I mean, some of you are wearing fabrics which have printed artworks on top of them. It could be a woman's dress or a top, etc., right? The industry in general sort of took that with a lot of excitement when we pushed forward, let's say, generative AI solutions as services. But monetizing it was difficult. And then as a company, what we've done is we've expanded our business scope much deeper. So we are now building a vertical AI. So it's no longer just design randomly, but design in the context of the market. For example, in the industry, one of the biggest problems that the fashion industry faces is dead stock, right? There's a lot of hue and cry about the industry being one of the biggest polluters, right? There's a lot of fabric being used up that's not being consumed, that finds its way into landfills, etc. Sustainability is a big problem in the industry. So it sort of comes from, let's say, the speculative nature of the industry as to how they design, what kind of volumes they commit, etc. So we are today at Zapero in the process of building AI which can produce designs that have an increased likelihood of success in the market. Right now we are sort of bringing a scientific approach to sort of committing fabric and garments. So the idea is to, as a company, make a dent in those dead stocks and sort of improve the profitability of the brands, etc. Right.
Thank you. My creative side perked me up, and I will take it offline with you to understand more about the creativity.
Definitely.
Amit, moving on to you. At Ericsson, what makes AI more accountable, accessible, and understandable for non-experts?
Oh, yeah. So that's actually, that question can be taken up in two ways. One is how does AI become all of that for people who want to use AI to build solutions, and the other is how do we make it trustable and explainable to the end users, and both of them are pertinent. To the first question, there has to be an AI literacy in the org, and since you ask about Ericsson, I have seen there's a huge investment in bringing everyone up to a certain level of the AI understanding, its utility, application. Because unless we are there, there is always this either a Terminator view of AI, maybe this mic's kind of waxing and waning as they call it in telecom. So basically a training and a lot of this workshops to be able to lift off the entire Ericsson as an organization to a level where everyone gets it. But now the people who solve it definitely go through the next level of understanding, and there's a constant learning in today's world that has to be there to make such things feasible. And obviously there has to be a research angle to everything an organization does, in AI at least, one who's figuring out what is possible and the other who's actually doing it there and now. So the engineering part where me and my team are. So we have a huge research team, and then we have this Gaia team, the Global AI Accelerator team, a bunch of data scientists, engineers, and product managers who work together to realize those AI visions from a feasibility study into the production view. To the second part about explainability, trustworthy AI, reliable AI, explainable AI is like no more a wishful thinking, it is an ask. And given the privacy and the GDPR constraints about how's your AI telling something, what is the action I need to take, even from an actionability, accountability standpoint, these are becoming almost like a essential ask in every solution we give. So nowadays we have started thinking about this aspect right from the day we start building the solution. And sometimes, even if it comes at a cost of a little lesser accuracy, we prefer the simpler and more explainable models, because as they call it the Occam's razor, we go for a simpler solution, even if it means a little, dent in the level of accuracy. At the same time, one more thing we do is to build the trust in the client, we have to have the expectation set right. Many times, product managers will find themselves promising the world, curing cancer and whatnot through AI. So that's where we have to set the right expectations and say that what works, it's a probabilistic thing. It will not work every time. But over a period of time, we promise you this kind of a ROI. For example, if we are into predicting a server failure, over a period of time, we'll save you 60% of your revenues or the cost that goes into fixing, because we will be providing predictive maintenance. Last but not least, UX, which even from my experience in ADP as into building the AI products and in Ericsson, we have to keep it simple. Sometimes we get overwhelmed and just throw in all the gauges and meters and whatnots into the UI. The users don't need it. They just need to know as much as they need to know. So exploratory, analysis is what they need to find out, and progressive disclosure, like we call it in the UX parlance, right? So that's what we follow. So I'll stop here.
Right. So moving on to the HR space, which both of us belong to, how is AI being used in ADP to improve the management and development of human capital, and what is the impact that you have observed on an employee's growth and productivity?
Okay. A bit of a loaded question, if I may say. It's a learning phase for across the board, especially in large organizations. Like I lean on what Amit mentioned about, and Mr. Dr. Venugopal also mentioned, data. Like we deal with huge, massive amounts of data. The first thing that comes to mind is, how do we have a governance model around this whole, it's definitely got everybody excited. But how can we build a governance model where we have, certain regulations to be taken care of so that we don't mess around with the data. There are data privacy laws we have to be extremely cognizant about, more from the state laws and the country laws. Then come in the client side as well, like, privacy is very critical, and that's where we thrive on as most of the organizations thrive on that aspect. It's confidential and, you don't want to give out data. So how do we protect some of those aspects that becomes the base foundational elements as an organization? But how do we then translate that back to the employees on the ground? How do they understand about it? One is educating them. We are telling them that yes, we all are excited about this. We want to dip our hands into this. We want this to be enabling our products and solutions to give a better experience for the clients. But at the same time, we need to do it in a measured approach, in a thoughtful approach. So how do we build that ecosystem, the safe space where we can experiment, where we can fail fast, but at the same time not at the cost of data privacy and confidentiality. So we conduct a lot of these forums, like Ranjan and his team have a lot of conversations. We want to encourage and bubble up the information, speak it up. We want people to talk about it and not be hush-hush about it. That's when most of these things can come up. It also helps us understand what the expectations are. How is it that we can enable those forums where people can speak up about some of these things, come up with their ideas, how is it that they can implement, etc., right? Again, I'll go back to the initial point that I had mentioned. It's exciting, you want to use it to the best possible extent, showcase your talent, everything is fine. But what is it solving for you? What is the problem? Fall in love with the problem, take it step by step, and that's where we have to inculcate these habits within the employees as well and ensure them, empower them, and that's the approach that we have taken. So far it's working well, and we are extremely transparent about some of these things and communicating to them as well. So somewhere it's the faith we have in them, and the employees also trust the management in turn that they will be enabling as we move forward on that. So that's
how has productivity improved or changed?
Productivity improved or changed. One of the, I would say, examples that I can talk about is going back to the example that I mentioned about how we did away with case notes, right? I mean, imagine the time you are listening into a call, trying to jot down while taking the call, and then after keeping the call, you again jot down. The amount of time it takes, right? Massive improvements in productivity. I mean, it's already coming summarized. All you have to do is just look at it. At the end of the day, it doesn't take away your job. It's at the end of the day, there is human intervention always that will come into place to validate what the Gen AI is doing as well. So that's where productivity definitely gains, at least what we are taking feedback from our own associates on how they are finding this experience for themselves, apart from what we are giving to the clients. So massive improvements on that front as well.
Krishna Chaitanya, can you share an example of a product or initiative that has successfully demonstrated AI?
What we do, right? I mean, generative AI, it's probably the coolest thing because...
I like the way he said coolest.
No, it is, right? Otherwise, most of the other things are enterprise solutions, but I think what we are doing is really creative AI, less generative AI, more creative AI. I'm sorry, what was your question again?
I'll read it out for you. Can you share an example of a product or initiative that has successfully demonstrated or democratized AI?
Maybe my answer or my context is not very pertinent to this particular question, but what we've done, the fact that at least in a sufficiently long term, we want to get to a point where consumers can design for themselves, right? We are, in fact, when we started out as a company, our solution was primarily for the large apparel brands. We were working with the likes of H&M, Myntra. The idea was to become a SaaS AI for their design teams. Now we've sort of pivoted away from that, and we are now targeting, what we are witnessing is young consumers, particularly Gen Z, Gen Alpha, their shopping preferences are changing, and they're now no longer buying from these large brands, but they're buying from these influencer-led brands. Like they're shopping a lot on TikTok or places like Instagram. In fact, there's a cool stat. In the first 3 months of this year, in Indonesia alone, TikTok did a commerce of around $3 billion. So the places that we believe people shop, they are moving away. The loyalty that people have for brands is shifting to smaller brands. In the past, we probably had 1,000 brands. We are getting to a point in the future where people are going to shop from 100,000 brands, right? Which means you have smaller and smaller brands catering to smaller and smaller customer, demographics, right? So the reason we exist, the reason a tech company should operate in an industry like apparel is because of this democratization, right? Is because of this creator economy that's coming up, and we are trying to build tools for those creators. And it's conceivable that in the near future, that consumers can start designing for themselves. I mean, if a woman wants to design an evening dress for herself, it's conceivable that she can actually get on top of, on this platform and sort of input her needs, her context, and AI is going to start giving options. So you're no longer bound by somebody else's creativity. So it's truly opening up creativity in a very commercial space like apparel.
So even if I don't know sea of creativity, I can design a dress for myself?
Precisely. All you need is a vision for what you want, and the idea. So obviously AI is not going to do all of it, right? And there's a lot of work that needs to be done around it, which is the vertical AI that we are building. The idea is to convert every individual into a creator, at least for themselves.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Dr. Venugopal, as a product leader, what top trends do you foresee in the AI domain, and how are you preparing your team for these changes?
Yeah. See, first of all, the organization has we started to change ourselves to a data-driven organization. So obviously there is a lot of changes of trends and patterns in terms of this. So now one thing which Krishna Chaitanya is trying to tell, a new trend is emerging called prompt engineering. Okay, so I think in future it's going to be more prompt engineers. And then most of the people, we have a different challenges. The first challenge is people coming from a software engineering background to an AI domain. So that's one challenge which we have to address. So what happens there is they use a different process at all. Like they use a process called DevOps kind of a thing, where they want to make their product into the existing. So the second change here is, if you are coming from an DevOps side of things, it never works in an AI kind of thing. It's going to be, we have to use at one point of an ML. So the first and foremost thing here is, we have to develop an engineers, which are basically an AI engineers, and it is very difficult to find at the context. So what we are trying to do here is, we are trying to develop a citizen developers, do IT by yourself, right? And citizen data scientist. So that's one way we are addressing that. And second thing is the top trends of AI. I already mentioned about prompt engineering and Gen AI. Gen AI for a company with focus of R&D like us is a problematic. We can't use an open AI kind of frameworks here, because our entire things will have issues of the design and other things and R&D kind of thing. So we have to put a lot of governance on the cyber security, as well as the governance on people try to use that open AI kind of thing. So there is a lot of baggage. And then it also should facilitate the people, they have to use it. Like otherwise we will be a back trend, like what Ramesh was mentioning about Nokia was not able to innovate, or Nokia was not able to ready for a disruptive technology and design technology, right? So we also need to be there. So what we are trying to do is, we are trying to use use cases which we have developed, and then we are trying to use the use cases which we are trying to use for our own purpose. So the top trends of AIs are, like I already mentioned, something called composite AI. Composite AI is one fascinating stuff. Like now, for example, it's not one-dimensional way you can get a data for one problem. Like for example, talk about a problem like warranty, right? Earlier, warranty used to be driven only through the data of claims and other stuff. Now you have to use images and other stuff to be used here. And also we have to get from our company, we have a production to end product. And we deal with a lot of technologies. We build products which are basically manufacturing and hardware side of it, and also we build a software side of a products. So there's a fusion which is required here. So there will be a transition kind of thing. And I already mentioned about citizen data scientist, which we are trying to build with a lot of coaching and all. The other trend of AI here is Gen AI. I already mentioned about Gen AI and then the open AI kind of platforms, which we have to be little very, very cognizant. And then trust, and then value centers. So these are some of the things which we keep in this. And future AI trends is like, it's going to be not with an unidimensional analysis, it will be a multi-factored and multi-dimensional ways. So you have to be ready, and at one point of time, we have to make our workforce ready to change. So the digital transformation is one of the biggest thing, and change management is the things which we have to be ready for the future.
Yeah. So I'm coming back to you. In ADP, what is, from the HR space again, as we increasingly incorporate AI into our workplaces, what strategies can be employed to ensure that human skills and talents remain in the forefront of value creation? My second question is, how can AI be used to augment rather than replace human capabilities?
Value creation. So one example I can quote is how, we have a product called Role. Recently, it's something that has been, Role has been rolled out. And it addresses a market where, it's completely digital. There's minimal involvement. You just roll it out to the clients and, it's taken care. It's a conversational user interface, basically, right? So imagine where there are large products that need to be implemented, the amount of life cycle that from an implementation standpoint that you have to go to versus something like so simple that you just implement it quickly and then there is no maintenance needed, etc. So that is more from a value creation of how quickly it can be deployed to clients, how it starts learning immediately and it can answer completely, right? It's not about just somewhere. I remember Mr. Ramesh talking about chat interface where policies, if you have to look at it and it can give you the policy. But however, within the policy, if you have further deeper questions, who, what, why, where, this particular product of ours, it kind of addresses those aspects as well. So how did we get there? That is the second phase where, again, Gen AI, it's like a child. We are the people as human beings and practitioners who have to teach that, unless it can only be as intelligent as the number of, it's an iteration process. Just like a kid tries to walk, run, and other things, behave. Similarly, it has to be in the similar guardrails. Those guardrails needs to exist, but at the same time, how do we keep iterating it, training it, giving those responses? Whether it is right or wrong, at the end of the day, it cannot do it on its own. So that's where human element comes into play in how we can train it better, and that's how we can go about it.
Will AI replace HR department?
I wouldn't be sitting here if that was the case, because long back I recollect, where a lot of HCM systems came into place, and I remember I started my career long back, 17 years ago, where I was filing documents, and now it's completely digital. You hardly have to file any of the employee records. Does that mean that my job has gone away? No, it's become much more meatier actually, because I can spend that time in other things, right? We become creators, we become designers, developers, more strategic. We become product managers. Everything that we do when we interface with the business leaders on strategy, how do we go about it? It becomes more thinking game rather than operational and transactional stuff. So my job is safe.
I'm sorry, as an HR person, I'm a little more partial to Som. Som, I have another question for you. As in the recruitment space, how's it helping? How's it getting people on board much faster?
Yeah. That's one of the hot spaces right now. In fact, a lot of the studies and articles, in case if some of you have already gone through it, you will see that is one of the spaces. Two spaces where Gen AI, especially on the HCM side for HR practitioners, where it has the maximum impact would be on the hiring side, the talent acquisition space, and the second one is the L&D space. The first one, of course, the talent acquisition.
Especially talent acquisition.
Yeah. A lot of churn goes in on, you have to sift through so many profiles. How do you create good job descriptions? How do you ensure that you get the right set of resumes for the right roles, what you're looking at? From the amount of screening that a person might have to do, how can you leverage that, the Gen AI into doing that for you? And rather than sifting, individually going through as a person hundreds of resumes, how can you get those top 20, 25 from Gen AI and then look at it to see the relevance and quickly take it forward from there? So that is one example I can quote.
Thank you. Krishna Chaitanya, can you share an example of a potential risk or challenge you encountered in an AI project and how is it mitigated?
People talk about the risk AI poses to humanity, and I suppose most of the imagery is around nuclear war, or it's gonna weaponized AI sort of killing people and stuff like that, all that dystopian future. I suppose it is much simpler. AI's risks or to the society are probably more around manipulation of information. For example, it's easy to now create new content, new imagery of things that have not happened, right? It's on places like Twitter, you could post an image that is generated by AI, which actually of an event that hasn't happened, which can trigger a lot of conflict in society. I think the risks posed are probably more around creation of information, which is really generative AI. We're talking about content being created by AI, which is, it's difficult to recognize that it is machine made. And this is still early days. When you go to ChatGPT today, it's going to give you a few answers which sort of look real but are not real. An expert can easily distinguish and say, hey, it's machine made versus human made. If we continue down the path that we are going down, in a few years from now, content generated by AI will be indistinguishable from human generated information, and that has serious societal implications. I suppose that is really the serious risk. And yeah, it's really around generative AI, right? That's a big problem.
Sure. Dr. Venugopal, how does your organization ensure transparency and accountability in its AI implementations?
Yeah, see, first of all, we have one way of working, okay? One of the thing is we'll make accountable, okay? And then the second way is we also ask people to be more innovative, and we provide an equal opportunities and then democratization of things, okay? At the same time, we have a very, we have also in this security aspects like cyber security, and also our communications are more direct. And then we have an comms team which basically works with us to make sure that all the things should be there. And then, as I said, ours is an R&D organization, so all the people knows what is happening there, but we'll also ensure that that information won't get leaked to any other external parties. So to be frank, you'll all get surprised. We are not supposed to use Google in our, okay? Right. So, yeah, no, nothing. But we are more innovative, and we actually work for all the cars, like connected cars, and we also work something like we use an ADAS, which is basically for the cars which goes, and then driverless cars is a future of mobility. But we have a very strong team on generative AI. Okay, we built our own systems, own designs, and everything. But everything will be developed within ourselves. Okay.
Sure. Amit, what skills do you believe will be critical for future product leaders in the era of AI?
Yeah, one of them will be constant learning. I think that's given because the world's changing too fast. So to be able to figure what's out there as a capability, but at the same time not getting too hyped up is I would say is a very important thing, because like Ramesh also put it, putting the horse behind the cart before the horse. You are trying to, given Gen AI, what can I do with it is the question to ask still, okay, but I have to use Gen AI and do something with it, can be a very misleading attitude to have, and sometimes leads to failure. So in my mind, constant learning and being even more innovative than ever, because the way AI has cut through jobs is no more in the order of their being labor intensive and so on. It has cut through the creative aspects, and maybe Gen AI will also solve the problem of data scarcity, which was another thing which probably held up many AI prospects. So I would say all of this put together, but the basics of product management, the product management 101 doesn't change. Knowing the problem, finding the right problem to solve, figuring out, understanding the user. With those in mind, I think we have a bunch of rock stars here, so they'll go all the way into building great products.
All right, we're really running out of time. I want one-line answer from all of you. On a lighter note, if you could have an AI system perfectly perform one task for you in your personal life, what would it be and why?
I have the mic, I could start. Depends on if that AI was like capable in a physical way, then I would use it to keep my room in order, which is actually a mess. If it had emotional capabilities, surpassing human ones, I would use it to maybe understand what my wife means when she says something. I think it's typical husband problem. I don't think I'm just representing myself.
Very, very man answer.
I'll hand it over to Chaitanya.
Personally, I hate driving, so I hope that we'll get to a point soon enough where sort of AI can take over driving, especially at least when you get on a highway, right? But now that I'm here, I just wanted to take a quick minute, and for any aspiring entrepreneurs, there's a lot of product managers here, and I think one logical extension for any product manager is to want to go out into the real world and actually build your own solutions. I just wanted to sort of summarize my own journey over the last 2.5 years as to what we started doing. And to borrow from Ramesh's comments earlier, technology is a necessary condition but not a sufficient condition for building products. And I would take one step further and say product itself is a necessary condition but not a sufficient condition to building a business in the real world, right? You may have a fully, a fluently functioning product, but if you can't monetize it, there's just no sense in doing it. In my own example, I wanted to build a SaaS which designers could subscribe, pay me $10 a month globally. I'm thinking of $100 million revenue, right? Potentially, you're looking at the use case.
We'll have to take it offline. Dr. Venugopal.
Yeah, if you ask me the personal product which I feel like, which manages my my expenses and my financials, okay. So there are a lot of AI apps, but it has to be in some bot which has to tell me, like it at the same time, it should not also tell many times, okay. For example, that's another problem, information overloaded, okay. And then too much of information and then you become a digital addict, okay. That's the thing, okay. So it has to be, you should have an alert mechanism, but that alert should be contained to one level. Okay?
So what's your last thought?
Personally, I have a background in computer science engineering and MBA in HR. Throughout my career, I have struggled. Still, actually, I try to find a balance between logic, because primarily I'm driven that way from my thought process, logic, and emotions being in HR. So something that I would probably leverage, Gen AI to find that balance and, make its life harder.
Thank you so much. Wonderful talking to you and learning lots from you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Our next item of the agenda is an expert talk, Building a Product Management Community. Chandrasekhar is a distinguished Senior Director of Product Management at ADP, with over 17 years of expertise in product management, with previous roles in NCR, Adobe, and Avaya. He's a seasoned leader known for successfully launching new products, achieving product market fit, and driving imperative growth for Fortune 500 companies. proficient in Agile and SAFE technologies. Chandra excels in product strategy, lifecycle management, and leading cross-functional teams. His skills in competitive analysis and market research further enhance his value in the field, making a career characterized by innovation and product excellence. I invite Chandrasekhar onto the stage, please.
ADP is always designing for people. As you heard from Ranjan in the morning, we are 18 billion plus in revenue. Number one HCM company globally. We have clients across 140 different countries, 1 million plus clients. I don't think many of the companies can say that. Remember, our clients are pretty large. We have clients like Amazon, Sodexo, and so on, all the way from small business. Recently, when it comes to Gen AI, we have been following a principle of make it easy, smart, and human. You would have heard that in the morning. So you will see a lot of reference to the content that I've got in here today is going to be in the backdrop of that this is potentially very specific to a B2B setup, a large company like ADP with a big product organization based out of India. So we have talked about Gen AI since morning. So this is all being future ready. So we would like to have our product leaders, especially for a lot of large companies based out of India. We have seen a good number of product managers being recruited, hired, groomed internally in the recent past, in the last 5 to 10 years. So what does this really mean for all of us sitting in this hall here? So that's really the topic. I've got a few slides to take the conversation forward, but we'll try to keep it very interactive. I'll try to make some logical pauses in between a few slides, and feel free to ask questions. This is me sharing some of the learning from my side, but I'm sure collectively we can share a little bit more. Okay? So with that, we'll get started. And hopefully this will work. Yes. So that's the agenda. We'll start with a quick recap of what we have been hearing since morning. What does Gen AI really mean for product managers and product leaders? So Gen AI really brings in, I think we have heard since morning that a lot of new evolving use cases, right? And interestingly, I think we as product managers, we have got enough use cases in our backlog, right? As if we didn't have enough. We have use cases coming all the way from senior executives, from our customers, from everywhere. So Gen AI is just adding to it, right? So, however, this creates an opportunity in terms of use cases. Like one of the examples which was talked in the morning was the concept of creating job descriptions. We have been thinking about this quite a lot in the past. However, with the advent of Gen AI, this has gotten a little closer. Of course, we need to fine tune it, we need to improve it, but that certainly has helped. Second, in terms of changing market landscape, in the last like 9 months or so, we have heard of many startups which have come in, and every large company is trying to play a role in Gen AI, right? So that certainly has a dynamics in terms of what we do as a product manager day in, day out. We have seen a lot of companies talk about Copilot in their respective space. Today in the panel discussion also we heard that. Third, embracing a lot of regulatory compliances. I think in the morning we heard about scenarios or use cases around candidate relevancy, where I'm trying to stack rank candidates based on the resume versus the fitment with the job description and so on. However, we have got a few states in the US who are basically saying that you actually need to give that option to the candidate whether they want to opt out from their resume being screened by AI. So that's a new regulation which is coming in. And many states are actually trying to get that in front of their population. So as product managers, we had to react quickly to those regulations. So that certainly is one of those things. Being ethical. We as ADP, as an example, we have data for 1 million plus clients, and that data is a goldmine of information. However, we want to be very careful in terms of how do we use that data, right? So being ethical in terms of how we use the data becomes critical. Finally, for a large company like ADP, and I think most of the, I've seen folks from ServiceNow, Pega, and so on, so these are fairly large companies. And for many of these large companies, we typically have a large suite of products, a large portfolio. And when GenAI comes in, it is not just, I'm not trying to solve one specific use cases, we have to solve the use case across these products. And managing that scale of innovation for a large company, potentially a company which has evolved over years, is not that easy, right? So that's another additional challenge. So how do we manage these challenges as we go forward? I think we try to answer that. Is it me or something? Okay. Thank you. How do we manage this? So the first thing is, we in ADP, we have been investing in continuous learning. And this continuous learning is very specific to product management 101. I think we heard enough in the morning that whatever be the case, Gen AI or something else, knowing the customer, the product management 101 goes nowhere. So we need to keep learning and making sure that as we hire more product managers, as we get more product managers into our organization internally, we want to make sure we are giving them enough tools and frameworks from a product management fundamental perspective. And that is what we have been doing in ADP in the recent past. Now, it's equally important that these trainings and these boot camps are practitioner-led, because we do want to make sure that anything that is shared with the product managers, new product managers, are based on the experience of the practitioners. So that's been one of the focus, and I think that would apply to any other company. Solving real-life problems goes without saying. I think we had multiple boot camps where we talked about specific use cases in the area of talent acquisition, talent management, where we were trying to throw those problems at the new product managers and solve them using these frameworks that they may have learned in the classroom. We partnered with a good number of B schools as well to bring in some fresh new ideas, right? And I think the last point is very important. We heard that during the conversation. We as product managers, especially, I think most of the product management organization in India has been built with the advent of agile, safe, whatever you call it, right? Starting with the product owners. And we are pretty good in terms of execution and the solution space. But what's equally important for us to innovate is we become comfortable with the problem space. And that's been the focus for us. Okay? Customer at the center, nothing new. I think we have talked about it enough, right? Now, how do we do this? Being so many miles away from the customers, for probably most of us in this room, because our customers are sitting either in the US or in most cases in the developed economies in Europe and so on, right? So how do we solve this? Of course, we try our best in terms of meeting the customers in person or over on the phone call, WebEx calls, and so on. But for ADP, over the course of last 20 years of existence in India, we have got a big footprint of service, implementation, support associates. And we spend a good amount of time as product managers sitting with them, taking calls, looking at their service request, and trying to draw insights out of those on what could be the pain points for the customers. So does it replace the direct conversation? No, it certainly aids to that conversation. The other area there we have been investing quite a lot is using tools around user behavior analytics, tools around product analytics to aid in our decision-making process. So most of the times, I think in the early days of product management, once you ship the feature, the job is done, you pretty much move on to the next feature or next capability. But there is a stronger emphasis on figuring out what's the outcome that you have been driving with the feature that you have released, and how does it feed back into the discovery cycle. So those are some of the tools that we can use as we go forward in terms of being closer to the customers. some of the other things that you could potentially do is being part of the sales process. Let's say you have got a new product being launched, and sales team typically looks for support from product folks. So I think those could be some of those areas that you could potentially go and help. And in the process, you end up learning a lot more about what are the pain points and what's really working well for the customer with the product offering that you have. The third element that we have been focusing on is product community. And this is where we have been investing quite a lot in ADP in the recent last 6 odd months. So ADP grew from 50 odd product managers. ADP India grew from 50 odd product managers 3 years ago to 120 product managers today. So that's a huge growth from a product management footprint perspective. But it also comes with a challenge that many of these product managers either might have come externally to the organization, they might have come through B schools, they might have come internally. So there is some aspect which needs, some or the other aspect which needs to be bridged for us to set them to success. And which is where we are leveraging this community to help in terms of getting our product managers as far as possible on the same plane. So what does this community really do? So we use these, we call this community as Product Guild, and in Product Guild we share learnings across different business units, across product managers, be it in the small business unit, mid-market or up-market. And we share insights and we share learnings and frameworks and so on. So we are seeing good amount of traction there, some leading indicators that this is working well. I am pretty sure this could be some of those things that other companies could try as well, especially the companies who have been growing from a product management footprint perspective. I think Industry Connect, when we heard about Product Leaders Forum happening in Hyderabad, after such a long time we have not seen any such event happening in Hyderabad. And when we heard about it, we certainly wanted to tap into this opportunity, and which is why you see a lot of folks from ADP out here in the audience. We wanted to make sure that we were networking with our local community in Hyderabad and the product management community at large. Now, the fourth one, which I want to talk about, is the culture of innovation. Now, when you put the product management 101, the customer at the center, and community of sharing of knowledge and insights all together, then it creates a perfect platform for you to innovate. And we at ADP, we have been investing a lot on innovation. There are wider corporate level innovation initiatives as well as initiatives within ADP India, where we are encouraging our product managers to leverage the learnings across the 3 pillars that I talked before to innovate. I think we have got some good traction going from ADP India, where some of the newer products are built, conceptualized, and built out of India. So something for other companies to kind of think about in terms of innovation. So that's really what I had at a summary level. When you put all these 4 pillars together, this is where I think we can empower and encourage our product leaders to be future ready in terms of be it Gen AI or something else, right? So I'll take a pause and see if there are any questions and anything that you guys like to share from your organization before we go for lunch. Yep.
In the community part, we have a big thing on mindset part. Mindset is another important aspect wherein everyone has to practice upon it. So how are you tackling it, and what are the tips or any suggestions on how do we have to follow with it? Because that's a interesting conversation to have it, and keeps happening about. I just want to understand your thought process.
Sure. I think I don't know if there is a formula to build the product mindset, but what I would say is, as part of the product community and keeping the customer at the center, I think we have made some strides there. Example, we focus a lot on design thinking and user research. In terms of trying, before we get into building something, we spend a good amount of time doing market analysis and user research. And as part of these community, when we share some of these insights or case studies that we may have done for some of our products, that encourages the rest of the product managers to start thinking in those directions. So I think it comes as a result of a lot of discussions and a lot of deliberation on some of these topics. I would say that's primarily what we have been doing.
So I have a question about how do you apply Gen AI, which basically helps a reduction in product leaders kind of a work. Do you have any use cases which you practice?
Yeah. So I think we have heard of some use cases. I've heard Gen AI being used, whether, I don't know if, at least I have not used, or anybody from our organization has not used, but I've heard Gen AI getting used quite a lot in terms of competitive analysis. I've heard Gen AI getting used in terms of things like release notes and communication, post-release and go-to-market and stuff like that.
Do you mean like in the development cycles, like, for example,
Yeah.
when you're developing a product,
in the development cycle? I thought you were talking purely from product. In the development cycle, I think we are exploring some ideas about how do we increase the productivity of our engineers. So in ADP, we have a platform, HCM platform, using which we can build apps. We are exploring ideas on can we, based on prompts, can we start building applications? And to the extent that we are even thinking that based on the what's been articulated as a requirement, can that start getting converted into some sort of a user experience options? And based on the user experience that you want to go with, can you start using the platform to build those apps? Because these are low-code platforms, so potentially you could do it. It's not really the code.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Piyush. You just said that building the product mindset is like really difficult. One of the thing is on the topic building product community, right? We know that product management is not still a very widely popular academic course, or like you can't have a degree specifically in product management if you are undergraduate. Are you building a path for, say, people from engineering or other backgrounds within ADP to transfer into role, and how do you support that that kind of environment where we can cultivate people to basically transition into this role while basically building the necessary skill set to basically excel at that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So one of the things that we want to index quite heavily on in ADP as an example is the domain knowledge. Like, we have been a big payroll player for a long, long time. So there is a good amount of domain knowledge which resides within the company. So which is where it becomes important for us to encourage our internal engineers as well as service associates to move into product management should they want to. So we do create learning paths for them. Now, it's not as simple as creating a learning path and kind of leaving it to them, but we have a structured program which involves actually HR, which involves the leadership, because there needs to be equal buy-in from all the players to make it happen. So it's a combination of learning paths, mentorship program, and we try to create a roadmap for that person that maybe with hitting certain milestones, maybe in certain number of months, you would transition into product management.
We can take one last question.
Yeah. So in large organizations, right, one-time training is not sufficient,
Yep.
or even one-time learning is not sufficient.
Yep.
How can Gen AI help in, improving the knowledge retention rates? To the same thing, one more question I have. As an employee, I might be, super knowledgeable, but I might be super inconfident. Okay.
Very good question.
I could be, I could be, very fast, but very inaccurate. There are multiple combinations. How can Gen AI solve this problem and improve the efficiency overall of a company?
Oh, great question. I don't know if I have a answer to that question, but I think I'll try to answer the second part of your question to the best of my ability. So, how can we get the confidence? I think the question was, I may have the knowledge, but I don't have the confidence, right? So, as part of this community exercise that we are doing, there is a lot of emphasis on storytelling. Like many of our product managers could have been coming internally from within the organization. So they may not be very comfortable speaking in large forums, speaking in front of the client, presenting to the executives, and so on. So what we try to do is we create this environment for them to feel safely. So this community is like nobody's really judging you. You come in and talk about your product ideas, what you did for some of the launches that you may have done, what you did for some of the prioritization exercise you may have done, what you did for your discovery exercise, right? And we kind of encourage that way.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I keep telling people, getting a 9 a.m. start in Hyderabad is like the promise of AI. Okay, it sounds interesting, looks like there are a lot of possibilities, but you're not sure what the end outcome will be, how many people will show up, right? And so far, nothing I've seen today kind of, leads me to believe that there's a variation on that thesis. So next time, maybe Arun and team, think about a 9 a.m. start, particularly on a nice Friday morning. Yeah. Okay. So I think I was just thinking about, as I was driving into this event, I was thinking about what's happening with AI. I don't know how many of you had a chance to read a memo which Sundar Pichai put out, I think, in a couple of days ago. Anyone has read that? Yeah. So please read it. Right. It's a 2,500 word memo on the possibilities of AI. It's in the public domain. You can look it up, and it is surreal. I mean, if you look at how Google is thinking about what they're planning to do with AI, and I think it has profound implications. He also talks about responsible AI and a bunch of other things, but in some ways, again connecting back to the theme of showing up at 9, I was talking to a bunch of folks, including Ranjan here, and I said only people of a certain generation will show up at 9 o'clock. Right. So in some ways, I guess we are kind of a little bit privileged that we get to be at at this point in time, looking at what's happening in AI and how it's going to be game-changing, transformative. So I think AI is going to be a really fertile ground for innovation and experimentation. So if you look at one of the things I've seen, right, particularly in Hyderabad, and I have to give a lot of credit to Ramesh here, for a number of initiatives which they have kicked off. So about a month ago or a couple of months ago? Huh? Yeah, a couple of months ago we had an event here. We had a GenAI Summit which was done along with NASSCOM on T-Hub. Ramesh is always known for his interesting choice of venues. So he did it in a pub called Monastery. So we had about 16 GenAI startups. There was a nice dictionary of there's a nice compilation directory of about 40 plus AI startups. So clearly, I think there's a tremendous opportunity for Hyderabad to play a role as enabling an AI ecosystem and to lead the way, sort of thing, right? So as I was driving up here, I was thinking about how we've already seen, for example. I had to resist the temptation as I was coming in here to go to ChatGPT and say, okay, tell me about the role of AI in product management, because that would be outright plagiarism. So I said we shouldn't do that. So I think you can see already it is affecting the way you think, you talk, you read, you learn, and so on. So tremendous implications for people who are building products and consequently, obviously, product managers, right? I was looking at a report from Gartner, and Gartner, publishes all these nice reports. Some of them have to be taken with a large pinch of salt, sometimes with a large barrel of salt. But I think clearly Gen AI is something where the time has come, and I think it will accelerate the innovation process. It will accelerate the quality of what is getting built, the diversity of ideas, and clearly create many more robust and differentiated products. Right. So there were some numbers I was looking at. Another report from McKinsey, right? And I do know sometimes they get some of their predictions wrong, but they tend to be more right than wrong. So they came up with a report where they said the potential of product and business opportunities with Gen AI is somewhere in the tune of between 2.6 million to 4.4 trillion in terms of this thing, right? And clearly this is an area where I think as we have a unique opportunity in India, okay, we have a large workforce, okay, we have high quality academic institutions. There's a lot of collaboration happening between industry, academia, right, and the startup ecosystem, right? So there's a tremendous opportunity to help businesses to innovate, to streamline, and then to launch new products, right? So if you look at funding, right, which is something which we track closely, in 2022, Gen AI generated about 2.1 billion of funding was raised in 1 year. And I don't think there's been any other stream of work in over the last 40 plus years of venture investing where so much capital has been raised, focused on one theme. Part of my job, I have to travel quite a bit. And I was in the Valley, I've been to the Valley twice in the last 3 months. And every time we go and meet a VC and talk to them, the only thing they say is, if you're talking Gen AI, come and talk to us. Otherwise, go and meet someone else. Right? So clearly, the opportunity I think is huge, and I think when you think about it in terms of what I think the impact is going to be, right? It's huge. I think it's going to impact everything which classic product management requires you to look at. I think AI will help you make more data-driven decisions, right? Obviously, because now you have access to large, to looking at large data sets, crunching and finding patterns which otherwise would be hard to do. Obviously, there's a significant scope for personalization, okay, being able to deliver specific content, specific messaging, etc. And then obviously many other things around risk management, around automation, around NLP, and so on, right? So I think this is a great forum. I was looking at the list of people who are going to be here, and kudos to the organizers for putting together a high quality list of speakers. I'm sure the deliberations will lead to a lot of discussion, lots of new ideas will get generated, and hopefully this is another step in our collective endeavor here to make both Hyderabad, Telangana, and obviously India the place to be in. There's no reason why, everyone knows about the Sam Altman thing, right? You can't build something with 10 million. I think we'll prove him wrong, right? And hopefully whatever we are doing here today would be a good next step in that process. Okay, so thank you for having me here, and I do hope you'll have some really interesting, you'll get to hear to some really interesting folks. But more than that, I think the conversations you'll have during the breaks is what will really enrich a meeting of this type. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
so awesome to see so many familiar faces here today. So that was wonderful. Thank you for having me here. So as we kick off this Product Leaders Forum, I'd like to share some thoughts on the exciting future of product management and transformative impact of GenAI. Additionally, I'd like to highlight the growth of product management in India and discuss our vision for the future. So first and foremost, I'm very proud to represent ADP, a global leader in human capital management with revenues exceeding $18 billion and a client base exceeding 1 million. At ADP, we have leveraged decades of data and expertise to provide our clients with invaluable, actionable insights. We understand that in today's rapidly changing business landscape, data is the new currency, and insights are key to informed decision making. So as we look ahead, we recognize that GenAI is not just the future, but it is central to our strategy at ADP. So we are dedicated to leveraging the power of GenAI to engineer products that are not just great, but exceptional. And we have distilled our strategy into 3 simple but profound principles. Make it easy, make it smart, and make it human. So first, make it easy. In an increasingly complex world, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So we recognize that our clients want solutions that are intuitive, user-friendly, accessible. And GenAI allows us to reimagine user experiences. We've already actually released some versions of GenAI integration which enables that and makes complex processes feel effortless and empowers our clients to focus on what matters most, which is their people and their business. Next, make it smart. It's about leveraging the vast reservoir of data at our disposal to provide actionable insights. So GenAI enables us to analyze data at a scale and speed which was once unimaginable. We aim to offer our clients not just data, but the wisdom to make informed decisions that drive their success. In a data-driven world, being able to see the big picture and the tiny details is what's going to set us apart. And finally, make it human. In a world where technology threatens to dehumanize the interactions, ADP is committed to keep the human touch alive. Our products should enhance the human experience, not replace it. And GenAI should help enable better human connections, support meaningful interactions, and foster a sense of community. So what does it mean for the future of product management in India? It means that we are at the forefront of transformative journey. Our country has evolved from being a service provider to a global hub of innovation. And MSR is a classic example. We are witnessing a surge in talent and capabilities, making India a force to be reckoned with in the tech world. As product management leaders, it's our responsibility to nurture talent, mentor the next generation, and continue to raise the bar for excellence in product development. It is forums like this one that play a pivotal role in bringing product people together. They provide a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, challenging conventions, and networking. As we move forward, let's consider how we can strengthen these communities, foster innovation, and collectively shape the future of product management. In conclusion, I do believe we stand at the threshold of an exciting era of product management driven by the power of GenAI. ADP is committed to leading the way by making our products easy, insightful, and human-centric. Together, as a community of product management leaders, we have the opportunity to drive innovation, mentor future talent, and shape the future of our industry in India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
it's so awesome to see so many familiar faces here today. So that was wonderful. Thank you for having me here. So as we kick off this Product Leaders Forum, I'd like to share some thoughts on the exciting future of product management and transformative impact of Gen AI. Additionally, I'd like to highlight the growth of product management in India and discuss our vision for the future. So first and foremost, I'm very proud to represent ADP, a global leader in human capital management with revenues exceeding $18 billion and a client base exceeding 1 million. At ADP, we have leveraged decades of data and expertise to provide our clients with invaluable, actionable insights. We understand that in today's rapidly changing business landscape, data is the new currency, and insights are key to informed decision making. So as we look ahead, we recognize that Gen AI is not just the future, but it is central to our strategy at ADP. So we are dedicated to leveraging the power of Gen AI to engineer products that are not just great, but exceptional. And we have distilled our strategy into 3 simple but profound principles. Make it easy, make it smart, and make it human. So first, make it easy. In an increasingly complex world, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So we recognize that our clients want solutions that are intuitive, user-friendly, accessible. And Gen AI allows us to reimagine user experiences. We've already actually released some versions of Gen AI integration which enables that and makes complex processes feel effortless and empowers our clients to focus on what matters most, which is their people and their business. Next, make it smart. It's about leveraging the vast reservoir of data at our disposal to provide actionable insights. So Gen AI enables us to analyze data at a scale and speed which was once unimaginable. We aim to offer our clients not just data, but the wisdom to make informed decisions that drive their success. In a data-driven world, being able to see the big picture and the tiny details is what's going to set us apart. And finally, make it human. In a world where technology threatens to dehumanize the interactions, ADP is committed to keep the human touch alive. Our products should enhance the human experience, not replace it. And Gen AI should help enable better human connections, support meaningful interactions, and foster a sense of community. So what does it mean for the future of product management in India? It means that we are at the forefront of transformative journey. Our country has evolved from being a service provider to a global hub of innovation. And MSR is a classic example. We are witnessing a surge in talent and capabilities, making India a force to be reckoned with in the tech world. As product management leaders, it's our responsibility to nurture talent, mentor the next generation, and continue to raise the bar for excellence in product development. It is forums like this one that play a pivotal role in bringing product people together. They provide a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, challenging conventions, and networking. As we move forward, let's consider how we can strengthen these communities, foster innovation, and collectively shape the future of product management. In conclusion, I do believe we stand at the threshold of an exciting era of product management driven by the power of Gen AI. ADP is committed to leading the way by making our products easy, insightful, and human-centric. Together, as a community of product management leaders, we have the opportunity to drive innovation, mentor future talent, and shape the future of our industry in India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
we have Ramesh Loganathan, who will be giving the keynote address. It's truly an honor to have you with us, Ramesh. Ramesh, I know you personally as well. It's been lovely knowing you for the last few years that I've known you. Ramesh Loganathan is a professor, a renowned personality in the world of technology and innovation. Professor Loganathan, as I should be introducing him as, currently holds the prestigious position of Head Research Outreach at IIIT, where he plays a pivotal role in steering all innovation initiatives. With a remarkable career spanning 25 plus years, Professor Loganathan has contributed significantly to the tech industry. He has held leadership roles in research and development, both in US and India, showcasing his deep expertise and passion for cutting-edge technology. Today, he is here to share his invaluable insights on building products for the future. Please join me in welcoming Ramesh Loganathan.
I've always had huge regard for HPL, I mean the Product Leaders Forum, right? Starting with the Institute for Product Leadership and the forum, kind of two concurrent efforts. And I always used to tell them, like, you need to do more in Hyderabad. And so thank you. I know one event was done some years back, and then the pandemic happened, so everybody, like, I think just worlds were turned upside down. And so good to see it revived. And I've been nudging Vilash and others, saying, like, let's do more tangible events. Like, we'll do the conferences, which we should do anyway, once in 6 months of water frequency, but let's do more of the monthly events, and where there's more tangible takeaways that can happen. So we will do. So I think the idea was to have this kick it off, right? So talking about, I mean, product for the future is a very, right? I mean, always we hope we build, innovation is radical, right? Innovation is disruptive. Innovation kind of shakes things up. It doesn't always happen, right? If you look at most successful companies, like look at ADP, probably one of the most successful companies, but innovation is subtle, right? It doesn't come and suddenly, ADP will not come and say, like, okay, we'll stop doing what we're doing and do something else, right? It is like, it is very subtle. So innovation is everywhere. It's like, yes, a startup can come with a new product because they are starting from scratch, and they can. And larger organizations also need to innovate and do innovate to stay in business. We know what happened to Blockbuster. So they didn't, the writing was on the wall. It's a classic case study, right? In the US, if you know the Blockbuster video, they were everywhere. Like a McDonald's, if you drive through US countryside, if you can see a McDonald's, you'll see a Blockbuster, almost. Right? There's hardly any town anywhere in US that did not have a Blockbuster video store for ages. Right? They've been there in that scale for ages, and they just didn't see the writing on the wall. And in just few short years, they had to shut down. Now, and few disruptions happened, right? If you look at the disruptions that happened that affected and it was not all hard for them, right? Had they seen the writing on the wall, given their momentum and their IP and everything, it was not hard for them to pivot. They could have easily pivoted. They just didn't see the writing on the wall. They just said, look, somebody coming and setting up like a small, there was something called the Red Box, if I remember right. The name was called Red Box. You could just, when DVDs were coming up, right? Blockbuster, you could get DVDs also, but here you could go new, they only had new releases. It's like a Coke vending machine. They used to have it in the supermarkets in the mid-90s or late 90s. And that was the start of the downfall of Blockbuster. They didn't see that. I mean, this was just a vending machine. They'll only have 30. If you go to a Blockbuster store, they'll probably have, like, I don't know, several thousand or few tens of thousands of videos and DVDs that they would have. The collections were huge. But this one had only 30 most recent or most popular movies, which is what trends most anyway. And you just go put your card and kind of pick your selection, and that CD comes out, you take it. When you come back, you just drop it off. There's a place to drop it off. Now, they were the first disruption. And then Netflix came. Netflix started shipping it home. Netflix said, like, why go to both were successful. I think the Red Box probably shut down. I don't know what happened to that afterwards. I left US. I didn't track it. Of course, Netflix has become very big. And Netflix also pivoted, right? They started with shipping CDs home. Their innovation was to just ship CDs home. It's saying, like, you're going to watch new movies, and they had not a very large collection, and the collection that will move fast, and you get 2 or 3 movies at home at any given time. And there were such book clubs and CD clubs for a long time, but somehow nobody did the movies. Netflix came and did the movies. And then they pivoted again. When they were shipping CDs home, around the time US Telecom was going through a massive rejig, right? They had this like, they used to call it like 3-in-1, 4-in-1, all kinds of fancy terms. Basically like the pipe coming in carries everything. From your internet to your telephone line to cable TV, satellite TV, everything was coming in. So since the wire was bringing internet and satellite TV together, Netflix said, why not, right, on the same wire deliver movies? And they pivoted. I mean, they were reasonably large already, and they pivoted. And they don't very quickly. They stopped sending any CDs home. And they still continue to pivot, right? A large company, because they're large, doesn't mean they were one of the largest. Amazon, I remember in the early when AWS was launched, Netflix was one of the largest customers because all the streaming was happening on Amazon AWS servers. And so I think innovation, it's more about looking for right opportunities. There's technology on one side, and there's applied technology, right? Innovation on the other side, right? The whole creative. I feel as a country, as an industry, we kind of lack on the creative side of it. Technology, we are good, right? I mean, we keep up the latest, greatest frameworks, greatest tools and technologies and APIs and libraries and everything. We can pick up very quickly and build, right? As an industry, we can build very well. We can build anything. I mean, today, if somebody were to come and ask any of our companies to say, like, can you build a Netflix grade streaming server? I'm sure we can build, right? It may take 1 year, 2 years, whatever it takes. And like, we have the engineering prowess, we have. But building products engineering is only a starting point. I always ask this question, if Indians in Bay Area can build technology for the world, why can't Indians in India? The backgrounds are no different. Like Ranjan lived in the US for a long time and came back, right? And many of us have lived and come back, right? And the profile is similar. It's just the environment, right? The environment, we don't think, so we're removed from the customer. Like companies like ADP at least is still in touch with customers. Most companies in India would probably never ever understand what a customer is doing. You would get requirements, you don't know who the customer is sometimes, or maybe you know, but you got the requirements and you start to build, right? You're never generating requirements. And that's a big part of product management, big part of creative thinking. If you want good products, great products, we have to first define great products. It starts with understanding what the customers are doing today, what they need, where the gaps are, right? And coming up with some, and that's a very creative process. I always say there are two types of product managers, right? I don't want to slot any of you, neither of those two types. Both are good. As an industry, we need both, but there are two types of product managers, right? One that are, I call them, again, pardon me for saying this to a room full of product managers, but I call them glorified clerks, right? They're bookkeepers. If you look at like the inputs keep coming in from field, from support, like engineering also gives a lot of inputs. I remember when I was in the Bay Area, product management was so weak. They could not say no. I mean, like if a senior director or senior architect, especially architects, like technology companies, architects have a huge say in very strong tech companies. If an architect comes in and says, look, this is the latest communication, actually was there, one such initiative. This is the latest communication framework we have to adopt. Now, absolutely no business case. Business value was zero. The communication framework we had was good enough for servicing everything Inform is needed as a database server. And they still said, like, we have to build this, and the product management organization could not say no. 1.5 years, like almost 25% of engineering time was used to build it for zero market value. No wonder Inform is shut down in a few years, right? I mean, you can't spend that kind of resources on things that don't have market value. So the understanding, but then we need that also. We need to keep track of all things coming in. There's some minimal value addition that happens in terms of prioritizing and such. But the bigger part is like the creative process. That's why great products happen, right? If Apple came and said, let's build another mobile phone, they would have been just that, right? Another mobile phone. But that's not what they came and said. So they said, like, let's disrupt. Let's completely reimagine mobile phones. And of course, not that everything Apple has done has become successful. There are many things Apple tried that failed also. But look at the successful products, it's a super creative process. They said, like, it's not just technology. Technology was a very important part of it, but technology was only a necessary condition. The sufficiency was something completely different. Right? The sufficiency was to completely disrupt the thinking. Like, I mean, you hear this often said in the Apple context, but it's true in most contexts. Some things you can't get from your customer. If you ask the customer, tell me what the next new big phone could have been, I don't think anybody would have described Apple phone. Right? They may at most talk about some paints that they're having today. Or they may talk about some things that will be nice. It'd be nice if I can do this also. Like it would be nice if I can take pictures in the night. It could be nice if I can, some small incremental things might come. But nobody's going to come and say like, can you think of a phone with a single button? Right? Can you think of a phone with no manual? Can you think of a phone that just feels so different and fresh to the hand? Like, I mean, every aspect they said like, let's make it a piece of art, right? And like that, and that wow factor, there are very few phones in the market that came before or after that just wowed the audience, wowed the customers, right? Like Apple iPhone did. Like iPod did some of it, but iPhone just blew the, like in the US, I remember by then I'd moved here, but I used to travel a lot. I mean, like, I used to travel at least once every 6 to 8 weeks. And I would see few iPhones. The next travel, I will see more. In no time, in less than 2-3 years, 9 out of 10 phones are iPhones. That's how much of the market they captured. Like, I mean, it went crazy. And that's because everybody was so impressed, right? The wow factor, that's what makes delightful products. The wow factor is so strong, everybody, you want to tell somebody, you know what? iPhone, did you get it? I got one. Like, I mean, that whole thing, it impressed the customers so much that they became the most vocal champions. I don't think Apple even needed to advertise. And they made sure it's not just the technology. Technology is only one small part of it. Very important part, yes. But not that other leading players had any less technology in their phones. Right? So technology was not the differentiator. How they packaged it, right? How they conceptualized what the phone should be, how the phone should be. Thinking of a phone with one button, thinking of a phone with one button would mean, like all of you know, you all understand UI, right? Thinking of a phone with one button could have been a UI disaster, right? People have said, like, I just want to make a call. I don't know where to press. How do I make the call? You could have just taken the user into a jungle and then just let the user loose, not being able to figure out where to go next and what to do. But that's not what happened. They designed it so well. You don't need to know anything. You just go, it's very intuitive. How do you make a phone intuitive with a single button? And not have too many buttons. See, they didn't even trick the system. See, today if you look at most phones, there are 3 buttons, 5 buttons on the screen always. Right? Though they say like there's one button, but Apple didn't even have that. Almost never even had a back button. Today they have, but early days, with that single button, it was intuitive. Right? You could figure out they can always go back to the home screen. I remember my nephew, he is now 11, when he was just about maybe 12 to 15 months old, he figured out Apple phone. I was amazed. Like I said, I used to travel a lot. So I used to go there to visit him when he was growing up. And he would play a video when he was not even max 15 months, right? He could play the cartoon video he wanted. I was shocked. I just said, like, I want to see it. So I just took the phone, put some random thing, gave it to him. He was sitting on his high chair. He figured out that, like, he keeps pressing that single button, it goes back to the home screen. And he keeps doing it until it goes to the home screen. It doesn't matter where what you're doing, and it will take you to the home screen. The moment he goes to the home screen, he recognizes the YouTube icon. The moment he goes to YouTube icon, he knows that, like, if he scrolls once or twice, he will see the cartoon icon that he wants. Using 3 images, the home screen, YouTube icon, and the cartoon he wants. Every single time, I moved the cartoon around. I moved that icon around, and I gave it back to him. He could figure it out. Because he knew that, like, if it's not there, he does this, it goes up, he sees some more pictures. And he needs to do it until he finds a picture. And that's how intuitive. If a 13, 14-month-old can play the video he wants, you can imagine. I mean, it is remarkable. Of course, no, everybody follows their paradigm. But coming up with it when phones had big keyboards, like you remember Nokia came around that time, the Nokia brick. You slide it up like it is 4 mobile phones in one, right? And very kludgy. Of course, it caught everybody's attention because, like, now when you walk around, one of the most expensive phones in the market. But imagine Nokia brick came around the same time as Apple phone came. Just look at the difference. No wonder Nokia doesn't exist anymore. They just lost it. The company, can you believe, 100-year-old company that has over the years innovated, kind of reimagined, pivoted, just lost it somehow, right? I don't know how it happened. That country is still a very, very creative country. It's one of the most creative countries in the world today, right? In terms of innovative thinking and creative. But somewhere it got lost, right? But So it is just, and their whole thinking of a product was that like I said, technology is necessary, but only a small part. It's not the sufficient condition for successful products. Technology is only a starting point. Now, from the single button, right, the few mandates, it should look good, so the way they packaged it, they said they were the first ones to come with a small, tiny box. Right? Mobile phones used to come in big boxes with some of them used to have manuals. They definitely have small instruction books. They definitely have fold-out instructions. Right? This comes with nothing, almost nothing. Right? And with a pin, it comes just to put the SIM. And like almost no instruction. They were so confident. It doesn't matter who it is. They can use the phone. Right? When you start the phone the first time, it asks for a few things. And once you do that, that's it. It is set up. Now, today everybody follows the model. So they said like, and the unboxing, the box packaging, the attention to detail that Apple had, right? The box was like from the color to the shape to the texture to the edges, how it feels in your hand. It was not like any other box. Right? Anybody could have done it. They didn't invent any of that paper or cardboard or right anything. They didn't invent it. It's all existing. It's just designing it, right? Putting it in that shape, in that size. When you open it, the way it looks, the way the phone's laid out. So the whole unboxing was like, it starts from there. You're wowed, every step you're wowed, right? It's not just that once you access the single button intuitiveness, you're not going to be wowed when you play with it. You'll only be wowed like several days later saying like, God, with single button I could manage to do all this. You can't, that's not something you can communicate, that you'll experience, right? You'll experience the lack of it. With single button, things didn't work. The second minute you would have said like, this is crazy. But when it's working, it'll take a long time to figure out that like, with single button, I can do everything that needed like some 8 buttons in my previous phone. It takes some time to realize that like, I could do so much with just a single button. But the whole thing, the wow factor started from the box, unboxing, the phone, the way the phone looked, the way the phone felt, right? You turn it on, the UI, the icons, they came up with the tray of icons. I'm sure they didn't invent it. I'm sure somebody else must have had it by then. But they were the ones that first made it so neat. They said, since it's a single button phone, there had to be pre-packaged apps. Things that you may normally want to do should all be there out of the box, right? Well, they went and pushed the store a lot later, but they didn't start with the store. When you open the box, most essential utilities are already there. It's not just a phone. Now, so much goes into it. If you look at some of the products, we try to create products here, right? I mean, Triple is an institute, research institute. Not many know that we are a research institute. How many of you knew that we are a research institute? Okay, thank you. At least like a third of the room knows that we are a research institute. Most people think we are an engineering college. We are not like an IIT, right? We are more like a CCMB. Right? Little bit like IISc. IISc is a research institute, right? But we are a research institute that offers undergraduate program, right? Most organizations, research happens only through their PhD program. For us, for every paper that gets published through a PhD work in our campus, at least 6 gets published through undergrad work. Non-PhD, not undergrad, undergrad or postgrad, like work. So we have a very unique undergraduate research program. So we have a dual degree program, which is a BTech and MS by research. It's a thesis program. They have to get 2 publications to graduate. And then we also have the honors program in undergrad. Anyway, so we're a research institute. So we're organized at research centers. We don't have departments. Right? We only have research centers. So we're organized at research centers. The faculty can be part of multiple centers. It depends on what the current research interests are. So we have research centers. We have research-led pedagogy. And we have research. One of our objectives is research that matters. Right? We'd like research to mean something. To the society, broader society. So we don't want to just publish papers. Well, that's very important. Without the research at the core, there's nothing to build. But we also want to build solutions. That's been an objective from the beginning. Professor Rajedi, who was brought in from CMU to structure the institute, was the chairman till last week. Now we have a new chairman, Professor Ashok Junjunwala from IT Madras, the new chairman. But Professor Rajedi was the chairman for the first 25 years. And a lot of his thinking, they started Robotics Institute, he started Robotics Institute in CMU in the mid-70s. Which was the first formal AI research group in the world. And like, so he has 60 years. By the time they brought him here, he was already 45 years in research, like in CMU at that time. And so a lot of that thing went in experiences, so there's no departments. Everywhere its departments become silos. In India, it becomes even bigger silos. So no departments, we have research centers. And like, so faculty can be part of multiple centers. And so we manage research areas. And research should mean something to society was something that Professor Rajedi pushes a lot, even till date. We have a center we started in his name a few years back in the pandemic, where we work with NGOs to create emerging technology, AI and other technology-based solutions for NGOs. Because who's going to go build them a fancy AI solution or a camera vision solution or an LLM-based solution? Nobody's going to do it for NGOs. And we said we will build such solutions directly from kind of the front lines of research, solving problems they have in the field. Right? We work with NGOs, identify pressing problems which technology could address. We build it. It's an engineering group on campus from latest in research. Now, these are things that he used to push a lot. So we started our incubator in 2008, thinking you start an incubator and like professors and students will just line up to take the research work forward. In the first 10 years, we have had less than 5 startups come out of research, maybe 3. I'm giving benefit of doubt, assuming I forgot something, which I probably did not. Max 5. While we had about, like in the first 10 years, nearly 200, 250 startups come out of the incubator. Our incubator startups from outside can also come and work. It's not necessarily our own students and alum. And today we have had about 500 startups. We just celebrated 15th anniversary last week, 2 weeks back. And so we've had about 500 startups and still not many from research. But so we've done many things. So if you just fast forward today, we have a product lab where we started that in, the idea was there for several years before, but finally we could do it in 18. It's an engineering group, we had to fund it. So it was funded by the institute. And with a product manager, the first person we hired was an MBA from Babson. Well, like all of you would know, many of you might know, Babson is one of the best places for entrepreneurship. So somebody who was working here in Qualcomm went to the US for MBA and decided to come back immediately. That's the first person we hired. We said, this group has to have a product manager. If you're trying to build products from research, without a product manager, you can't build. It's not just about, the second thing we said was, this group should not have researchers. If you have researchers, that group will do more research. We'll want to publish papers. We said that group should not have researchers, should have only engineers. We'll work with research groups if you need research inputs or anything from research, but this group should not hire researchers. So strictly no PhDs in this group, right? Consciously. And so it's an interesting experiment. We've had very small team. The team was at no point more than 6 or 7 people in size. We've built about 10 products. Prakash, we got somebody who was in the industry running research in Honeywell for a long time. When he left Honeywell, the group he had started had about 150 PhDs that was working in Honeywell Bangalore in that group, and then worked for a startup. So we found a person, very good profile, worked a lot with research institutions, and then he's the technology transfer officer and he runs the product labs. So now if you look at our experience in product lab, we got a product manager, we have a UI designer, we have advisors that we get, mentors from the industry who come spend few hours a week, few hours a month. Because we are building a product, you don't need to talk to somebody every day, right? Even if they come and spend 1-2 hours every 2 weeks, it's good enough to give good direction in terms of the product. And we've done about 10 products, and not all are successful. But we said this group will only work on products centrally based on research. Some seminal work or research work published, and that should be at the core. If you look at, going back to my earlier point, if Bay Area can make products for the world, why can't India? One of the key reasons is our connect with academia is very weak. The industry and research don't forget talking to each other. They're just miles apart. You can't even by mistake, you can't touch the other. It is like you have to make serious effort, either the research to come into industry or industry to come into research. They're completely immiscible worlds today. So we said we need to create this. Since it won't happen organically, let's do this inorganically. Let's create this, right? Put in cart before the horse. And it's very tough, very, very tough. If you take the multiple problems, if anybody's interested, I can share. I wrote a paper based on our experiences. I wrote that in 18, based on TripIT's experiences. I'm very involved with TripIT for many years, though I moved full-time in 16, but I've been involved since 2002, and with startups and with products. So so it starts with, one of the products we took. It got this professor, who's also a current dean of research, in the computer vision space. They have two of their most, one is called CVPR and the other is called ICCV or something. 2 conferences where, as a computer vision researcher, if you get a paper there, even a couple of times in your career, you're considered very, very good. Jawahar has a paper there every second year, right? And it's phenomenally well known internationally, definitely nationally. And so his work on badminton, they went and took broadcast badminton, a lot of broadcast videos available on the internet. So they took broadcast video and built this model to recognize, after the game, it will give a kind of the analysis that maybe a coach would give the player. If the coach had observed the game for an hour, right? At the end of it, if the coach were to go and talk to the player, saying like, you know what, your footwork was very weak today, you were like on the lines, you were kind of bad, you missed a lot of points on the net, they would say things like this, right? What, your backstroke was weak, your front stroke was good, right? Whatever, things like that. The system will generate that kind of insights, which is fantastic work. So that's the first product we took. We said, let's build it. Now, what we realized through that and few others we did at the same time, right? Research, the objective of research is knowledge creation, right? While they have a broad idea, they don't go randomly and do anything. Most professors have an idea, but imagine they went in this particular area, right? Badminton. If you hit an issue with not finding the right videos, you can reframe the problem. I can reframe the problem because knowledge creation, even if I reframe the problem, I'm still going to create knowledge. I'm still going to get my papers and publications and conferences and such. Now, real world you can't. So we took this and we said, we'll work with academies. And we said, we'll work with one camera. You can't go have broadcast cameras like in multiple 8 cameras, so we can't assume that. We said it should be one camera. Right there it came undone. The moment we said one camera, there were all kinds of assumptions built into the work that was done until then, because it was broadcast, something as simple as a camera angle change, side change is seen as a point. Because it happens, broadcast, they don't randomly keep changing cameras. They'll show from one side, and then when the point change happens, they'll show from the other side. And that's how all broadcast works in court games, like badminton. They'd use that to recognize that a point was won. Now, we can't, in single camera, you don't have that. Now, so just taking your real world you can't reframe the real world. If I'm building badminton, such a solution for the academies, I can't reframe how academies work. I can't go and tell Gopin's academy saying like, look, you know what, we have this problem, you have to have the players play this way, not this way. You can't. I mean, they do what they do. Technology has to fit in. Now, so to understand the real world is a creative process again. It's not always like saying like somebody comes and says, this is my requirement, build it for me. We have another technology which is kind of getting a lot of interest, but they're struggling to find the right sweet spot, right? Both products came around the same time. We started working in 18, 19, and then they incorporated in 20. So both the startups are around 3 years old. The other one comes from the document AI. We're a very strong language technology group. So language technology, computer vision, and robotics, 3 areas we're very, very strong, among the best in the country, and robotics also among the best in Asia for research output. Now, language technology, I mean, today there's so much of noise on ChatGPT and such. The LLM work has been happening here for the last 6, 7 years. So out of one professor's work, this solution came out, which is like you can ask a question, and it will find information from large documents, right? You have any number of documents, it will find information from large documents. Now, this is like they say in the product world, like they say in the product world, you have a hammer and you have to find the nail to bang. Now, this is a hammer, it's a tool, right? A hammer doesn't do anything. Unless I find the right nail, I can't just go keep banging everything. I have to find the right nail, right? They say like the silver nail or the golden nail. You have to find the right nail to bang. So this is a tool now. Now, they're trying to find. Now, building the tool is pure technology work. Look, a little bit more than technology. You still package it. There's engineering involved, there's packaging involved, there's usage. There's some of that involved. It's a little bit of engineering, more than engineering. There's technology, there's some engineering, and there's some product packaging. Now, identifying what this can solve, right? A question answering system, what real world problem it can solve. There are very, very wide possibilities. It can become a virtual tutor, like in the education world. It can become State Bank is the first customer. They're using it for their SOPs, right? The 250,000 employees. They have a SOP. They have like some 20,000 one-page FAQs today, and they do that because they can't find information from their 300 SOPs, very large documents. So now they're putting this QA system there, so they can ask any question on policy, process, and such. It will find the information from those documents. Now, it could be for SOPs. It could be for customer support. Now, they tried customer support. The problem with customer support was, if I just find the information from an existing knowledge base, that's not answering the question. It has information to answer the question, right? To answer the question, you need to go into generative AI. The moment you go into generative, which they can do very easily, because if they can find 3 pieces of information that is relevant, they can quickly kind of massage it and create a nice paragraph out of it. When they do that, like which is the problem with Gen AI, right, today, ChatGPT, you get incorrect information, you get new information. And customer support, you can't give new information. You can't go and tell like my thing said, like there is some 4 balls here as switches, you roll the 4 balls and the mic will come on. Well, there's actually a simple red button here. Now that's the kind of, it generates information which is not kind of real. Now, they're figuring out, they're in the market very actively for the last 1.5 years. They're getting some customers, they're still trying to figure out, now that's a creative thinking process you have to observe, right? Sometimes you get lucky where some customer will come and tell you, like, do this for me. Right? State Bank came and told, do this for me. So they got excited. State Bank asked, so every bank should want. They've talked to every single bank. They say, often they say, no, our SOPs are not that big. State Bank is large. Our SOPs are much smaller. Or they say, like, yeah, it is there, but not such a bad problem. We won't pay for it, at least, right? Now, so when somebody comes and asks, that may not be, so it's a creative process where you have to observe and connect. So that is the creating technology products for the future, right? Technology is only a starting point. The observations and connecting the dots is a much, much larger problem. If we don't do that, we can't create products for the future. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Have a second panel discussion, the topic being mastering product skills in Gen AI era. I invite Haripriya Shivram Krishnan, who's the moderator for this session. Haripriya, welcome. She currently is serving as a vice president at State Street Global Advisors. Prior to her role at State Street, Haripriya held key positions in prominent organizations including Citi, JP Morgan Chase and Company. Extensive experience also includes roles at Sun Microsystems, TCS, ABN AMRO Bank, NV, where she honed her skills in areas such as trade, operations, GIS analysis, and quality leadership. With her wealth of experience and expertise in the banking and business strategy domains, we welcome Haripriya to the dais and moderate the session. Our other panelists are Trinath Reddy. We are delighted to have you with us. Trinath Reddy, a dynamic, multi-skilled individual and head of technology at KK HR. Having spent almost a decade at KK and companies like Technovent, he played a pivotal role in shaping the company's technological landscape. Our second panelist is Ashish Mittal. Ashish, I know you personally as well. It's wonderful to have you here. He works with Srinidhi group of institutions. He's heading the HR department. He works as a chief HR officer. Ashish is a renowned figure in the HR industry, having earned recognition as one of Asia's 100 power leaders in HR and securing a spot in the prestigious Forbes India top 50 leaders. I think we need to give him a good applause. Also served as a general manager, head HR and deputy general manager in companies like Pearson, Infosys, BPN, Manipal International University. He has also held key position in Akshaya Patra Foundation and the Heritage Foundation. Next panelist is Professor Raghu Reddy. He's an accomplished professional, currently serving as the Associate Professor and Head of Software Engineering Research Center at IITH. With a tenure spanning 12 years at IIITH, Raghu has held pivotal roles, including Program Head for MTech in Product Design and Management Programs, Director and for PG Certificate in Software Engineering for Data Science, as well as previous positions at prestigious institutions like Rochester Institute of Technology and Colorado State University. With his extensive background and continuous contributions to the field of software engineering, We welcome you, Raghu. Our next panelist is Sai Satish Vedam, a versatile and accompanied product leader. He is a chief product officer and co-founder at the Institute of Product Leadership, where he plays a pivotal role in shaping product leadership and education. Sai Satish's expansive career travels around, includes a remarkable stint at Oracle. I wouldn't like to call a stint, a huge tenure, where he has held roles such as Principal Product Manager, Director of Product Management, and Senior Director of Product Management, along with contribution to Sun Microsystems. Welcome to all of you, and Haripriya, I hand it over to you.
So broadly, we'll cover impact of Gen AI on the product skills, the role that HR will bring in, the product management, plus the continuous learning in Gen AI era. We'll touch a little on Indian market and specifically to organization, and last, how we build future product leaders. So with no further ado, I'll get started. Probably Professor Sai, I'll get started with you. You bring in a rich experience in product management, and your passion towards products is very, very inspiring. If I may ask, with generative AI integrating with product lifecycle, how do you think the traditional skills will have to diversify to, kind of blend into the new one?
So allow me for 30 seconds
Sure.
to just understand our audience.
Perfect.
Like a good product manager, you should really understand whose needs are you addressing and how you're going to do that. So a really quick question. How many of you here are in product management roles with more than 10 plus years experience, or more than 10 years? Or at least you think you're in a product manager role? Now, I'll tell you why I'm asking that. Because we have very creative titles in India, isn't it? For product managers especially. You could be a requirement scientist for all you know. This is an emerging title in many companies that I see, right? So, good. So about 30% of you are in product roles with at least 10 plus years experience. The remaining ones either are aspiring to get into that role or you are curious about that. That's my assumption, right? Aspiring to and do that. Okay, so now before I jump into and answer that generative AI thing specifically, let me here is the perspectives that I will bring in. There are 3 points of view that I will bring in, right? The first one is for all the programs that this IPL, not the other IPL, Institute of Product Leadership, works with lots of industry practitioners and leaders who are building products in various companies, building companies, right? And continuously we work with them. And one question we ask them regularly: what is changing in the landscape that you think we should bring about to help people get better at? This is a continuous question that I ask. That's a first perspective. The second one is the hiring manager's perspective. Because almost about 8 to 9 companies every month come to hire at IPL, and all of them are looking at different skills, and are they changing? So how important is generative AI? Are they looking for any of those skills right now while hiring? And the third one, my own journey, my own perspectives as a product coach, as an executive coach, who I work with hundreds of people in helping them transition into those careers. Now, fourth, I did not do deliberately. I have not consulted ChatGPT. Right? So these are the 3 points of views that I will try to bring in so that you know where they are coming from, right? Now, I'd like to jump in and talk about, before generative AI, what are the core product skills? And there are lots of competencies in that, right? And just to level set everybody's understanding, at least for the purpose of this discussion, I want to frame what product management is. As I said, there is lots and lots of definitions, lots of misunderstanding in the industry. I spent 25 years working as an engineer, 14 years as a product manager and product leader, and I work with hundreds of companies which are trying to hire, right? So when I say product management, I'm referring to role, not a title. And so what is that role? That role is very simple, very difficult to achieve, but very simple. It's an art and science of identifying the market needs and driving the team towards creating compelling, profitable, and competitive products. Now, there are a few key words here. The art and science. Second one is driving the team. Now, if you're a product owner, You might be thinking you own the product. And a lot of you may have heard of this cliché that product manager is the CEO of the product. Right? You are driving the team towards creating compelling, competitive, and profitable products. That's it. That is essentially product management. Now, in that context, what are the core skills? Market analysis, which has many competencies. I won't go into that unless you have questions, right? And because we want to see how generative AI now impacts or influence all these things. Strategic planning, product planning, go-to-market, and sales enablement. The go-to-market and sales enablement part comes at a product leadership level where you interlock with product marketing and do that. But the first three, market analysis, strategic planning, and product planning in the context of products are super important. So now let's bring in this new beast.
The Gen AI.
About, right? The generative AI. Now, I'm sure everybody has heard, and that's why you're all here. And I believe we are at a tipping point of the hype curve right now. Right? You guys know the hype curve, right? The next one is trough of disillusionment. I hope it doesn't fall into that, because lots, and I've seen in my own career 7 such disruptive things come. Some of them stuck around, some of them just went away. But this is truly disruptive. There's no doubt about it. Right? I hope you guys can hear me, right? Yeah. Now, if you look at every such skill that I talked about, there are 2 ways to think how you as a product manager can leverage this generative AI part. When I say generative AI, I'm not just talking about the large language models of text, but also image, audio, video, all kinds of content. Right? Now, you put this into 2 categories. One, you as an individual product manager working towards improving your efficiencies and speed up your creative process. Today, that's where the most use is. The second part typically is generative AI in the enterprise, which means companies trying to leverage that to build products to compelling experiences. Now that has a long way to go, and I have my reasons, and I'll come to that later, right? But every aspect, including market analysis, which basically involves customer insighting, validation, competitive analysis, right? Strategic planning includes product strategy, portfolio analysis, and these things, right? And the third one, product planning, which a lot of product managers in India are currently in, which is requirements management, requirements definition, user stories, prioritization, roadmaps, and design. This is a subset of the overall product management skills, right? Would you agree? The most of the PMs in India especially are in that product planning stage. Now, every step, every competency can be, 10x, 50x improved in terms of productivity and efficiency with Gen AI. I can give several, I'm sure panel has lots of examples to do that. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Raghu, maybe I'll shift gears to understand. I know you're leading the product management and design at IT and has also been leading the data science and software work streams here. So if you have to pinpoint on the specific skill set or competency that you would require from the traditional, whatever we have seen, I think Professor Sai touched a bit, if you can throw some light with your experience.
Thank you, Haripriya. So I guess, so we are in the zillionth Gen AI panel, and I'm sure out there in Mars, there's one more probably going on in terms of Gen AI panels. That's how it's become, right? So every other street you turn to in an IT city, you will probably find a Gen AI panel. Fortunate or unfortunate, I'll leave it up to you guys, right? I know he touched upon a lot, and I'm sure from a product management perspective, right? So broadly, if you look at a product, I would want to at least divide it from an engineering lifecycle perspective and a management lifecycle perspective. And a lot of talk goes on from a management lifecycle perspective, right? We also, as product managers, need to look at the engineering lifecycle perspective. And to me, there's a lot that will probably happen from an engineering lifecycle perspective, because unless you drill down to actually being able to identify what's the specific support, right, that's available. And when I say support, it's not just in your team, it's the ecosystem. What support does the ecosystem provide you? If you don't have it, your product is bound to fail. no matter how complex your algorithm is, or how exaggerant or fantastic your actual management life cycle is. It does not matter, right? Ultimately, you have to have the supporting ecosystem, and that requires a lot of tool support, right? So to me, a lot of skill set, at least from an engineering life cycle perspective, needs to go into building these tools and managing these tools, right? Don't look at it as a large product, right? Small products, whatever that might be, that's going to support. Because you have a life cycle where you're looking at a traditional engineering life cycle going from requirements all the way to maintenance, right? And of course, at some point, end of life. And everywhere at this point, you'll have to look at what's the skill set needed to develop these tools and manage these tools. That, to me, is more important. Whether it be, let's say, I'm building a tool set for math, right? What's the mathematical knowledge that I need to build this tool set and use Gen AI to generate maybe a step-by-step solution for a particular math problem, right? Whether it's a SciMath or a Wolfram Alpha type tool, for example. Or maybe you're developing a product, I need to create design prototypes, right? What's the specific tool set that's needed? Because it's not just plug and play. You're typically looking at tailoring a particular solution, because it's not as if you're going to use ChatGPT as it is. It's not as if you're going to use Llama 2 as it is, right? Your large brain, which are the large LLMs, have to be transferred into a small brain. That's the skill set that's needed. How do I transfer them and apply it in the context of your particular solution? Generics, yeah, well and good, that ChatGPT can provide, right? But as managers, how do we bring that value? The additional add-on values is that transfer of knowledge to your problem, your product, your organization.
Absolutely, and in the tea break, he also touched upon how engineering is one of the key streams, and it was good to know the statistics, 68% research still happening on computer. Thanks for that. I'll move into understanding the HR role. Mr. Ashish, your experience in HR spans across corporates, NGOs, which is very interesting, and also academia. And you stress a lot upon work-life balance too, so it's interesting. Could you share insights on how HR practices and talent acquisition strategies have adapted in response to the changing technologies?
Sure, thank you so much. So I'm going to start actually, I would say I would like to, with the Gen AI, I would like to focus on 3 key areas. Okay, we're looking because as the HR leaders, we are bombarded day and night. Every day is a different day for HR leaders. You can ask anybody, and nobody knows where we are going to be for the next 15 minutes. So 3 main areas where you're looking is, first is improved efficiency. Okay, so point over here is, since there's a lot of data and we want quick analysis, and so we want generative AI to help HR leaders to take better informed decisions. Okay, and so with this context, I would like to share one particular incident which just happened on 5th September, 3 days back. I'm just linking that. It just struck me just a few seconds back, and I thought this is the best place. 5th September, I kind of reached home around 6 p.m. I was completely exhausted. Last 3 days were kind of a roller coaster ride. And I was about to hit the sack. And just when I got a call from one of the senior academicians, I do not know why he called me, probably, yes, he knows me pretty well. He said, Ashish, I have decided that I want to commit suicide in the next 15 minutes. Of all the blues, I received this call. I was zapped. And I said, yes, this person definitely needs my help. And I said, just give me 20 seconds. I just had 20 seconds to take a decision. I had not done any physical fitness for the last 3 days. So I said, let me carry my power bank, let me carry my Bluetooth set. And I decided, and I connected with him, had a non-stop conversation for 4 hours non-stop. Understood his entire problems, what he or she was going through, gave a resolution, and after 4 hours, he was completely decided normal. And the challenge didn't end over here. I had 2 more employees, major escalations. They wanted my time. I said, Ashish, anyways, I'm walking, so let me just continue my walk. So the question which rang to my mind, today was, as we have so many PMs, project managers sitting in this room, can we do something that, what if I had a board review presentation next day? And if I didn't have time, because you don't know. So can there some tools be developed which can actually help, we call it early warning indicators, wherein a person is not well, mental wellness, so that the right help is provided to the right individual at the right time. We're talking about Industry 5.0, which talks about technology taking care of human beings, right? So is there some kind of tool? Secondly, as HR leaders, we want all the routine works, redundant transactional works to be taken over by GenAI so that we can actually focus on strategic areas. We can understand interacting with the employees, trying to understand their pain points, and trying to see that we can give our best. So this is one of the key things, and yes, so I would say a lot of expectations are there in terms of from GenAI and from an HR perspective. We are looking how to make the life of HR leaders work at a very strategic level, removing all the transactional jobs out.
Thank you, Mr. Ashish. Mr. Trunath, I know Keka urges us to reimagine HR, right? So, we always talk about Workday, so I was just trying to understand how is Keka bringing a change. So, in your experience with HR technology, what innovative tools and solutions could help HR professionals in assessing the right candidates?
So, at Keka, we have kept employee experience in the forefront. In fact, we go by for the love of employee experience. Let me take a simple journey of an employee where it starts, right from employee persona and from hiring manager persona that we touched, and the well-being of an employee. So in most of the cases, the tools, the technology where it can enable for a hiring manager when he gets to screen hundreds of resumes, be it 500, 600, because of the volume of resumes or the candidates, inflow of the candidates that they are getting, they typically go with algorithmic sorting kind of thing where they add some blind rules key, 4+ years of experience, or we should have so and so XYZ skill set. Rather, in this era, you can avoid or you can overcome those kind of bias, trying to understand the skills, the responsibilities that you need for a particular role, and mapping with the candidate resume. You can analyze with the tools that we have today. You can analyze and summarize the experiences that he come from, rather doing blind check with skills and the keywords that are there in the resumes. Coming to the employee well-being, if we touch the next aspect of it, which is the primary essence or function of the HR, there are many micro interactions that you get signs of an employee. If they are applying for a leave, how was their day? If they are just applying for a leave, we can simply check the pulse of an employee, a kind of a thing where you just rate. They're still, I'm happy, I'm not happy, it's not a right day for me, it's not a great day. With these indications, over time, it will be able to tell you the pulse of an employee, how they are feeling in an organization, overall, what's the happiness indicator in the organization, which will greatly help the HR personals to gauge the mood in the organization or the teams. Or if you further drill down, you get to know which teams are having more sort of issues, or which teams are not feeling great at work, and how you can connect or align with your organization goal. So these are few factors where technology can enable and bridge the gap between the HR personals and the employees.
Very interesting. I think a lot of personalization, we try and do that as well to get into candidates. Before we switch gears to understanding about the continuous learning, let me pause to see if any questions from audience. We can take one question from audience. Please go ahead. Why don't you call out your name and then ask your question?
Thank you. So one thing that has been coming out to the fore is sifting through resumes and helping hiring managers take those right calls. So whenever you're using GenAI, there can be two aspects to it. One, you are using it as a mere language model trying to understand the keywords. And the other is an outcome-based GenAI where you are actually understanding what led to successful outcomes. So when you're sifting through resumes, there could be numerous biases of hiring managers which might impact outcomes. So, like for example, there could be very well a case where certain kind of people from a certain colleges or... All right. So my question is, how will you manage these biases if you're using GenAI to sift through resumes?
Mr. Trunath, you want to give a try?
So with GenAI, particularly with GenAI, if hiring managers are going through the profile, see, one thing is for sure, GenAI is not going to replace the human factor of hiring manager and his decision-making skills. It's just going to be an assistant for him, or kind of AI assistant or a co-pilot, which is working with the hiring managers and giving indicators which profiles are a good match for the given role. And in fact, GenAI can in fact even hide the details like demographics of a candidate or gender of a candidate, where you can configure in the products, which will reduce the biasing factor to a great extent. It's more of matching the responsibilities that you need for a particular job and the experience that the candidate carry.
Thank
Just to
you.
add on
Yeah,
just one
sure.
context to it. In HR, we have something called as blind hiring. Okay, so we do the blind hiring for a few roles alone. So of course, it's debatable, but we hide all the demographics, everything, so that we can just focus on the skill set alone and not anything else. So there we kind of help to reduce all the various biases.
I want to give a simple answer. I don't think anything changes because of GenAI. Okay. The problem of fairness and bias has existed since 1980s, right? GenAI, just because the buzzword came in, nothing has changed. So you would still want fairness, you would still want bias to be eliminated. And what's the background, what's the data set that's needed, what's the balancing that's needed from your entire data sources, that still applies.
Thank you. We'll try and understand right now about a little on continuous learning. Professor Sai, you have played the role of product management, a coach, been a co-founder as well, I think, and been in academia. So you bring in all together, right? So in this evolving Gen AI landscape, how crucial is continuous learning, and what is your suggestion for individual learning as well?
Well, I think there's no debate about continuous learning, irrespective of generative AI,
yeah.
right? But here is a slight difference that I'm at least viewing it as. I believe that we are kind of at a tipping point of what was called as a knowledge era for a long time, which means the intent of accumulating knowledge through a learning continuous habit. It's a habit, right? Some people have developed that habit because I want to accumulate knowledge. I don't know when it'll come to use, whenever it comes to use, and I have a phrase for this, it's called inventory of skills. Right? So a lot of people have that, and it served well for a while. I believe now, because a lot of things are very dynamic and complex, we are shifting to what I call as a single loop and double loop based learning. Let me explain that single loop and double loop. Single loop is very simple. An event has happened, and you have observed the result. Now you need to analyze that and figure out why it has happened and come up with a solution for it, which is what most of us do, right? But we are doing these things repeatedly, continuously, and at a rapid pace now. And what that means is there is no time for deep learning, pun intended, right? There is really no time for spending enough time to learn. So we have to learn things very efficiently, rapidly, and move on, right? Yeah. So that's now double loop learning is after you analyze and make a decision, it's important to take a pause and say, can this be applicable in any other situation? Now that is something that I believe we all have to ask, right? And this is where I strongly believe it's not just about Gen AI. Gen AI is going to accelerate this. Is interdisciplinary learning is going to become critical. Because things that have happened in your world are going to be applicable and can be made applicable in other, which has always been there. It's going to become more urgent. So if you are the person who are able to connect these dots together across disciplines, right? You may come from engineering. I come from engineering. I was part of the team that built Java, right? And that experience, don't leave it there. Now, are you able to connect with some other, chaotic scenario in business? And to me and so I'll summarize in two parts, right? There is something called extraction and there is something called transfer in learning. Extraction is what I just talked about. What will you draw from it? And so that not with the intent of solving that particular thing, but able to apply it in different contexts. Now, transfer is super critical because transfer includes linking, as we said, connected. And I strongly encourage and urge many of you to start teaching. Teaching is the best way of learning anything, right? In whatever way that you can. If you develop this habit of teaching, then the moment you read something, the moment you experiment something, and you go and talk about it, you go and tell 10 other people, that sticks in your mind.
Thank you. And I'll bring it to our organization, like State Street, wherein everybody wants to be in part of Gen AI, right? That's the latest one. So you're, like you said, the interdisciplinary skills, that's really going to move people, mobilize people internally. I think that's going to be a great support as well. Mr. Ashish, you have penned a very good article on power of employee experience. Why don't you talk about, as HR professional, what strategies and resources do you believe are efficient in continuous learning?
So I would actually just like to walk 2 steps back and say,
sure.
in terms of skills, because today's skill itself become like a commodity, just like a product has a product life cycle. We know that what skills we have today, high possibility it'll be redundant, outdated in the next 2 years. Unlike the olden times, like you just learn something and you're going to retire with that skills. So I think today one of the areas which as HR leaders where we are trying to focus is more on personalized learning, because it's not one shoe fits all. Everybody in the education space, we talk about bite-sized learning, micro-sized learning, right? So because employees want to learn at their own pace, right? They want to probably learn at night 12 or morning 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., whatever. They need to have the right tools, right infrastructure, right facilities, right opportunities for them. So as HR leaders, we try to ensure that we provide this best personalized learning, because this personalized learning will help us to get a lot of data, which particular concept a particular employee has understood or not understood. So with this, we are able to understand and provide the right kind of training inputs and training programs for employees at an org level. So this is what I want.
Yeah, perfect. And I think that will lead to what Mr. Trinidad touched on, happiness index probably. So that's good. Professor Raghu, I'm sure you have addressed a lot many Gen AI kind of discussions, but can you share some insights and strategies that would be more efficient for an Indian market? If you can touch a little about that.
Okay. Now that's an interesting question, especially because a lot of us obviously always talk about what's happening in US, what's happening in Europe, right? And just curious again, going back to what you started out with, how many of you actually have even looked at LLMs from India? Any LLM from India? Have you even heard about it?
Yoga GPT, Gita GPT, no? Okay.
Huh? It's now 9.5 months since OpenAI released its first version, right? And I'm surprised we haven't heard, right? That in itself should give us an answer why we need to work with an India-specific context, right? Especially with huge governmental support in terms of language. Projects like Bhashini, which do machine translation from multiple languages, right? So you start looking at it, you want to build data sets which are India-specific, whatever be the case. Forget about LLMs. Start off by looking at data sets that are India-specific. Data sets for Indian driving conditions. And look at it, we are talking about autonomous driving cars, ADAS level 1, and then I proudly come back and say, oh, mine is level 2. And then we really don't understand what is level 2 in an Indian context. Right? What does it really mean to have ADAS level 2 in an Indian context? No, it's really different from level 1 in US versus level 4 in US versus here, right? So I would probably say that we need to start looking at building data sets as the first step from an Indian context. That will give us a lot more problems that are India-specific, not just language, education, right? How do you educate? We talk about personalization. All these models, all these training sets are from somewhere. Can I now use that on some random person who's there in Chhattisgarh? It has to be contextual, right? We talk about prompt engineering. That's the latest. Designation, isn't it? Prompt engineer. I want to be a prompt engineer. Your prompt engineer, unfortunately, is based on US data. So start thinking about it, and this is a genuine request to all the managers out here who are building products, right? Please look at creating India-specific models.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think tying it back to what Professor Ramesh spoke in the morning as well. Indians, instead of Bay Area, Indians for Indian market, right? That's something that he touched upon. Very interesting. Thank you.
I don't know, let me ask you and the audience here. In March, in one of the big forums of MIT, Ashwini Kumar gave a hint when the interviewer asked him, so when is India going to have its Chat GPT moment? Did anybody watch that? Or maybe I'm the only obscure guy who's watching this stuff. So he actually asked this very specific question. So when is India going to have its Chat GPT moment? And you know what he said? Just wait for 2 more weeks and you will be surprised. Hold on, that happened in March. And I was equally excited as you. I'm still excited, I don't know what about. Right? I'm sure there is a lot of stuff going on, but I think, everybody, especially in public domain, open source projects, these are the ones that need to contribute to, essentially, just to summarize Raghu's thing, number one, when we talk about LLMs, we are talking about 4 things: data, language, and context, 3 things. That's all. But we have to build these 3 things, and it's not an easy job. I know engineering head, a CTO of a company called Reverie Technologies, who's actually an alumni of IPL, but this guy runs an engineering team who's doing a real-time translation of Indian language websites. Real-time, through mobile apps and everything. Right? So some interesting work, but to your point, I think the responsibility is in all of us. There's nothing else.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll do one last question to this panel. Trinath, maybe I'll start with you. What are the key insights you share regarding the role of bridging academia, bringing and building future product leaders? Where do you think we should, what we should do to be future ready, I would say?
So I'll start with open source contributions. That's something that is going to help students and particularly academia to understand what's happening in the space. There are many interesting projects, and if we talk about, if we speak about, we have Swechha, which does a lot of events around. A couple of you might have heard about it as well, where they have been doing sessions on different technologies and primarily focused on the open source technologies, where gathering industry experts, students, and then encouraging them for the contributions. The recent projects, like they've been working on one of the transport module to help understand the timings of metro or timings of public transport, where they're building an app particularly for different metro cities. So contributing for these open source projects is going to greatly help bridge the gap between the needs of the industry and the academia as well.
Perfect. Mr. Ashish, your thoughts on how do we, bridge the gap between, academia and the industry, if I may say?
See, one of the biggest aspects is, today we churn out a lot of students, IITs, IIMs, or various universities. But how well are they kind of having an industry exposure? Because gone are the days of bookish knowledge, right? And we have ChatGPT and various tools. So I think the best way to bridge the gap is to give them real-time projects, and also have a lot of academicians to work in the industry, so that they are able to go and translate and add value to the students, so that the students understand the concepts and also how to apply these concepts on a day-to-day basis. So once these two are kind of mixed, that will really help the students.
No, absolutely. I'll echo that. I'm also pursuing my executive MBA product leadership, and the product labs. That is one of the interesting things, wherein we learn experiential learning, a lot of learning. While in theory you can learn, and Professor Raghu, we just touched a little about that. So why don't you give your insights there?
Okay, I guess as an academic I should have a better answer, right?
Absolutely.
So I'll first of all start by saying I don't think we should look at ChatGPT as a competitor. Okay, see, unfortunately what happens is, as academics, we are always afraid of change, right? So when things come along, technology comes in, we tend to fight it rather than embrace it, right? And to us, at least from IIIT's perspective, I can say, I think we encourage people to use ChatGPT. You want to write a programming assignment, it's not about finding the solution. Okay? In fact, a lot of instructors I know, for example, if you create a programming assignment, they would start off with ChatGPT and create the programming assignment, and then tweak it, because ChatGPT can't act on it anymore. Now, it's about understanding the program and the nuances of the program rather than just trying to build a program, right? That's where you start kind of thinking about the mind and what sort of changes should somebody, learn as part of programming, for example, right? going back to the whole real life experience, for example. So we have been running, at least I personally have been running a course which is taught to the sophomore students, second year undergrad engineering students. It's called Software Systems Analysis and Design, right? And the course fundamentally requires a 3.5 month, 4 month project that they have to do. And these projects have real clients. And when I say real clients, these are, you know, projects that are actually elicited by industry people, including startups. They will propose a project, we scope it down in the context of what you can do in 4 months, and the student is expected to deliver, including deploy their particular piece of prototype as part of that project, right? Wow. And so this is built into their second year curriculum itself. So as a result, we don't think there is that much problem. They don't get scared of anything hands-on, right? So devil is in the details. You know, you basically ensure your hand in addition to your brain also works.
Absolutely. And Professor Sai, you keep encouraging to use ChatGPT. He would say, use whatever, but show me what prompt you use, right? So you may want to conclude on this topic.
Yeah, no. I kind of straddle both worlds, and which is unfortunate in certain ways. But I think let's take two parties here. One, we said the academic institutions.
Right.
The other one is all our companies, industry where we work in. On the first part, I think I'm seeing changes, and I believe it's going to happen a lot more. Is number one, weaving this generative AI usage into every assessment, every project, and basically say, go use it, right? And I'll give you a simple example. I teach product strategy in the executive MBA program, and for a couple of years, one of the basic assessment was take a company, pick your favorite company, and do a strategic analysis of that company, right? So the strategic analysis has several elements: internal, external, political, economical, business related, all kinds of things. If you have to really do it well, it would take you 3 weeks. And today, you can do a strategic analysis reasonably well with hallucinations. Now, if you don't know the word hallucinations, it's okay, you're spared, right? You can do that strategic analysis in 3 minutes. But you have to iterate and iterate to get to that right thing to ask, right question to ask to get that strategic analysis. But what I'm saying is, don't ask students to, or don't evaluate students on the output. Evaluate students on the critical thinking, right? Which means, how did you get this, and why did you consider not? And several institutes that I'm seeing are changing that part. So that's on the participants, students part. Students doesn't mean just college students, right? Anybody who's learning.
Yeah.
And on the other side, which is an industry, I believe institutes like IIIT are doing enormous amount of research.
Yeah.
And we as industry need to partner with to commercialize, to productize those research, right? If that is not happening, we will be for a long time, we have been solving customer problems of some other country. Of course, we've been doing that now for the last 7 or 8 years. We've been focusing on our own needs and our own problems, which is good. But there's a lot of incredible amount of research that is happening in institutes like this. And so to me, bringing that and formalizing that structure is the only way to do it.
Thank you. Very, very interesting discussion. We'll ask two questions from the panel.
Yeah, we can
audience.
take 2 questions quickly, and short questions, please.
Should we take the middle one?
One from the lady and one from the Thank you. My question is more around application of AI in the real life products. So what are the risks, privacy issues, ethical implications and compliance, legal compliance, challenges that you have seen with the real life, applying Gen AI in the real life products?
I think more towards data privacy. How do we manage that in this, Professor Sai, you want to take this?
So quickly, I think there are 2 aspects to it again. One is there is a lot of reluctance. And by the way, I said one of the perspectives I speak to lots of these product leaders who are leading product initiatives and how you're bringing that. Something came out very interesting. 39% of the companies, at least among 20 odd companies that I talked to, basically said they have no intent of doing anything with Gen AI in this year, which is fascinating. Whereas 37% of them said that we are actually starting to create some experiments. Now, why is this, while the whole world is talking about all of these things, the organizations are taking a very cautious approach, not because the technology is not mature or anything. It's because of simple reasons. Number one, lack of domain-specific models is number one thing.
Absolutely.
Right? You know, we have generic LLMs, large foundational models that were built on public data, who knows what it is. But your business, for example, State Street, is a financial services company. You have your own ontologies, you have your own context and data. So domain-specific models are being built. So that is going to take some time. Now there are different approaches different companies are taking to that. The second part is this access control, right, privacy, data security, right? You cannot just open up these large language, public large language models to everyone in the company. How many companies have banned this inside your company network? Right? This is because you can upload any kind of data, nobody knows. There is a clear violation of access controls there. So companies are trying to figure out how do we do this. Now there are a few companies who have isolated containers where they are doing these experiments. There are companies that are doing enterprise versions of this ChatGPT, which is horrible, by the way. It's very expensive and all
Very
of that,
yeah, the
right?
cost, yeah.
So a lot of things. Now, the other side of your question, which is from a customer experience standpoint, there is, as Professor Raghu said, there is going to be an inevitable and there is already inevitable bias. Bias is something that can only be done if your data on which you have trained the models is bias-free, which is incredibly hard, but you have to make those. You have to fine-tune those foundational models. Otherwise, it will impact the end users in any way. But in other cases, personalization is superb. Now, data privacy, you know, I worked for a company whose CEO said 25 years ago, there is no privacy, get over it. I will stick by it.
All right, we'll take one last question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So my question is on the other side, like we know the advantages we have been speaking about, but if we take a look on the other side, like we know like on the past election, in US elections, there was some bots which were on the Twitter, which were tweeting and all. So how do we see that in Indian elections as well, or we have the general elections coming?
Oh, it's happening.
So
Professor Raghu, yeah.
Yeah, I like that question. See, I think if you want a managerial perspective, you do a SWOT analysis, right? But if you really start thinking about it, as recently as I think 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, there was a major report that came out about the problems with AI, right? And that applies to Gen AI as well, whether it is ethics, fairness, bias, whatever are these characteristic qualities that you typically associate with any system will probably exist with AI-based system, right? So how do you handle it? That's where the real question is, whether it is prompt injections or whether it is hallucinations or any of these new issues. Of course, the verbiage changes, right? But ultimately, what do you want? You want factuality, right? The new words keep popping up. Eventually, think about it. You want a system to be correct. True? It's not because of AI. Whatever be the system, you want the system to be correct. Now, can you reduce the probability of your output, wherein your output is giving facts or realistic enough that they are equivalent to facts? That's where I think research is probably going to go in, and a lot of this research is directly translated to whatever applications is being built, whether it is for politics, whether it is for Times of India or whatever, to give these election analysis, right? Ultimately, they are not building anything. It's people like us who are building things and they are using it, right? Unfortunate thing is they probably plug in data that suits them best. That's where the real problem is.
I love this because I actually have been part of a political party for a long time, card-carrying member. I have deep interest in politics because that's the only way transformative change happens, and I truly believe that. And I also work with lots of political consulting organizations to understand what they do. At least there's one company in Bangalore called Rajniti. This is a political consulting company. They are using AI beautifully. Now, how the output, what they use it for, I don't know. They won't tell you, right? We will only know after the results come out. But exactly the same tools that we are building, all of us are building, are being used for different applications, just one other application, right? If you have not watched the Cambridge Analytica documentary on Netflix, that will show you a lot of answers.
Yeah. So just one last thought. If anybody is interested in building a Play Store for LLMs, please come and talk to me.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I resonate with what you said. Teaching is the most gratifying job ever. I'll take 30 seconds to tell you an incident. When I was all of 10 years old, 6th class, my mother has always been a teacher all her life. And she said teaching is the best profession, and I mocked at her. And for the last 13 years that I've been teaching, every time I enter the class, I kick myself and tell, Mommy, you were so right.
It's also a poor profession in this country.
Very badly paid, yes. Ashish, I have a quick question for you. As with all the AI and generative AI, etc., the youngsters who are coming into the organizations, who've got lots of fire in the belly, but they have things to do quickly. So is it going to help them not do their jobs correctly?
See, I'm just saying today it poses a lot of challenge actually. See, because everybody wants probably 2 minutes Maggi noodles. So my point is, today we have a very mixed gen set working in an organization. We have baby boomers, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, millennials. So people want to do a smart work, not a hard work, right? They want to smart work, just finish it off and present it at the earliest. So definitely it is going to put a bit of challenge in terms of how we are going to assess their quality of work, because it's not just a tick mark. And second thing, just slightly digressing, I would also say one of the biggest key challenges is from a talent acquisition perspective. Today, for one job we advertise, trust me, there are more than 1,000 applications. Few months back, I was very happy with my team. Oh wow, what a well-constructed CV. Right choice of words. 4 months back, I saw 90% of the CVs had the same language, ChatGPT. Same thing applies sick leaves today, right? I mean, your exit interviews, your resignation mails. It's all ChatGPT stuff coming. It's like so sick to even to read those mails because there's nothing personally involved in it. So I'm actually questioning myself, as so many product managers, we should really try to see something, how it really helps HR, talent acquisition team to get the right talent for the right job. That's extremely important, because with the use of AI, most of the CVs have the same buzzwords, same catchwords.
We actually had this product many years ago before AI called Bullshit Detector.
All right.
I don't know if you know this, but I'll tell you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We have Abhilash, who will do the opening notes. Abhilash is a seasoned product management professional with over 18 plus years of experience, worked in startup to MNCs over these years. He's a patent holder and passionate about solving people's problems and creating great product and product communities for people. Abhilash, we welcome you.
One of the product management professional with ADP. I'm also the co-chair of this event. We gathered here today for discussing, there's a lot of talk about AI and we wanted to talk about how AI impacts the product management professionals. So that's what this conference, why we started off here. I will brief about what is this Product Leaders Forum. Product Leaders Forum is a non-profit, volunteer-driven organization where we have thought leaders coming together from different areas, whether you are a developer or a product professional or an architect or any streams of your careers. We come together and become the melting pot of ideas. So we bring up something out of it, get together and grow as a group and as a community. So we become global leaders for global companies. Now, it's our responsibility here, while we have ecosystem like ADP and T-Hub and our ministers who are supporting us in every way to get as many opportunities as they can for us, and it's equally our responsibility to make sure that we up our skills, up our levels, so we deliver greater products, greater value to the world, right? So Product Leaders Forum, the sole purpose is to cultivate this environment and where product professionals come together and grow together, right? And especially today, what we gathered here is we're seeing AI is taking over, right? AI is everywhere in our pockets, in our laptops, and everywhere. And while everything around is growing, and it's our dire need, and it's our responsibility also to see that we also grow it and see how we apply AI, not just in our lives, but also in our products that we build and the services that we provide, right? So today in this event, we are going to discuss a lot more about how are these trends shaping the industry. We have a lot of guests from distinguished guests from MNCs and a greater companies that are actually taking a greater initiative in this and proving them how to apply AI. So we are going to hear from them and learn from them. On the course of this conference, the speakers are going, and the panel will engage. So please feel free to ask your questions, challenge them, so you get better to take away from this conference, right? And I would like to thank Ranjan and our partners, MSR, and Ramesh Loganathan sir for giving us IIIT. It's a greater collaboration for Product Leaders Forum and IIIT to engage, so where the academia is coming together. So there's a lot of research happening here, and it's an opportunity for all of us how we can use this research and apply. So it's a kind of a win-win for us to getting the research and also the application coming together and make greater things forward. Thank you so much for giving us this venue and partnering and motivating us. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to say let's embark on this journey, have a wonderful session today, have more and more networking. We are going to have some startups who are applying AI. So we are going to stay there and see how they are trying to see and how they are trying to solve the challenges. Keep it open, enjoy the most, have fun. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Today we have very promising startups. There are 7 startups who have been selected to present here. May I invite Shravanti, Upadrashta, and Ganeshwar Rao from Janjet Technologies.
Trying to solve a problem of enterprise knowledge base and enterprise knowledge search within an enterprise. So you all come from product managers, right? Building products again. But how frequently do you go to your development team or go to your knowledge base searching for information which was built over decades of your operations, right? Your company operations. So we make that search easier for product managers, for developers, for customer support, for marketers. Through LLMs, again, the mission is to revolutionize the enterprise software category for their own internal knowledge base and improve productivity and efficiency gains for enterprise software companies. The problem, again, as I said, it is inefficient and ineffective enterprise knowledge spread over multiple sources of information. It could be Jira, it could be documents, it could be Confluence, SharePoint, videos, training videos, etc. So, and typically the degrees of difficulty, the wait time, or the turnaround time, the delays, wasting time, just the wait time between multiple teams asking for information. So we try to minimize all of that by feeding all your data, internal knowledge base into the LLMs and making your search easier. Search for information. So whatever demos you have seen from ServiceNow, right, on the LLMs. So we enable all of that for your own knowledge base, for your own enterprise, internal use, hosted on-prem. And our commitment, again, it's through strategic partnerships is what we are growing, and we invest in research and development heavily. The part of our team is IIT researchers. I'm myself pursuing PhD here at IIT Hyderabad, and the team is pretty strong in enterprise software development and also the Gen AI LLM space. And this is the market size that we are talking about, just the enterprise knowledge search market. It's 50 billion as per knowledge sourcing intelligence. The serviceable available market right now, we are seeing ourselves in the North American, Indian, and MEA space is 1 billion, and obtainable market, just some part of it, at 250 million for ourselves. So this is the core team, as I said, and these are a couple of accolades that we have won over a period of time. Pretty recently, in last 6 months, I would say. So we are part of NASSCOM 10,000 startups, NASSCOM Tech.V program, Startup India certified, T-Hub incubated, Lab 32 program. We recently onboarded into the Lab 32 program. We are Udyam registration, MSME registered company. And we are also recently signed up as IBM Partner Plus and Microsoft Partner, just to showcase that we are a trustable entity and you can do business with us, even though we are a small startup. And this is what we want to, these are coordinates. So the revenue model is a combination of software license fee plus implementation or professional services plus the maintenance and support. I would say we are going back 20 years in terms of revenue model, leaving out the SaaS way of doing things.
And what's your thought process behind that? Do you have any active customers right now? You're in this development of the product phase. Where are you?
We are in the development of product phase. The product is being built along with the pilot customers. So we have signed up a couple of pilot customers, the product in the development stage, but tested along with them, being built along with them.
What level of development is the product? Where are you in your development cycle?
I would say 20% on the this thing.
Okay.
But the customer has signed up and we are building along with them.
And how are you funded right now?
We are right now bootstrapped.
Bootstrap.
Sorry, in between you mentioned about so much of data, knowledge search you will be doing and all those things. In ServiceNow, we have something called as CMDB, Configuration Management Database, I think, if I remember the name, full form correctly. In that, it gives a specific ID. With that ID, CI tag is what they refer it as. And it provides the complete, past 20 or 30 years of information completely. I just want to understand how it is different from your idea versus ServiceNow, which is already there. I know you might be mentioning about LLM, but I think in the previous session, they already mentioned that they are already using that LLM as things. ServiceNow being a big company versus Gen Z just starting up. I just want to understand the product much more details.
Sure.
Thank you.
So when you talk about ServiceNow as an application, whatever knowledge or information that you are getting from a specific ticket, it is just limited to the information ServiceNow has. But what we are talking about is multiple information sources you have as teams. You will have working with multiple tools like Jira, Confluence, SharePoint, your documents, your mails. How do you, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll just follow up with that. ServiceNow can be integrated with all those things what you do, because I did that in my previous organization.
We'll have to take it offline. We are running out of time. Questions from the jury, please. I am told, I'm just following rules, no questions from the audience, only from the jury, please. I'm sorry.
So, you're basing your solution on LLMs, and you're probably some algorithm you're using at the back end, OpenAI, or I don't know what you're using.
It's private LLMs pre-trained just on the private data. So we are not using OpenAI, Azure, or any of the readily available.
All right. So how do you see yourself different from somebody else who's building the similar solution, a similar Gen AI based solution?
Sure. So right now, if you look at the market, right from Google, Microsoft to a startup like me, everyone is trying to solve the same problem across the market. But what I believe is the enterprise expertise that we bring in, being part of the enterprise ecosystem, product development ecosystem, and also the execution speed that a startup has versus a bigger enterprise has is definitely going to be an advantage for us. Understanding of the problem is definitely, being part of those teams is better with us. So these are the two things that I would see as a differentiator for my company. Otherwise, technology-wise and probably the content-wise, AI or Gen LLM is all democratized. Everyone has the same information. I don't have any further extra information in that per se, but the execution speed and the understanding of the problem is where we differentiate.
So can you talk a little bit about your vision? Where do you want to take your company to in future once you have developed this product?
See, this is just one use case that I'm talking about within the product landscape, the product value chain that I'm talking about. But if you take an enterprise, right, there are multiple departments which have similar problems. It could be HR department, again, as the ServiceNow demo you have seen, right? So it is catering to multiple things. It could be HR, it could be customer support, it could be finance domain, the corporate legal contracts. How do you manage those contracts?
Sure. My question is, what is your vision? What are you looking at?
For me, I want to be there in every place of an enterprise, every department of an enterprise. Okay. My solution has to be there. So it could be, right now it is just for the product teams, but eventually I'll have to be an enterprise LLM software.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So basically this is Rishikesh from Pushpa.ai, and we are presenting one of our product that is Vision over here. So if we talk about the Vision, that is almost we are targeting toward to automate the e-commerce workflow. If I talk about the e-commerce workflow, that is, if I talk about the pain points that we are trying out to cover. So if a person have to upload their product on the e-commerce website, they have to have a knowledge of SEO. They have to have a separate background to be removed, as well as they have to do multiple, almost have a content writer for the content description and all. So it took a very long period of time, sometimes 7 to 8 days to complete a total catalog to upload on a website. And each have their own standard. Amazon have their own standard, Myntra have their own. So based on that, it took a long time to upload and to the product over there. So we talk about, so the solution that is integrated with a single platform, that is a background remover, that is a smart tagging, visual search, and the smart recommendation. If I talk one by one through it, so image background remover, here almost you can remove the background and you can apply the background of your choice. As well as if I talk about the smart tagging, that is the thing where we are almost using the computer vision, we are analyzing the product, and based on that product, we are generating the tags. And from tags, we are generating, using the Gen AI, we are creating the meta title as well as the description, as well as the alt image text, and almost suggesting the similar product, that is a visual search, and what are the associate products related to that product that can be shown on the product side. If I talk about this is a visual search and smart recommendations. And almost here you can apply the filter of having a similar look, having what are the associated products that you can show with this, and you can complete the look. And if I talk about the thing, why vision to be taken care of, so that is the thing, we are precise and powerful, and easy, and it can be easily integrated with multiple platforms, as well as you can export the file into the JSON format as well as the CSV format that can be easily be uploaded on the several platforms, as well as the time to market, that's a 7 to 8 days. Here you can able to do in a single click, that is almost 10 to 30 seconds of the timeline, and it is cost effective. If I show you one of the working demo. So here almost the image that I have uploaded over here. So I am taking a non-reviewed image. So here the AI have already identified the gender. Type is lehenga. The color. If you want the color is wrong, you can select the color also. It is selected. You can select the style. It is elegant. You can select the fabric. And you can click on save and generate. So if you will see the the SEO tags has been generated. Rosy brown lehenga, pink lehenga, what are the tags that is being used for the Google search? If you take the title and H1 tag, that is rosy brown lehenga for a woman or a girl. So it, and as well as if you see the description is already automatically over here. The rosy brown lehenga is perfect for a traditional occasion, a beautiful description. As well as the alt image tags. That's true. Just wrapping it up. Then there is similar products, and you can add the associated product, and it all you can save and you can export into the format you want, like a JSON or a CSV format. This is the entire product, and this you can change the background of this image also using this tool. And if I talk about the structure, that how we are going to monetize it, the pricing structure. So basically, we are trying to almost providing on the credit basis. So first, we are going to give it a free trial for 14 days, where user can see all the options and almost try all the activity that we all have over there. And if I talk about the professional, they are almost the pricing will be depending on the number of credits that they want. If the number of services credit they want are higher, the price is going to decrease. Basically, the API-based calls, and the credits will be deducted based on the amount that they use. If they are generating it again and again, the credits rating will be the users will be higher. And if I talk about the business model that we are trying to get it into, so this is an AI model that is trained on right now on the Indian data set. If you want to do it for a shoe, if you want to do it for a necklace, if you're going to do it for several other sectors like fashion accessories and all, so that custom model can also be trained, and based on that there will be a setup cost, and we can proceed on it. So thank you.
What's your go-to-market plan?
So the go-to-market plan is almost right now. Almost we have launched this product, and we are almost working with some of the small scale who uses to upload their products on Myntra and all. So if I talk about them, so we are still trying to understand what are their problem pain points, and we have asked them to use our product and send their feedback to us.
How are you reaching them? How are you reaching those people?
We are reaching through Instagrams and Facebook, because they have their own Facebook page also and the Instagram page also. We are reaching out to them, and we are asking that what are their pain points which can be covered, and asking them the recommendation, what are the things that they want to improve in this product, the entire workflow.
What's your TAM?
So basically, if you will see the CAGR growth rate is of 10.6% of automatic cataloging, and almost the growth rate is almost for 2026 is almost $1.9 million in the market. So automatic cataloging. India, US, it is overall market. So basically, if I saw one more thing, that is almost, if I try to cover it over, e-commerce is a space where almost we are selling each and everything. And it is an AI-based model. It can be trained on each and every type of product. So if you can say right now we are doing for a fashion only for the dresses. It can be scalable to the multiple category, like almost even if you want to tag you can say food grains also, that can be also.
Just in the interest of time, sorry. So who are your target e-com platforms? Amazon, Flipkart, who are these?
So the target, they are not our, we are not targeting the platforms. We are targeting the sellers who are uploading their product on this platform.
Which platforms?
Myntra, Amazon, and as well as you can say Myntra, Amazon, and Meesho.
Okay.
And so it is not only for a single platform. The CSV format and the JSON, that can be also used to upload on your own website that you are hosting on different like Wix and Shopify. So entire catalog can be uploaded with.
Do you have any customers, paying customers, right?
So not exactly the paying customer. That almost we are doing this small contribution with the small sellers and all who are uploading their products using this platform.
So they are using it
Yeah.
today. What's the feedback?
So feedback almost based on that, almost they are getting almost 80% accuracy in the Indian dresses, and in the Western dresses they are getting almost 75% accuracy.
Then why are they not paying you? Why are they not paying you?
Sir, we have just started. We have just launched this product, not the thing. We have just started this product.
Okay.
Can you run us through the competitive landscape? Do you?
No, we have not presented over here. If we are talking about the competitive landscape, so StreamYard is our competitor in India, if you are talking about. But the thing is that they only provide the tags.
Okay.
But if they here almost not we are providing the tags, we are almost having a Gen AI which is providing the entire solution, the recommended product as well as the associated product, and as well as you can say the main thing that is most of them have faced while we are doing the primary research over there. That is almost they don't know how to write a SEO friendly content and a beautiful description.
When you say you just launched, how long have you been in the market?
So for this product, almost it has been 2 months of time.
Okay. And how many customers are using it?
Right now, 10 of them are using it.
Team?
Team is of 13, 1-3.
Okay. You have a background, team background?
No. Rohit Jain, Anurag Kushwaha. So if I talk about Rohit Jain, he is almost having a 20 years of experience in marketing and operations. If I talk about Anurag, almost he is almost having a building a scalable solution with the meaty and all, and he in the IIT Guwahati.
Okay. And right now this is bootstrap time. You
Yeah,
have
it
got
is
any
bootstrap.
grants or
Basically,
anything?
this is we are pushback.ai. Almost we have a running revenue stream from Pushback where we are providing the security and surveillance solutions, and this is the product that we have come up with almost using the same technology for the e-commerce market.
Okay, so there's a parent company.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Venkat. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the organization. I'm from Adams State Technologies, a deep tech startup. A deep tech startup focusing on providing solutions. Focusing on providing solutions based on use cases and problem statements. That's our USP, because we want to be in enterprise space. So we have very strong background. As I have already told you, we are AI, ML based solutions we are providing to the customers. And we have a strong team of about 46 based out of Hyderabad. We are incubated at T-Hub. And also having our on-site bench in Mumbai. We have strong partnerships with CII, Center of Excellence, NASCOM, TAIM, and of course, T-Hub is our, I can say, pillar of strength, because that is where we have got the recognition. Why I'm starting with recognitions? Because I believe in stitching the alliances and relationships before really getting into deep-rooted presentation. Here, I'm not doing any presentation, but I'm just playing a small video clip, what exactly we do. One sec. And these are the use cases. And this we have done a live pilot for ICICI Bank. They're aligning with us as their marketing and branding partner. And these are all the real-time minutes of the meeting, which we have tested with live customers, live meetings. One particular meeting is almost attended by 600 people from different parts of the country. And these are all the generated generative AI images which we have created using our own modules. And we are quite strong in LLM building. We do the pre-training and train based on the use case and integrate without touching the data through APIs. And we are quite strong in data platform, data engineering. This is where our main customers like Skoda, in fact, Skoda is white labeling a product to monetize across the globe to their other organizations like Audi, Porsche, and all those people. Then another customer recently we have acquired is Honeywell. For the first time in the world, we will be providing them the cockpit management real time, so that even before black box provides the information, our model will provide the first-hand information. As I have already told you, we are completely based, we provide solutions completely based on use cases and problem statements. And we don't want to confine with one particular domain or one particular industry. So we are working with multiple diversified industries like automobiles in the form of Skoda, aviation, Honeywell, retail, and FMGC basically with Kevin Care. In fact, only yesterday we have signed the first contract. Our model is very simple business model. First we do the pilot in the form of POC, that's a free, just to gain the acceptance. During this particular phase, we do the discovery phase and understand and assess the gaps which they are having or the pain points which they have. Then we do the pilot. Once the pilot is successful, then the paid pilot, and after that, across organization implementation. This is the model which really works for every large enterprise organizations.
How many customers do you have right now?
Yeah, we have 6 paid customers.
6 paid customers. And any competition that you have in this particular space?
These days, everyone talks about their AI-based, Gen AI-based. So without getting into those competitions, we just want to create our own space. That's the best.
And how do you plan to go about doing that?
See, I come from 35 years of sales, marketing, global business development background. So I know the value of partnerships. I align partnerships, permanent marriages. So that is what exactly happened with first it started with T-Hub, then CII Center of Excellence, because they receive a lot of problem statements from their members, and we are also a member, and we are their most recognized deep tech partner. So that is how we get a lot of inquiries, opportunities, pitching opportunities, and we compete with lots of other competitors, and we won the contracts.
Yeah, so what's the plan? Where do you want to take it with this approach?
Yeah, this approach is already taking us. We are entering global market also now. Our first customer, we have already signed the MSA. Still, we have to receive the contract. That is Health Ministry, UAE. So there we have done, in fact, we have addressed their last 2 years problem. That is conversation between Arabic doctor and patients from multi-Asian countries. So we have done the live speech-to-speech recognition, then translate into multiple languages. And it's auto. The moment I talk in Telugu, it detects in Telugu, and if the other person is Arabic, it translates into Arabic.
How big is your team?
46 we are at this point of time.
And founding team?
Founding team 3.
3.
I'm the one. I have retired actually, but my son pulled me here. So he's the co-founder, he's the CTO. So he's specialist in providing, in creating solutions. So he's a big solution architect. Earlier he worked with ICICI Bank as a consultant. And of course for Genpact, he's a strong DevOps guy. So that is where the patience comes. That is where the assessment model comes. I myself got white labeled by McKinsey.
Yeah, you have no signs of being retired, by the way.
As an entrepreneur, I can't retire now. See, you asked your question. We are already started investing in, participating in events like GTEx Dubai, because that's the place where we need to really showcase. And next is US FinTech. There we will be launching our AI-enabled secure computing.
So only one question I had. What would you say is your core IP, if I have to say, in this organization that you have built over the past, how many years you have this company in?
Core IP?
IP, yeah.
Yeah. Atomax, that's our core IP.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone says, yes, they have developed AI platform, but we have different. Like me, I'm a mad guy. So I want my team also to be mad. We believe in chaos engineering. So the core IP is Atomax, that's AI, NL, EU engine. That's our core IP. And the certification process is on. And we are getting almost HIPAA and all those compliances also we have been working. So a lot of investment has gone in. We are 100% bootstrapped till now. Thanks to our paid customers, L&T Finance, Tata Insurance. Now recently we have signed with Honeywell, then Skoda, that will be huge. And the next will be Vedanta for mining. So we come out with a different solutions. The basic model for us is, thanks to our experience and a lot of research, we have identified about 172 use cases across the industry, which is meant largely for the large organizations. So it has given us an idea, the sort of demand which need to be created from the market. So that has made our life very easy now. So pre-trained models are ready. That itself, it comes with 60% of the solution. The remaining 40% during the training, while doing the model training. So we complete each and every implementation in maximum 3 months.
Very good evening, everyone. Thank you, Pilaf, for the opportunity. I'm Swaminathan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of SmartTail. What we kind of do, we're a deep tech organization again, and what we kind of do is we deliver decision science very specifically to educators. Couple of accolades. We were awarded by NASSCOM's AI Game Changers in the category for education last year, 2022. And then also part of TAM, T-Hub, Karnataka's tech ecosystem, Startup TN, so on and so forth. So the beauty was, we are incorporated in Bangalore. We have the corporate office in Chennai, and though we were picked up by TAM in their second cohort, and then we are here. So a little bit of background about the founders. So I'm Swami. I'm engineer again. Did my master's in bits. Worked with Wipro for about 11 years, of which spent about 8 years in Japan. Mainly enterprise solution architect. That was my predominant role. And building solutions. That was the thing that I was actually doing for quite some time. The other co-founder is Mr. Aslam. So he was again part of HCL, and then on to US, and then again handling big engineering teams. So in the interest of time, I'll jump right in. In what we do, in very simple terms, we mainly work with schools, K-12 to start with. Right now we've started working with higher ed as well. In a single line, we grade the handwritten answer papers of students using artificial intelligence. So if you have a paper, if you have the test paper that is actually written in the class, say unit test, term test, all of the tests that, so I mean, at least the first few rows you will have kids for sure. The last few rows, I don't know. So all those exam papers of what your children are actually writing, that is actually now graded using AI. That's the solution that we have actually developed. So we have our own proprietary model for the handwriting recognition, and as well as for the grading engine as well. So this is what we have actually developed. Right now, we are in about 78 schools, 78 paying customers, including DPS Hyderabad, in Hyderabad, DAV Chennai, Doon Public School in Delhi, and so on and so forth. So we expanded all across India, right now venturing into markets like Singapore and as well as the Middle East too. So that's the solution. The core engine or the core entity of the solution is that when you give a simple sentence to a kid and then say, okay, write in your own words ABC, then he's going to use his own words and then write the same sentence. Now, how are you going to gauge, like, okay, this is what I'm expecting, and this is for which I have to give a mark or a grade. Now, how greatly can you actually give it? So that's the solution. And school is one of the most challenging sector. Very simple. If you do a mistake, the parent will come with the paper and ask for half mark more for their kid. So which means if schools are paying us, which means we are already accurate. As simple as that. And we are scaling pretty well. Recently, we opened a 30-seater office in Siddipet, the Siddipet IT Tower. We didn't come to T-Hub. Siddipet was a little cheaper, so we went there. And yeah, note to T-Hub team to make it a little cheaper for us. and that's whom we are. And I'll stop now. The business model as such, we charge the school directly. It's more on per student per year pricing. The pricing will vary depending on the number of tests. There are different models. One is for all the exams, another is for only chapter-wise tests, and so on and so forth. This will all vary depending on what they actually taken. It's more of quantity driven, and then we charge them. Anywhere ranging from 800 rupees per student per year to about 1,600 rupees per student per year. That's the pricing model. We crossed about 1.25 crores of revenue from the time the product has been in the market. That's exactly around 16 to 18 months right now. And then looking at very positive growth and scale. So I'll stop right now. Any questions? Happy to answer.
So I guess right now this is only English, right? Or other languages also?
Okay, so yes, it's only for English-based subjects. and for mathematics. So all the subjects, like you take your physics, chemistry, mathematics, all of that. We don't do Hindi or
Hindi,
Tamil or any
Telugu,
of that.
Tamil.
That's where, I mean, I was very interested when he was talking, and then we want to have a word with him. If we can grab his, the NLP layer and start grading. I just have to find if there is anybody else who can help with Hindi extraction. So, but we are more interested as a market, it's still small. So we're more interested in probably Spanish and Arabic, because that's a more lucrative market in terms of the size itself than Hindi. Yeah.
And what is the accuracy that you get with
So from the handwriting standpoint, we're about 98% and growing strong. From the grading itself, we're about 95% and moving on. So I think only with time it's going to improve. The good part is nobody has the data that we actually have. So we have a few million answer papers of students from different schools. So we exactly know what they've actually written, and that's my data mine. So even if somebody wants to build, they have to still go and collect all the answer papers and then start understanding how children even write. So a simple example I'll tell you, which war happened between 1924 and 1930? Any guesses? Something like that? World War I? Yeah, great. So if you ask the children to write, this is the answer. One guy will write FIRST World War. Another guy will write 1ST World War. Another guy will write WW1. Another guy will write 1-WW1. Right? So I'm saying just with one single phrase, they will kill you. So I jokingly say this to all the teachers when I address them. In very simple terms, when we started working on this, we thought this is like an apple. What can children write? This is not a big deal. And we will just cut it open and eat it. And we will all be millionaires in the second year. Then is what we actually realized, that we were actually peeling onions. And literally it makes us cry every single day.
Yeah, so nicely put there. But where do you see yourself going with this?
So very simple. We are looking at ontology-specific training models as well. In the sense, today we are why did we actually enter into the school segment? Is because the ontology is already pretty small. The context is pretty small. So now we are also working with grading the MBBS answer papers. That's a pilot that's actually going on. So, and where this is a new ontology altogether. The normal ontology that you actually have trained will not work for this. So that is a special training that we have to do. You can get into law, you can get into all of these places. So one is the grading engine itself. The other is how can we get into any sort of assessment.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just in the interest of time, can you also talk about the revenue projections? When you say where are you going with that, what do you see, how you see yourself scaling up?
I think we should be able to do about $4 million in the next 2.5 years' time.
$4 million.
Yeah.
Okay. And so who all are the founders?
So Aslam and then Kannan. So Aslam's background is as I was mentioning earlier. So he was from HCL. We both worked together in our previous organization for about 8 years together. So we were colleagues and friends. Then we started this together. Then Kannan is another co-founder. So he's from JP Morgan. So he was a senior VP at JP Morgan. So he takes care of the technology. I take care of the product. Aslam takes care of strategy and stuff.
So apart from the availability of the answer papers with you, what else is your differentiation?
So I'm sorry, I didn't get this.
So apart from that, what's your USP apart from that differentiates you from anybody who decides to build this solution?
So today I am looking at the answer papers because that's the input mechanism that is actually there. Tomorrow it could be video, tomorrow it could be audio, tomorrow the input mechanism can still change. So the USP is the grading engine itself. So that's where we have filed for a patent as well. Just waiting for it.
So I will also make a pitch before, so to reply to your comment that you made, okay. First of all, there's a lot of difference between Siddipet and Knowledge City, considering the area. And T-Hub is not a co-working space, it is an ecosystem. There's a lot more that we bring to the table, just than offering space.
That was a joke.
No, but
I'm
I'm a representative of T-Hub and I need to make sure in the benefit of the audience. So,
you get amazing mentors in T-Hub.
yes, 2 of them are sitting right here. So, okay. Just to make the mood light.
Just to make it very clear,
No.
nothing against T-Hub, I love T-Hub.
Thank you.
All go for T-Hub, please. Okay.
And No, I mean, it will not affect the
Sure.
rating for sure, but it was important for me to respond. Couple of questions. You mentioned about the handwriting. You have 1 million papers. So to do that, how many pilots did you have to?
140 pilots.
So since
We started in 2019 November, just before COVID. So the first couple of years, we were just collecting papers.
Got it.
So if we all remember, so 2020 Feb was when we all went into lockdown. So this was just before lockdown. We were 4 months early to lockdown, and I think by then we had collected about 50,000 papers, 50,000, about 10 MOUs that were signed, and we just had a presentation. We went to the schools and said, hey, we will do this, but we want all your papers, and so on and so forth. So after the schools opened up, once the curbs were all out, we went and collected all the previous year's answer papers. So now, then we started understanding how children write, what's the sequence, and so on and so forth, what's the different ink patterns that they use, paper quality, which GSM. So there's a lot of analysis that was actually done based on these papers.
Got it.
And then right now where we stand is that, I mean, on an average, last month, we graded over 1 million answers, individual answers. So about 40,000 different answer papers, so in simple terms.
Okay, a very fundamental one, a basic question. So how does the process of a school putting up on your platform, like how does it work and how simple is it?
In terms of the sales cycle or in terms
in
of
terms
the
of not
implementation cycle?
the implementation. So the exam is conducted right now.
So yeah,
and
so,
then
so
how
very
do
simple. First is the question paper itself, the questions, and then if we are giving the questions, and we also give the answers, saying this is the answers that we are expecting. The school says, they will say, okay, this is the questions and this is the answers that I'm expecting from the kids. There'll be some plus or minus modifications that will happen. That will be keyed into the system first. That's a pre-prep model. Then the exam happens. There are a few many instructions that we give to the kids saying, please write the questions on the left-hand side, write the roll number on the top, so on and so forth. Once the test is done, we have a multi-page scanner which can scan up to 60 pages in a minute. So you put the whole bulk of 60 pages in a particular scanner. So in 2 minutes for the whole class, the scanning is done. That one single PDF comes to us. We then identify this answer papers belong to student A, student B, student C, so on and so forth. Then we go inside and then dissect each and every answer out of the answer paper. Then we grade it against it. Then for the student, it's his paper. Again, what's the points that he has actually missed and what's the mark that he has actually got. For the teacher, it's more detailed. It's more detailed in terms of saying, okay, against the whole class, say for this question, these points were answered really well.
So how much time it takes from the day of your
So from the time we get the answer paper to get back at the school, it's between 24 to 48 hours. Because sometimes the scanning is not proper. Sometimes the roll number is not written. Sometimes we also do a pre-check on, a post-check on how the AA is.
Have you raised any funds?
Yeah, we have raised about $1 million, and we're looking to raise about another $500,000 right now.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Teja Kancharla. I'm the Chief Product Officer at UpSquad. At UpSquad, we have created a dynamic digital ecosystem for the organizations who are into the workforce development in the United States. They basically tries to enhance the lives by using a workforce development, by upskilling, mentoring, and reskilling, so that they provide an opportunities. One of the key challenges that we are actually trying to address, we are addressing is they lack a lot of lack of engagement because they don't have a digital ecosystem in place. That's where we came into picture. We created a digital ecosystem for them, usually for the organizations who are into mentoring, upskilling, and reskilling in the United States. So why exactly we are doing it is because currently the US job market is undergoing a profound transformation, and this transformation is actually creating an issue of skill gap. And there are a lot of people alone in the United States. We are expecting around 12 million people are going to have a switch their career or a job. And during this, the key challenge is for these organizations, they are not able to bring people together, engage them well, and train them and upskill them because they lack of, they don't have an unified solution in place. And so that's where we created an unified platform for them, and they are trying to use it. So currently we are addressing the US market because there is a vast opportunity, and they are providing like with a target market like around $4 to $8 billion dollars. And currently our strategic aim is to address the needs of non-profits, schools and universities, and economic development corporations in United States, because they are the ones who are playing a major role in the workforce development. And thing is like this opportunity also well aligned because of the latest legislative developments that was happened, like American Rescue Plan Act, Department of Labor and Training and Employment departments alone funding $2 trillion for the workforce development in the United States. And this further emphasizes the crucial role that as an UpSquad we can play in facilitating an effective workforce development. So what we did, we built our unique web platform in 2019, and we have launched it. And we have recently, like in the first quarter of 2023, we have launched our mobile app as well. And we have seen the results that the engagement for these organizations has been almost increased by 50 to 60%. And they are seeing the results with respect to how many people are actually benefiting out from the platform. Earlier, they have a challenge of finding out whether their initiative has really been successful or not, and at the same time whether how much successful they are not able to quantify it. But because of a unified platform, now they have all the metrics in all the data in place, where they will able to see like how many people are actually gaining benefit out of this platform, as well as they are able to measure the success of the initiatives that they have taken. And coming into deep diving into a solution, as I said, like we have a comprehensive custom branded digital ecosystem, where we have all the integrations with respect to all the video platforms like Zoom, Teams and things, and our customers need not to pay even a single rupee for any of the Zoom licenses. They can simply get it with our subscription. At the same time, we have our own personalized video platform, where the organizations can actually share the success stories as well as the trainings and other aspects one-on-one. And we have our custom groups and messaging and personalized communication, social forum, events, as well as the job board. Earlier, each organization used to use Eventbrite for events and Indeed for jobs, as well as like Zoom for video platform or Google Meet for video platform. Now that everything is together, then they are easily able to use our platform and get benefit out of it. With respect to competitor landscape, UpSquad standouts, and it comes into the community management and workforce development. There are other solutions also in the market, like Mighty Networks, Highbright, or with respect to job placement like LinkedIn, Foundit and Indeed, but they are more focused in the general careers or community management. But now we are more focused in the community management with the features that are much aligned for the workforce development organizations. Currently, we have around 20 paying customers, and with an annual recurring revenue of 220K. And we can see that our customers are currently, we have covered all the personas of our current target market that we have. Like we have universities, we have economic development corporations, we have colleges, we have non-profits as well. Yeah, it's just 2 slides. And our revenue model is quite simple. It's a SaaS-based revenue model. Depending upon the size of an organization, we are going to charge them an annual fee. And we also provide a custom code for the organizations with more than 1,000 plus users. We have a free trial for the organizations to try out. And to startup journey, the key milestones is we have raised $1 million angel investment in 2020. And around, like as is mentioned, like we have around 220K annual recurring revenue. And our current task is we are trying to raise a fund of around $2 million, where we want to allocate these funds into both sales and marketing as well as the product development. Those are the key things. And we are targeting around 400K annual recurring revenue by end of this year. We have few deals already in the pipeline, bigger deals like which pays like around 75K to 100K per year. So which we are expecting it to go around 400K. And by December 2024, we are expecting to gain around like 80 customers with annual recurring revenue of $1 million. And the key product enhancement that we are already making, which is in progress, is Open API integrations, which actually streamline the onboarding experience of our organizations. they can easily integrate with their existing systems that they are using. And also payments integration, which will give us an additional revenue stream. Because now the organization can make their community paid communities as well as paid events where we can take a cut out of it and that gives us an additional revenue stream. I'm done. Currently, we are a team of 7, 3 founders in US and 1 I am here. I'm taking care of product design and engineering from India. So we are building the product from India to US. And we are also part of the T-Hub. Next slide. Yeah. So this is our team. We have the people from product background as well as data and analytics, finance, as well as engineering and sales. That's all.
Yeah, I got stuck on 60% of your ask on sales and marketing. Why is that?
Why? Because as we said, like our focus is into non-profits, universities, and where they are mostly dependent upon the funding from the government organizations as well as others. Usually currently now our closing cycle is like around 30 to 45 days. And also going into a lead and finding out the right contacts and the needs is actually taking time. So with respect to the sales people as well as with respect to finding out the leads and time, it takes time. And also we have our product was almost well matured. So now we see with respect to the current needs of our customers, we see very less, but acquiring the customers is now key focus for us to raise additional funding and grow.
So I'm a bit confused. Are you looking for working capital or are you looking to spend that money on sales and marketing?
So yeah, sales and marketing only, because current, as I mentioned, like we need more and more people to go because our closing cycle is more. And with respect to product, we are taking less.
Okay. So what's your core USP? Your product does a lot of things. So what's the core?
So the core, what I say is like, first of all, it's a unified platform. So it meets the immediate needs of all our the organizations who want to onboard, and they were not able to take multiple solutions or systems in place because our core thing is, because everything is together, now we have the clear data, and these insights will actually help these organizations to measure their programs, improve it. At the same time, we have the our organizations can also communicate with the similar organization. For example, non-profits, a specific non-profit can communicate with the other non-profits in our platform. So which is like, we are creating a network of network, and we already saw that our non-profits has already benefited out of it, because onboarding the mentors is one of the key challenge for these non-profits. Now that they are connected in a network of network, they were able to find the relevant mentors, and they were able to get benefit out of it.
So what was the reason of picking up that market segment?
So actually when we initially started as a B2C. It's like a mentoring platform. But when we are actually pivoting, we have not seen that a good traction with respect to, because there are many other platforms in the place. Then we have actually pivoted. Then see, the core vision that we started is, we want to make sure, we want to provide a platform where people can uplift themselves. Then we actually seen like, who else can do? When we are not able to do as a B2C, who else can do? Then we found that these are the organizations who are actually doing a lot of work with respect to uplifting the people. That's when then we pivoted into schools, non-profits. And when we are actually doing, we have one of our customers who is like Arkansas Economic Development Corporation, and they actually, when they're actually one of our paying customer, and they have opened up our connects with similar economic development corporations, and there were around like 9,800 economic development corporations in US, and they are very big, and the amount that they are going to pay will also be high when we compare to a smaller non-profits where we were not able to get the much revenue.
So you showed your revenue projections. So how are you going to get that revenue? By selling into more of these people?
Correct.
Or?
So currently we have 20 customers, and we also have a pipeline. We are targeting to reach 30.
How's the pipeline looking like?
Currently we have 30 open leads who are almost like around 10 to 15 are in a phase of 25 to 30 days. As I said, our closing time is very high, like around like 45 to 60 days sometime, because of lot of red tape with respect to approval. So
yeah, selling into enterprises, like that.
It's very hard.
You said you raised two questions. One is your company is registered in the US or India?
Yes, we have registered in US. We also have a subsidiary in India. Where because we are taking care of product development and design everything from India. So we registered in India as well, but our core company is in United States.
Got it. And that 1 million that you raised was from whom?
Hillett Cruz, angel investor.
Okay, it's one person.
We also raised small amounts like 100K. Initially, we got a seed funding of 100K. Recently, we raised another 200K, but they are from HNIs, not from Innis.
Okay, got it. And so those 20 customers all are in the US?
Yes. And currently, we are focusing only in US because there we find a market there when compared to other geographies. And we also have a strong team over there who can take care of it. There itself, we have a lot of opportunity to explore, actually to expand. Yeah.
Got it. And what has been your year-on-year growth? You said it's 220K right now.
220K.
What was it last year?
Like around 100.
K.
Yeah.
And you are expecting to reach?
400K by December. Because we have a larger deals now. Now we are dealing with economic development corporations. They are going to pay more when compared to universities and non-profits. And our plan is to go to 1 million by end of next year.
Srivasu Boga, I'm C1 founder at FatCat. At FatCat, we are actually revolutionizing how campuses manage their multiple operations and how students and educators share knowledge, leveraging multiple technologies like AI, ML, and data. At FatCat, we completely believe that the data that the campuses have has huge amount of value. So the problems that we are solving is like 1 out of every 8 students are dropping out of higher educational institutions. So to tackle this problem, government has introduced a system called outcome-based education. So to implement this outcome-based education system, campuses are struggling currently using their Excel sheets. And the agenda behind introducing the outcome-based system has left behind the Excel sheets. And when it comes to corporates, we are also able to see difficulties in kind of finding the right skill set that they require in the tier 2 campuses. And the solutions that we are offering is like we are going to give multiple performance-based analytics to higher educational institutions to make better decisions. And we are completely automating and helping campuses to enhance their outcome-based education system. And we're also providing a platform between corporates and higher educational institutions to make skill-based hiring much easier. To talk about the product, our software collects the vital data from the existing ERPs and LMS of a campus, correlates and converts it into relevant information that gives multiple decision-making insights and analytics to campuses, which enables them to manage or enables them to act confidently on their decisions. Looking into the product, how does it work? It exactly automates the entire outcome-based education within few clicks, and not only automation, it gives multiple analytics to improve the outcome-based system inside the campuses. And within few clicks, campuses could also easily download the reports which can be useful to submit to their accreditation bodies. And since we collect a numerous amount of data of the students, we provide multiple student-based performance analytics, faculty performance analytics, and course performance analytics. We also provide AI-based predictive analytics of students, which predicts the likely performance of a student much in advance before he or she going to takes or attempts an examination. So we are going to shift the, so this is how we are shifting the campuses from traditional way of doing operational analysis, which has less value, and we are shifting it to automating the analysis part and coming up with great strategies which has higher value. So analytic-driven education system will have a ultimately lead towards decrease in the dropout rates and decrease in the student failure rates and increase in the outcomes and admissions, high automation, less human accountability, and campuses could also get the accreditation much easier, and we have a superior experience. So why now? The accreditation and compliance bodies of educational institutions are actually enforcing campuses to follow digital strategies, and the competition and COVID effect also proves that campuses need to shift towards technology strategies if they want to be in competition. We are a SaaS revenue model where we charge higher education institutions annually, depending upon based upon the count or the size of the campus, and we also have other revenue models like corporate connect, where we connect, we make skill-based hiring easier in the campuses, connecting with corporates. And our go-to-market strategy includes, like, we are easily integratable software with all the ERPs and LMS of the campuses that are having, and we improve the internal quality system, which makes campuses to easily get accreditation. And we have some freemium features as well, and our software is, we are planning to make the software as affordable as possible. And India is the third largest higher education system in the world, with almost 55,000 higher education institutes and almost 3.85 crore enrolls every year, and it is estimated to be 10.4 billion edtech market by 2025. And we have built the product and currently pilot testing the product in 3 campuses. And since we are doing sales, we got kind of very good feedbacks or very good response from the campuses while we are doing the sales. And in next coming 2 months, we are expected to sell some good number. We are expected to close some good number of sales and generate revenue as well. And all the systems currently are of ERPs or LMS. We are a kind of extension to the ERPs and LMS, which gives analytics, pulling out the data. And none of the softwares will actually provide outcome-based education automation and enhancing the OBE system. We are 3 co-founders. I am Srivasu. I have 5 years of experience in entrepreneurship and 5 years of experience in designing as well. And our co-founder Sri Harsha, he has 5 years of experience in entrepreneurship and is doing his MTech in what we call product design and management course at IIIT Hyderabad. I think he's a student of your student of the jury here. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So you're still building the product?
Yeah, we have built the pilot and testing it in the campuses.
So you started off with the problem statement
Yep.
about the students dropping off. So
Yep.
how does your solution, your product, solve that problem?
So this outcome-based education, it has been implemented to enhance the performance of students. So since they are doing it in a wrong way, or since the campuses are doing it on Excel sheets to tackle this outcome-based education system, the performance of students is still there, and there has to be continuous enhancement in OBE, and also giving multiple performance analysis of each course, each faculty and student will ultimately lead to enhancing the system of education and decreasing the dropout rates.
Who are you going to sell to? Who are you going to sell to, the students or the institutes?
No, in the institutes. We sell to institutes, to the managements, where they would see what's going on, what's going wrong.
Have
with
you
the
decided your pricing model?
Yep. It depends. It majorly depends upon the size of the institution. It varies. If there is a 3,000 student institution, it varies between 50 to 75 per annum.
Have you
Per annum.
tested that with any of the institutes?
Yes, we are currently doing the pilot testing. It's running successfully, and we made some sales as well. In the next 2 months, we will for sure close some good deals and generate revenue. Yeah, because we got a good response while we are doing sales, and there is a need.
So who do you consider your competition?
Like ERPs and LMS.
But you said they are not your competition because they don't have what you have.
Yeah, they couldn't provide analytics.
So who is your competition then? Nobody?
So it's a tech, right? So they use tech. So the current tech system is of ERPs, and they need to go beyond that. So that's what FatCat is like.
Yeah. So you don't have a competition. That's what you're saying, right? Now?
Not in a direct way, but we're kind of improving the software structure. Yeah.
Sure. Well, thank you.
Thank
you. I think there are some players in the market, so maybe you want to, it's nice to have an understanding of who are you fighting against. Just a feedback, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Second thing is, will this be only accessible by the institute or as a student, okay? Will I also get some metrics saying that, because the drop-offs are happening from the students, right? So the only way to motivate them is, that's why you're doing outcome-based scoring, or right? That's what I understand. So do I get as a student a metric saying that this is where I need to improve, and maybe a one-on-one class? Is there a plan like that?
Yep, that's a great question actually.
Okay.
So student need to know what are his outcomes, how is he performing, but the current education system couldn't provide it. So that's the another problem that we are solving, but we are not introducing it in the pitch decks. But we would be transparent to student what are his outcomes and where he need to improve in his outcomes, and what skill set does he really have, and what industry requirement does the industry have the requirement, and what skills do you need to build to meet that industry requirement. So that analytics we will give to students, which will also
That is already built?
Yeah, no, it's in the
pipeline. It's
built.
not there yet.
Yeah, it's not there. We are planning, like it's in the pipeline of the product development.
Okay.
Yeah. One final question. Yeah.
How are you different in the sense that, yeah, you talk about outcome-based education, right? What is the final outcome you're giving to a university or an educational institute? You're talking analytics, right? Everybody has analytics. Every ERP system would have its own set of analytics. So just talk a little bit, 2 minute, not even 2 minutes, 30 seconds on what is the differentiator and how are you creating the differentiation? Is that based on assessments, student assessments that you're doing? Is that based on, I mean, just give me a feel of what that is.
So I've told you the OBE system, right? So the outcome-based system has to be enhanced year on year. So that's what accreditation bodies would look at. Okay. So the current system of outcome-based education couldn't let you enhance it year on year, right? But our system could greatly help campuses to enhance their outcome-based education year on year. So that's where
how
with the analytics that we provide, like where does the course structure went wrong, or what's the skill set of the faculty,
and what's the input that you're taking? That's your student assessments. Is that
student assessments? Yeah, of course, student assessments, and based on.
And you're getting the student assessments from existing systems.
Existing systems. Of ERPs. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sorry, and then yeah. Hi, so I am Sharath. I am one of the 2 founders at Subtle.ai. So at Subtle.ai, what we want to do is basically build or be a private Google for enterprises, specifically in banking and insurance sectors, where the application has to be very secure and has to work offline, which is what we've been able to do with State Bank of India, where State Bank of India is our first market success. So the problem that SBI had when they spoke about internally was, on an average, every year they waste about 32 lakh hours in finding information which is already there in the documents, or let's say in a video or websites. So, I mean, to explain more using an example, now let's take this case where Pooja is a branch officer and then a user says that, hey, I submitted a check, but I don't think so the transaction went through. Now, Pooja does know that, okay, there is something called shadow credit that she can use, but she isn't sure if it can be used for this particular user and for the amount of the check. So now Pooja has 2 ways to solve this. One, she has to ask a subject matter expert and be like, okay, what do I do in this situation? But the problem is the entire workforce of SBI is 250,000 and the number of subject matter experts are 350. So it'll at least take a week for, to have that fixed. The other solution is they have these manuals that she would then have to open, go page by page, and then basically retrieve the information from that, which is around 1,500 pages, which also takes time. So when SBI came to this institute with this statement, so institute told, okay, we have a startup that does this, and which is us basically. And so we said, okay, why don't we have an AI expert which can understand all the documents and then answer based on what the officer is looking for. So maybe I'll just show the product, if I may. I'll just show the product. Now, like the same example, right? Where, you know, if, so she isn't sure if she can use shadow credit. Now, on our platform, what you can, so on our platform, basically the branch officer has to log in, and she can just ask something like, can shadow credit be used for local checks? And then as soon as you hit the question, we get few answers within 0.6 seconds that basically went through all of your data. And then you see this button called summarize this. When you on-click that, we basically make a smart answer based on the retrieved results and not the data. So now this way, Pooja exactly has the information, okay, this is what I have to do in this case. So thereby solving the problem. Now, yeah, I mean, so this is the thing about the product. We can also take in video searches, like you can upload YouTube videos and make them searchable as well. Yeah, that's more about the product. Yeah, any questions?
So what's the reliability of this summarization?
So we have the lowest hallucination rates in the market, less than 1%, because we are yet to see a wrong answer. The reason why I say that is we follow a principle called RAG. First, retrieve the documents or the sections in the document which are relevant, and then make an answer from these texts. So which means it is an extractive way of saying, okay, from your data, this is what I think it is. Whereas if you have a look at our people who are in the same space, their hallucination rates are around 6% to 8%. So.
Yeah, because you talked about banking and the financial industry.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's
And then one more thing is that what is our what is so special about us is we are able to do on-premise deployments, wherein the application has to be secure and it is offline, no access to the internet. So we have been able to more like privatize these language models and large language models for specific use cases. One more USP is we don't need GPUs to run the product. We have been able to optimize the algorithm to work on CPUs.
So what would you say is your USP? What's your differentiator? Because I mean, search anybody can do. What differentiates you?
So at least with respect to State Bank of India, like we were not the only ones that they were looking for. There were around 150 other startups, but all of them said we need GPUs. All of them said we need access to the internet because that's how it will work. So, but then we have been able to solve it without the internet and just for CPUs.
So that's your USP?
Yeah.
That's what you
And
said.
the answers will be under a second. So those three things are probably what is special about us.
And I believe SBI is your paying customer?
Yes.
How many paying customers do you have?
Right now 4.
4. And what's the revenue projection? How do you plan to scale?
So we recently got an investment of 60 lakhs, and we would basically use it to increase the team because we have been running the startup for 3 years with a very lean team of 8 people. So we would really want to expand the team.
Well, what's the founding team?
So maybe I could show that, because I have an interesting person in the team. So Prof. Manish is a NLP researcher and a prof in this institute, whose research work of 15 years is what we have taken to build the product on top of. My other founder is Vishnu, who handles more of the sales and the business aspect of it. I deal mostly around the product. And Pranav, who started as an intern with us, now is a lead engineer and a very important part of the latest engine that we have built. And
what's your vision for the product? I know we are running out of time, so I'm just...
I mean, whenever any enterprise thinks of search, it should be us. Now, let's say as a person, if I want to search something, the first thing is Google. But for an enterprise, it should be us.
And how do you plan to reach there?
So right now, the plan is capture all the banking and the all the banks in India because of SBI. So this is also something that we experience, that just because SBI is our customer, it doesn't mean other banks will follow suit, because their problems were different. So that's something we are taking into account, and going aggressively on all the banks, and then later maybe towards the banks in US and other parts of the world.
Okay.
Just one question. What's your licensing and pricing model?
So with banks, they usually like to do an implementation fee first and then annual recurring this thing. So that's the model with them, wherein they give a big amount, or not a big amount, like a 50% of the full contract as the implementation fee, and then the other goes by year on year for around 3 to 5 years.
But have you decided any model for yourself or not yet?
So since we want to go deep into banking, this is something we want to follow. But again, we have a SaaS platform that anyone can use. So there it would be based on the number of pages that you want to upload, or number of documents, and also to some extent on number of users.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The first prize goes to Swami and his team, SmartTail. The second prize goes to Subtail.ai. Thank you. And the third prize, Atom State. I'm sorry for the faux pas. I request all the participants to come. Up squad to come onto the stage. I invite Fat Cat to come onto the dais, please. I invite Gen Z Technologies on the stage, please. And I invite Pushpak AI, our last startup inventor. I request Abhilash and Sriram to honor the jury, please.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Our third panel discussion is Understanding and Overcoming AI Challenges. Abhilash is a seasoned product management professional with over 18 plus years of experience, worked in startups to MNCs over these years. He is a patent holder and passionate about solving people's problems and creating great product and product communities for the people. We welcome you, Abhilash. Surendra is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience, including an impressive 17-year tenure with Microsoft. His dedication to fostering innovation extends beyond the workplace. As an active volunteer for prestigious organizations such as IEEE Society, iFocus, and Colosseum. Through mentoring and his global outreach, Surendra has become a recognized figure in the industry. He is also the author of the book 7th Series AI and is on a mission to empower more than 1 lakh AI professionals. Welcome, Surendra. Nakul is an experienced professional with 18 years of diverse expertise, notably an outstanding 15-year history in product management roles. He directs his passion towards enhancing decision-making, use causes by utilizing AI capabilities within the marketing and debt collections realms to deliver personalized and relevant messaging. We welcome you. Our third panelist, Ramesh Swaminathan, comes with over 2 decades of unparalleled experience in product management. Ramesh currently holds the position of Vice President of Products at RealPage, showcasing a remarkable talent for effectively managing a diverse portfolio of enterprise products. Ramesh is a startup mentor and is a guest faculty at IIITH, teaching product management for the last 3 years. Our fourth panelist, Vijaya Anupama. She boasts of an impactful career that includes diversified roles at renowned firms like Nokia, Accenture, Intuit, and Harman International. Her thriving career as a product manager is currently anchored at Signify. She's a passionate leader, dedicated yoga practitioner, and an engaging storyteller.
We are in a stage where we have the opportunity, but now how do we build on these opportunities? Or we call them challenges, but I will call them as opportunities. How do we use these challenges as opportunities and move forward? How much of these challenges are we already aware? And your expert talks or thoughts on how do we, make pace with it and then come up is what we're going to discuss. Right? Starting with you, Ramesh, because you've been with the academics as well as this, right? Once we talk about the first challenge when applying AI is the compliance, the ethics. How do we use AI ethically? There's a lot of data into it, so how do we be in those guidelines and still be concerning to those ethical, how do you see these things could be impacting product managers and how they should be ready for them?
Sure, thank you. Thanks. That's a very good question, right? So we in the industry have been thinking about ethics and compliance of data that we collect all along, right from the day we have started collecting data. I don't think there's anything new. What has Gen AI or even the predictive AI before that bring in, right? The first thing that it brings in is lots of data. The ability for us to collect lot of data, the ability for us to process lots of data is the opportunity that the technology has brought in, right? As long as we stay very close to the core data compliance issues that we have always seen, we will be good, right? The government is like really working hard to bring in legislations. We don't have any laws as such. I know US has something called AIA, which is AIA, Artificial Intelligence Act. It was, the act came in 2021. It's still under discussions. It's not a law anymore. Very similarly, EU has a similar act. It is again not a law as yet. It is still being discussed, right? But I think the fundamentals still remain the same. The fundamentals are, one is being accountable, right? Accountable to the data that you're collecting, staying true to the usage, how you're using the data that you're collecting, how secure is the data that you're storing, right? Are you protecting the PII information that you're collecting about your users? How ethical are you in using that data, right? Those are the basics. We have always, the industry has always done that, and it has to continue doing that. The second one, because of AI and Gen AI, I would say is what I would call it as explainability, right? If you are using data, if you are using transactional data, if you are using PII data for Gen AI purposes, you should be able to explain how you are using it, right? If you have collected data, you have used data, you have models that you have created, which is consuming the data, you should be able to explain how the data is being used, how you're using the data. The third one is all the consumer protection acts across the world, right? There could be new names that could come in at different points in time. You should be able to protect your consumers. The consumers of the data should be, the data collection part, the data storage part, the data processing part is something that you should be very clear on how you are protecting your consumers, right? The fourth one is auditing. Right? How can you create mechanisms in place that you can enable audit of how you're using the data, how your models are using the data. The fifth one is a bias, right? The systems can create biases on its own. Your AI models will create biases. The AI models will drift. You being able to audit that, stay true to what you are trying to do, and ensure that you are clearing out those biases as the systems create those biases and start drifting towards certain biases is something that you should be clear about. As product managers, as you're creating products, as you're creating services for your customers, I would say these are the few fundamental things that you should be very clear about, irrespective of all the governing laws that's come up, right? Laws are there to create, guidelines for us, to guard us against all those issues that will come up, right? But as organizations creating solutions and services for our customers, these are things that we should be clear about. I'll end there and take questions.
Thank you. Vijay, I'll just build up on that. So you mentioned about PII and how we need to be cautious about protecting personal information. As a product manager, so now if I'm trying to build a system that is going to collect a lot of personal information, right, and I'm trying to build a product that is intended to actually solve the customer's problems, the user problems, I as a product manager, right, what are some tools or some of those aspects that that's already available for me if I can have to go out or is there any specific avenues that I can go to read about these laws, be myself prepared with these laws, so when I'm building them, I can just go, I'm not doing and then failing, then learning it. Rather, I go prepared and then share your thoughts on how we can be cautious about this personal identifiable information.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for being here, taking time from your personal time and being with us. If you look at the privacy part of it, you all are familiar with the security statements, right? It's mandatory, irrespective whether the government is asking you to have a policy in place or not. A security statement is a mandatory compliance document that you, as a person responsible for delivering a product in your organization, is responsible for. That comes from your business teams, which is from R&D. It all come together to have the documentation ready.
Even if you're going to go and prepare and submit a tenders, unless your security champion comes and gives a go-ahead saying that, yes, the product I'm going to sell now is security compliant and it's taking care of all that is needed to protect the data that's coming into your systems, your tenders will not go through. So whether government is implementing it or not, we already are familiar with the delicacy that is involved in storing the personal data, correct? Now last month, the government of India also proposed the Data Protection Act, which was signed off on 11th of August. Okay, and all the interesting part is it's not covered the AA aspects of it. They said the digital data policy, which is going to be coming in a 1 to 2 years time, is going to include AI. Right now, we're only focusing on how do we really ensure that the data that we are collecting, is it rightly encrypted or not, right? And are we giving right kind of access to the people who are supposed to be accessing it? And are we bringing in right kind of authentication factors for those who are accessing it, right? For example, I as a person working for ensuring for responsible for global markets for the product I am responsible for, I just can't download an email ID of my client and then just send it across, because that's a violation. So we have the security audits coming into picture, questioning me on regular basis because we do a frequent product upgrade. So they come and ask us, show us if because of some feature development, are there any deviations that you're introducing as part of the previously baselined and approved security statement where we're going to capture all the data, right? So we need to be particularly aware of it, and there is a reason behind doing this. Now, with Gen AI or anything related to the artificial intelligence coming up, the question is how with human, I mean, no matter, this is what I strongly believe, no matter how many AI versions are coming through, we need to use them as our co-pilots, like our previous speakers mentioned. End of the day, it is a product manager's power to decide whether they want to give access of the sensible data to the AI systems they're developing. Okay, so it's a collective decision, and we as humans have a powerful tool called common sense. We need to use that very diligently to make sure that what kind of data you want to classify as what and what is that you want to give out. Make sure it's your responsibility to see that right kind of access are there, you're retaining it as per the requirements of your customer, and right access controls are in place, encryptions are in place, both in static and in transit as well. And everything, and every company come up with their own ways of how they want to manage these tools. For example, in Signify, we have our own tools, but I won't be able to reveal the names of it right now. But yes, this is mandatory, and we all as responsible PMs here need to make sure that we understand the urgency and need of it. Not only just waiting for government to come up with the proposals, because then it's more going to be, hey, there's a government waiting there, it's going to penalize you, because there is also an exemption that's been called out, saying that if a company is defaulted twice in not meeting the guidelines that are part of the data protection, you will be barred from the business. Do we really need to wait until then? No. We know that something is coming up, you can't work without it, it's a need of the hour. But let's do what we can do as a project managers, prioritize using our common sense, and we can solve the problem together. Thank you.
Thanks, Vijay. But you mentioned about how the data has. So now that is one of the challenge for doing it. But coming to you, Surendra, coming from Microsoft and being in the industry for long, so you've seen the industry evolving with and taking on a lot of challenges and catching up with these trends. What do you see as the challenge, key challenges for whether you're a Microsoft level company or you are a startup? We have some startups here. What are those challenges any company would face, and how do you think that we should be ready with that, and how do you tackle with them? Of course, in applying AI. and before you answer, let me, Surendra is also an author, as Shweta mentioned, on 7 Sense AI. And there's a lot of insights, so you could add on of your insights before we get to your book. So everyone is also looking forward.
Thanks for that and putting me on the spot. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's really good to see. Good to see so many people, especially Friday afternoons, where like tendency is to head home. Heading to a conference is something really exciting to see. And thanks for having me here. Now, with respect to the question of what's the challenges. So more than a challenge, I think I put it as a preparedness. Be it a small company, a startup company, or a Microsoft, or any big biggies. It is about the preparedness. And the why I say the preparedness is, I belong to a division in Microsoft where we bring the best of product technology to the customer problems. So I'm not in the product development area, but basically in the consulting area. So when I deal with a lot of customers, and especially, let's take example of enabling AI, there is a kind of a immediate tendency, say that we have enough data, because we say that for the AI, data is the crux. And everybody claims that we have enough data. It's just like your solution has to work, okay? But more than many times I found that it is about the preparedness of do you understand your data? And what was the intention or intent behind those data, how it has been collected over a period of time. One of the examples which I share when we were like trying to enable a propensity model for one of the banking, that banking customer has claimed that they have 110 years of data with them. So data is not an issue, just bring the best algorithm and solution and we'll make it happen. And apparently when we actually sat, the scores were pathetic and it was nowhere near any predictability. And then we went and start cleansing the data, okay? And we found that 98% of the data we need to really like can't use it at all, because the customer addresses were like ABC, PIN codes were 1111. Okay. So, and demographic data, absolutely nothing captured, all were like of the same state or something like that. So that's the thing. So fundamentally, whenever somebody is marching into this evolution or adoption of the technology, one has to assess the readiness and preparedness of the organization. And if I would basically say that that is precisely been my experience, where I captured as a part of my book as well, where based on whether the company is, you have to ask yourself, is it an on-prem centric company? Are you a cloud native company? Are you into a digital native kind of an organization, being a startup, okay? And based on that preparedness, you can define your milestone. If you are very, very on-prem centric company, very much operating on a PIA data and very, very huge landscape of data assets, start with actually collating the data, identify data as your new revenue, new model. And one of the first steps is to identify the data and then identify the person and personnel who are actually operating with data. So I would basically recommend start with your operations teams, okay, and the customer-centric teams, and create your data platform. That itself is a big milestone, okay. True. And once you know that you have the data and the knowledge about the data, which is a metadata, that's where you can do wonders of actually going through them, enabling the search, getting the insights of past history, what has happened, enabling the BI. So I always call this as, like, first enable your BI, run the enterprise with BI, and then you evolve into AI, okay, BI to AI. Because as much as you want to run your entire organization with an intelligent driven organization, but AI always have one or two those hero use cases, which we call it. But first thing is need to be a data-centric organization. That's where like you start your journey. And irrespective of whether it's a small company or a big company, that is where the journey starts. And I have basically over the period of time discovered this magic formula, which I'm going to share with you. Before starting any major project, any digital transformation, start with MVP and time box that MVP. And what's the time box? I basically experienced that you have to establish your value proposition within 6 weeks of your ideation. So debate, discuss, identify those use cases. Within 6 weeks, try to establish MVP. After 6 weeks, give another 2 weeks to realize whether it works or not. And whenever I saw anything going beyond 8 weeks to establish the value, leads to frustration. So you have to basically time box it between 6 to 8 weeks, see if it works. If you would have lost, you lost only 8 weeks. Yeah. If you would have gained, you would have really laid out a roadmap for the rest of the organization.
Amazing, amazing. Thanks for sharing the secret sauce. You touched about a greater problem like be ready with your data, be prepared, right? And the bigger problem of those banks not even having a proper PIN code. You know, that's one side of the problem where you have a lot of data and you have to crunch out. But coming to there are these other side of the challenges where you don't have data. Now you wanted to solve problems and you know the problem, right? But you don't have data to validate and you don't have data to come up with that MVP or solve it. How do you plan about, as a product manager, if I wanted to kind of solve a use case that my client had shared? I know that it is a problem, but I want to validate it, or I want to. What are those things that I, as a product manager, are facing these challenges, and how I can come out? Share your experience and thoughts.
Sure. Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for having me here. So, when it comes to using the data, it's more important to understand what is the business value you want to deliver. Like, what is your business challenge? Because unless until you are not very clear. Hello? Yeah, it's far better. So, unless and until you are not clear with the value that you want to put upfront for a business, or if you are not sure about the problem area that you're going to solve, you cannot narrow down on the quality of the data or data set that you want to use, or how that insight should be. For example, if I want to put an event next Sunday, where to put that event based on today's attendance, where I can get a maximum attendance again for that next event. So that kind of insight can be only built if I know what is my next move, what I want to achieve. And for that outcome, what are the data elements I want to identify? Now, if you do not have this data set, then you need to work on it. And in today's world, you also have some predefined models for startups to use those data sets. I bring that analogy of a student who is getting graduate in college, who gets trained on a particular domain. By going to an academics, he learns some topics, and he gets some domain experience. But consider fine-tuning at the next level where he is getting postgraduate, wherein you already have a pre-trained model in case a scenario is where you do not have a data set, but you know the problem area, what you want to solve. So build on that domain with a specific requirement that you have, and try with the sampling. The approach that we are discussing, like give six weeks to try out how your data is performing, whether it is delivering the appropriate results that is accurate enough and transparent, where you can communicate how you are reaching out to a outcome. Can you make it explainable? So those are the very important aspects that we are discussing today about using an AI, because it is easy to put a black box, but that cannot be adopted well by business.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, right. Thanks for sharing that. How do you prepare yourself? Have the use case. So now, what we have discussed so far was like, as a product manager, how I can solve the problems using, if I'm solving customers' problem for AI. To you, Vijay, coming back to you. Now, how I, as a product manager, can use AI while preparing for solving customers' problem, right? Because I wanted to, use AI for solving customers' problem. Is there any scope for AI to support product managers and to prepare product managers, and how I can use AI there?
So we kind of established a fact that AI is going to become our co-pilot. We're not going to take that away. So AI feeds on data. For the seasoned PMs here, what feeds you? What's your source? Right. So we're basically talking about market analysis, right? So AI is going to help you to capture the data. So we can start from there. Because as a PM, you are end-to-end responsible. I was just talking to Surendra about it. It's going to start with cradle to the grave. Your responsibility starts somewhere, and it's going to, from the starting of the resources, defining the problem until it's going to go into the end, where it's going to fill the landfilling, right? So first and foremost thing is, how and where do you get your problem definitions from? That is from your markets. So use those tools available, research tools available in AI area to try looking at, identify the problems that are of interest to you and to your organization and where there's a maximum impact. Now from there, now we're going to, let's say problem is defined. What is that we're going to do next? Now it's become part of your roadmap. Now I want to do faster prototyping. Like you said, we need to find out if the MAP is going to happen in 6 weeks, because the moment you go and tell your development team, hey guys, 6 weeks to you, and I want an MVP out of it, this is what the business value I'm looking out for. What will they say? Not possible, right? So we're saying have our AI systems in place, because AI is also going to help you with coming up with prototyping much more faster than a normal development team is going to be, right? Use them for your benefit, come up with some kind of simulations that are going to validate the thought or idea and the value that we think we can achieve. And the third one is in terms of personalization. Although we all wanted Louis Vuittons or Gucci bags and everything, we all wanted to have personalization. I want my bag to look different, even though I would have paid 70,000 rupees for a Louis Vuitton bag, right? Now, how do you bring in that kind of personalization? Try to understand that from AI, because AI is going to help you once you have the enough amount of data set to validate your thoughts, bring up with the customization. So for example, I worked with BMW, I can speak about it, right? They also have the option of customizing your car. We're not talking about just a Louis Vuitton bag here. You can come up with your customization for a BMW car that was launched, for example, iNext, that was launched in 2021. I had an opportunity to work on the communications module for that. You can go and personalize that car for you. So that amount of personalization is possible, and end of the day, your NPS is going to be high, you have a smiley, happy, and a customer who's going to come back to you. The fourth one is about preventive analysis. I was just talking to Priyanka here. Hey Priyanka, we can predict anything and everything, not the traffic on the roads. It's difficult. I mean, the day we can achieve, this is the amount of time it's going to take you to from this destination, that destination, at this given amount of time, right? So let's use that, see that what kind of preventive analysis that we can bring onto the table, so our maintenance costs can be reduced. We know the problems first, then the customers are reporting it, and then go about giving them a value, saying that, hey, we have a fix available, we do a OTA, it's going to be taken care. So that's a happy customer for you. And then last one is about major of the companies, especially in the semiconductors, have faced is the chipset shortage. It's still ongoing, started during the COVID, and it's still continuing, right? So this is basically about how do you identify your supply chain? Okay, what alternate sources are available for you? How can you support your supply chains with different AI modeling techniques? So they can look out options and then make sure that even if there is a delay, but we're still going to meet our extended and stretched deadlines, that we can do that, right? Before I end that, I strongly believe in sustainability, okay? And then what I think is that we as a responsible PMs who are going to use AI to the benefit also need to make sure that the solutions that we are proposing are also sustainable. Because this is the only place for all of us to live, unless Elon Musk says Mars is ready for human habitation. We're going to come back here in some form or the other in the upcoming days. So for the people who are here today and those we're going to come back and later, have our AI solutions that's going to give us systems that are going to give us sustainable solutions. And I think that's where AI is going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. We were just talking, we were both part of Harman before, We were building connected cars, but we are living in connected everything. Connected ecosystem, connected environment, connected people and everything, right? So we'll build more on that, right? Coming to you, Nakul. So there's a lot of future towards AI. Now, how do you vision this is evolving? We've been talking from morning, that's the future, that's how it. So now, while this is evolving, how do you suggest the product managers keep up? What should product managers look out for? Product managers, what is their roadmap should look like?
Yeah, very good question. So what we have seen so far is the initial phase where the models are getting used to deliver some decisioning, be done without much supervision by the humans. So what we want to see is right now the models and the data is used where these models are delivering maximum value. So that value is in terms of which ad to show, which search results to present. We want that to be democratized to a level where if I go to a local grocery store or a local paint shop, that guy should be able to use their customer base to build a good inventory system or to build a good recommendation, wherein he can say, hey, you are a regular user of this product. You might be getting, it might be getting over at your end. I have it in my shelf. Shall I deliver it to you? Can he promptly come and solve that use case? So we want to make sure that that level of simplification should happen. And I feel like that will happen not very soon, but by 2030.
Thank you.
For both the questions which you asked, I just wanted to give one perspective over the years which I gained. The product leader or product manager, it's a very, very unique role. It's not engineering. It's not purely imagination. It's an art and engineering coming to the picture. And most of the time, whenever we say AI or machine learning, they just basically immediately structs to that, go to a data science. Okay.
Right.
Which is one of the most wrong notions to start with. It is not about the AI which is going to solve the problem. It is about what we want to achieve and what is the purpose it's going to meet. AI is just an enabler or a tool. And that's where the product manager can have his imagination and intuition to be bought in first, use AI to validate whether that intuition or the imagination which he or she is putting together is relevant or not. And today's AI systems, be it generative AI or any of those evolutions, can really play a major role in helping that validation. Okay. You can basically design something and put it through generative AI and then relatively say, okay, such a model already exists, such a design already exists, here is some things which you can assemble and improve upon it. Okay. That's the beauty of it. Okay.
Thank you for jumping in on that. It's amazing insight. Ramesh, to you, back to you. I don't want you to fall asleep. So, what are the support systems? Now we are at IIIT Edge, it's a house of research and a lot of think tanks here. What are the support systems that we can enable product managers with? So to make them better at their job, to make them better as humans, make them better at creativity. So what is the role of academia plays in them, and what can we look out for support?
Oh, sure, absolutely, right. So to concur with what Surendra said, right, so product managers is in the cusp of, between engineering and business. And I mean, I have a diagram in my class. Students who have been in my class would see. There are like hundreds of things and you are in between all those 100 different things, right? And sometimes we as product managers feel lost. I have felt lost multiple times in my 25 years career as a product manager. I didn't know where to go to. I didn't know who can help me get through some of this, because the other functions in an organization do not understand my problem, right? Because engineering always has engineering focus to the problem that we get them to. My business folks have
when I say my sales folks have their own set of problems that they're looking at. And my set of problems are very different from what everybody else says, right? If I have to, as a product manager, if I feel lost, that I don't know what AI is, right? I don't know where to go to. There are courses all across the world, but for every course that you go to, you need to know Python, you need to know data science. I'm not a technologist, right? I don't know what to do with it. I'm not a technologist. Is it like, do I have to go in and learn technology first for me to learn AI? That's the question everybody asks. I know all of you have, some of you must have had those questions before. Some of you must get this question today, hearing AI every 5 minutes, during the course of the day. But what I would say, don't worry guys, right? I have seen this happen. All of us here have seen multiple technology disruptions happen. AI is one of them, right? That's why I keep telling AI is one of the disruptions. Very rightly so, AI is a tool, right? Surendra was very apt when he said, guys, AI is a tool, trying to solve a problem. Are you clear on, have you defined the problem correctly? Have you defined what is the customer value correctly? That's what matters, right? And there is a lot of support systems available today. There are, I would definitely say, look for courses, AI courses that is non-tech, right? AI for, there's lots of AI for business courses. There's a lot of free small modules that's available on YouTube. That's how I learned. I didn't do a proper course to learn AI or what AI can do, right? I learned on the job. I learned talking to my engineering teams. I learned doing things on the job. So when you're defining requirements, you're not defining an AI requirement. Please, that's not what you're doing. You are defining a requirement that's solving a customer problem and creating customer value. AI, or whatever it is, are tools. Every technology you use is a tool. And that should be very clear in your minds when you're working through your day-to-day jobs, right? Use technology as tools, and tools are to enable you to complete a business function, and your role as product managers is define what that business function is, right? And there are AI tools available out there. There are ChatGPT is going to help you a lot. There are lots of those ChatGPT tools built today, which is going to help product managers. One of my product manager, I have a big product management team at RealPage. A couple of them are sitting here, right? They have shown me that they can write user stories using ChatGPT. They can give a requirements to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT gives you a user story. Perfect, great, right? Makes my job easier. Maybe as a leader, I can hire 2 less product managers now.
Putting jobs at stake.
So to get back, is that going to take away a job of a product manager? I don't think so, right? Because again, AI needs people to actually work with, right? I have lived long enough where when computers were introduced, I remember there was those days when outside SBIs and LICs of the world, there used to be those big agitations happening that computers are going to take my jobs away, right? Did it take jobs away? It actually brought in jobs, right? We all grew, and AI is going to help us grow, right? And we'll have to find those areas where AI can help us grow, right? And there are definitely academic tools available. There are courses available out there. You could spend time, money, and you all should invest, right? I mean, as product managers, we all should be investing some time for ourselves, for us to grow. Because remember, if we grow as product managers, the organizations that we work in grow. We are in the front end of innovation in our organizations, right? If we don't drive innovation, nobody else is going to drive innovation in the organization, right? That's why it's very important that we spend time, concentrate, spend time, put it in your calendars to spend time to learn AI. Not technology, but usage of AI. How can you use AI? How can AI be used in your specific domain, industry area you are in? That's where you should be spending time on, right? And there are definitely tools available out there doing that.
Thank you. I wanted to give more chance to our folks to ask questions, but on a lighter note, right? So someone stole my question that I wanted to ask in the morning session, so I'm going to flip that now. So if we know this traffic problem that we have, right? So you're talking about that, how do we use it? You kind of had a Hyderabad too while reaching here, right? So if we have some of the AA solutions already, but let's say if you have to solve one of the people problem that's day to day in our life, right, and go crazy about it, how crazy would you go using AI?
Want me to start? Wow, that's an interesting one. Too many in my list, but let me pick one. I think what we have today, prevailing pattern, is like 5-day work week, 2-day weekend, right? But hardly even those 2 days is kind of ends up with a lot of chores. I see a lot of people too much stressed about careers, too much stressed about work, too much stressed about managing stuff. So if I really had a chance, and I think I do have a chance, to flip that up. So I want to make like 2-day work week and 5-day my time.
I love it.
That would be my value prop. Okay.
You have audience.
If I want to give it a try, it's like what you learn always, like when the things are not in abundance, you should use it wisely. So when we see like people are adding to congestion, it's mostly because sometimes you see people breaking the lanes or honking a lot or not following the best practices for driving. So if you can use AI, IoTs, everything together to identify potential candidates, to train them better, to follow the best traffic rules, and incentivize people who are doing in the right way, so that you can get people use and avoid congestion.
I want to go crazier than Surendra. Surendra wants to go to office, wants to work 2 days a week. I don't want to work at all. Why? So I really want to create a digital virtual twin that can work for me. Why am I working, right? My digital twin will go to office virtually, sit in my chair, do my work, and finish work, and I switch it off, right? Why?
I hope he will not spend money on your house.
That's a risk that's always there. That's where I should, innovatively give him access. All those access management should get it to work. Yeah. I will not give him access to my credit card.
Vijaya, you'll.
Yes. So let's say all of us drive to work. It's in a car, let's say. And stress is a part and parcel of our life, right? So the moment I get into my car, mirror, right? We'll check the first thing, how am I looking, how things are, etc. So my mirror will read my mood, okay? Oh, okay, it's going to talk to me some nice pep talks, and based upon my mood, it's going to connect with my refrigerator and see what's available there. And then it say, hey, this is the available stuff. Can we make some interesting recipe for you? And even if you don't have anything ready, we have a smart kitchen available. It's going to check, this is the things available. I think we can make a nice, interesting soup for you by the time ready. But of course, I have to go and cook, let's say. So this is something like that. It's easy to pep up my mood and then, create an environment for me to feel good the moment I've arrived at home. So something like that. I don't mind. Thank you. Yes.
Thanks for your amazing talk.
We can have 2 questions from the audience.
Hello everyone, this is Ananya. I'm from ADP, lead product managers. So we've been listening a lot of Gen AI. I think I've counted it's 1,064 times we've spoken Gen AI. What makes me believe, or rather it's just a thought and probably a mind share more than a question. Aren't we as people or product managers trying to force fit solutions by Gen AI? Like even a simple use case that can be, say, as simple as an Excel macro or probably putting a VLOOKUP. We are force fitting higher ended solutions, costlier solutions while we are building for this. So just a mind share around that.
No, I 100% agree with you, right? That's why I was very clear when I said value, define benefit, right? all the tools that we are talking about are tools, right? We should be very clear on the value that we are creating on the usage of tools. These tools are insanely expensive. We think it's cheap, but for us to create, for us to deploy, for us to maintain these tools over a longer period of time is extremely expensive, right? And that's what we should be very careful about. Value, right? Define your problem, define what value you're creating out of your problem, and any tool that we talk about, any shining new object that we are creating in this world, today it's Gen AI, 3 years from now it could be something else, right? But as product managers, and remember the other side of the coin, right? If it's your engineering teams will want to use some of these tools because they are engineers by profession, right? They want to use the latest shining tool in the products. Your sales team wants to use them because it sells, because that's the word everybody uses, right? I have the product that is powered by Gen AI or whatever AI tools that's out there today, right? It was something else 3 years ago. It was something else 10 years ago, right? So everybody else wants to embed that new tool into your product, into whatever they are building, so that they can sell well, they can talk well, they can experience these new technologies. But our role as product managers is to create value, right? We have to define what value is very clearly. Use technology only when you're creating value, not because there's a new technology out there.
Okay. So sometime back, there was an app on iPhone to switch on your light. It was selling at $99. Yeah. Now it's absolute. So that's where, if you're not building a proposition that is ready to, can be adopted, it cannot last for longer.
I agree with you, Surendra, that I don't want to work for 5 days a week. I want to work for 2 days. I can use that 5 days creatively, doing so many things. And I agree with you, Vijaya, I hate cooking. So if something helps me in my kitchen to cook, I'll be the most happiest. We can take one last question. Any questions for the panelists, please? One last question. Your last thoughts, one last resolution.
Hi everyone. I would use ChatGPT for make it short. So, what kind of relationship do you think we should have between data scientist and AI product manager?
So let me take a shot at it. Yeah. It's a very important question, and it's very essential to understand where the data science fits in on overall game of things. So I was actually debating on this and did a lot of kind of brainstorming with a couple of folks. There are, if I would say, there are like 4 segments. And those 4 segments are actually influenced by different people in the organization. One set basically are the market researchers, stakeholders, management team. I call them as decision science team. They are the ones who make the decisions, help us make decisions. Once those decision science team comes back with what's the right thing to do based on the competition, based on what's the sentiment in the market, what the product people are looking for, you start collecting the data relevant to that value prop, and then that's where you give it to data science team. So data science team will basically take the subset of all that market research that has been done and simulate a product, simulate a forecast of what is possibility. And story doesn't end there. Then comes the engineering team, the architects, developers, consultants, who I call it as like data engineering team, which basically takes what data science has created and really bring it to the life, which gets into production. And that's where the operations team comes into the picture. So now you see like where the data science fits in the overall game of things. So it is the decision science team who basically defines the North Star. It is a data science team who gives what is the possibility. It is the engineering team which makes it a reality. It's the operations team which basically sustains the life of that of the system.
Very well explained, right? Because we are grappling with this problem today. I think every large company is grappling with this problem where the data science team should be placed, right? Is it an engineering function? Is it a research function? Is it a innovation function? Is it a operation function, right? We don't know yet. I mean, we haven't solved it in our company yet, right? But then it's a very important function. We know that, right? And every part of the organization need to transact with that function, right? There have been instances where our data science team have come up with an innovative idea that has become a product, right? While there are cases where our data science team has been a solution provider for a problem that we have created, right? So it's a mix of all, but I like the approach that Surendra mentioned. There is a structure to it, right? I think that's really amazing. Thank you, Surendra, for that.
So just to summarize our thoughts and what I learned from the other panelists today, use AI to your benefit, identify the value it's going to bring in and the ROI attached to it, and then make responsible and sustainable solutions out of it. Thank you.
For me, as product managers, don't get overwhelmed by AI. Don't get overwhelmed by all the right attention that all kinds of AIs are getting at this point in time, right? Try to maximize the usage of it. Try to figure out how it can make your life easier in your day-to-day jobs, one. And two, how you can use these new technologies to make your end users' life easier. Value creation is important, and it's your job to identify how you can create value from the technologies that's getting created. That would be my takeaway from this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So human decision-making capabilities and the intuitions that we have cannot be replaced by Gen AI. But you can always use Gen AI to speed up the way you are making decisions, to speed up the way you are doing the subsets of activities which are related to product management, be it risk analysis or presenting the status of your projects, or summarizing where you are in your journey. So that kind of things you can see how effectively you can utilize.
Great thoughts from the panel, and if I would basically put my kind of thought behind that, I think this is the realization of something called collaborative computing, where it's not about one software company creating a solution, you using it. It is about everybody has to collaborate. AI cannot succeed without adoption, without collaboration. So it's your idea, my idea, leading to a better outcome. So this is the phase. We're all part and parcel of this collaborative computing.
Thank you, everyone. So my takeaway is what you all gave me. I probably would summarize, but you are all summarizing it. Whether it is 6 weeks, the secret sauce, or whether it is how academics can, keeping up to the speed, keeping people at the center, and also being, in the ethical lines and guidelines. Great thoughts. Thanks for sharing this. This is an amazing time that I spent. We'll take on more from here. Thank you. You've been an amazing audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhilash.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Item in the agenda is the workshop, Harnessing Generation AI, Crafting Innovative Products. We request Jeba to come onto the dais. Jeba is the Senior Director of Engineering in the Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. He has shipped multiple products in the past at other companies, including Microsoft, ADP, and at ServiceNow, primarily in the areas of databases and workflows, and for the past 10 years on different aspects of AI and ML, including Gen AI. Jeba has played a strong engineering roles, both in engineering development and in product management. We welcome you, Jeba. Ravindra is a senior staff ML engineer with Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. Over the past 18 years, Ravi has worked on the application of machine learning to areas such as API security, deception technologies, NLP algorithms, and video algorithms. Of late, he has been working with text-to-code models, model miniaturization techniques, and applications of sequential decision algorithms. We welcome you. Ravi also has a PhD from the Indian Institute of Science for his thesis on text summarization. He's also a senior member of ACM and has 18 granted patents over 18 peer-reviewed research publications. That deserves a huge applause. Our next guest is Srikar Gulapalli. Srikar is a software engineer working in Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. During his tenure of 3 years, he has been actively involved in developing various software applications and machine learning-based products. Currently, Srikar is focused code explainability models and researching on various fine-tuning techniques to further improve the performance of these products.
So today's session, we're going to talk about how Gen AI can be applied. So let me just run you through a very quick agenda. And first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's an honor and a privilege so that I can speak in front of everyone. This is something we've been working on. This is my team. We've been working on Gen AI for quite some time, since the day ChatGPT was launched, in a way. Like November 30th was the day, and then things changed in our company totally. So today, what we would do is it projected? Not yet, right? I'm not sure if the demos are going to be very visible. So I'm going to be doing a lot of use cases, running you through a bunch of different use cases, especially for PMs. So I know some people talked about, hey, you know what, are we force-fitting? I think we need to do a lot more research before you can think whether it can be force-fitted or not. But I do agree, there are some scenarios. People who don't understand enough of Gen AI, they think, oh, Gen AI will solve the problem, but it may not be a Gen AI problem. So these are my colleagues who are going to be speaking along with me. So today's agenda is, first is general introduction of Gen AI, and we'll spend around 30 minutes on the use cases with some prompts, right? So we'll go into maybe Azure OpenAI, and we'll talk about whether, some of the use cases, scenarios, and then we'll also talk about whether there is an inherent intelligence in GPT or not, or is it just a play of words? And then we're going to talk about some scenarios of what we've been working as a team, and then from ServiceNow, some of the things which have been shipped. So you will see things which are not shipped, which are in the pipeline. I don't think we can show it to you right now. The other thing is, how do you think of use cases, right? So for a PM, so we're going to talk about how to think about use cases. And when you think of a use case, when to use a prompt, when to use prompt engineering. And the other part is, how would you fine-tune a model, right? Or anyone in this room can open up your laptop if you connect to your thing. So that's your last part, right? So we're going to show you how to download a model and then how to do it from scratch. It's about 15-minute session, so anyone can do it. I'm not sure of the network. So the thought was that you will be able to open up your laptop, download a model, and then experiment with like a sentiment or ask a specific question. So that was the thought, but I don't think we have enough network to do it. But if you have a 5G network or a 4G network and you have a laptop, you can connect to it and then just go after us. And then you'll be able to run it on a CPU or a GPU on your machine. And then we'll leave out enough time for Q&A. So where is Gen AI right now, right? So if you see Gen AI, I know there is a lot of talk for the last 8 months, 10 months. You see that generative AI is right on top, right? Which means it is right on top of the hype curve. But right below it, like following the generative AI, you will see there is a casual AI, AI simulation, AI engineering, data-centric AI, a bunch of things which are following up and trying to climb the hype curve. So it'll take some more time for the generative AI to be mature enough and then fall down. So is it mature enough right now? I don't think the kind of questions which are asked, people will not be asking now. In a matter of 2-3 years, I think more people will be understanding the Gen AI a lot more as Gen AI matures. So, how many people have heard of this music LLM before? Okay, one person. So let's show a demo. It might be a little boring for you. So I'm going to play only one. So this is a generative AI where it can compose music, and I'm going to play only 2 of them. Right, and then it can do like a piano. Right, it can do a bunch of these things. So a lot of things it can do. You can go and play around with it once you have access to, maybe the Google LLM. So this is from Google, the music LLM. So you can play around with it. The other one is Google Bard. You must have seen it. So the point to be made is it is not just about text. Gen AI is for the images, the videos. You have speech. So I'll play a few things. So one is about this Adobe Firefly. I don't know if you have seen this particular part, where you can actually give a text, and you would be able to generate different images out of it. So get started. I have to sign in, looks like. Right, so here you could go in and type in like try prompt. So wherever it says try prompt, you can click on it. Okay, so you can actually say, cotton overgrown with trees drinking beer, right? Like just weird stuff. And you can adjust some of these portraits, graphic. You can say, some movement, vaporware. And so I'm just showing you examples of what other companies have done with Gen AI, especially in different modes or models, what you call it. So it's generating, and you will see, right? So you have a froth somewhere, some beer, but you can actually play around with it. It actually creates something really, really cool stuff. Just for making, you can do color and tone, you can do composition, a bunch of different things together. Then the other part is around speech. You can do video editing, that you can actually go ahead and do it on your own. And I'm going to play this one. I'll play and let this be there, and I want you to guess who the personality is. Yeah?
And have an identical replica of it. Play leverages the latest generative media techniques to create the highest quality version of your voice.
Anyone? Okay, perfect. I'm going to play one more.
With Play.ht, you can clone your own voice and have an identical replica of it. Play leverages the latest generative media techniques to create the highest quality version of your voice.
You got it? Yeah. Yeah. So it can actually create people, right? Like, so in the future, you'll be able to give your voice signature and then have generative AI speak in its own voice or in your own voice, so that it can answer emails or answer phone calls. So let me go back to this. Do we have time, or we have to close around 4? 4:15. 4:15? Okay. Oh, 4:15. No, don't worry. So in general, right, LLMs are good at so many different things, right? So if you see, these are all the text-related stuff on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side are different modalities which it can handle. So it can handle things like summarization. I'm not going to show you anything. It can generate content. I'm not going to show any of that, because most of the people know already, and I'm not going to spend time on things you already know. So things like natural language understanding, agent-like conversation, translation, right? I might show a little bit of translation, but with a little bit of a twist in it. It can do a bunch of other stuff. I don't want to read through it, but the most interesting ones are the ones which you saw on the right-hand side, right? The video, the speech, and images. Let me see. Okay. So how many people have actually played around with the generative AI, the ChatGPT? Most of you, right? Most of you? Okay. So you know how it works. I'm just going to give you a very quick introduction and then tell you what are the places where it doesn't work and then how to go fix it, and that's what our friend Ravindra will cover. Before I get into the thing, just because I don't want to change screens. So if you look at use the word Barack, don't press enter and you ask it to generate, it's going to generate something like this, right? Ravindra, please add anything. So it actually finished that word called Bharat and then it assumed Barakat, right? Because in its own thing, it has got a token called Barack and then it's something with the at. So that's what it assumed it to be, which is the most frequently occurring word. Now the next one, you use the word Barack and press enter this time and then ask it to generate text. It generates an entirely different one, right? So the only difference was in the previous one, you did not press enter, right? No space. But then here there was a /n and then the entire meaning changed. Because there it was trying to complete. It found the first token Barack and then it added a 80, right? So here it just started generating with the /n and it knows that Barack is a full word. And same thing with the uppercase B. Entire meaning changes, and then it starts producing something entirely different. And here, so there is a hyphen, and then it changed the entire meaning of it. So if you see, just with little bit of a change of what you could do with lowercase, just with a /n, without a /n, what it produces changes entirely. Right? And just because of the understanding of the tokens it has. Now we're going to go through and then see some of these things as to how it works, just to give you an intuitive feel for how it is picking up and how can you produce multiple scenarios after it has completed the sentence. We'll show a demo. So what happens here is I'm going to change something called a full spectrum, and let's try something called product leadership forum. Yeah, and then I press enter. So if you see, it says the leadership forum is the leading forum, right? And it gave you some color coding. So the reason for this color coding is that if you click on this, it's actually picked up the highly probable ones. So after the leadership, right? If you look at the probability distribution of the next word, it was forum, product, etc., right? But then it picked up the 99.56%, which is the highest, and therefore you get a red and green in color. If you click here, it picked up 0.16, right? And that's why it is red in color. However, I could actually go here and then say forum was the highest one, right? Like if you see this is the forum, I could say, hey, what would it have produced if I had a word called forum here and then say submit? So it'll automatically change the word, right? So there are infinite number of possibilities from each place. So it actually predicts the next word, right? So from here, it predicted held, but then it could have predicted for, it could have predicted designed, right? But it picked up the held at that point in time. Now, if you look at all the possible combinations of all the possible words which could be generated at each point, you will get an infinite number of possibilities which it could generate. Right? So that's the beauty of generative AI, but it is also the flip side of generative AI because it is not deterministic. Now, you could also play around with it to say, I want a better deterministic solution. Then you can actually go and change the temperature to 0, and it will pretty much generate exactly the same text every time. So if you want this, you see this? Most of it is greenish in color. There was no red because it was trying to pick up the highest probability word at every point. Now, let's go back to this. Let's do some fun stuff, yeah? So let me do, for example, a poem completion, right? So complete the poem, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Now, if you click on it, it just pretty much gave you the poem, which it already knew from its knowledge. Now, we could also do something to the effect of, right? write the poem in the style of Eminem rapper, right? So if you see, it started writing its own poem in the style of Eminem, right? So that's the beauty here of what it could do. But I also wanted to show you before I get there, since we are at poems, so it'll and it actually mixed whatever was from its knowledge. So if you see, there was a twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. It actually inserted the word for the next paragraph. It started, developing its own. And that hallucination is a boon as well as a curse, because you would see that it is useful in certain places where you can generate content, you can be more, creative about this thing, but it is also not a good thing in certain places. Because I've given the maximum length, it is actually going on. Let me reduce the length to something else. Now, increase this to this. But before here, I wanted to show you something else before I jump in. So I said, hey, you are a songwriter in Telugu. That's the persona I'm giving. And then you can write songs given on a topic given by a user. And I said, can you write a song about Telangana and its food? So it wrote something here. But in between, it understood from its language that it has to write chorus and a verse. So it introduced all that stuff. And then I said, hey, can you translate it into Spanish for me? Okay, so it translated the entire thing into Spanish. And it is a pretty good translation, right? Like if you look at this, it's a pretty good translation word by word. Then in the end, I changed my mind and I said, hey, sorry, I meant English, right? So which means it translated everything in English, right? So you can actually ask for something. So it solves a lot of problem in an enterprise, especially if you're a multi-location enterprise. So you can ask a question in something and it'll answer you in a different language. And I think our friend Shrikar is going to show you a quick demo of that, of what we have done in ServiceNow. Okay, so now we are getting into a new thing here. Okay, I'm going to go from here. So the size changed, so I'm not able to see everything on the screen. That's fine. So let me show you. So this is the same Telangana stuff, right? Where this is another time I tried it. Then let me go to completions. So a lot of people asked, right? We're going to talk about a bunch of different things. So it can understand patterns, right? So this is what I want to do. I want to go one step at a time on what GenAI could do, right? So first we saw completions. It was able to come out with its own content. It can create KV articles, it can create poems, it can create marketing content, etc. You can extrapolate from there. So the next thing I'm going to show you is the pattern recognition, right? So if I say India is New Delhi, and then what is USA? Sometimes it could hallucinate. It gave the right answer, right? So you could actually say, you can do a complex pattern. For example, you could do something like this, right? Where I'm asking a capital and the population and say, for this country, tell me what the answer is. Now it's going to say USA, and it hallucinated, right? So it said it's New York. But if you keep asking, it will sometimes come up with the right answer. So this is the flip side I want to show you, that it is possible that it hallucinates at some point, and you may not know what is the right answer. So if it gives you an answer, it may not always be the right answer. But let's say if I did this and then say something to this effect, okay, again hallucinated. So you can never be sure, even with the temperature, right, that you will get the right answer to that question. Okay, so that is done. Now let's go back to general knowledge. Yeah? So here I said, hey, who was the first Prime Minister of India? And you give it and then says, oh, Jawaharlal Nehru was the first Prime Minister, which is the right answer. Now I can go in and say, what is the capital of Spain? Things like this. So you don't know whether it is hallucinating or not, but I'm taking it for face value right now. Now we're going to do something different, which is who was the first Prime Minister in India who was a pilot, an author, a lawyer, and is a living person now, right? So we are trying to inject some things into the prompt itself so that we, disturb its activation layer when the input goes in, and it's going to come back and say the first prime minister was Narendra Modi, who was a pilot, who was an author, who was a lawyer, and is a living person. Right? So what happens is you've tried injecting certain things in the prompt to make it think in a certain way, right? In fact, the probability starts coming from here, right? It starts building. He can explain it a lot better. The first Prime Minister of India, so your probability distribution starts from there, and then all of a sudden it starts losing the attention for a pilot, the author, a lawyer, etc. So a lot more attention is given to what it saw first. So even in your prompts, if you want to do certain things, make sure that you put some of the strongest words in the front. He will talk about some of those prompt engineering techniques when we get to his session. Then I don't want to do some of these things, summarization. Now, another example of hallucination, right? I'm trying to force fit something, saying, hey, tell me more about Oracle DB by Microsoft. If you don't know the answer, say, I do not know, right? So in this case, it might actually say, I do not know. Okay, because it knows that Oracle DB and the Microsoft, the distributions don't match, and therefore it has to say, I don't know. Now, let us take this out. What happened? So let us remove this, and we'll force fit it by not giving this, and then say, hey, tell me about Oracle DB by Microsoft, and it will conveniently say Oracle DB is by Microsoft, and it'll start, hallucinating on things. So let's go back to something else. Any interesting ones I have here? Okay, so this is like a classic example where can it actually detect some form of a sentiment, right? Like backstabbed is a sentiment. No journalist will write something called a backstab. So let's see what this actually does, right? It understands synonyms. So if you see, it will talk about OpenAI, what OpenAI has done to Microsoft, and it has automatically explained a bunch of different things over here. And these are the places where it thinks it could have backstabbed Microsoft. Interesting tool, but you have to play with it with care. I don't want to run through this. Okay, so this is another interesting one, which might be useful for a lot of your corporates. So if you want to produce a summary, for example, this is a system message. So you're an expert in creating surveys, and right, I'm giving it. So this is almost like the chain of thought, right? You're saying step 1, do this, step 2, do this, step 3, do this. Then I come here. What happened here? Okay, let me clear chat using a previous one. Now you're saying I'm a customer service agent for exhaust fans, and I need to send out feedback from the customer about the lost call and the service provided. Could you generate a survey for me? Okay, so sorry, my screen is changed after we projected it, so I have to play around with it. It's in big fonts. So this is like identify step 1, identify the purpose of the survey, and it has asked survey questions, right? So how would you rate the overall experience? Was your issue resolved? How long did it take for the customer? So it can pretty much write certain things for you automatically if you can give the right prompt at any time. So are we force fitting this? I don't think so. It is very good at text, and if you play with text, you have to play with the right LLM, with the right prompt for the right thing it was meant to do. Otherwise, you're going to be force fitting things. Okay, so should we try and do a long document Q&A? Let me try. So this is nothing but I have a 70-page document, right? And you ask a question, and it actually finds the perfect answer, right? And you cannot do it with anything else. You have to use GPT-4. If you try it on GPT 3.5, it'll fail because it's got a 4,000 token size limit. So I'm not going to demo that for you in the interest of time. You can also create tutorials, right? So you say, create a GenAI tutorial for me. It will create a GenAI tutorial for you. Now I'm going to show you something around mathematics. So how many people have done like function inverse, function composition, etc., right? So I'm going to take this function. So given a function f of x equals blah, find g of f of x, and then f of g of x, right? Let me go back to completions. I think that would be better. I can see everything together. Right? So it gave you the right answer. You can calculate it, it's pretty much right. Yeah? So now you can actually, so people actually say, oh, it is text. Gen AI cannot do mathematics. My point is that yes, it can. If it knows, if it has in its knowledge, it can. So even here, it produced the right thing, right? So it's very simple functions, x squared and 1 minus x squared. It did f of g of x and then g of f of x. Let me go in and ask it to do a, so something which is not, Collat's conjecture. So basically in the infinite series of numbers, you take any number, and then if it is even, you divide by 2. If it is odd, you do a 3n plus 1, and at the end of it, it converges to 1, right? But at this point in time, there is no proof which exists for this, but we know that it always converges. People have proved it for n number of numbers, but we don't know the proof for it. So here what we're saying is, hey, prove this Collat's conjecture, right? So we're trying to create new knowledge which doesn't exist, right? So in this case, it will actually fail. It is an unsolved mathematical problem, right? I basically tell you the same thing. Unfortunately, it is impossible to prove, but no one has proved it yet, not even humans. But humans have proved it, and then if it had some knowledge, it can actually do it. But it can write the proof for something which already we know of, right? For example, hey, prove there is an infinite number of primes in the world, and it can automatically calculate because it has it in its knowledge. Then let me show you some things on the songwriter we have seen. Okay, so a lot of people say, oh, it's bad at mathematics. So I'm going to show you some computer science problem. It's a graph problem. You must have heard of the shortest path algorithms, right? So we're going to take a shortest path algorithm, encode it in such a way that the OpenAI understands and gives you the right answer, right? And to make sure that it is not actually saying it from its own knowledge, we're going to twist the facts a little bit. So we're going to go different set of facts. Let me show you here. So here, we are saying that, hey, Mumbai to Bangalore, so all these are different nodes, which is Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata. Then we are defining the edges, like what we do in computer science. Mumbai to Bengaluru is 562 kilometers, which is not true, wrong facts. Then we give a bunch of different cities, and then the distance between those cities. It's like a classic shortest path computer science problem. It's called Dijkstra's algorithm. Now, in the end, users will ask you questions, and now here we say, hey, give me all possible routes from Mumbai to Delhi with the total distance, and what is the shortest route, okay? Let it calculate. So we gave really wrong answers so that it doesn't pick up from its knowledge, right? So we are overriding it. Sorry, I think it understood, it is still doing the survey part, so we haven't saved the changes. So give me a minute, we will redo it. Okay. Okay, now we're going to run this. Where is the session? So it did the algorithm and then said 1849. It gave multiple routes and then said the shortest one is 1849 kilometers, which is absolutely right. I'm going to show two more, and then we will hand it over to this one. Okay. So we'll go here. Sorry, this is a little painful to okay. So we'll do, we did math, we did computer science, we'll do an intelligence part, right? So what we're trying to prove here is that, let me go back to completions, slightly easier, I guess. So we're going to test out its intelligence, yeah? And this is GPT-3 and not GPT-4. We'll go here, and then in the intelligence, we're going to say, hey, what is the sentiment of the following sentence? Here it is positive, here it is negative, and then you say, what is the sentiment of the following sentence? It's intelligent, it has to find the sentiment from this and then set positive. Now, what if we actually reversed it, right? So we gave this as negative and this is positive. What does it do? Right? So if you say generate, it still says positive, right? It didn't make a mistake. Now we're going to do something different. So we're going to call this AAA, right? And then we're going to call this BBB, and then maybe remove these guys. Okay? And then say, hey, oh, sorry, I should have removed this. And then say, give me the sentiment. So it still gave positive, okay? Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to say, call this as class, call this as class, and okay, now it gave out CCC. But then it actually thought it was the sequence, right? So it thought it was a sequence. Now what we're going to do, we're going to do a different thing, which is take this out and go back in, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to run it very fast. Okay, so here, I'm doing the same thing, but then I played around with the last part a little bit, and now it gave AAA, okay? It's just to do with the way I wrote the prompt here, right? This last sentence. So this made the entire difference. So how you write the prompt is going to be super important, right? And that's what Ravindra will cover. But last one, because you're all product managers, I'm going to do a slightly different one. It might take a little bit time because this has changed the entire resolution of the screen. I'm so sorry, this is like very weird. Okay, since you're all product managers, I'm going to show you how a product manager is going to do certain things. So you're an awesome product manager who has shipped multiple successful products. Okay, now what we're going to do is here, let's clear the chat, and this is going to be very useful for you as product managers. So you can say, can you write a few epics to create a second-hand car application? So for people who are from ADP, and this is one of my favorite questions, interview questions, where users can upload pictures of what they want to sell, and buyers can choose and interact. And let's use GPT 3.4, and let's play. Oh, it didn't change this for some reason. Sorry, it's something else is happening. It's not saving it or what? Yeah. I want to show you, you as product managers, how easy is it going to change your job. So let me just say, it is still doing that. Let it complete, and then I'll show you. Okay, so you're going to write epics for a second-hand car application. So the persona it's playing is an awesome product manager. So if you see, it has wrote down all the epics. Epic 1. It also wrote the sign up, login, forgot password, everything for user authentication, and this account manager. Then the story 2.1 is the second one is car listing management. Okay. And then it started create car listing, delete car listing, view car listing, car browsing, etc., and then it wrote everything. Okay, now I can say, can you write, so though it gave me, okay, so can you write stories, few stories in detail yeah, for the first epoch. So if you see, it's going to write, the user authentication was the first one, right? So it started writing sign up, and then it started writing an acceptance criteria, right? So you as product managers, if you have something in mind, you can pretty much write it. It's a login for the second story, the acceptance criteria, and So I hope everyone is a product manager here, right? Yes? Okay. Now you can also do a bunch of different things like forgot password, etc., etc. You can ask it to write the acceptance criteria for the first story in detail. Okay. For the first, no, it didn't pick up the right one. Okay. Okay, so for the first sign up, it wrote. It actually wrote all the acceptance criteria, required fields, password confirmation, validation, everything. Okay. Now, in the next one, I don't want to show you, but I can actually show you prompts for architects, QE, dev, everything. So he will show you for a dev at some point, and then walk you through some of the things we have done. So what I'm going to do is now hand over to. So you saw some of the use cases with prompt. We also saw, was it intelligent? I will leave it to you to figure it out, because I showed you where it went wrong and then where it was super intelligent. It all was depending on the prompt. It is totally up to you to decide. So at ServiceNow, we have done certain things, build our own LLM. Sometimes we use OpenAI, but mostly we're trying to build our own LLMs. And we, our thing is slightly different, right? It's basically for a workflow. It's a service management company. We handle service management for IT, HR, CSM, etc. So we handle how LLMs can increase the productivity of an end user, increase the productivity of an agent or a worker, and for the BU developers, right? So that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to invite Shrikar to actually give you a very quick demo of what ServiceNow has shipped so far in these areas, right? How do you increase productivity of people?
Yeah, so while Shrikar is setting up his laptop for the demos, I have a bunch of questions for you. You can answer by a raise of hands. So how many of you are working as product managers for enterprise software companies? Okay, and the rest of you are working as product managers for end customers, or what would you classify yourself as? You can speak up. Entrepreneur? Okay. Okay, so the reason why I'm asking these questions is, I want to get back to what Jeba showed at the beginning, right? So he showed the word Barak and how it completed. So one of the key aspects of these large language models is the notion of probability, right? So anything which is probabilistic is non-deterministic. So a lot of our enterprise software, at least the legacy software, are built around the notion of being deterministic. So if I go to, let's say, the search page and I ask for something, I expect that same document to come back to me every time I search for those words, right? Imagine a language model which will give you completely different answers every time you go and search. So what happens to the end user experience? So that's one of the key aspects that one needs to consider when you're using generative AI in your product definitions. So the second question, So the second question which I have is, how many of you are under pressure to use generative AI in your product roadmap? Raise of hands.
So management actually tells you to use generative AI.
Okay, so how confident are you? Like, are you really confident that generative AI will, you will be able to roll out a successful generative AI problem statement for your customers at scale? Or do you think there are some things that you need to do and you push back on the engineering to figure those things out? Are you scared? Are you uncertain how these problem statements pan out in the real world? Yes? No? Yes? Okay. Yeah, so this is one of the key aspects from a product design and management point of view, to understand what these algorithms do behind the scenes. You don't need to code. You can let the engineering teams figure those things out. But while you sign up to roll out some of these features, probably you should pay attention to the notion of probability, the uncertainty which is out there, and how you can kind of find alternatives to solve some of these problems, right? Sometimes we use the term guardrails. So guardrails are basically a fancy way to say that you're going to force the output of these algorithms into a particular fashion so that it at least looks realistic to customers or deterministic, right? So Shrikar is going to show you a couple of use cases that we will be rolling out to customers in a big way. So they're already controlled go-to-market use cases. There's a lot of engineering which has gone behind the scenes in order to make these happen. And once he's done, I'll go into a little bit of theoretical aspects around prompts and maybe show you a very simple Python notebook to introduce you to what the developers feel or what the developers do when you ask them to solve some of these generative AI problems. Okay, Shrikar.
Yeah, thanks, Ravindra. So, yeah, we'll take a look at how ServiceNow has approached and the kind of problems ServiceNow has solved. So the area we will focus on today is incident management. So let's say Alex is an IT agent. Now he starts by looking at what are the incidents that are assigned to him. Now what is an incident? It's in PM's language, it's a ticket. So it's something we raise. Let's say my laptop is not working. I raise a ticket to my IT team. But what happens behind the scenes? So that is what ServiceNow solves. That is IT service management which we ship. So let's say the first, I have a bunch of incidents assigned to me. I'll open an incident. Now, so this incident was, somebody else was working on this. Alan was working on this. It was assigned to me right now, to Alex Ray. And I have no details about what happened on this incident. Ideally, the flow is I'll have to go through pages and pages of the activity that happened on the incident. But is it more productive? No. That's where ServiceNow shipped a summarize capability, which is totally powered by GenAI. So Alex can click on summarize to get a holistic view of what happened on this incident. So this incident, I'll just read it out. So it's an issue with MacBook, it's frozen, cursor doesn't move. And Alan has suggested something, and now Alex wants to know what happened with this. So let's look at the summary. The summary is the user reported that their MacBook is frozen, accurate. And the actions taken were, we asked the customer to force quit all the applications and ask the customer to restart their Mac. And the incident is still open, which means both of these steps didn't solve the incident yet. Now what can Alex do now? He can take a look at some of the resolved incidents that were very similar to this particular incident. So let's look at one of them. Even these are recommendations which are powered by, again, not powered by GenAI, but something out of the box shipped by ServiceNow. So let's take a look at a resolved incident that is already, So somebody else has worked on it, very similar. MacBook is frozen, cursor moves, but the applications don't respond. Now again, I want to look at what happened in this incident and how did they resolve. So I can again click on summarize. So now we see that, again, it's MacBook is frozen, but the actions taken were the PRAM has been reset. So this could be one of the resolution steps which I could propose for my actual incident. So I could just simply copy paste from here and modify some of this, of course, but suggest this as a resolution to the customer. Yeah, so I'll just perform a PRAM, post comments, and hopefully this will help the customer with their issue. Now, Alex, so this is one part where we have shipped a generative AI solution, and it's all the LLM which we're using behind the scenes is a Now LLM, which is powered by Now Assist. Everything created in-house by ServiceNow. So it's not an external Azure OpenAI or OpenAI. It's a LLM built by ServiceNow for summarization. Now, Alex looks at the different incidents that are assigned to him today, and he realizes that there are a lot of issues that are related to Mac frozen. And he finds it fit to create a knowledge article so that it helps other agents to figure out how to solve this particular issue. So what can Alex do now? He can simply open knowledge articles and just add we have a option to generate a KB article. So I'll just, let's say, steps to resolve Mac freezing issue. And headings are, so the headings will be the subheadings which you'll see. So I want to suggest force quitting the applications and PRAM reset, and let's say disk utility to check if there's any hardware issues. And let's generate the KB. Now what is happening behind the scenes now is we are invoking Azure OpenAI, the completions API, to generate a KB article for us from its knowledge to on the topic, how do I resolve Mac freezing issue with these headings. Yeah. So if you look at the content, we have steps to resolve Mac freezing issue, steps to how do I force quit applications, how do I PRAM reset, and how do we ensure there's no issue in the hard disk, which is by launching disk utility. So I'm good with this KB article. I can just click on save, and that is done. So with a click of button, we were able to generate content, and this will help agents improve productivity because now there's a knowledge base. People can go and look at how do I resolve an incident. But is that all? No. How will this help customers? So let's say I'm Charlie. I'm a customer, and my Mac is not working. So I have a virtual agent for me. Let me type in my request. I say my Mac is freezing. Now what is happening behind the scenes is, again, ServiceNow has shipped a capability where we search through the entire knowledge base. For a given query, we try to extract relevant knowledge articles and then pinpoint to the exact answer for this given query. So yeah, so if you see it was able to pick up the article which we just created, which is, I'll just open this. So you have to force quit, you have to PRAM reset, and you have a disk utility, and all of this, we have steps for all of this. Now, user can try some of this, and this will help us deflect incidents. Maybe this will just help the customer, and there are no more incidents. So incident deflection happens here. Now, is this just for incidents? No. So customers could also search for policies. For example, there's HR policy about my sick leaves. So I want to know how many sick leaves am I entitled to in a year. I can just ask my virtual agent. It takes time. Yeah. So if you see, it clearly says, based on a given KB article, you are entitled to 10 days of paid sick leave. But if you look at the actual KB article, it's actually a leave policy for the company containing sick leaves, paternal leaves, and all of them. But it was able to pinpoint and extract just the information about sick leave. So this is the article it extracted from. It has even the process of how do I request for leave, but it was able to extract the information I want and show it, display it to the customer. So again, this is another way where we could deflect tickets. We don't even need tickets anymore. If we have our knowledge base sorted, customers will get answers via VA.
Yeah, and this is the reason why I did not show the 70-page document and then extracting answers from it, because it was the same scenario.
Now this will also help agents. So let's say an agent doesn't know how to reset PRAM. So the search experience is present across. So he could just search for PRAM reset. And the same experience, it will just go to find a relevant KB article, fetch relevant answers, and surface it to the user. it was able to pick the article, but I got it wrong. That's fine. But yeah, this is one of the experience we shipped, and this will also help agents to extract pinpointed answers. Now, so these are the 3 experiences. Moving on to the last experience for the developer. So let's say there is Fanny. Fanny is a French agent, and she has a bunch of incidents open. She opens one of the incident and tries to look at the details. Now, they're all in English, and she doesn't understand English. So ServiceNow has already shipped a capability where you could very well translate, and it would give you a French translation. And I could work on this incident. This is workable. But all my incidents are in French, and I don't want to every time go and click the translate button to show a French translation. So I request my administrator to write a script to just give me give me an info message of what is the description in French. Now the admin understands. All we have to do is write a simple business rule. So in ServiceNow, business rule is nothing but a script which triggers on a given condition and then executes a script. So in this case, what we want to do is whenever an incident is shown, we want to translate the description of it and surface it in French. Very simple. So we want to run it on display, and this is actually a scripting box. But all we could also do so I wrote a simple prompt saying check if dynamic translation plugin is installed. So this plugin is responsible for translation, and if it is installed, translate the description to the user preferred language and show it as an info message. Let's do a command enter. Now behind the scenes, again, ServiceNow has an in-house code assist, which is a Now LLM again, which generates code for a given prompt. So I don't even have to code anymore. I give a prompt, I get the code for it, very accurate. So all I have to do is save this. I didn't read the code, sorry. But let's see. And let's open the incident again. So this time I see an info message with the description coming up in French, and Fanny can understand this.
Yeah, so there was no coding done by him, per se, right? Everything was done by the system. So he said, this is what I want, and it wrote a code which without any mistakes, and it was just running just like that.
Yeah, I think, these are the 3 personas we try to cover for. One is Alex, who is an agent, and then we have Charlie, who's a customer who is requesting something, and then we have an administrator who can write code even without writing code.
So if on this one? Okay, the thing is, we might be running out of time. I don't know how long. Okay, sure, okay.
We'll take 2-3 questions max based on the time.
So firstly, thank you for the demo. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. Many congratulations on that. My question is, you showed that you're able to generate a dynamic article from a chat interaction. My question to you is, would it be possible for you to use that for training of the LLM and be able to answer in details from that knowledge article as well? So dynamic training of your model from the data generated by your customer.
So right now, it's not with training, right? So the way it works in ServiceNow is you have a lot of documents,
right.
And then I think you're asking a slightly deeper question, so I'm going to give you a deeper answer. So we didn't train that, right? Like you can have as many documents as you want, and then we have a background process which reads these documents and creates an inverted index.
So
and when
something
the VA
like
comes in,
okay.
So when the virtual agent comes in, you give the word, and sometimes it uses NLU to actually go fetch the right KB article, and then says that that's the right KB article to be answered from. Then from that KB article, for that query, it goes and finds out the right answer.
Okay, so you do a TF-IDF match and then do?
Not TF-IDF, it's slightly different,
right.
but
yeah. Thank you.
We'll take the question, remaining questions after that.
So should I go back to this one? 2 minutes and then I'll be done. Okay, so all of you are PMs, and I know this came up when people were discussing how do I think about Gen AI use cases. A lot of things to be taken into account. The first thing, I'm going to keep it very short so that he has time to present. First thing is about whether customer data can be sent to a third party, right? If customer data can be sent to a third party, then you should actually do prompt engineering. You can use it OpenAI, Azure OpenAI. Second is, are you trying to send data out, or are you trying to receive data from there, right? Are you trying to generate content? If you're trying to generate content, then you can pretty much use Azure OpenAI for it. But then that's when you would need prompt engineering, which is what Ravindra will cover in detail as to how to think of your own set of prompts and prompt engineering, what are the tips and tricks, and what you should and should not do. The second part is what we are doing, right? Like fine-tuning our own LLM, building our own LLM, and which is where we think the first question is like what they said, right? The value, right? Which is ROI. If you have ROI, think of, oh, I don't want to send the data out, but then do I have labelers? Can I create my own data? Can it run on CPUs? Do I have enough money to buy GPUs? Because some of these things, you saw how long it took, right? It's not like a 2-second return time. It sometimes takes 30 seconds. Sometimes when it writes code, it keeps thinking of every line of code, right? Like in this case, it just came out very fast because it was all generated and then just threw right on your face. Then we need to find out how to scale, right? Even on GPUs, there are lots of things, like you have multiple layers, how many requests you can do, a lot of things to think about. So it needs a lot of investment, money, which you need to go through. And even here, you need to do prompt engineering. But on the other side is domain-specific models. I don't want to take any open source model, but I want to pre-train from scratch. That's when you go on the last side. The last side is something we will not cover right now, but we will cover the prompt engineering and the model fine-tuning by Ravindra, and then he will walk you through. So if you have a laptop at the end of it, and then connect your 5G, you would be able to build your own LLM sitting right here in 5 minutes. Okay?
No, I'll Okay. Thanks, Deva, and thanks, Shrika, for all the demos. So what I will do in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to squeeze my presentation a little bit for want of time, is I'll talk a little bit about prompting. It's a little bit of theoretical subject. It's actually a very complex subject, but I'll try to keep it at a very high level. And what I would like to do is draw your attention to the influence of how you instruct the language models and the behavior of the language models based on how you instruct them. And that's very important because we saw already that these are stochastic in nature and they're going to produce non-deterministic results. Okay, so those of you who have been working or dealing with machine learning know this, this evolution of machine learning algorithms, right? So initially we had this concept of supervised learning. So we would take data, then there would be labelers who would give you the left-hand side and the right-hand side, and then you would train a machine learning model. Basically, it is more of a fit. Given X and Y, try to find the relationship or equation that matches, which generates Y from X. So then what happened was we started going into something called as masked language models. So the moment we went into masked language models, what we would do is we would kind of mask certain portions of the language. That mask means imagine you drop a particular word or a phrase from a sentence and let the language model figure out what that missing word is. So that is how these language models begin to learn. And then once you do that, you basically teach them language. That's how you teach them language. That's how children learn language. So they will use one word, they will use another word, and they'll try to fill in the middle word based on patterns that they're seeing. So similar ideas were used to create these language models. And then you would have to do supervised training on them. The reason why you had to do supervised training is it learns the language, but it doesn't learn the task. So it's that for the reason of the task, you would want to do supervised learning over it. Then came the final stage, that's the state of the art, that's where we are as of today. It is called as instruction fine-tuning. So you instruct the language model to produce a very specific type of output. So Jeva showed you so many different examples, right? How is it that a single language model is able to produce so many different outputs based on the instruction? So there is a very well-defined way to train these language models based on instructions, and that's called instruction fine-tuning. And then over and above the instruction fine-tuning, you give the instruction. That's what is called as prompting. Now, so I'll skip this. Jeva talked about it. So let's look at the anatomy of a prompt. So I've taken, there are lots of complex prompts. The most complex prompts are called as the chain of thought prompts, where the language model tells you how it is arriving at a particular output. It feels like it's thinking. In reality, it's very dumb. The language models are really dumb. They don't have any intelligence in them. It's just a bunch of matrix multiplications which are taking place, right? But the prompts are playing around with the probability distributions. They're forcing the language model to produce output in a particular way. But in order to do that, you have to follow certain templates. So one of the simplest template is highlighted here. You'll have a role play. For example, it sets the tone of the response. You would have seen examples like, think that you're a 6-year-old and write this article, right? So that is the role play. Then you have an instruction, like where you say, answer this question. So there's an instruction. If you don't give the instruction, then it's going to go all over the place. You saw that with the example of Barack. Simple hyphens, slash ns, it gives different outputs. And then you have something called as a context, where you tell the language model to produce output from a very specific context. So here is one example. Assume you are a Unix terminal with the prompt max 101, and then you have that greater than sign. Summarize the below paragraph and print on terminal. So I have given a paragraph. So this paragraph, which is given here called as context, what we are telling the language model is, you don't bring things out of your memory, don't bring things out of what you have learned. Use this very specific paragraph, and based on this paragraph, produce an output. And the way you do that is by giving this instruction at the top. So you have a role play, you have an instruction, and then you end up getting the response. So if you see here, it has actually used this max 101 greater than, like typically the way we find it in our terminals. So it has used that output, and it has gone and generated a summary out of the big block of text which is out here. Now you can extend the prompts. You can give a format specifier. So you can say, hey, you print it in a JSON form. Now these are very important for us because a lot of enterprise data is stored in databases. So we pull data from databases, then we process and then push it back into databases. So we want the inputs to be read in a particular format and the outputs to be generated in a particular format so that we can again write it back into databases. So the format specifier is very useful. Then you have an audience specifier. Usually we don't use this in the enterprise. It's more like it's fun, but it's very difficult to create these audience specifiers. Again, write it for a 6-year-old is like an audience specifier. And then we have scopes. So scope is where we set an expectation of the content or the response. We say that, hey, write a summary in 3 lines. So that is the scope. And sorry, that's the constraint. So where you say that, hey, make it smaller, right? The scope will be like, it should be the main emphasis or on a mandatory configuration steps. Let's say, for example, you have an example like this, right? The main emphasis should be on mandatory configuration steps. So we have, Shrikar showed this demo of summarization, right? So in the summarization demo, what he showed was he showed very specific items that were summarized. So a summary can be like hundreds of lines, but we want very specific pieces to be included in the summary, right? So how do you tell the language model to do that? So that's also part of the prompt. So here is a slightly extended version of the prompt. Assume you're a Unix terminal with the prompt max 101. Summarize the below paragraph in 10 words. So 10 is the constraint there. And print on terminal as a JSON. So that is the format specifier. So what I will do is I will take a bunch of use cases and I will show you how we can leverage or realize these use cases using prompting. Okay? So here are the use cases. So given an incident from an incident table, extract, that is summarize, the key issues of an incident as a bulleted list. So we want it as a bulleted list. The data is coming from an incidents table, which is like a table in nature. So that's one use case. So how do you make the language model respond to this? So redact sensitive information. It's not a great use case for language models, especially the models which are hosted outside. You don't want to send your sensitive data there and ask the models to redact the sensitive information. But in case you have your own deployments, this could be one of the use cases. So given an incident from incident table, generate an overview as a text paragraph. And then you can summarize an incident with a predetermined list. So let me just walk you through these examples. Okay, so here is the task. Given an incident from the incident table, extract the key issues of an incident as bulleted list. And why do you want to do that? We want to present the key issues for quick eyeballing in the UI. So suppose, imagine you have a UI and there is a small box there and somebody hovers on it. You just want a pop-up there to give a bulleted list of what is important about that incident, right? So that's the use case you want to populate here. So we'll prompt the LLM with this. We can say, summarize the main issues in this paragraph as bulleted list. And then we say paragraph colon and then give the paragraph. So these words, paragraph, bulleted list, these are very key within the language model. If you give those words correctly, that's where your data scientists and prompt engineers will be playing around. If you give the right word, you can elicit the right response from the language model. And on the right-hand side, you see the response, you see the bulleted list out there. Now let's extend this. We want to redact sensitive information. So when you give the bulleted list out there, we don't know who all are viewing it. Maybe there are access controls over it. So you want to redact the sensitive information. So we just extend the prompt. We say, summarize the main issues in this paragraph as bulleted list, redact PII information. Now see what has happened on the right-hand side. So if you see, the mobile number was redacted, but a particular name has been there as is. You can see Jason B there. So the name is still out there. Now how do you counter this, or how do you make your prompt different so that it responds to you? So we'll just extend the prompt. Please remove any PI information from the paragraph and summarize the main issues as bulleted list. You see how we just juxtaposed the instruction, and just juxtaposing the instruction will change the behavior of the language model because of the probability distributions around word generation. And here, there was a lot of redaction which took place. Okay, so now here is an interesting one. So the databases are where our data is stored, right? When you pull data from databases, they come out in a formatted way. So it could be a table. So you can always instruct the data to come out in a JSON format. But humans are not comfortable with JSON, right? When you show it in a UI, you would actually want to show it in a more readable format. So you can use this JSON output which comes and then convert it into a running text and show it to the user. So this is another user experience which you can drive using a language model. And it's very simple prompt here. It's a paraphrase use case. So you use the word paraphrase. So the moment you use the word paraphrase, it is able to paraphrase. And the reason why it's able to paraphrase is again because of the instruction fine-tuning which I referred to at the beginning. So here you just say, paraphrase the following JSON of a support ticket in plain English. And then it takes it even writes the dates. So you see how it's changed the dates. It has made the dates more verbose in the output. So these capabilities exist with generative language models. Okay, now summarization is one key use case. A lot of people want to summarize a very large document. Now how do you make a language model summarize a large document with very specific information? So the reason why summarization is such an important problem is it is very contextual. Everybody wants a different summary from the output. Now how do you get different summaries for the same document based on the expected usage, right? So one way to solve the summarization problem is to convert it into a question answering problem. So you tell the language model to answer a bunch of questions from the text. And in response, it is going to generate a summary. So here is one example. What we have done here is we have given a bunch of questions at the beginning of the prompt. We say, what is the main issue? What is the issue resolution? Blah, blah. And then we give an instruction. We say, answer the above questions based on the paragraph. And we also tell what should be in the summary, because we want to take this summary and then put it into some database and then show it in the UI again, right? So there is this whole chain which is out there. And in order to cater to this whole chain, we have to instruct the language model. So here is one example where we have questions, we have an output, a paragraph, and in response, it has given the summary in the form of a bulleted list out there. Okay, so let's take another example, which is generation of a KB article. So I'll just skip this in the interest of time, and let me go to something not so happy path. So till now, we were showing, language models can do this and can do that. Everything is great, but that's not true. There are a lot of issues with language models, and you will not know that until you roll out to production. And when you roll out to production, you don't even know whether the output that was generated is problematic or not. And there's a lot of engineering that goes on to figure out how the language models are behaving in production. So here's one classic example. On the left-hand side, we have on left and right, we have a question answering task. Okay, so I give a context given as this green color context, and then there's a block of text, and there's a question. So the question goes like this: forms needed to apply for a driving license. So what we are telling the language model is, I want this question to be answered only based on this block of text out there. Now, where did this block of text come from? Probably it's a knowledge base article. Maybe there was a search engine which ran and then picked the best article from the search output, and then it is running the question on that particular output. Now, it gave a right answer, so the answer which is out here is part of the context which is out there. But imagine you go and edit that knowledge article. Maybe you just add 2 words to it. So that's what I've done here. I've just added, it is a difficult, and then stopped. Now, why would this happen? This happens because many a time these articles are very large and the language models cannot handle full text. So what we do is we do truncation. We take that block of text and just cut it. So imagine here it is cut at this particular red color highlighted words. It is a difficult. Now the same question, just because the article was edited and it was truncated, now completely gives a completely random answer. Nothing that it has answered has come from the text which is given out there. It has started to hallucinate and bring the answer out of its own pre-trained knowledge. Now, how do you fix this? How do you know something like this is happening? And this is where it becomes very hard to define problem statements based on generative AI. And that's where this whole concept of prompting comes in, instructing the language model to produce a specific output comes in, and so on. So I just changed the prompt a little bit. I just said, answer the question below from the given context only. So that blue color instruction was given. And once that is done, you get a different answer. It actually started to answer from this block of text. So there are numerous situations and examples like this where language models produce completely bizarre output, and designs of prompts, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to make them reliable. And that's the reason why I was asking questions about how reliable should your system be, and what happens, are you scared of the output from the language models? Okay. So I will just go through a very quick, where is this? This one? This one, right? Okay, so I'll go through a very quick Jupyter notebook, behind the scenes, what happens.
Let's find out if they want to do it on your own. Do you want to open up your laptop and then do it along with us?
I don't think they have the, I don't think we have the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so
they didn't bring a laptop.
it's fine.
That's fine.
We can share this notebook. I'm sure your data scientists can give you much better notebooks, but what I want to do here is drive a few points for you to take away, right? I just want you to see what happens behind the scenes. So first thing is, many of these language models run on GPUs. So if you design a product and you say, oh, I'm going to roll this out, and imagine you have a P&L target for you. When you have a P&L target, how do you quantify the success of your product? First, you will need GPUs to run these language models. So the cost of running GPUs, right? It's very abstract because you will need cooling power. It has impacts on your ESG metrics. Then it has the cost of actually deploying that in your data centers, or if you have API tokens, payment for the API tokens. Do you pay for it, or do you let the customers pay for it? So there are a lot of variables around how to make a generative AI product successful. Nothing to do with technology, it's all about the cost of it.
Just to add a tidbit on the amount of the ESG metric he talked about, if you train the GPT 3.5 once, right, it runs for 36 days, and the amount of carbon emissions is around 500 metric tons, and it is almost the carbon dioxide which is produced by a jumbo jet if it has to go to the moon and back 9 times. So that's the amount of carbon dioxide which gets produced for one training of GPT-3.
Yeah, so you got to look at the specifications. So many a times, these GPUs don't have enough memory to hold your language models. So Shrikar showed you the demo where the code was generated, right? So it is 15 billion parameters in size. Okay, it's a model that ServiceNow has created, ServiceNow research team has created, which we have used. It's 15 billion parameters. So for 15 billion parameters, to hold the model, you will need at least 60 plus GB of RAM inside the GPU if you want the 32-bit representation, and half of it if you want the 16-bit representation. Now, NVIDIA is going to charge you, the GPUs that most commonly used, is going to charge you a lot of money for the higher end GPUs called A100s and H100s. Now, if you go to the lower end GPUs, the cost is lower, but at the same time, your response times also fall. Okay, you need to plan for this in terms of when you're rolling out a generative AI product. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is, what models do you use? Do you always hit OpenAI? Sure, you can hit OpenAI, provided your customers agree to send their data to OpenAI. So that's one of the key blockers for many of these generative AI use cases. Okay, you decided to build your own language model. Fine. So if you build your own language model, what model do you use? Of course, it's the problem that the engineering team has to figure out. But the impact of the choice of the model is going to be felt by the end customer and the product success. Okay. So if you go to Hugging Face models, I'll just see whether I can go to this.
It's not there. You have to open a new tab.
It
I didn't open it. Open a new tab and then.
You want me to paste it? Okay. Let me just
do a plus.
Paste it here. No, I'll just paste this. Okay. So let's see how many models are there in Hugging Face. You see this number? There are 300K models which are available out there. How do you choose the right model from here? If you want to fine-tune the model, if you want to host it on your own GPU. So there is a lot of research which goes on here. There are a lot of uncertainties, and we don't know at the end of the day how these models produce. And there are models for everything. There is models for text to video. There are models for text to text. So this is again is a huge exercise which you will have to go through well in advance in preparation for the rollout of your product. So I will not run through this notebook, but let me quickly. Okay, so let me quickly run the notebook. So usually what happens is there are some dependencies. You see all this install transformer, sentence piece, and all of this. So these dependencies have to be installed, and every time these dependencies change, the behavior of the model changes, things break. It's an engineering nightmare, but it's their problem. And then let's see what a model looks like. How many of you have seen the model? What does it look like on the disk? Okay, so here I have an example of a model. So this is called as a T5. So you see this FLAN T5 large. This is the name of a model. This is around, so on the disk, if you see.
You can show it to them on Hugging Face as well, so they are able to correlate.
Okay, so let me go to here. So let's see this. So here you see FLAN T5 large. So let me just click on it. So it will tell you how many downloads that it has had. Then it's going to have something called as the model card. So let's look at, there is a, sorry. Yeah, so you can see that it's around 3 GB in size. So that's the size of the model. But what does the model look like on the disk? So the model looks like a bunch of files. So here I've taken the smaller version, which is 300 MB in size. So it just looks like a file. So what this also means is once you roll out your product, you can change the behavior of the product by just replacing this file. No more engineering to be done. However, every time you replace the file, your behaviors change. The model starts doing different things. So that's where the determinism is suddenly gone from your system. So you got to watch out for this. Okay, so I have a few examples here just to see how this such a small model behaves. So I have one exercise. So it says answer the following question. There's a question, and we are basically asking for an answer. So we can run that and see what happens. I don't know whether I have time to run it. Okay, let me just run. Let me just run some of these. So I'll have to start all the way from the start. So you see here, you see this allocating and connecting. So what is happening here is because I'm running a Colab notebook, it is actually trying to get one GPU for you to run the model. So let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, so Google gives one GPU, the T4, for free. So if you log into collab.google.com, you get one GPU for free, and you can do a lot of experiments there.
Yeah, so here there is a GPU which is allocated to you. Okay, then it's still downloading all this. Are we running out of time? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
fine.
maybe we'll share this notebook with you. You can just run it. You can just take it to your Google account and run it there. You just have to just click these play buttons here, and then you're going to get your output. So where you can actually play is by changing this. You see all this red color text. You change that and see how it behaves, and you get a feel for what happens to these models and how they behave.
Yeah. So you'll be changing two things. One is that model name which you saw. So cut and paste anything from Hugging Face, and then change the prompt, and then you're good to go. Those are the two things you need to change. So do we have time for questions? If there are? Yeah? We are having a break?
No, we have 2 questions.
2 questions? Okay. You can use this if you want.
And then when I heard that there's going to be to run one book on GPT 3.5, we require 36 days and 500 metric tons. That was kind of a choking thing for me the moment I read it, right? If that is what ServiceNow is doing, do you have any carbon offset programs that runs in your organization to take care of it?
Yes, we do. We are 100% ESG compliant. So we buy green credits for it. But then we are not building GPT-3 kind of models. So we build very small models. It's not 175 billion, trillion, dillion models. It's a 15 billion parameter model, much smaller.
So
I started Googling about ServiceNow sustainability.
Yeah, we are 100%. You would see that too.
So one of the strategies that we follow is, ask this question: why do we need such a big model? Why 15 billion? Why 170 billion? Is it possible for us to build with 10 million? So we have models which are just 10 million and runs on CPUs. So that is again a design parameter. You start small and then expand the scope of the model till you get the accuracy.
No, at some point, I think most of these GPUs and the data centers will be solar powered. But that's what every company aspires to be. But till that is done, you buy green credits. Yeah.
Quick question here: if the GPTs are, predicting the answer by a prediction percentage, how is the grammar ensured? How is the text grammar ensured? And quick second question is, in the ServiceNow, LLM, is there RLHF? Included reinforcement learning with human feedback, or
You can take that mic.
Yeah, so the first question was around grammar, right? So that's what language model is. So he talked about masking and how it learns. And if you can even build your own model, right? So you can go to Hugging Face, download the entire Git, and then you can build your model from scratch. And when you give all the data in, it has taken what Wikipedia, all the news articles, books, everything. So with that, it is able to learn the grammar, right? So that's how GPT-3 is trained. GPTs are trained. In fact, even our model was trained that way, right? So once you put that in, and he talked about different mechanism. So one of them is the masking mechanism. So you mask it and then it starts learning. And your second question was around RLHF. Yes, we do.
So let me add to that. In reality, grammar is actually a rule. So English or any language, it actually imposes the rule. We don't create random word sequences. We are forced to create word sequences in a very specific fashion, right? It's been done because if you create words in a specific fashion, what you create can be understood by the other person. So actually language is a rule. It's just that it's hard for us to express that rule if you take a board and have to write on it, it's very hard to express. So that's where the language models learn those rules inherently by those training examples that you give.
Yeah. So if you look at the way people solve language, I'm not sure if you were there like 20 years ago or something, where we had to write grammar rules, right? I'm not sure if you have done that. So you write the subject, predicate, whatever. You have to write a series of rules, even for translation, right? So you have to write the rule for English, the rules for French, and then see how the each sentence, grammar in each line of the grammar maps to one. So you need to write a transformation layer. Now, all that work is done by the LLMs. So LLMs, if you give English, French, English, Spanish, French, all different languages, just dump in data, and then it just learns automatically, right? So there is no, grammar to be written. You don't have to scratch heads. You don't have to hire computational linguists for that particular task. So today, computational linguists are needed for defining the data problem, right? Like if you want to fine-tune a model, you need a lot of data, and that's where the linguists and labelers come in.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Products and services, and also most importantly their experiences with use cases, how to adopt digital transformation amongst all the MSMEs. We are already talking of I 5.0, and you all would be wondering, we have not yet been done with I 4.0, and 5.0 is being mentioned in most circles here. We heard in the morning session a great deal about sustainability. So all that is happening is we are trying to integrate I 4.0 with making it more human-centric and making sure the man and machine coexist, and sustainability as the other aspect. So it's an integration of I 4.0 and I 5.0. So I don't want to steal the thunder from our speakers here. We have Mr. Tushar from Mahindras and Mahindras. We have Atom State represented by Mr. Venkat, who's going to talk is about AI and ML applications and how to implement them in our businesses. And we have Karthik from CADFEM, which is a global partner company for ANSYS. Some of you would be using ANSYS software. ANSYS also has been on the forefront of startups funding. We're going to hear all about this. Over to Mr. Tushar to tell us all about digital transformation and to what extent M&M has benefited by providing end-to-end solutions. Over to you, Tushar. Thank you.
So, good morning friends, colleagues and seniors. It's my pleasure to be presenting in MSME Summit organized by CII. Before I move to my presentation, first of all I will like to thanks to entire CII team for providing this platform to all the industries where we can share our knowledge, our initiatives, our practices, which can be helpful and mutually benefited to all the industry. Moving on to my presentation, first of all I would like to we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra Auto and Farm Sector Division. We will be showcasing our journey towards the low-cost automation. Precisely, we are going to touch the low-cost automation sector. There are selective case studies which will be benefiting other industries that we are focusing on, and affordable digital technologies. So that is our agenda for today's presentation. With me, there is my team, Mahindra & Mahindra team. So Mr. Uma Shankar and Mr. Sridhar has also joined this session. So we are represented in Mahindra & Mahindra panel. So our subject for today is low-cost automation and affordable digital technologies that we are touching upon. And we are having our manufacturing units present in Telangana state at Zairabad, both auto and farm division. So most of the case studies are from that only. This is the overview of Mahindra Group. We are having presence in 11 sectors, 150 plus companies, 100 plus countries. Particularly, we are today focusing on farm and automotive division. Perhaps we are the one and only who are manufacturing two-wheeler and 20-wheeler, both the things under auto and farm divisions. This is our global footprint. We are present in multiple countries. Our R&D centers are there in multiple countries and also manufacturing. This is our product portfolio at Zairabad plant in Telangana specifically. So we have recently launched 2 new products in auto also and farm also. Both are our techno-savvy products. One is EV related commercial vehicle, and then our all new take pack ready tractor, which are going to be launched, which are launched at global platforms, and that will be having many new features introduced first time in the tractor industry. So these are different 7 models which are introduced through OJA that has been recently launched on 15th of August. Focusing on to our journey as a Mahindra and Auto Farm sector, this is our journey toward digitization. So we have started with our strategy and our program formation since 2016-17, and this is the way we have moved ahead. So we have focused on multiple themes like IoT, robotics, digital operations, which will be coming forward into this presentation. All this has been integrated in our own customized MES platform, which are called as Drona. So why technology? So these are the challenges which industry is facing nowadays. So increasing model complexity, improve competitiveness in the market. To survive in the market, we have to improve all these parameters. We have to go through this complexity of the models and yet maintain our margins. So for doing that, we have adopted the different approach. We have simplicity, customer centricity, process robustness, flexibility. These are we have adopted into our approach, and working on these initiatives, we have formed our case studies, which we are going to showcase with you. So these are the major themes: low cost automation, digitized operations, IoT, and new technologies. I will skip this slide because this is going to be covered in future. Okay. In low cost automation, we are going to present a few case studies. So this is our main drive, no fault forward. So whatever we are manufacturing on the particular station, that has to be first time right, and there should not be any fault going forward to the inspection. So based on that themes, we have showcased few of the case studies. This is our one of the case studies in which we have addressed near about 400 plus failure modes, and from those failure modes we have categorized them into 4 different buckets in our assembly operations, like torquing, part missing, wrong assembly, similar looking part. These are the areas which need to be addressed for covering major failures in our processes. So these areas we have addressed through basically we are having both legacy of operations. There are old plants which are running on the manual operation. So we have gone for the requirement-based, need-based digital solutions on those stages. So that we are focusing. So these are few of the examples which we have done at our plants. So for torque missing, there are legacy tools which are pneumatically operated. So this has been fitted with some electronic and IoT-based devices to control the torque and specification to meet the requirements that we are addressing those with the first torque missing case study. The second is part missing, in which we are going for the multiple type of sensors, right from proximity sensors, inductive-based sensors, laser sensors, steel vision sensors. So depending on the requirement, we are adopting this sensor technologies to detect the part missing part missing area. Then in wrong assembly, we are also, this is one of the case study in which we have used the laser-based sensor so that we will know that the part orientation is right and there is no wrong assembly being made on the particular stage. Then similar looking parts for this, we have also used different vision technologies. So at the low cost area, we have used the color-based sensing so that we will identify that the part is right or wrongly assembled. This is one of the video which will showcase to you how we have modified the stage for no fault forward. This is a piston and ring assembly. After this assembly, this part has been checked for multiple parameters before going forward with different technologies, like from scanning, from vision sensing, sensor-based sensing. Once it passes through all these parameters, then only the part will go forward. So we are ensuring that whatever we are producing on the stage, at that stage only it will be addressed. So these are the benefits of it. 100% built-in quality, that is a focus area. This is one of the case study of spot missing concern, in which the operator actually do the welding job on the station, and many a times the operator misses the spot. So this particular case study is focusing on some small electronic devices which are fitted inside the controllers, and those are connected with the assembly fixture, so that unless and until the required spots has been taken, the assembly will not get dismantled from that particular fixture. So this is the basically case study. This is a small representation of the process. Once the operator will finish the entire spotting, then only the part will get disassembled from the stage. Then these are the weld spot counters. So many times, many assemblies have different models, and with respect to different model, these are different spot weld configurations. So with respect to that, it is a complex operation for operator to remember all these spots. So we have integrated this particular spot counter POK-IOK with different models, so that whenever the particular model get assembled on the fixture, that particular model spot counter will be activated, and unless and until operator weld those many spots, it will not get disassembled from the fixtures. This is to address the model complexity that is getting added into the portfolios. So once the required spot has been reached, then only the fixture will get declamped. So the benefits of this has, again, no fault forward, so 100% built-in quality. This is one of the case study for IoT. This particular case study, nowadays we are having a lot of technologies available inside the tools, where we can connect the tools with the softwares and we can have the data for the traceability. But this particular case study is focusing on the legacy tools, which we have modified for getting right specification, product and process specification, and then this data is getting logged into the software and it is represented on the dashboard. So this is with the very few thousands of amount we have done it inside our plant only. So this is basically a dashboard which represents different torquing status of the tools, and with respect to particular model number or particular tractor number, you can basically have this data available with you, so to know that the process has been done right. This is small video for that. In new technology, we are actually now focusing more on vision-based systems. Wherever the sensors will not work, so we are focusing to go for vision-based systems. And also at new production lines, we are also focusing to address critical stations with robots and cobots. So this is one of the examples which we are working in Zairabad plant only. So this is cabin assembly line, so in which the electrical testing of different lights and different indicators have been done by the vision cameras. So this cabin is being tested by cameras, and the data has been stored into the softwares for future traceability. So with robots and cobots, we in Mahindra as entire AFS, we are having 500 plus robots, 50 plus cobot installed. So whatever new lines are getting installed, on which we are also focusing to go for critical operations like hemming, sealant, and then painting. For those things we are choosing the critical operations, and we are selective in our approach to go for the robotics and entire automation. This is one of the video of painting robots facility installed at Hyderabad. This is a sealer application process done by cobot. So these are the initiatives or I can say key automations which are helping us to make a first time right product and no fault forward. As I told you in my first slide, this is our MES platform. This is Manufacturing Execution System. This is customized, developed for our operations. We call it as a Drona. So this we use for connecting our different operations together. Like in our company, we are having a different set of operation right from sales side order till the dispatch. So to have the entire visibility of the processes and to swift decision making and also to manage the operations digitally and also effectively, this platform has been developed. So many of the tools like process data, many of the plug data as well as the operation data has been logged onto this platform, and from this we are having a visibility of entire process and what is going right or what is going wrong into the operations. So I will leave you with, this is my last slide I think, and I will leave you with small AV after this. So 2-3 minutes AV is there. It is self-explanatory. You can easily understand.
Thank you, Tushar. It's very heartening to see the automation right in our neighborhood, Zahirabad. I would urge members here, if there's any opportunity to visit the plant, which M&M has been encouraging us to visit the plant every year. I've done that, and it's a great learning experience. And to see all the automation happening from our own Indian company, I think it fills my heart. Thank you, Tushar. We will have the Q&A at the end, the other two speakers completing their talk. We are allocating good amount of time because the subjects are very interesting. I'm sure there are many queries from the audience here. I request our next speaker, Mr. Karthik Chittapu, who is the Director, Customer Excellence from CAD-FEM, India, to take over.
First of all, thanks for inviting me for this conference, and it's my pleasure to give a small update on, what are the new technologies or digital engineering in terms of simulations. Okay, can you go to the first slide, please? Oh, I can go. Yeah. So I come from a company called CAD-FEM, and I think the name itself says much about digitalization, right? So it's the CAD, which is a virtual designing of yours, and there's a FEM, which is a virtual simulation of your products. How many of you are doing a product development using simulations here? Okay, only 3 hands I see. Okay. I think we'll see why it is so important for MSMEs, to do a simulation-driven product development. And we also talk about digital engineering in a very broader sense, not only just in terms of product development, starting from the conceptual phase to the in-product phase, where we are talking about ADAS, digital twins, and other things. Okay? So, just a brief intro of our company. CAD-FEM is basically a global company, which is our parent company is in Germany, and in India we started in 2007. So what we are majorly into is, we actually are one of the largest producers of simulation technologies in the world. Okay. Along with it, we also kind of have 40 years of experience in terms of rapid product development and also innovating for a lot of our customers. Especially we deal with a lot of MSMEs in both India as well as Germany, Southeast Asia, and all other countries. And also we deal with a lot of bigger customers, starting with like Bosch or let's say Grundfos and other companies too. Okay, and the major advantage what we have as a company, a group, is because of a global presence, we could develop an expertise in different physics, because simulations, when you talk about it, or digital engineering, when you talk about it, it's no more one single engineering or one single physics for that sake. So we have a vast range of physics which we are dealing with, starting with the structures. We talk about CFD, we talk about electromagnetics part of it, both high frequency, low frequency. Like low frequency, when I talk about like motors and all, when I talk about high frequency, I'm talking about PCB boards, radars, and then we are talking about optics, where you are talking about LiDARs, laser weapons or optics lenses and everything, right? And then we are talking about embedded systems and also the functional safety and cyber security of your products. That's becoming very much important nowadays, because of a lot of OEMs are asking to make sure that your product is, because you have a software and it should not be hacked, right? So the cyber security becomes very, very important for all your products when you're offering it to your customers, right? So all this comes into picture, and those all things we can simulate and test and virtually test them and get a much more insight into all of this. So about us in India, I think as I said, we started in 2007. Our parent company is in Hyderabad. It's hardly a few hundred meters from here. But we also have offices wide across India in 7 different locations: Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, Delhi, Coimbatore, and Ahmedabad. Okay. So we have a wide range of expertise. So we deal with, in India itself, we have around 300 plus customers, and majority of them are MSMEs. Okay, so for us, digital engineering is very, very important. So we start with the centric of customer, where customer wants to innovate, make their products more efficient, and also reduce the cost of their products, right? So when that is what they want to do, the first thing what they want to do is how to adopt the simulation. Okay, that's the first step. How can they use simulations to drive their innovation or drive their product? Second thing is to automate the simulation itself so that you can democratize it across the users, and you can make it much more user friendly, because doing simulation is one front, and making user friendly and because a lot of people are talking about the skill gaps and all, right? So to overcome that, we can also automate it and actually make it much more button click solutions where you can do your simulations, especially when you're talking about sectors like non-engineering, non-traditional engineering sectors like pharma, where they are using simulations nowadays. They want to go in silico instead of in vivo and in vitro, right? So when you're talking about in silico, that is something which they are adopting nowadays, and they want to do simulations upfront to understand how the mixing is happening, how your stunts you're manufacturing are going to work, what's the life of those stunts, or if you're doing a hip implants, you want to have a customer-centric data, which is very specific to each and every customer. You get the scan data, and based on the scan data, you want to actually do an implant using additive manufacturing or different manufacturing techniques, right? So when these people who are coming from other backgrounds wants to do simulations, the automations become very, very, very important. And then over that, the top circle really talks about the digital engineering part of it, where we offer services to customer, because selling a software or offering a software to the customer is not the end thing, right? That will not lead to the success for the customer. So it becomes very important for us to integrate the software solutions along with the services, along with the knowledge transfer and the training sessions and everything. So that is where we really built on IT infrastructure. So we offer the hardware to the customer, which is very simulation centric. I'm not talking about just the IT hardware, but for simulation itself, we need to customize the hardware so that it can run very efficiently. Then we are talking about the knowledge, what they have to build. The major challenge what you're facing nowadays is to get the core engineers, because a lot of colleges are dropping the core engineering courses out of their curriculums, and it's becoming very problematic to get skilled engineers for your simulation purpose. And that's what we want to also bridge a gap. Okay, so today's topic, we majorly talk about the digital engineering part of our MSMEs, and this is very, very important because the MSMEs are a key lever for the India 5 million economy, right? So we are the 30% contributor for our GDP, and 42% of our exports, right? That's what people were talking since morning, and that is very important to concentrate upon this sector and how we can enable the MSME sector to kind of adopt that digital engineering for them. Okay, so the main challenges is for all the industry sectors is to drive the innovation, complexities, because you're not dealing with one single physics now. You have the interconnectivity between different things, and now you're talking about Industry 4.0, where you are talking about the automation, where we have a lot of sensor data coming in. You have a lot of lens, LiDAR is there because the camera has to see it, get the data, and based on the data, let's say you have an ADAS system. Based on the LiDAR in your car, your autonomous vehicle has to perform. If a person comes in front of you, based on the LiDAR sensor, it has to take the signal, capture it, and based on that, it has to apply a certain force on your brake so that it stops at a safe distance from the person, right? So this all becomes very complex, and we are really talking about connections between different systems and different physics here. That has become a huge problem. Then the cycle time. With so much of innovation going on, so much of competition, the cycle time to the market has come down drastically. Previously, maybe people used to take maybe 8 years, 5 years to develop a car to come out. Now they're coming down to 3 years to develop a car and coming out into the market, right? So thus times are coming down drastically, and the innovation and the complexity is going up. Okay? So right now in the industry, there are two interesting things happening. One is the technology is really helping you to reduce the development time, The second thing is the destructive part of it. The simulation, the technologies are becoming so and so advanced, your present models, present things are becoming obsolete, right? It's no more make sense. So when you want to really talk about leveraging the advanced technology, which is developing day in and day out, and to leverage your legacy technology, for them to have a proper marriage between them, you need to have a digital engineering. Otherwise, there's no other way you can take it for, right? So to actually reduce the cost, increase the quality, and evaluate the risk, we need the simulations, and there's no other way to move forward. Okay? So this is one of the survey which happened in US. So they want to see, with simulations and without simulations, what is the difference? And you can clearly see 21% improvement with simulations to launch the time to market. 22% they could meet the targets. 17% increase in the quality also. So these are the important driving factors for any MSME, right? So these are three things what you want to look at and make sure that your product is coming out in market in a given time frame, and you're also with a low cost. So how do we get it right in the first, early itself? That is very important, because most of your cost is decided in the initial phase itself, before even you start simulation, where in the conceptual phase you have something, and like 85% of your cost is decided in the initial phases. So if you want to make some changes, the influence of these changes will be much less in the later stages. But in the early stages, if you want to make some changes, you have much scope and you can improve it, and the effect of it is much more wider reach. Okay? And with the traditional techniques where you're pushing your design to the end and doing a prototyping and going for testing, and if something is not working, coming back, this is going to take a lot of time and a lot of cycles, right? So what you want to do is you want to implement the simulations in the first phase itself, so that you can understand your product much better, optimize it, innovate it, and then you can reduce the cost and everything. And then once you finalize your design, then you can go for your prototyping, which when you are much more confident that it's going to pass and go forward, right? Nowadays simulations are becoming so realistic that people want to reduce testing drastically, just to one test, maybe two tests at the end of it. But most of the times they want to avoid it completely and take simulation as a benchmark. And I think a lot of the defense sectors are also asking their suppliers to submit the simulation reports, right? That is becoming much more important nowadays. And I think a lot of the OEMs, automotive OEMs, aerospace OEMs are also asking you for these reports to be submitted, so that you can make sure that your product is compliance to their requirement and everything. Okay, so that is what I was talking about, the virtual prototyping and simulation-based product development. Okay, so there are three important technologies out of the 10 for digital engineering which are actually disrupting or help the industry to move forward. I think the first one is the AI ML. That is something one of the dignitaries is going to talk about it in the next session. But the next one is additive manufacturing. I think this is one of the technology a lot of people are using nowadays to do the prototyping, or also taking it to the next level of mass production, So the reason why additive manufacturing has become more popular is because it can manufacture any kind of complex shapes, and you can actually make lightweighting much more possible, right? But it has its own problems. I think this is not a platform to discuss about it. We can take it later. And the third one is the simulation front, where you can see a lot of people are saying the simulation is very, very important, right? So I think let's see how the simulations develop. I think in 1970s, simulation was only for academics. They were doing a lot of research and they were developing. That's fine. Next 85 to 2000, having no simulation, it's still okay. It's normal. A lot of people are not doing simulations. In 2000 to 2015, simulation has become a normal. A lot of people started using simulation. It's still not a compulsion, but still a lot of people have started doing it. As you can see the examples here, you can see it in the optics field, you can see it in the sensor field, you can see in amphibian mobility services here, oil and gas, other sectors where simulations were not traditionally used. It has moved into that. In 2015 to 20, no simulation is not normal. So people felt that, okay, you're not doing simulation still, you should start doing it now. I think as you can see, the technology of IoTs, 5Gs, electrification, ADAS and all actually has pushed simulation. As you can see here, we are doing a signal integrity problem here. to generate what are the losses, what are the temperature generated because of that, and then see the thermal and cooling part of it. And then we are talking about, because of the thermal cooling and all, how the soldering is working. And if these are failing, your component is going to fail, right? So you can see 3 different physics combined together, and you need simulations for that. Not only that, we are also talking about crosstalks between 2 different devices, because nowadays, IoTs have become so much. We have, Bluetooth everywhere right nowadays, right? So there should not be a cross connection between them, how they are kind of working. All these things can be tested in simulations. Okay, and e-mobility, I think this is where a huge chunk of MSME customers are supplying to this, where they're talking about motors, batteries, the charging systems, So the motors have become very important, and we have a lot of motor customers itself in India whom we are dealing with, who are using our softwares to develop their motors and innovate with respect to characteristics of the motor, improving efficiency. The noise has become much more problematic because sustainability and environmental norms have become much more stringent nowadays, right? And the fatigue failure of it. The first thing is to get the efficiency map of the motor for different, frequency rotations and all. Then we are talking about the noise levels. When we are talking about different frequency with respect to different RPMs, where the noise levels are, how is it generated, and everything. So this, because all of our OEMs are actually concentrating on this and keep asking us how we can do NVS simulations for our motors and everything. The same thing with the chargers, the same thing with the batteries. The batteries are much more problematic because you have to do the, thermal runoff tests, because a lot of blast, fire is going to happen because of batteries nowadays, and this is becoming more problematic, and the battery management system has become very complex, and that is very important to be handled. So you need to do a system simulations to understand that part of it, right? And you need to have an IoT platform to sense if you are talking about Ola, Ether nowadays, you have a lot of performance monitoring systems where you can monitor how your battery is performing, how many kilometers it's going to give more, and a lot of other things, right? So this is where the technology is being driven to, and it can adopt it so that, based on the performance of your batteries, it can automatically adopt and make sure that your battery efficiency is pushed forward, right? And make it more efficient and efficient. We are talking about the manufacturing sector, where you want to, just manufacture this kind of structures, where you can go with additive manufacturing, where you can get this kind of complex shapes, which can be manufactured with additive manufacturing like this, and we can see better, cheaper, and faster you can get it. With less volume and mass, you can increase your stiffness of your structures. That becomes very important. We're talking about medical. This is a very simple example where you have a, you want to have a kind of make sure that your teeth are properly aligned, and you go to a dentist, right? That becomes very important. Your space is not symmetric, but the loads they apply internally are symmetric. And they need to understand what forces should they apply so that your teeth are properly aligned, so that you don't have this distorted figure in your after the whole teeth are aligned properly, right? So this becomes very important to be tested. So you can do simulations for that front also, where you can take the customer specific data and do the simulations and understand what kind of force you have to apply and which positions you have to apply so that you can get a proper jaw alignment, right? We are doing it for, we have our own wing of medical, for medicine. We do a lot of simulations for doctors, for, plastic surgeries and other surgeries, so that, people can use simulation for that front. Okay? And now in 2020s and moving forward, the simulation is becoming a must. As I said, a lot of customers are asking for it, OEMs are asking for it. Starting with a simple example like this bottles, it becomes very, very important. We have a huge customer whom we actually do a lot of simulations and a lot of automation for the bottle suppliers itself, where they want to see what is the buckling force, manufacturing of the bottle, sustainability of the bottle, environmental effect. They want to reduce the plastic usage. All these things are coming into picture. So you can see there is a structural problem, there is a molding problem, a manufacturing problem, there is a thermal, there is a cost influence. So you want to see different physics combined together. You can combine all them in a workflow and then do a simulations to understand what would be the best design, best settings of your manufacturing, so that your cost can be reduced starting from the material to the manufacturing itself. Okay? So with digital engineering, you can see the traditional technique, you take 50 months to develop your product, that can be got down to 36 months or even less. as you move forward and make improvements in your processes. Okay? So with that, I'll come to the product side of it, where ANSYS is leading in this part of it. ANSYS is a tool what we are using in the background to do the simulations for each and every physics. ANSYS is leading in terms of every physics what you deal with, whether it's structures, electrical, CFD, optics, you name it. We are the leaders in all the physics, and we deal only with the simulations. We are not into any PLM or any CAD or anything. We purely do on the simulation. That is our core bread and butter, and that's where we concentrate upon. And as you can see, as you can see, we are dealing with the physics in the bottom. As you move up, it's becoming more and more complex. We are talking about system software. We are doing a system level simulations. Then we are talking about system of systems. This is where defense sector is talking about. Now they have a satellite, they have a radar, there is a flight, moving, or missile coming in, the projectile and all. So they want to have a communication between system of systems, and they want to actually simulate this kind of war scenario to see what is happening. Let's say there's a missile coming in, they want to shoot a laser to destroy it, right? So at what time they have to shoot it, and what, how much intensity they have to shoot so that the missile can be destroyed. All these things have to work together, the systems have to work together and can lead to this, right? So this becomes very important for us to take it to that level of it, and then you can see the solutions and the industries on the top of it. So traditionally we are talking about previously the simulations are only used in the design phase, optimization phase. That is fine. We are not using it in the requirements concept, preliminary design or any other phases. But as we move forward, as the requirements move forward, it's becoming more and more complex, and we can't work anymore in silos, right? So we need to, when we are talking about interdependency on the different departments, and we can't move forward and backward, and we can't just maintain it over a paper and kind of communicate it over just the documents. We need to have a proper models which we can communicate with in each stage and make it digital thread like this, which is much more convenient for the customers to develop it and move forward, right? So the first level is the virtual simulations, what we talk about. Then we are also actually moving to the next level, which is called digital engineering, where we have a lot of other things involved, not only just for the design phase itself, to the whole development phase, from the inception, product requirements to the end phase of it, So this is the V model, what we talk about the product development. So we have just to go back, we have the first one is the requirements, then we have the system, subsystem level, and then the bottom is where traditionally people used to use simulations, where it's the component level of it. But nowadays it's no more like that. We start from the requirements, we generate the models with the requirement. So we have the model-based system starting from 1. So we have the models with the requirement level, we can take it to the system level, then get all your requirements for the system level and check them. Then go to the next level, which is subsystem. Once you cross the subsystem, you go to the individual component level, where you work in the silos on different physics. Again, you integrate them in the subsystem level, validate it, take to the system level, integrate with your software, everything, check whether it's compliant with your ISO standards and everything, and then you take it to the next level, which is again the system of system levels or digital twins in product. How many of you heard about digital twins? So I think it's a very fancy word people are talking about nowadays, the digital twin, and this, I can just tell you very simple, people can say digital twin as a CAD itself is a digital twin, because it's virtually or representing something. It's called a digital twin of your design, right? Yeah, I'm done with it. So the next point is, I think it's that is something which people are getting confused with, but digital twin is much more broader in a sense, where people want to do a predictive maintenance than go for a regular maintenance. And that is what we really talk about here. The simulations are no more used in only one phase, but you can use simulations in all the phases, starting with ideation, design, manufacturing, in product, in process, and everything. So where we are talking about ADAS, which is in your product, it is sitting. Simulation sitting in your product, based on the data you get, it reacts and applies the force on the brakes to stop the car. Digital twins are also sitting on your product to monitor your, as it goes, as your life of, like let's say I have a jet engine, I have to monitor my jet engine so that I should know when should I go for maintenance instead of doing for regular maintenance, which is more costly, and I don't know whether it's going to fail before the maintenance or after the maintenance, So all these things, right? So here is a transformation, what you can see in product, the CAD I think a lot of people are doing, I think product development, we can do 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and simulations. Product testing, a lot of people are doing, especially for ADAS nowadays. People cannot do the field testing. They need so many years to actually drive so many miles to test the cars. What they're doing is everything virtually tested. They have, they have the VRs, ARs, and all these things, and using machine learning techniques to adopt and test it, and then they're coming out to market with ADAS 2, 3, 4, 5 levels, Okay, in the product maintenance, which I was talking about, digital twins, and the knowledge management is also there. So this is one last slide of mine. That is what we are talking about. Oh, okay. Can you close it once? Yeah. So this is very important. We have our own courses, which is called ASC, ANSYS Innovative Courses, which help a lot of customers to adopt it. It's free. ASC is free. You can go through the courses. You can learn a lot of basics very easily and it's actually tied up with Cornell University in US and a lot of universities throughout the world. And these courses are generated and they're very user-friendly and easy to understand. Only if you want to buy badges or certification, that's when you have to pay, but the courses are free of cost. And there are we are also tied up with IIT Chennai called IIT Pravartak, where we do 5G courses. It's a paid course. You can attend for it. And then the other courses also. Okay? So this is what I will end with. And this is what we all want to try and do it, right? The sustainability of your products, right? And have a environmental effects, social, consciousness. All this becomes very important. So you want to reduce your usage of material. With a less amount of material, you want to make your products more and more efficient. And that's way only digital engineering can help you do this. Otherwise, it's highly impossible to stick to your deadlines, cost, and everything. It's not possible. I think with that, I will end my session. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Karthik, for simplifying simulation. I like this comment, not doing simulation is not normal. That's a wonderful one. In my company, we say that simulation first and reality next. We have Mr. Venkat Subramaniam, Managing Director of Atom Technologies, to tell us all about an exciting subject. Quite a few of us are already using ChatGPT, but artificial intelligence as a subject has been around for decades now. But what is generative AI and how does one use this large language models which ChatGPT is talking about in our own day-to-day life and in our businesses especially. So Mr. Venkat is here to demystify all about AI ML to us. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to thank CII for having me here to talk about AI ML, which is the flavor of the globe at this point of time. Yes, actually I don't want to talk about that, but Sir has raised that particular topic of ChatGPT, right? I've been a big favorite of ChatGPT type of stuff, but once we have gone deep into that, we know that it's sort of a fun-do type of a tool. Don't think that I'm arrogantly talking and criticizing, no. But thanking ChatGPT folks for making AI is a believable thing in the globe at this point of time. I really congratulate them on that. But AI, ML is much beyond ChatGPT type of tools. So I'm Venkat. Let me introduce myself. I am the CEO and co-founder of Atom State Technologies. We are incubated at T-Hub. We are strong technology partners for CII Center of Excellence. And we are also working along with many partners across the globe. We are a deep tech company focusing on providing solutions based on AI, ML. And this is the USP of ours. We don't go by the hanging in fruit type of solutions which we provide. We provide solutions based on your problem and your problem statement and your use case. In deep tech, until unless you have a really strong use case, you will not be really in a position to come out with an app solution. So this is where we are different to many of the biggies and as well as small sectors. So we dig deep, and we believe in providing scalable solution. When I said scalable, everyone talks about scalable, right? And second thing is, these days AI is becoming a fashion. People are started feeling that if they don't talk about AI, they feel that it's an identity crisis for them. Yeah, I mean it. Suddenly some organizations I have seen that change the name xxx.ai. But I don't know what sort of AI they are bringing. And it means they are misleading the people. So this is where we have to be really cautious. Unfortunately, even some of the biggies and established organizations also got into this rut. But our strong background is DevOps. So DevOps teaches to say no. DevOps teaches to say no to automation. Where to automation? DevOps teaches to fail. So you need to experiment by applying chaos engineering and fail. Because until unless you fail, you will not really learn and scale up. So coming back to the key topic, artificial intelligence for MSMEs. Yes, that's the very, very important. Fact of the matter is, today morning, one gentleman was talking about 2+ crore MSMEs. And if these MSMEs alone support startups like us, half of your costing will be reduced. Let me underline with reading that. Lot of myth is there in the market. Oh, AI, ML, lot of costing. No, we can't afford. That's a myth. It's much cheaper, much economical, and bring a lot of finesse to your task. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt, we have proven that. I really thank CII here. I want to make a point out here. They have created a thing called Center of Excellence, CII Center of Excellence. This is really a boon to organizations, startups like us. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking here. Because they are the ones who have taken organizations like us to big organizations like Skoda, Vedanta, Kevin Care, which I wouldn't have even imagined a year back. Because these people will not even give time to us. Yeah, that's the psychological set, but I'm really thanking many of the corporates are distancing away from the traditional IT companies and coming to innovative companies. Because innovative companies don't do the body brokerage or mind brokerage. They do only innovation. Because they know that very well they have to compete with the biggies, so they have to deliver best, which is cost effective, improve your efficiency, and bring best ROI. So, artificial intelligence should be taken as a use case based solution. For example, this gentleman is sitting like this gentleman is sitting like this, that gentleman is sitting like this. I have a use case here. I have a use case. I don't want to talk jargons here, but I just want to give a live examples. Mr. Riddigaru is sitting like that. Maybe if I have an application here, I would have tracked him and said, your posture is wrong for your health, for your back. I will not take much time. I will not be involved in too many meetings to discuss that. It's just a small WhatsApp message report will go. So this is the use case. Why AI? Can anyone tell? For better life, simple as that, right? Simple life, good life. Why good life? Don't carry your code home. Finish your thing fast. 6 o'clock you go home, your wife is happy. If your wife is happy, your life is happy, right? So, AI is for better life. So you need to really identify whether it is manufacturing or for aviation sector or retail. AI is not specific for one particular domain or industry. So that is what our USP is. We remove all those blocks. So we go by the use case and understand what exactly the customer is having a problem. We don't even bother about what he is looking at, but that's our strength to identify and tell this is what you have to implement. So, look at his use case, be honest. So when we do the discovery phase, because we don't just like that provide a code to you or a dataset model, we really do the discovery path, understand the gaps, understand your limitations in terms of manpower and skill sets. Since morning we have been talking about skill sets and all. Yes, agreed. But skill development comes from here, not from teaching. Say I'm a commerce graduate talking technology. It is not that I'm a grey-haired fellow so I can talk. No, it's not like that. You have to have the application, you have to have the big heart to accept that you are not able to cope up, you need to learn. This is what AI really teaches. The moment you understand this, you come out with a proper knowledgeable thinking on those use cases. So these are all various types of AI models. One is ML, one is deep learning, NLP, NLU, and computer vision. And now let's talk about MSMEs, SMBs. If SMB adopts latest technologies, cost-effective technologies, I mean to say, India's economy will really zoom, no doubt about it, because SMBs and MSMEs are the backbone of Indian economy. There is no doubt about it, because it generates more revenue than biggies. It generates, of course, collective, and it generates plenty of employment. By the way, if I adopt AI, I may lose the job. Please remove that from your mind. Absolutely not. It in fact complement you and make you to reach dizzy heights. There's no doubt about it. Your performance will improve. So AI is the way of living, way of understanding, way of moving. The moment you learn AI properly and apply properly, you will be the first person to apply on yourself about your body language. For example, if I am talking, one of my team members is sitting there, he might be noticing what is my body language, and by evening he will give me the report. Yeah, see, that is how, right? Why? The biggest use case which I am going to take, see, these are all cross industries, right from individuals, professionals like doctors and chartered accountants, scanning centers and labs, even auto platform facilitators, strong engineering industry, banking industry, finance industry, aviation. We are there everywhere. So what are the benefits? These are all simple gyan, but definitely efficiency will be improved. Once the efficiency is improved, the productivity will be improved. If the productivity is improved, you are in business, otherwise you are not in business. As simple as that, because this is a competitive global world now. This is where AI play a major role. Cost reduction. Staggering cost reduction. For example, I know many of you are developing your own products, spending a lot of money on advertisement, marketing, and those marketing agencies and the advertisement agencies take your entire property to give something, and that too in time. You cannot depend on any, just like that, any Tom, Dick, Harry type of ad designer. You have to spend a lot of time. So sometimes it may take even 3 months to come out with one ad, which has to be given in social media or in the print media. But with AI, we can generate an ad 30 seconds. Without a photo shoot, without a director, without a camera, without a script, and the fancy models costing, tantrums, right? So, by applying a strong prompt engineering, which is the most important element in any good generative AI content or images, anything. This is the biggest advantage for SMB sector. And today morning, one of the gentlemen was talking about common platform to reach out to the marketer. Yes, that was a humongous platform. But with AI, collectively 5 or 6 SMBs who are interested in technology can join hands together and may appoint people like us to come out with a platform where it will be friendly to really publish in social media marketing so that that becomes a platform for the buyers and sellers. Really, you will be eliminating a lot of middlemen here because you are directly trying to reach to the customer. Obviously, you will get away with your 50 to 60% costing, middlemen, commission, and improved in decision making. This definitely improves because it improves your IQ. Because you will start thinking a lot when you are learning AI. Until unless you know what is your problem, you will not be in a position to communicate the so-called consultant or an engineer that this is my problem, right? So enhanced customer experience. Absolutely true. In fact, we have got the great customer experience and earn customer delight with Skoda, with ICICI Bank, because which they are usually doing a particular task, which is taking about 8 to 9 months. What we have done is we have delivered that and they started marketing in just 15 days. The advantage is that since we understood the problems, we done a lot of research for each and every sector. So we have done the pre-trained models. So when we go and solving the problem, we just train the model based on the use case and the requirement, so the delivery time is very quick. Until unless your delivery time is quick, you cannot go to the market quick. The situation is like that. Yesterday's newspaper is today's waste paper. At least yesterday's newspaper can be archived some reference purposes. But some of the products and the applications which you are thinking and taking time, by the time you launch, even before the launch, it becomes obsolete. We have seen that. That's the reason why 90% of the apps are flops. Second thing is market insights and trends. Yes, this is where AI will play a global role, major role. You will understand the insights, the market dynamics of today and tomorrow also. Then use your brain, apply. You develop a model in such a way that, boss, give me the market demand after 6 months. It gives you an insight. What are the challenges? Data quality and availability. Yes, data is the crux. Data is the problem everywhere. Nobody wants to share the data. Without data, it is very impossible to really move towards prosperous business. So, you have to have a proper data set so that The unstructured data will be cleaned as a quality data, and that data will be your data set model. So don't fear on sharing the data with someone. But here I would like to tell you something. When we interact with your data, we don't even touch your data, we don't even see your data. Only on the use case we assume something based on the inputs and we integrate that particular model to your data set. So your data is 100% secure. So that's the reason why banks are approaching us. Because for banks, why banks? For everyone, even for you, a small scale industry person, the bill of material is very important for a particular component, right? Then AI also can help you in designing app design. Why so many cars will be withdrawn from the market? Because of one small nut designing problem. This is where AI will bring finesse to your planning sessions. Then ethical and privacy concern, I have already told you. This is where tools like ChatGPT are scoring very bad. Samsung has literally almost removed so many people because of they have implemented ChatGPT and within seconds their entire minutes of the meeting are gone. Third one is regulatory compliances. Yes, these are all very important. Then the biggest AI importance. One is in marketing, there's no doubt about it. And one is quick to reach market, no doubt about it. And this is the globalization of things. This is the globalization. A person who is sitting in Bhatinda also can sell to Britain, right? How is it possible without him knowing anyone? That's the power of AI. Globally, you have to compete with the global standards. Even, for example, even if he is buying a shoe, a woodland shoe, definitely why he has bought a woodland shoe? Because of the quality. Why not on the platform types? Yeah. So, these are all the plenty of use cases. As I have already told you, we do nothing without the use case. So plenty of use, all these use cases, whether it is sentiment analysis, the customer stickiness, or customer loyalty, or your customer support mechanism. If you bring all these things, the global market and the big people will believe you because you have a proper process is inbuilt. And that too by using AI ML. And these are all the case studies. Call center operations is another one. We are making inroads into the global market. It's a real-time 24/7, 365 days. How do I improve the efficiency of my customer support team engaging with the customers? So we come out with an analysis and pinpoint this is where your people are failing. That's the reason why customers are changing the loyalties. Then of course, marketing team, it's a boon, literally boon. This is Wow India movement, scrapping the data from various web sources, web points. Will we clean that? And this is a snapshot of a sentiment analysis of a political party. And this is the completely 100% true generative AI images by giving a prompt into it. We are also coming out with a Ramayana story for kids, farmer story. And this is a snapshot to really plan out surgeries and terrorist operations. And that's for the Skoda we did it. In fact, that small jingle has won us the contract. because they have been spending about 3.5 billion for the global advertisement. And now it will not even cross Indian value 2 crores. Thank you so much. And thanks again for everyone patiently listening me, and thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So now the topic is about funding MSME digitally. So we have a host of speakers here, where Mr. Suresh Mutyala, Mr. Himanshu, Mr. Shyam Prasad Garu, and Mr. Ahmed Khan. All are from different backgrounds belonging to the financial sectors. One is from a nationalized bank, one is from a startup, one is from SIDBI, and the other is from a nationalized bank. So I think we get to hear a lot of, we get more information from them, where how the transformation is happening in the digital world and how that will accelerate the funding in the MSME sector. Welcome to you all, sir. And as we all know that, digital payments has become a very, a common thing for us. I mean, I don't think we can survive today if we don't have a GPay or any kind of a UPI. And all thanks to demonetization is what I have to say, because that actually accelerated the digital payments. And I know a number of factors also have helped in bringing in an ecosystem where the digital payments have become so successful. So let's try to understand how we can utilize these, the interfaces and all, which will help us in ease of doing our business in the MSME sector. I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Mutyala, sir, to share his knowledge on this.
Hey, hi. Thanks, Sarita, and good afternoon to all of you. It's really a tough task to stand in between you guys and lunch and still make the presentation interesting. So nevertheless, I'll try to keep it fast and as interesting as possible. So, okay, let's get on with the presentation. Just to give you a background of what's happening in India and the corporate world. Okay. It's not. Which one? Okay. So, looking at the Indian landscape, I mean, it's no big secret. I mean, all of us know it that we are the fastest growing economy. We're growing at the rate of 7.8%. Our exports are growing at 14%. Our GST collections are going through the roof. UPI transactions, I mean, all of us know are growing at almost 82%, and it's a global phenomenon now, in the sense that all the leaders are coming into India, watching how this is growing. We've got the third largest unicorn base with about 108 unicorns. Only 2 countries are ahead of us. And our public cloud service, which is just an indication of the kind of compute power as well as the storage that we guys are investing in, that's going through the roof, and it's slated to hit about $13.5 billion by 2026. So all these are going for India. Sorry, a little bit of alignment has gone, I think, just between the... So, but what does it mean for the corporates in India? So, I think the corporate landscape also is changing quite a bit. There is significant improvement in financials in the last 2 or 3 years that we have seen. There is robust financial capital inflow that is happening. The China Plus One strategy, which is essentially that all the FDI that was happening earlier, we used to get sucked in by China. Now the world has realized that we need an alternative to China. So this China Plus One strategy is actually favoring us. So there is a lot of capital flowing into us. Conglomerates, the large corporates are really acquiring more and more corporates, more and more companies. They are betting on consumption, which is retail, infrastructure, and the renewable energy part. And thereby, so what does it mean for SMEs is that there is a shift in focus from just chasing working capital earlier to building efficiencies in supply chain, both upstream and downstream. So this is also resulting in delivery efficiency that is happening across, and then there are new solutions that are coming in from fintechs, and large corporates are also eyeing end customer facing businesses, because today digital also implies that you can cut off the intermediary in between and directly face your customer, so you can actually have end-to-end flows. So So again, like I said, it's all, this is not the end of it. We are poised to grow faster. There are a bunch of numbers here. I mean, all of them, just to prove the point that, the winds are favoring us. There is enough and more tailwind that's favoring us. I would like to focus on the right hand side of the slide, which is the corporates and the banks part. Corporates and banks thankfully have a very synergetic and symbiotic relationship. There can be no situation when our customers don't do well and the banks do well, or vice versa. So banks and their customers go hand in hand. So you can see that while the corporates ratios are all improving, the banks ratio also simultaneously improving. So debt to equity is improving, debt to assets also increasing, cash to asset ratio is also improving for the corporates. Thereby NPAs and the provision coverage ratio also for the banks also improving quite a bit. So these are the foundations of a very, very buoyant economy, and we are bound to grow better. So the MSME landscape, again, this is no secret. The contribution of MSMEs is very, very large. They significantly contribute about 30% of India's GDP, 44% of the exports, as well as 45% of the manufacturing output of India is contributed by MSMEs. And hence, the India growth story is fairly robust. The MSME is also growing fairly fast. In e-commerce, they are growing at a CAGR of about 20%. Credit to MSME, which was earlier a big question mark, that's also growing at 12% year on year. And the government has also infused about 90 billion rupees in the CGTMSE scheme. And digitization is happening quick and fast. I go to my first slide where I said that the public cloud consumption of India is growing at the rate of 23% per annum, which means that it would not have happened without MSMEs adopting digitization as a means to grow. So today 72% of the payments are done digitally. This also has ramifications in the credit cycles that you would give out to your vendors, or you would make payments to your suppliers too. And 53% of the MSMEs are also adopting digital sales platform, which means that again MSMEs are also reaching out to customers directly. Again, the intermediary is cut out here, and even the government e-marketplace, which is GEM, their transactions also stood at about 15 million. So all things are very favoring well. Just to again give you some numbers on why we are still poised to go greater. I'd like to focus on the smartphone users. The number of smartphone users by 2028 in India is supposed to be hitting about 1.23 billion. Why does this number of 1.23 billion, why is it interesting? It will roughly be the total number of adults in India, which means that by 2028 we think that there are going to be only smartphones, and feature phones are going to go out of vogue. Even as of now, almost every adult in the country has a mobile number, which is a mix of, I think 60% of it is smartphone and 40% is feature phones. So digital payments, again, while the whole globe is supposed to grow, is slated to grow at 12%, we would grow at 35%. Even as we stand today, 1 out of 4 digital payment transactions that happen in the world emanates out of India. So that's the kind of contribution that we make. All of it is propelled by the internet penetration, which is again propelled by the cheap data. We are one of the cheapest countries for data. I think only Israel beats us in terms of the cost there. And earlier, about 20 years back, there used to be this huge debate. How will we bridge the India-Bharat divide, the rural-urban divide, or so to say, etc. But I think internet is breaking that barrier also down. So today, 40% of the smartphones are actually bought in rural India than urban India. And if you look at the sales figures of either Amazon or Flipkart, they actually, during their Big Billion Day sale or the Great India sale, etc., most of the sales are actually recorded from Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities. So it's no more just an urban Tier 1 story. So this is going really, really deep. And hence, the India stack, which is on the outer layer, which is the digital public infrastructure, this again being a buzzword of late, which is a combination of your Aadhaar, of your UPI, ONDC coming in, etc. So all these government initiatives are taking shape, and there is a middle layer where there are corporates like yours or MSMEs or corporates innovating in the market and to fulfill a customer need which is really at the core. So all of this stands on four basic tenets, which is presenceless, which means that the customer need not be present physically. Earlier, for everything and anything, and I'm sure banks also been a party to it. We used to call you to the bank, make you sign 4 papers, if not more, and then only process your transaction. Today, all these authorizations are happening online. Then it is paperless. Their digital records can move from one place to another. Earlier, I'm very sure all of you have noticed how photocopying shops have gone out of the window, in the sense that when we were studying, you could find a photocopier shop around every corner, right? Today we don't even, we have to search for a photocopying shop. So that is because nobody is wanting any paper these days. It's all digital record. And we've democratized payments thanks to UPI and other payment systems that we implemented. And also consent, which is the latest one off the block, the account aggregator as well as the other initiatives also have made consent also digital. So all these things are again favoring us, and hence we also come out with digital solutions to cater to every requirement of a small and medium enterprise. It could be just a simple bank account to manage their transaction. It could be payment collection solutions. We have got platforms like e-bank guarantee, easy pay, etc. I'll cover that in a bit. Working capital solutions. Primarily for lending today, many of the MSMEs are actually pre-approved, so it's actually a matter of 2 clicks before you get your working capital there. The bigger one is the import and export services. Earlier, import and export services meant that you need to have a dedicated team sitting in your office to track remittances. The moment the remittance comes in, somebody has to actually go to the bank, do all of that. We've digitized all of that. It's all online. So I'll touch upon that in a bit. Then reconciliation services, or even we also understand that sometimes you're also looking for platforms for growth to find customers, etc. Those solutions also there, and there is personal banking. I'm sorry for the misalignment. I'm a little upset there, but that's all right. So we've got a whole gamut of solutions catering to every requirement of an MSME, and all of this is not again a cumbersome thing. It's all available on your mobile. It's called InstaBiz, and what we call as the business banking, the super app. It has lending solutions, merchant solutions, trade and forex, payment collection, tax. Everything that you would possibly want to do in a bank is actually available at the flick of a button. That's available on the app. And not only that, even availing of loan can be as instant if it's pre-approved. Even if you have to call one of our bank officers to open your account, the onboarding is again very, very simple. We've got a smart form wherein we don't take too many documents. All the data is fetched through all the available APIs of Aadhaar, NSDL, etc. We tag you, in a geographic tagging also is possible, and accounts are opened rather much more faster than what used to happen earlier. And for merchants, there is actually a definitive solution. There is a super merchant account where again instant onboarding can happen, and if your collections is more than 1 lakh rupees per day, you can actually take the super merchant account. The transaction can also be very easy in the sense that easy pay can be enabled again through InstaBiz on the mobile app. Credit can be availed, and we also have an easy online store to help you with growth, etc. So the impact of it has been that our merchant spends have been growing. People who've taken our merchant solutions are growing very, very fast. We've seen the rate turnovers grow at the rate of almost 61%. Bulk payments, again, a big pain area, because you have to if you have to make many transactions or many payments in one go. Earlier you used to do one transaction at a time. Today you can club all the transactions together and shoot one approval, and everything goes. And even the narration is actually customizable. Sometimes you make a transaction and 6 months later your chartered accountant will call you and say, sir, what's this transaction all about? so you will not remember that. But here with these solutions, you can actually customize your own narration, and so as to make it easier to retrieve your records. Electronic DG is another innovation from ICICI Bank. Bank guarantees are typically pieces of stamp paper that is passed on from hand to hand or bank to bank. We've digitized that also. You can initiate your bank guarantee electronically. You need not go to any bank. I mean, you can upload the format and then the bank will transact it. And if the beneficiary is also willing to take it through the NESL route, we can also provide that, so that everything is paperless end to end. There are instant lending solutions also that we offer. It could be pre-approved, it could be do-it-yourself journeys. All can start from our mobile application as well as the corporate internet banking that we have. And we try to make it as easy as possible. In fact, people who have registered with GST and the GST records are available online, those can be pulled instantly, and an instant approval can be given. I mean, even if you do not have any relationship with the bank earlier. These are steps that are involved in availing that. Cross-border transactions, like I was saying earlier, when there was a remittance, I mean, you have to classify that remittance, go to the bank, submit papers, and then wait for the right time for the right exchange rate, in your opinion, to hit upon, etc. And all of it used to take 2 to 3 days. Today, it's all really online. I mean, so 95% of inward remittances for ICICI Bank customers actually get settled online, which means that the customer does not need to visit the branch. All the declarations are taken online, and if KYC compliant, we actually credit the customer immediately. You can even give these options of you can choose a target exchange rate also in some other cases, where we give you you can say that okay, when the rate hits this exchange rate at let's say 83.85, you please convert my money. So you could even do that. So all these solutions do exist. Again, we made it very, very easy. One of the first banks to actually digitize most of these import and export transactions. There are embedded solutions. If you are using an ERP, you could do a host-to-host integration, or we have plugins immediately available. If you have used Tally, for example, there's a plugin that is available, and you can put in your bank account, which means that you initiate a transaction in your system, which is a Tally. The bank automatically takes the instructions and executes the transactions and makes it easy. And which was earlier two different systems which do not talk to each other. The benefit of it, the big benefit of it is, you need not do the same transaction twice, once in Tally and then another time in the bank account. Two, there is auto reconciliation that happens between the two systems. So these are all embedded solutions which you can avail of, and hence we call this as a universal app for your business on the go. So what we are essentially doing is to get the entrepreneur free of all free of the headache or hassle of dealing with the bank and going to the bank and do reconciliation, etc., so that they can concentrate on purely business development themselves. And not only this, even your personal financial needs are available in one click. Okay, so we have iMobile for, I think the alignment is all wrong. I'm good. So all the ties. So we have iMobile for personal banking requirement, which is rated as one of the best banking apps that's available today. And the testimony to that is that we have a bunch of awards, and we are not the only award. We keep receiving awards, but we always continuously strive to cater to your requirements. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. That was a very informative session, sir. In fact, we have covered a whole spectrum of finance, from B2C to B2B to instant OD and import and export finance. I haven't found a point where I can ask you a question. Thank you so much.
Respected panel members, team CA Telangana, and participants, and all MSME entrepreneurs. Good afternoon. I know it's lunchtime. Good afternoon. Yeah. In Union Bank, in Union Bank, we are having centralized processing centers for doing this MSME credit appraisal in the name of MSME loan points. So I'm heading one of the MSME loan point in Hyderabad. So the initial process, whenever any MSME client comes to us for this loan, so the initial thing is that we'll have a one-to-one interaction. So we'll discuss with them what's their credit requirements. So we are working on a brick and mortar system. So customers looking for MSME loans, they approach our branches. Either they approach our branches or we approach the customers to promote our products. So like as today I'm here to approach you for your MSME loan requirements. If any of you approach me today here for loan requirement, it's not through digital, because the topic here is on funding MSMEs through digital. So it's not digital if you approach me here, it is through CII. So in the process of this loan appraisal, so we take all your data like your project report, audited balance sheets, your GST returns, and all such data we take, and my team at MSME point, we process it and we'll take a decision whether to go ahead with that loan or not. So mostly it's a conventional way of doing any credit decision. So how many of you approached any bank for working capital limits or any MSME loan? Any of you approached? So you might be aware of this process, giving CMA data, audited financials and all GST returns and all. So interestingly, in the last 2 to 3 years, I can say, so at Union Bank, we have digitalized a few of our MSME loan products. When I say digitalized means, you don't need to approach any branch or you don't need to approach any office of Union Bank. Simply, there is a link available in Union Bank website or Union Bank app. So you can go through that link, give your details, the initial, you can log in through your mobile number and email ID, give your KYC like your Aadhaar, PAN card, and after that your financial data like your audited balance sheets, GST returns, IT returns. So with this and give your requirement like which loan you require, you require term loan or working capital limits. With this system in the background, run your this eligibility check based on predefined algorithm. If you are eligible based on the decision rule, you will get the sanction immediately and instantly. And the good thing here is that you can do documentation also. So there is an e-documentation facility available. Once this is done, your account will be credited with this loan amount. So now this is all the digital things that we are doing at Union Bank. As I said, for digital process, we named it in Union Bank as a straight-through processing because it's just straight. You can approach the bank through internet. So in the straight-through processing, we have 3 stages. Like you're getting in-principle approval. That means based on the information that you have given, so you will get a prima facie in-principle approval. So it's not final approval, but you'll get in-principle approval. With this in-principle approval, you can approach any branch which you, as per your convenience. So the particular branch will do the further processing and you will get the final approval. That is for in-principle approval. And there is a stage you can reach up to sanction. So for loans up to some 25 lakhs to 50 lakhs. So based on the information that you submitted in the system, you will get the sanction letter itself. So that is up to sanction. And there is a few products where you can go up to disbursement stage also. So if your loan doesn't require post-sanction, there is no interaction is required with the branch. So you can do e-documentation. Your loan account will be released and your account will be credited with that amount. So that is the disbursement stage. That is complete end-to-end. The in-principle is like an initial thing, and sanction is, I can say, up to 75% you reach, and disbursement is complete 100%. So all these 3 things are available with Union Bank. So through this straight-through processing, we are offering now 4 products. One is the MSME loan in principle up to 5 crores. Another one is GST gain. So based on your GST returns, you will get a loan up to 25 lakhs. This is through instantly through our link. And another one is to promote women entrepreneurs. We are having a scheme called MyStartupTV. Though under MyStartupTV we do up to 10 crores funding, but through this digital mode we are doing up to 10 lakhs. And of course, you all you know Mudra loans. Up to 10 lakh for Mudra loans, the customer now no need to approach any branch. It's simply through this portal you can get the approval. So first I'll discuss on this in-principle approval, how one MSME unit can get 5 crore loan of this in-principle approval. What up? Can you please open it? No? Go to the third slide. Yeah, thank you. So in principle, up to 5 crores for MSME units. So this is the link for MSME units. It's available on MSME Union Bank website. Once you go through this link, so there it will ask you you are a new client or existing customer. That means you are having any account with Union Bank, you are existing customer, and if you are not having any account, then you are a new client. So if you are a new client, go to that new client, new customer, and give your phone number and email ID. So with that, you will get OTP. That means that's authenticating your just like your mobile number and email ID. So after that, system will ask you to provide your basic KYC details like your Aadhaar, PAN card, that's the basic KYC. And after that, your IT returns. And if your business unit is having audited financials, you need to upload these audited financials by linking with ITR portal. You don't need to physically upload these PDFs. It is integrated with ITR portal, income tax filing. So from that, you need to download it, and here you need to upload it in Union Bank website. And after that, again, it is integrated with the GST returns. With your GST user ID and password credentials, you need to give upload all your GST filings in Union Bank website. And your bank statement, if you may be having bank account with any other bank, that statement of for last 6 to 12 months you need to upload. So that means you are giving your basic KYC, your audited financials, and your GST, and your bank statement. So with this, my system will run your eligibility criteria, how much sales you have done in the last 2 to 3 years, and whether it is matching with the GST returns, and whether you may be making 1 crore sales with the GST, but whether that 1 crore is credited in your bank account or not. What's your CIBIL score? What's your CIBIL score of your company, your firm? So with all these things, my system will run through a decision rule. If you're eligible, then system instantly will give you in principle approval. With that in principle approval, you can approach any, so this is one snapshot of that in principle approval. You will get it like your credit facility, amount, and tentative rate of interest, and all other basic terms of a loan. So with this, you can approach any of my branches and you can go ahead with the further processing. This is about in-principle approval. And what's the advantage with this? The advantage is that quicker response. That means instantly you are getting one in-principle approval. And it's just in 30 minutes, entire process will be done. So you don't need to approach any branch. By sitting in your factory, in your firm, in your office, you can do this, and within 30 minutes you will get the in-principle approval. And what's the benefit for a banker is that I'm getting your ITRs, your audited balance sheets, and your GST returns. These are all directly downloaded from respective portals. So I don't need to check whether your audited balance sheet, whether it is really genuine or not, whether your GST returns are genuine or not. So for me, it's easy to do the due diligence. For me, it's easy to know what's your CIBIL score, what's your credit history, what's your banking transactions in the last 1 year. So it's easy for a banker to take a decision also. So that's all about getting an in-principle approval. And another scheme is in the name of Union MSME GST Gain. It's simply based on your GST returns, we fund working capital limits. Actually, under GST Gain, we are doing up to 5 crores. That means manually, see, if you approach any of my branches, we'll do 5 crore. But if you want this loan through digital channel, digital mode, again, The link is available in Union Bank website or in our View Map Union Bank app. So with this app, in this scheme with the link, maximum you will get up to 25 lakh based on your GST returns. So you have to upload. So the remaining things are same. You have to, once you enter into this link, you have to give your basic KYC details, upload your financials, and upload your last 12 months GST returns. So based on your last 12 months GST returns, my system will calculate what's your level of operations in your firm and how much you can, we can see whether the last 12 months, whether the trend is increasing or the trend is decreasing. If it is increasing, that means yes, your business is doing good. So whether your, in the last 12 months, whether your business is seasonal or not. So everything system will check, and based on your GST returns, the system will sanction your loan. Again, here it is only a working capital limit we'll do in the form of OD and cash credit limit. So to meet your day-to-day business requirement. So maximum will be up to 25 lakh, and all constitutions like individuals, proprietary partnership, LLPs will get loan based, or eligible. And the margin is only 20%, and there is no collateral is recommended because we cover this loan with CGTMSE, so no separate collateral is required. Those customers who want 25 lakh loan, working capital limit, so they can avail this scheme. So we have another two products in the name of MajorSunilShetty and Mudra loan. In these both loans, we do up to 10 lakh. Again, the link is available in our Union Bank website. The process is same for all these products, though the amounts are varying. So you have to log in with your, register with your mobile number and email ID, upload your KYC and all your IT returns and bank statement. System will do the calculations and give your eligibility. So these all things are available in Union Bank website. Definitely, I hope you will enjoy these credit facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shantasakar. So I have a small question for you, sir. Yeah. So in the Union MSME GST game, you had mentioned, So we had mentioned that you can approach through the portal and obtain a loan up to 25 lakhs. But so what would be the turnaround time for any of these sanctions?
Turnaround time you are asking through digital mode, ma'am?
Yeah, through digital mode.
Everything will be completed in 30 minutes.
No. What you're saying is you get the in-principle sanction.
No, in-principle is for 5 crore. There are 4 schemes.
Right.
If you want the MSME loan up to 5 crore, so the first one is that where you get in-principle approval.
That's only for the first one, not for the rest.
No. For all the schemes, so everything will be completed in 30 minutes. Max time is 30 minutes. For that, if you want a loan up to 5 crores, initially you will get an in-principle approval. And after that, since it is a bigger amount, so with the in-principle approval, you can approach any of my branches and you can go for further processing.
Exactly. So
for GST gain of 25 lakh, so everything will be done through internet only. You don't need to, yes, everything. Okay. So everything will be done in 30 minutes.
Okay, that I understood. So my question again is, in the in-principle mode, suppose you have a sanction letter, say for around 4 crores.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once we approach the bank, how long will the bank take to process it?
Yes, ma'am. So it depends upon the quality of the data that you submit. See, most of the time what we see is that the data that you submit, like CMA data, project report, and say for example, you're approaching a bank for a term loan. Say for example, you're establishing a manufacturing unit or some service unit. So you approach a bank for term loan. So we need to know, for the basis for the term loan is that project cost. So we need to know what is your project cost. So arrive the project cost, we'll ask you all quotations, like what machinery you are going to purchase. So it's all the data that you submit. Once we get, and if you are offering any property, see up to 5 crores again we'll do under CGTMSE, we don't require collateral. And you want lower rate, you can offer collateral. If you are offering collateral, then we need, we engage this work for legal and valuation work. If legal takes time, then if legal and legal reports, valuation reports, and CMA data, project report, quotations, everything available, mostly it takes 7 working days.
7 working days. So you mean to say the in-principle sanction letter will actually verify the credentials of the promoter?
Yes.
but again, it's all based on the rest of the documents.
I can say, ma'am, if you got an in-principle approval, means it's half done. So your 50% of the work is done.
Okay, subject to other documents.
Yes, it's like you got the approval. You can avail this 5 crore loan subjected to fulfillment of all other terms and conditions. So I can say it's half work done.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. So now I request Mr. Ahmed Khan to take up give us presentation.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, CII, my esteemed panel, and dignitaries and guests for giving me this opportunity. I would say this one slide alone summarizes the spirit of this summit, and I clarify that in the next couple of slides. SME 360 Accelerator. I mean, let's begin with the theme of the summit itself, making MSMEs future ready through digital transformation. I think it largely can be summarized with these two approaches. I mean, one is afford digital funding, and thanks to my colleagues before me who spoke in length about the digital funding spectrum, the scope of the products, the timeline, the quantum, and everything. So I'll go and keep it a little quick. So digital funding, I would say it's addressing the problem at hand. It's addressing a scenario that is at hand. While the larger solution is actually having a virtual 360 consulting platform, right? I believe in the spirit of the summit, making MSMEs future ready, it's not just addressing the problems at hand, it's also addressing the problems that are along the journey that would make this independent, unmaneuvered, unguided SMEs or MSMEs into high growth companies that could potentially be capable of, say, an SME listing or an PE fundraise. Today, SME is the quantum, or the MSME is the quantum, or the nature of business that they do. It's hardly it's making its meat. It's largely to do about getting through the processes of the day, getting through the process of the month, getting through the targets of the year. But if you really look at if there is a vision and a larger goal towards enabling and growing systems in place, you largely see great lacuna, whether it is in terms of having system integration, whether it is corporate governance, whether it is virtual CFO systems in place, or whether it is your IT enablement. So hence I would say the second aspect of this approach, the virtual 360 consulting, addresses actually the problems that actually enable the SMEs strengthen over the journey to actually be capable companies that can actually be worthy of private equity investments, worthy of being SME listed. So I would talk about the first context on a very brief, since my previous counterparts already touched base upon it. Digital funding, these are a full spectrum of solutions, or at least the larger solutions that I deal with, we deal with today. The ones on the left side, the secured and the unsecured funding structures, my colleagues have already touched base upon it, hence I took the benefit to rather focus on the right side of the subject, which is structured debt. Structured debt today is largely, I would say, these are customized solutions. Particularly now, the reason I mentioned it's an investment banker viewpoint is these are solutions that needs to be sat down with a consultative mindset, understanding as to what else is possible apart from the conventional working capital, ODCC, term loans and project finance kind of capacities, whether it is secured or unsecured without a collateral. Now today, across the MSME space, I would address this structured debt offerings, whether it is venture debt, revolving credit, RBF, invoice discountings, NCDs, PO financing, bridge financing, acquisition financing. All these are broadly understanding the end goal or the end requirement of the entity, right? And understanding how to structure it, keeping into account how do you underwrite the credit norms? How do you meet the end goals? How do you make the transaction happen? I would say these are largely digital solutions to a certain extent, to a rather greater extent actually. But the fact that today these solutions are being deployable to the market, even the thought of even having the solution deployed to the market is by the fact that these are supported by the digital evaluation mechanism behind it. I mean the various evaluation mechanisms and KYC authentication mechanism that the bankers spoke of earlier. This take a little above it, so that you can look at the entity with a more broader and a more introspective mindset, right? So otherwise, the solutions are pretty much self-explanatory from the nomenclature itself. So I wouldn't dwell on it more, because again, the entire funding aspect or doing the fundraising alone is part of fixing the problem. It's part of addressing the problem as of now. But the larger aspect that responds to the spirit of the summit is actually a consultative approach, hence SME 360 accelerator. Before I say what happens under this SME 360 accelerator, I would say what is it all about. SME 360 accelerator is, in very simple terms, a unified holistic platform that is all about the entire spectrum of business consulting services that an SME and MSME might need, right? From covering from incorporation to business advisory, to legal, to corporate governance, to virtual CFO services, to the end milestone of fundraising, to an extent of even listing. So today, this is a first of a kind pilot or an accelerator that we're doing in the Hyderabad ecosystem now, with the collective guidance of T-Hub, all the major trade bodies, CII, HICIA, and all the major trade bodies and the business forums put together. Because today, individually in silos, we are not able to address the end-to-end solution that an SME might need, that actually builds them from being an independent and unguided entities to actually grow into high-growth entities that could be funded or listed. So hence the platform. This broadly talks about 4 pillars of support. Business consulting, it covers all aspects of your incorporation, to business reports, to due diligence, to your valuation aspects. Strategic consulting is all to do about business growth, BD, business growth strategies. You know, how do you access new markets? How do you take to new markets? How do you enter new product areas? I mean, it's a very detailed scope of an exercise.
Mr. Ahmed, a small request. Could you actually finish your presentation?
Yeah, this is my last slide. Virtual CFO advisory is the crux of this consulting, from the point of view that one large element that SMEs lag, because of which you can call them independent entities or unguided entities, is for the fact that they don't have a full-time CFO on board. They need a guidance from a CFO who could take them to this longer journey of getting the systems enablement in place, corporate governance in place, working capital structuring in place, to the extent of fundraising, which is the last aspect of it. Now, fundraising is the last solution. It is largely to do at particular life stage of the business, what might be required, like the structured and unstructured solutions that I just spoke a while ago. But broadly, this platform is over and above the fundraising aspect of it. It's broadly building the other support and the long run elements towards actually making them growth entities that today a local SME ecosystem can be proud of. Not just being independent entities, but capable high growth firms which can be worthy of being listed. That's it for me, guys. We can take up the Q&A session during the lunch hour, because I guess we are already lagging behind time.
Yeah, we are behind schedule, Mr.
Thanks.
Thank you for the informative session, Mr. Ahmed. Now I request Mr. Himanshu to give his presentation.
Thank you so much. Good to have the presentation up. To start with, I'll just give you a broad outlook of what SIDBI's been and what SIDBI's been doing, although most of us do know what it is. We have been around for more than 3 decades. Largely, we are a refinancing agency. We do a lot of institutional finance. Our institutional finance book stands at more than 3.5 lakh crores today. You think of a bank, most of them are customers, including the private one. We do a lot of direct credit. A few of our customers are here. We have a lot of stress off late. Of course, we've been doing green finance for nearly 1.5 decades when we started with JICA. But green finance has taken a new fillip with the Prime Minister announcing Panchamrit. We do a lot of work on cluster development, venture capital, guarantee programs, policy advocacy, and of course, we'll talk about the digital initiatives which SIDBI has done of late so that it comes in with the theme of the program. A small snapshot of where we stand. Today we started in 91 with a balance sheet of around 8,000 crores, and today we closed at around 3.75 lakh crores. We aim to close this year much higher. We are a AAA rated institution established by an Act of Parliament. We have more than 95 branches. Very lean organization with only 1,000 employees. And we are 100% owned either by Government of India or Government of India owned entities. Just as a snapshot, I wanted to leave this thought behind with people that green finance today is something which is very important to us. We have been trying to embed the green finance culture into our clients, and we also work on the Green India financial systems along with the Shakti Foundation and the AFD, who are an international partner, for shaping the dialogue with IBA, with RBI, and with the Government of India. We have a lot of international partners there. We have done a saving of around 1,800 gigawatt hours per annum through our interventions so far. Some numbers are there. We have a solar mission where we want to actually put up 2,500 solar rooftops every year. We also have a specialized scheme for financing EVs and EV related infrastructure. We bring out Sustainability Perception Index in collaboration with one of the finest agencies in India. And we also run the GRID project, which is largely concentrating on switching fuels and other things to make it greener. Then we talk of, as I come to what have been the digital initiatives that SIDBI has done so far. We've been largely, all our digital initiatives have been based on utilizing and anchoring on the various digital public infrastructure which is available, the identity rails, which is Aadhaar, PAN, KYC, bureaus, e-sign, GST, ITR, the payment rails, which is UPI, RuPay, NASH, Bharat QR, Aadhaar enabled payments, and now of course the data sharing rails, which come in form of the OCEN network and account aggregators. So we talk a little bit about the various digital platforms which SIDBI has created as a public good. We started with the Udyami Mitra platform, and today we have 160,000 bank branches, 160,000 bank branches on the platform, and 200,000 community centers which are integrated on the platform, which can be approached to getting in-principle approvals for small loans through the platform. We run 7 flagship Government of India programs for credit and subsidy for these schemes, including the MOHUA program, and approximately 50 lakh units have been supported through this. Then we have the PSB 59, which was spoken about recently. It is an outcome of an initiative which we started in 2018. We tried to create a credit marketplace which actually democratizes credit. So you, as a customer, has a choice, where you want to pick up your credit from. This provides quick loan offers and then more than 30 lenders. And you will be actually surprised to know that in the last 3 years, this has done 55,000 crores worth of sanctions. 55,000 crores, not a small amount. And out of this 55,000 crores, and these are MSME loans, nearly 42,000 crores have got disbursed. So, there's a lot of talk that you get in-principle approvals, but a lot of them fructify. Then, of course, there's the RXIL, which is the TREDS platform run by SIDBI and NSE jointly, which addresses the delayed payment of MSME, which MSMEs have been facing of long. On the platform, nearly 25,000 crores of worth of invoices have been discounted. We have purchasers as well as 2,000 MSMEs on the platform. The latest initiative which was done with the Ministry of MSME is to actually create, formalize the informal sector and created the Udyam Assist platform, which allows the informal units to register and obtain a Udyam Aadhaar. As we actually progressed, and SIDBI did a lot of things on microfinance, and then we saw that the cost of credit to people who are seeking microfinance or moving up the chain from microfinance was too high, and we thought that we should come out with a scheme where we can actually reduce this cost. So to make affordable credit available to the informal micro enterprises, we do loans up to 50,000 to 500,000, that is 5 lakh rupees on these, and these are totally platform-driven digital loans. There have been more than 1 lakh beneficiaries so far, and 85% of them are women. We work with MFIs, we work with banking correspondent companies, corporates and aggregators, even NBFCs in implementing this. And this is largely a digital process where application, credit appraisal and documentation is all digital. Only the monitoring and follow-up is physical. So we call it a physical process so far because monitoring is something which you've not yet been able to figure out as to how to do it. So just to take you in, you have an app where a person applies for a Prayas loan through the mobile app. Same eKYC, geotagging, bureau check, etc. happen through the app as he gives permissions, and then on the Prayas web portal, the SIDBI appraising officer will appraise and close in the loan. And once the risk rating and sanction rejection has been done, on signing off on the digital document execution, the loan would be disbursed. So this is an end-to-end digital process which is working very smoothly with around 51 partners in the country. To address what our friend Ahmed was saying, that invoice discounting is a one-to-one kind of thing, and to democratize that, SIDBI worked in the RBI sandbox, and we have piloted and now commercialized GST CII. So this actually rides on the GST database and allows people to discount their invoices and obtain instant credit against them. So there's a 3-stage journey. You register, you get a loan offer, and you do e-documentation, and then you get a disbursement and a repayment. Just taking you across, so these are the building blocks. You have 35%, as we know, 35% share of GST is coming from MSMEs. GST CII promotes cash flow-based lending, encourages registration of MSMEs on GST, and collaborates with industry initiatives. We have standardized open protocols. We use OCEN, Account Aggregator Framework, India Stack, which is GST and e-sign, stamp, e-nash, etc. And that it is end-to-end digitized. What the journey is that you go on the app, use your mobile number, register, give access to your GST details. Once you are registered, you can choose your banks and you can do your e-documentation. And once you have done your e-documentation, you get a limit. And on the basis of that limit, you can discount your invoices and you get disbursement into the identified account. The repayment is through e-nash. So you set up a auto debit and disbursement will happen. This is actually going to be very useful for people in future. We feel that this will actually do away with the working capital requirements of the industry. So this is where the future is going. This is the disbursement and repayment part of it. Then of course we have something which is...
Sorry for interrupting. Could you actually brush through it quickly, sir?
Yeah.
Could you actually rush through it quickly so everybody's
this is the last slide.
Thank you, sir.
So this is the last slide which I have, which is a product which we have bought in, which is end-to-end digitized for MSME. It is a straight-through process which uses all the digital public infrastructure, GST, NCA, ITR. All of us do the same thing, my friends at Union also do the same thing. We also, in addition, use risk assessment using Jakarta, FitScore, which is a product of CIBIL and OPL, and CMR. And the underwriting is entirely end-to-end digital, and so is the documentation and disbursement. So you need to get into our website, log in, create your requirement, and loans up to 1 crore, depending on your leverage, etc., can be done, can be disbursed within 48 hours.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We are going to talk only about MSMEs. We are not going to talk about how India is shining, how the world is doing a roaring business, and how we should actually work for our pie in the sky. No, we will only talk about here and now and about MSMEs. Second, we are not going to talk about jargon. The huge tectonic shift in the landscape of MSMEs is going to be extremely beneficial in orbit shifting our economy. We are not going to talk about those things. Okay, that's jargon. 3, we will actually talk about your questions. So it's going to be very, very relevant. It's going to be probably addressing some of the concerns that you may have, and collectively we can find some solutions. And the topic is what are the challenges in adopting digital technologies by MSMEs? As simple as that. We'll stick to challenges and probably come up with some solutions here and there. So that's going to be broadly why you have to be part of this session. We will exactly take 30 minutes, not more than that, because one of our panelists will have to catch a flight, so there's no other option. This story everyone knows. What is a micro, what is small, and what is medium? I'll skip this thing. If your plant, equipment and machinery, everything put together, investment is not more than 1 crore, and your annual turnover is not more than 5 crores, it is micro. And then if it is 10 crore investment and more than 50 crore turnover, it is small. And of course 50 and 250, this is what everyone knows. I'll skip all my slides and I'll go directly to, everyone knows these things. We have done very recently 2 action research projects. One is Digital Street. This is adoption of digital technologies by street vendors. So there are lots of learnings out there. That is one. And second, the ongoing project is called Digital Green. This is adoption of digital technologies for environmental sustainability. Bearing the sustainability in mind, how do we adopt and be conscious of the offshoots of using these technologies? I think these are the broad 2 areas in which we have been researching. The first one is already over. We have submitted the reports to the stakeholders. The second one is still going on. We have partnered with the German NGO, and we are doing this research in various cities, Hyderabad to Delhi to Rajasthan, that is Jaipur, to Bangalore, Pune, Dehradun, Ahmedabad, so on and so forth. I'll talk about very few. I'll skip all these things. These are just backup kind of material. I'll just go to thank you slide so that you listen to me. See, the challenges that we are facing are multifold. The challenges that we are facing are multifold. First, in terms of adopting technologies itself. A lot of these people, when we have spoken to garment manufacturers, when we have spoken to micro level entrepreneurs who are into supplying to these garment manufacturers, who live in Bangalore, who live in Tirupur, who live in small areas, Nalgonda, and all these locations. Most of them do not have the overall bigger grasp of what they should be conscious of. They are more worried about movement of their product and a cross movement of money for their product. I think this is in simple language what they are worried about. The large numbers that we project, we have to look at the percentages of the segments. And the largest segment that we have here and we have to worry about, like in agriculture we say, there are a large number of small acre holding farmers. Similarly here also micro is going to be very large. But if our solutions or talks are not focused on these large segments, it's again going to be off the mark. So when we spoke to these small people, when we spoke to these entrepreneurs, they understand what we are talking. It is not that they don't have any understanding. Are they ready to adopt? They may be ready to adopt. But the dominance is in terms of areas of, being manageable, having a manageable cash flow. I think that's where everything works around. If it is working very well with respect to their market, if it is working very well with respect to their produce, and if the intermediaries are rewarding them suitably, I'm sure then they will be able to focus on these things. The theories that we carry from here and we teach them in terms of, say for example, mobile broadband. Everyone knows mobile broadband. Cloud computing, a lot of people understand cloud computing. Big data, a lot of people understand that. IoT and its applications, everyone understands that. But will they get down to using it? What are the challenges that we have faced? Some of the challenges I have identified here. Obviously, they are there on the slides. Now, when we go back into specific discussions, we have three distinguished gentlemen here. Now, when we talk about the specific challenges that they can list, and also when they can address some of the challenges that you may raise, that will be much, much more relevant. I'll stop here and we'll begin now. Now, let us pivot this. How many of you have questions for this session? You can raise your hands. Please raise your hands. 2-3 से नहीं चलेगा. 2-3 से तो नहीं चलेगा. हाँ, ठीक है. Yes. What we will do is we'll pivot it. We will take questions first, and our responses will be dovetailed to address those questions, and that's going to be the discussion. Okay? Please, questions. Yes, Divakar. You don't need a mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, great session since morning. There are a lot of metrics have been spoken. We have 7 crore MSMEs, and there is a distinguished micro, small, medium, and all that. And we have 5,000 companies which are listed in stock exchange. Out of that, 1,200 to 1,300 companies contribute to 90% of market capital. What kind of a democratization we have done? If you see the numbers, it should be allowing and enabling MSMEs to really get into that number of listed companies. So past 60 years what we have been doing, are we happy what we are doing? What should be done?
Okay, good framework related question. We'll respond. I think we'll give that to Satya only. Yes, Satya.
I'm just paraphrasing the question. So, from this session's perspective, if I paraphrase your question, that how can the MSMEs, or what stops the MSMEs to get into, to leverage this market capitalization part? Because as you can see, only 90%, out of the 7 crore, only 5,000 are listed, and out of which only 1,200 contribute to 90%. So why are we missing out? Can digital help there? Can I put the question like this, and then we will try to answer.
As we said, we'll take all the questions first. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I think I don't need a mic.
Yeah, absolutely no.
Again, if I paraphrase your question just for this thing, so how can we ensure that the stakeholders who are supposed to help the MSMEs are themselves aware of how can they help the MSMEs. Can I put it this way? Okay. So banker is just one example, and I'm sure there could be other examples.
But if you can ask questions that are specific to your requirement, it will be more relevant. So much so, we will respond to only those questions. Otherwise, we will talk general, you will talk general. How do you motivate me? That type of question I would like to have. मेरा बिजनेस ये है, मेरा फैक्ट्री यहाँ पर है, मेरे ये दिक्कतें हैं. How do you solve this? That type of question is expected. Okay. Please.
Yes, sir. So I'm Sandeep. I'm into capital consulting and coaching for MSMEs. By and large, we deal 1 or 2 clients in a month, and it's mostly related to their credit side. By the time they come to us, they'll have one project report which says bankable project report, but their business is not bankable. So when we try to make them, that it's a longer turnaround time, is at least a quarter, half year, and all. So in this context, how you can help me, how digitization or anybody how can you reach out to, I was asking Malavika also that you have to productize your service content, and so that then we can, so similar, anything of that sort that can help us.
The question is difficult. You want to paraphrase it? Okay. So the question is actually very difficult, given that the problem itself is very difficult. Am I right? This question you can ask to all the panels. Wonderful. While we are compelled to focus only on the topic, you can talk anything other than the topic. Superb. Yeah, we'll come to it.
So, I have exactly the question that Sudhakar Rao sir was telling. So, I have a factory in Adivatla. I make defense and aerospace. We make systems and subsystems for fighter aircraft and missiles for DRDOs. Customized. Now, it will not be out of way to say that I am not making enough money. I would like to export, but I don't have a product. I am making customized systems for them. So how can you help me?
A very good session will have few unanswered questions. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Ram Mohan. I am an entrepreneur. So my question here is, how we can create a level playing field for digital transformation on par with bigger companies for MSMEs. So what I mean to say is that so today all the large companies can afford to have all the digital transformation tools, but when it comes to the MSME, one is affordability, another is their knowledge to acquire those tools. What kind of tools that they need?
It's largely a function of affordability. Yeah. Any other? Sir.
We make customized products. I want to know from Vamsi and Srinivas, because I've been struggling to implement ERP in my company for the last 3 years. So I want to know how I can. Is it right? It's a direct question.
Any more? Yes, sir.
For MSMEs, I take the liberty on this point. What is, from your view, that MSME has to be successful for year-round actually order processing and profits? What are the best solutions you imagine and think of?
Good. Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Yeah, we will try and respond to some of these questions, and if you have not responded, you can understand that we don't have any answer. Okay? Yeah, please. Street vendors. Oh, good. I'll give one or two examples. That will come last. Okay. We will do like this. All the questions have been noted by all of us. Satya will respond to at least 2-3 questions. Is it okay? Yeah. And then we can keep on adding. But very quickly we'll try and finish. Yeah. You have 13 minutes.
Yeah. So I'll take the liberty of answering in any order. I hope that's okay with you. But we will again check back, where we have answered and not answered. We'll check that. So I think I'll start off with the question that somebody talked about, creating an awareness, to do things, as well as the affordability part. So I'm going to take that together. See, one of the major challenges today for an MSME is that, is digital transformation required for me? If the answer is yes, then what is that I need to digitalize or digitally transform? And how much it will cost me, and how should where should I go? Who are the people who can help me? These are the broad things that typically anybody who starts a digital journey will have, right? So, and there is already a lot of confusing words like digitization, digital transformation, and so on. And each one is valid from its own perspective, but they are also very different from one to another, right? So, one of the things that somebody has to, what we see, when I represent a center within CII called CII's, Center for Digital Transformation. It is done with Tata Communications, so it's called CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. So we work with MSMEs just to help them on some of these things. And the awareness creation is the first thing that has to be really focused on. Like, what is that you need? And to do that, typically, you can use any method. I'm just suggesting a method. So, you look at, you apply a model called, digital maturity rating or something, so you try to talk to the company, understand the as-is processes that they have, what are the pain points that they have, and what are the opportunities that typically exist. So that you can easily get from by asking the right set of questions and getting the answers. And using this method, for example, in our center, so we do this and then we go and tell you, okay, these are the opportunities that, you are at this level, you seem to have strengths in, say, customer-facing processes, you seem to have doing well, whereas employee-facing processes, there are a lot of issues in that, or operational processes, you have not even touched it. So like this, it can give you some kind of a mirror to you, saying that these are the things that you need to do. So that's that. Creating the awareness, creating a baseline of where you are today, and then you look at the affordability part. Like, now you need to know, you don't have the, the reach of say large company, so that you can go for end-to-end transformation in one go. So you then start prioritizing what is more important for you. So for example, many people will say that I don't want to touch anything on the customer side because that is too risky for me, whereas I can go and automate a few things on my shop floor because that's going to give me some immediate benefits, right? So that's something that, there are many methods by which you can do that, to see what is that you require on the, prioritization, and show some immediate successes. Because your management, whether it is a owner-led one or is it a corporate-led one, in both cases, you need to be convincing somebody saying that it is worth investing money on this. But for that,
it's like a chicken and egg situation. So, you need to show some, quick results, the low hanging ones, right? And that's where I'm suggesting that, you go for some digital intervention on the shop floor side. It's going to improve your efficiency, it's going to improve your productivity and so on, which will then open up your purse for other these things. I'll come back to some of these things once again, but if somebody wants to add.
Yeah, I can add. So many points were raised on how do we push MSMEs to contribute more? How do I become a bankable business so banks will give me a loan or capital? Why only certain percentage of companies are profitable while rest of them are not? So it all comes down to the business model, whether is it profitable, whether it is scalable, whether it is sustainable. Anyway, I'm deviating slightly away from the topic because the forum is more on adoption challenges of digital technologies. But so first, why that skewness in some success, some not success is probably there's a problem in the business model itself. Now, there's a specific challenge someone raised about defense and aerospace who make customized solutions, but you're not able to become profitable or you're not making. So I think now you need to introspect and analyze. So where is it you're lagging? Is it because the product or service which you're selling is too commoditized in the market where you are not able to command a premium? Or is it something to do with not enough of sales pipeline? Is it something to do with high cost of the product and it is taking too much time for you to manufacture it? So the cycle time is too high and you're not able to create enough products to cater to a larger market. So just for the sake of discussion, I'll take the sales. So here I would like to blend it to how this is a challenge in our digital scenario. So as a customized solution, it's not like everyone out there is going to buy customized defense and aerospace solutions, right? You need to focus and find that right target customer who actually wants to buy it. It's not some off-the-shelf product which everyone is going to come and buy it. So now this is where digital technologies like digital marketing and AI, to some extent, you can leverage to identify those target customers to reach out to them. So this is something similar to a challenge which I can relate to. So I am from Moltech Technologies, so we do a lot of custom solutions for OEM suppliers for manufacturing body components. Now, body components engineering design solutions is my service. So it's not like they're everywhere. I need to identify where they are. They're across the globe, and I need to leverage technology to try and reach them. I need to try and appeal to their need and try to project that USP, the unique selling proposition. Why should he give me work over some other way? So this is one challenge where how do you reach a global audience, using these digital technologies. There are so many challenges out there. So there's so many platforms to choose from. It could be Instagram, it could be LinkedIn, it could be Facebook, it could be Google, they say SEO. So how do you choose the right platform or the forum through which you try to reach your audience or target customer? So that's one challenge. So this is something which probably you can start experimenting with some free tools to start with. Try to understand and research the market where your possible target customers are. So there are a lot of AI tools which are available which do the research for you. This is very brand new. You don't have to search in Google for it. There are some tools where you go there. A free one itself gives an entire market potential of the market, the specific market which you want. It gives the market potential and it basically scrapes the entire internet and gets that data for you in a researched manner. So maybe this could be a starting point for you to understand whether your business has the right potential. Then probably you can start using other AI tools to expand and research and reach out to your target customers. This I'm talking assuming a sales and a marketing challenge.
Assuming it's a sales and marketing problem.
And adoption challenge from a digital perspective.
The little bit of digital in this answer is about adopting cutting edge technologies to sharpen your communication and reach and effectiveness. Otherwise, we will be going back to the previous panel in how you can market, how you can use social media, how you can expand your reach and so on and so forth. However, I appreciate that problem. But sir, do you have LinkedIn presence? Yes. Okay. By what name, sir? In your name. Organizational do you have, sir? Can we immediately open that, sir? I'll come back to this thing. I can give you many more suggestions also, and I'll specifically talk to you off the stage as well. But in the meantime, we'll request Srinivas sir to help us understand the hurdles in the journey of adopting, implementing, improvising ERP for smaller organizations. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Srinivas, Managing Director of Equic Dice and Molds. This is about a 35 years old company, and we have started implementing ERP way back in 2002. So we had, it's basically like what sir said, we were also making the tailor-made products at that point of time, and it's very difficult to sustain. I can imagine your problem as my problem when I was in 2002. We had no other baskets of money invested in any of the branches where we have been investing towards in tool room only, where tailor-made products only can be made. So we are specialized, good name and fame everywhere in making manufacturing dies, but ultimately the bottom line counts. So in that transformation, but every die is a challenge, everything is a different one. So if you have to make a car engine die, it is different. If it is motorcycle, it is different. So we have to account properly how we are going and what is making us to put in this situation where we are not able to progress, neither we are able to. We have to make progress means we have to make the bottom line. So if the bottom line is not there, definitely there is no meaning in staying in that business, and we all get disappointed. That point of time, we had the same situation. We thought how we can transform. Luckily, we had a friend who was working in the similar platform that point of time on Oracle-based ERP solutions. We called him, we interacted, because luckily the whole team of our management is technocrats. That's one problem. We expect micro things to improve, but we all started because I can imagine Suprasad Reddy Garu, he is more senior in the industry than me, and he says since last 3-4 years he is struggling. So my answer probably can meet him. This is the journey which the owner, along with the core team, has to take with the full interest. Right from giving a code for material, whatever you buy, and giving a code to your employee, identification to your machine, process, every setup. So that is a big challenging job which MSMEs, we start with, actually I had a presentation which I would have explained in the sequence, but now we are all running out of time, and I'll just try to make it. Yeah, because so we have got 4 M's. We have got a manpower, machines, process, and the material. So the 4 M's have to be addressed apart from the system. In the system point of view, whatever you have it, you can integrate it by giving. Everywhere you have a challenge, and it has to be with the patients. Everyone has to work from operator level to the HR person to the security guard to everywhere, the source person. So if whole journey starts with what is the count you have manpower, you will have to give a code and how he works. What is the set of rules that you have to decide for a human that is coming inside the plant, and how effectively you are using in every area. Security guard, he does his duty, and the source fellow, he does his different duty, and what is the output. he has to put it in record. So we'll have to create a job card for the work whatever he is doing. If the design engineer works on his 8 hours in a different, we will be at any point of time, we will be running with 50 or 100 projects. So on which project he is working for half an hour, 15 minutes, sometimes he has to attend for a HR training. So all that thing in the human area you have to make it. And the same way on the materials front, which is again, right from, it's again a challenge. Getting material for dye is totally different from if you are producing a plastic part, you get 10 tons of plastic material, whatever is the grade, or aluminum, you get it, you process it. But that area also has got a different challenge. But in this scenario, we have to get the material, then process in stage wise. That means method, out of 4 M's, a method has to be fully made it. So you have stages of operations everywhere. You need to derive each operation, the sequence. If you are getting a dye, how material block up, what will be the operation code, like that you will have to make it. So the man, material, then the method, whatever is the process that you come across to produce a dye, that area also you will have to make coding. Then this process has to be explained with a flow chart to the person who is doing. Now, this is about 20 years back, it was very tough. Recently, for around 8 years back, we have adopted, we have been doing this for our tool room based on Oracle, and we could integrate it, but ultimately we have to hire the in-house team. We have got around 3 people working on ERP for our Equic group. We had other companies where we are making aluminum die casting components. Then we were more matured and we could engage TCS. They have an excellent ERP platform, TCS ION, which is again, we thought it is cake to eat, but it is not so. There also we had the challenges. So the similar challenges, it's again, everything we have to customize it to our requirement, because we get 10 tons of material and it goes into 50 varieties of parts. How can you digitize, how can you evaluate it? These are all the challenges, right from material to dispatch we had, and we have to do it patiently, and it costs money. And it is an unknown area we are entering. How much is the money budget? Again, as an MSME, we cannot budgetize this. We don't even budget for 1 year. How can we budget unknown area which will not cost? But you have to take little amount of pain. The other question what sir was asking, I'll try to, what I could observe, how India can grow and become a 5 trillion economy. There's a lot of programs announced by the MSME ministry in adopting these technologies. Even if you are implementing ERP or any digital this thing, you have to upgrade your systems, you have the schemes. So if you are able to make use of it and make use of the, see, we had last session which is again supported by Government of Telangana, which is again a news for me, that they are also trying to help. I also learned something on the digital marketing side. They are also trying to support. This is ONDC is a nationwide program, so which they would like to implement it here. So ultimately the sky is the limit how we can implement, like no product to the product. Then you have the information, you have got a right to, you will be able to take a right decision. If there is no information, then we all will be in dark. Suppose in the ERP you get, what is the cycle time that so many hours you have taken for producing. What is the next die, how you can reduce the cycle time, all that thing. And if person is absent, you don't have the proper system. If his output is less, you have a person who is an elephant for you and you cannot measure the output. He comes and goes. That is also you can evaluate in the digital. So it's a miracle that you can achieve, but it is overall, I can see the entire process overall involved in each and every section. They have to put their heart and soul and try to digitize it as possible. Then there will be a lot of resistance from each and every department, which is probably Reddy sir must be facing. So, ये करेगा तो क्या होगा? What will happen? Everything will come into the surface. Probably, if a person is doing mistakes, his mistakes per year are counting to sales. So when the year end comes, if you show he comes for evaluation, then you say you have done so many mistakes. So that tendency, the opposition from the people will be there. But if you don't count it, then you are carrying only elephants, not the horses, where it will take forward. So this is the way how I think slightly I can put it.
Yes, yes.
It is challenging, but it is not that difficult. So we went through the journey. Thank you.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. We'll come to your point, sir. What sir is talking about is the frameworks. To have the frameworks, MSMEs will have to think big. And the framework is also a function of having good practices. It is not a chicken and egg story. You have to start thinking big and then have good practices, share the vision. It is more people driven in smaller organizations. In bigger organizations, it's more system driven. I think the test of leadership is much more, or in relatable terms, is much more when we are still small and medium. And I think on an everyday basis, we need to create a shared vision organization rather than thinking less or thinking small and having disjointed connections within the organizations. I have some examples, I'll give it to you also. But I think Vamsi wanted to add a point or two. He has been championing the digital transformation in Moltech and several case studies that he has got. Maybe one or two examples you can add to ERP's journey.
So I will just add on to what Mr. Srinivas has been explaining about ERP. So there are other digital initiatives which I am doing, but since we are talking about ERP, I will highlight more. So let's assume, so someone asked a question about affordability and knowledge of the tools. I think right? So let us assume you have the affordability to buy the ERP tool. For now, we'll talk about affordability anyway later. You know the knowledge. So you know which ERP tool to implement. Now if you Google, actually there are hundreds of ERP tools. So first to identify the right ERP tool itself, we get confused. So let us even assume that you know what ERP to implement. So now as a business, so I think here most of the audience are just about to start their business, or they have started and they want to take off. So you also need to look at the future, where now once you come out of the survival mode, you become sustainable and you now aspire to become a successful and a stable business. That is when, like Mr. Sudhakar has mentioned, you need systems. So when your company is small, you as an individual will be running around all the departments and you are managing everything. But as your organization grows, that's when the systems and processes become very important. Now, ERP is one such tool, a digital tool, which helps you manage your whole company by managing the information in your operations. So what happens is now, you got the tool installed, but how do you get the buy-in? Now, many of your team members, like Mr. Srinivas mentioned, they don't like the tool. They may be feeling insecure that, my boss is setting up this tool so he can get rid of me. Those kind of things happen. So, apart from the tool, now these are those advanced challenges which are not digital. These are more people and the thinking and the perception. So here, you as a leader have to have that broader outlook, and you need to have that holistic view of how do I manage these stakeholders. And for you, the clock is ticking. The sooner your ERP gets implemented, that is when you actually start realizing the value of that tool. Till then, it is a white elephant and it's just bleeding. You have to run your existing system, you have to run the new system. Everyone is all getting frustrated, blaming the system. The old system, some are blaming the old one, some are blaming the new one. So, having a very holistic plan, having a step-by-step approach, try to think of it as an investment. When you look at a tool and you're considering it, try to think of it as an investment. The minute you think of it as a cost, you try to reduce it, you go for the lowest, cheapest tool, or you try to see if you can cut somewhere by not hiring some expert to support you. So these all are those additional factors you need to keep in mind. These are slightly more advanced at a later stage, probably once you're established. So just wanted to add that.
Yeah. One observation is that there is something called low equilibrium trap. Low equilibrium trap is you have low energy on anything that you do. For example, this organization's sales are not good, or this organization has achieved just 5% of the sales of the target. The sense of celebration and the value that you attach to that internally and get everyone connected to that will make people aspiring to achieve a little more. Sometimes we don't do that. So that, as you have explained, that spiral down, everything lower, everything lesser, because you treat it as a cost, and your vision is not overarching enough to actually inspire the rest of the people, is going to lead to a low equilibrium trap. And it becomes extremely difficult for us to lift it up from where it has fallen. It can happen in any organization, but more importantly for the segment that we are talking, I think it is leader driven, it is at the top, and the buck stops there, and therefore it has to be driven more. Dime a dozen, there are technologies, there is rationality available for you to select which one. As per your priority, you can do that. But I think that leader driven energy will only avoid us to get into what is called a low equilibrium trap.
Just wanted to add a word of caution for anyone who wants to embark on the digital transformation path or even digitization path. You will find typically three types of, when you're looking for a consultant to implement this, you will typically get three types of one. One is somebody who's representing an OEM who will come and probably talk about, what are the benefits that somebody will get, by implementing their ERP, their systems, their solutions and so on. But they're going to talk about, their own product actually. So that's one type of thing. So the second one will be like a system integrator or a technology solution provider. So, he will try to bring in different technologies, but then there is always some kind of an ulterior motive, in terms of trying to push one over the other. You need to watch out for that. The third is somebody, people who have spent time in an industry, okay, so they know in and out of that industry, so they have a great, subject matter knowledge, but, post-retirement or about to get retirement, so they also get into, nowadays it has become more of a fad to get in, they get into this line of digital, I'm a digital consultant for this area. Now, there's no doubt that they have a, great talent, in their area. They may be a, supply chain expert, they may be a operational, on the plant, shop floor expert, but they may not be digital experts. Okay, so just what I'm trying to caution you is that whichever method, any method you can go, okay, each one will come with the pros and cons, but do not let anyone sell you a Mercedes-Benz when what you want is just a Maruti 800. Okay, and that's what typically happens with most of the implementations. Somebody comes and does a great job of selling you a Benz when you don't really require it. Okay, so just be aware of that. That's one thing. The second point that, to answer the private banker there, so there are typically for any, I'm going to answer in a slightly generic way, so, but for any country at any level, there are 3-4 bodies which are important for this digital transformation. So one is, of course, the government itself. So what kind of enablement that they need to do. For example, India has been doing a lot, at least in the last, few years. I was so lucky to be present when Mr. Nandan Nilekani from Infosys presented before, B20. So he talked about the digital journey of what they are doing for everybody, including MSME, the Aadhaar infrastructure that is today underlying can be utilized for a lot of other things. So he talked about. So they have a role. And, for example, Singapore has a model called Go First Digital kind of a model where they help you on planning, execution and awareness creation. So they talk about, so India also should be doing more or already doing more. So that's one thing. The second is there is a role of academic institutions, whether they offer courses specifically, tailored for MSMEs, what is digital for MSMEs and so on. For example, we recently did one program with IIM Udaipur just to, what is digital transformation for small and medium-sized companies. We talked about it. So that's one thing. The third is
the role of industry associations, whether it is CII or FICCI or anyone, so what is that the role? How do they bridge the gap between the industry and the government and the other stakeholders? And last is create a pool of SME digital consultants who will be able to do that. Again, there are at the skill development, there is a Government of India initiative called Skill Development. So they're also trying to address this part. So hopefully, if all these things, all these places work well, the problem that you face should not happen, but that's how it is.
I'll give a slight twist to that answer. Information and response to an existing policy is more than an awareness issue, it's a T&D issue. You're a trainer, right? So it's in your domain, in the sense that, I know. For example, certain functional areas determine the behavior of the people working in those areas. For example, take Diwakar. He is a salesperson. Okay, even if he is dying, he will sell something and die. I'm just taking the liberty of taking your name. So in certain functional areas, you have behaviors that are very, very different. In my organization, I don't want to say about anybody else. I know it is true to everyone. The accountants behave in such a manner that everyone else is a thief. किसी से बात नहीं करते, अगर बात करते हैं तो ऐसा डाउट करके बात करते हैं, as if the organization is resting only on their shoulders. There are lots of such issues. So functional areas determine your behaviors, and it's a T&D issue. And even if Prime Minister announces with so much of fanfare that they have announced this, that, the bank says, हमको तो पता ही नहीं है, ये तो कोई सवाल ही नहीं है, there is no such scheme. ऐसा बोलते हैं. They do like that. Okay. The other thing that I want to mention is to respond to our friend. The Government of India, I don't know whether the Prime Minister announced, but I read this yesterday in Economic Times. There is a new scheme called OCEN, Open Credit Enabling Network. Okay. Now, this gives you credit funding which moves away from your collateral-based credit to cash flow-based credit. I think this, if it is realized, and if you go and talk to those banks or bankers or middlemen, if they understand what this is and they explain to you, I'm sure you will be benefited. And there is some solution lying in this initiative. It is laudable, definitely. This is a good initiative. Am I somewhere closer to an answer that you are seeking? Great. And what did we not answer is the question next. I will answer that. No. You want to? No, our Satya doesn't have any question. Under this pretext, I can close it. But I will answer that question. See, it's a journey. What Diwakar has asked is about what have we done in the last 60 years and what are we doing. It's a very politically sharp question. I will not fall into that trap. But largely this country has been progressing, and some of them take a lot of time to fructify and some of them will take a shorter time to fructify. Industry bodies like CII is doing a fantastic job. If they have an inventory of consultants who can be specialized into say less than 20 crore manufacturing setup base where ERP has to be implemented, or some kind of consultants, segmented consultants, if they have an inventory, that will be extremely useful. Academics like us should not just IIM Udaipur, I think smaller institutions which are not the high schools. I come from one, but they haven't done much other than collecting large fees. Sorry, we come from one. So what the institutions will have to do is to get down to the streets and start working with the people and generate solutions there. I think design thinking solutions will have to come if you are a matured institution. That is your give back to the country. If it is not a design thinking kind of a solution, it is waste. Those solutions only will work for this country. This country has got 1,000 countries within. If anybody says one nation, one plan, that is a strategic mistake. We need to unify the country, that's a different story altogether, politically. But solutions will have to be multiple. Understand the reality which is plural, and then give so many solutions to so many segments. Get down there. Otherwise, in the ivory towers, if we strategize and try and attempt some generic solutions, it will not work. We have to go. What we have done is on the streets. For street vendors, somebody has asked the question. The street vendors, we have done, I was explaining to my colleagues, I'll just take half a minute. We have taken one example of the Sunday Mela in Sanat Nagar. Every Sunday they have a street vendor sitting there. It's a designated place. So some of the students have come up with this solution after interaction and all those things, that they have similar kind of products, and there are 4 people. They come from one kind of an organization. They are brothers or related people. So his name is Vamsi, Sudhakar, Satya and Srinivas. We are all cousins. We go to Sanat Nagar. He sells balloons. I sell balloon inflated toys. He sells inflated balls, and he sells bags to carry all these things. Okay, assume this is just an example. But the solution is real. He holds a card which says John. I hold a card, name card, which is very big and visible, Johnny. He holds a name card saying Janardhan, John, Johnny, Janardhan, something like that. They came up with this solution. And these people don't sit in the stall that they have. These people keep moving. Stall is there. Keep moving, and they have a small audio bite that they have, which they keep on playing, and they attract people to come back. And if anybody observes them, you can complete the picture saying that these four people come from the same house or come from the same family. So the other one is to use reels or update your WhatsApp status. You have your customers, take their numbers. If you have new products coming, they ask for a certain color of the product now. A pink inflated balloon that they want, a small toy balloon. You can immediately tell them, even if you are not on Sunday, even on Saturday or Friday, you can tell them. You can ask them to come and collect. So small incremental, this is for the micro street vendors I'm talking. Today they are earning 2,000 rupees. Tomorrow, by using these small technologies or adoption of these practices, they may take home 2,500. That makes a very, very big difference. It may not mean anything to us, but to them, 2,000 to 2,500 is a big jump. All by using the small freely available techniques and tools. Yeah. WhatsApp, small videos, status updates, and things like that. Okay? Looks like we are done. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So this session is a very important one, transforming MSMEs through digital marketing and e-commerce for enhanced efficiency. So MSME is a very important sector, as we all know, which makes major contributions to the country's GDP as well as employment. In Telangana itself, we have almost 26 lakh MSMEs according to Ministry of MSME annual report, and more than 25 lakhs are actually micro units. So it is actually important to understand what are the factors which slow down the growth of MSMEs. And there was a study by Boston Consulting Group in 2016, which we referred, and there were some conclusions that they came out with. One was that they listed a set of factors which slow MSME growth. A couple of them were like lack of financing, policy, and other factors. But the topmost factor which was identified was lack of technology. And they summarized that the tech leaders, they actually have an annual growth rate, revenue growth rate of about 28%, whereas tech laggards have only about growth rate of 13%, which is a major gap. And they also, put forth some case studies which showed how technology helped MSMEs in making, a big growth transition. So we all know how the pandemic, made MSMEs realize the value of having an online presence. And in fact, now when we conduct online awareness sessions about, becoming digitized or whatever, the question is not why we should do it anymore. The dialogue starts on, how we could actually become digitized, or how we could come onto more and more platforms and be visible online. So even before COVID started, our department was actually, we started working on this initiative called Digitizing MSMEs, in which we selected a set of IT companies from across the state, companies like Now Floats, O2O Now, Zoho, Microsoft and others. And then we approached a lot of these local industry associations. And what we started doing was conducting awareness sessions in their industrial parks in and around, and helping MSMEs to understand how important technology is, and you cannot be left behind. So there were some positive reactions, and then we started expanding this to our district levels, conducted pakwadas in 2017-18. But there was some hesitancy. We realized MSMEs, not many of them were coming on board, and we realized that cost was a very major factor for them in becoming digitized, and some of these solutions were maybe too expensive for them. So then we started looking for more solutions which would help MSMEs to have a one-stop solution for them, where they could get all their major digital needs fulfilled. So then we, came across this platform, Global Linker. Malvika, my colleague, is here from Global Linker. And then we created this Telangana State Global Linker portal, which is actually a one-stop solution for MSMEs. They create websites, e-commerce stores, they conduct awareness sessions for MSMEs, and a bunch of services which Malvika will talk about. And this was actually like a turning point for us. And today, actually, I'm happy to share that we have 14,000 plus MSMEs registered onto this platform. And many of them actually really benefited during the COVID period. We had some other associations as well with SAP India in December 2020. And through their SAP Ariba Discovery platform, MSMEs were able to again connect with global customer markets. And then we also tied up with Meesho, and they already have a big customer base across India of 11 crores people. And the benefit that they offered was that MSMEs can actually transact or be part of Meesho platform without having to pay any commission. So that is why we are actively again promoting this portal across the state. Then Just Dial was again another collaboration we had in March 22, in which again it's a listing platform, helps MSMEs become onboarded onto it, and they become discoverable across the country. So now we have today 17,600 MSMEs from Telangana who are already registered onto this platform. So with this brief overview, I would now like to invite my colleague, Mr. Nitin Nair, who is the Senior Vice President for ONDC. You've already probably heard him in the morning. But Nitin has been working with the government of Telangana closely to popularize ONDC network across the state. And he's been actively participating, visiting us many times to conduct various physical and virtual workshops, organized in collaboration with the government and Global Linker. So over to you, Nitin, now.
Thanks, Vatsala. I think I briefly spoke about what is ONDC and how and what we're trying to do, right? So I'm not going to go to the deck, but just trying to condense it all together. It's typically a 1-hour presentation that I condense in about 15 minutes, right? So essentially, as an MSME, what you need to think about it, this is another market access mode, right? You would build a website, you would probably go to a website enabling platform like Shopify, or you will go to one of the existing platforms. 3 broad ways all of you come online, right? So this is probably a 4th way to come online, where you will connect by using technology to the ONDC network and start getting orders. That's the way most companies which have reasonably decent sized tech teams will do. Or you will contract out with one of the seller apps on ONDC who will onboard you by bringing in your catalog, doing the necessary configurations, and then having you online. For example, Global Linker could be the network participant who could help onboard you onto the ONDC network. Right? Once you come on board, a buyer searching on any buyer app for whatever products and services that you wish to sell will have visibility on your product services catalog, and then an order flow will happen. So think of it as a market access channel which enables you to be discoverable by the entire universe of buyers, which continues to grow on the ONDC network. Today we have about 100 million potential customers doing about 1.5 lakh orders a day. As the buyer app ecosystem expands, there will be more and more buyer apps coming in. So that's one way to look at it. The other 2-3 ways that as an MSME you should look at it. The second is we are also doing B2B, right? Which means a lot of the presentation I spoke in the morning largely concentrated on the B2C part of the business, right? That you look at B2C buyers to come in and bespoke buyers buying individual items in small quantities. Versus we've also enabled B2B where you as a MSME can both be visible to customers who will acquire your products in large quantities, and therefore the buying experience is very different there. And you could also become a potential buyer, for example, your raw material inventory. Right? If you have raw material inventory that you use, or if you have stockists, other distribution channels you use, you can also become a buyer trying to source from the ONDC network. Right? Like as the network becomes bigger, you're not just a seller, you're also a potential buyer. Things that you buy across India, say you're a food processing unit, right? You want to buy raw fruits, right? How do you kind of look at FPOs across India, right, as an input to your business, right? Well, you continue to focus on building the food processing unit and the product that you build, but some of your sourcing can come on the network. This is the second use case. In this, we're also, we've just started exports. The first golden transaction happened earlier this month, where we've now started to power exports. So we've onboarded our first international buyer app. It's a Monetary Authority of Singapore, which is the RBI equivalent in Singapore, invested company called Proxera. Proxera is going to bring, for example, demand from Southeast Asia. Like if you are a company that has products that are of interest to buyers in Southeast Asia, right? Proxera is enabling those buyers to find you as a seller, right? So some of the other more nuanced use cases. I would conclude by saying that, over and above what I said earlier, essentially think of what UPI did to payments, ONDC is endeavoring to do to commerce. One big difference, of course, is UPI's payments via, transaction, which means there has to be a goods or a services involved. Everything eventually will be on the ONDC network. It's just the order and the sequence that may vary, right? You may see about 10-15 domains that are live, right? Sorry. So there are about 10 domains live. B2B has 2 domains. We have got financial services, which means things like credit, which is loans, things like insurance, etc. All will also be available on the network. And while there are comparison engines which are very B2C centric, there will also be things that will be slightly more B2B focused, and therefore provide you the opportunity to be again buy stuff that you don't buy online today, right? So broadly B2C, B2B, exports, and the ability for you to become a buyer also, right? That's the broad set of things that at least today we envision as things that MSMEs could benefit from. Of course, depending on your domain, is the domain live today, when is it coming, all of this may vary slightly, but I would urge you, if you're already in a domain that's live, to come on board. Ideally, use one of our seller network participants because that makes you go online quickly. I mean, unless there are any specific challenges, you could be online in a couple of days, right? It's just about building a catalog and then just going live, right? And like I said, you know, and if you're in a domain that's not live, please just keep track of our website. You will hear a lot of public announcements as we do our first transaction in most domains. You will hear communication from ONDC, and as your domain comes live, please join us. So we look forward to having as many entities from CII Telangana, the MSME entities, joining ONDC network and, you know, getting the best out of it, both as a buyer and as a seller. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Nitin. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Malvika Jaggi, who's Director Global Linker. She has been working with our Industries and Commerce Department for the last 4 years and on initiatives such as Telangana State Global Linker, Kirana Linker, and Made in Telangana Mall. Her enthusiasm and painstaking efforts have helped us in extending digital services to MSMEs across Telangana.
Thank you, Vatsala, for the warm welcome. And a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm sure you've had a sumptuous lunch, but I think this topic is for business owners like yourself. So, like Vatsala mentioned, this is about Telangana State Global Linker, which is a digital initiative by the Government of Telangana Industries Department. And what does this really do for you? What does it mean for you? Is the fact that think of it like the social media or the new social media for businesses. So there are people interacting about how do I get new raw material, where do I find suppliers, they're engaging with others to appoint agents, to appoint distributors, or even actually just talking about new product launches, new awards that they've won, applying for the government awards as well. So there are over 4 lakh plus MSMEs across the world on the platform, and like Vatsala mentioned, there are 14,000 from Telangana already. But the benefit that you get is that you're not restricted to network with only the Telangana MSMEs. You can build connections and business opportunities across the world. And we're not limited only to India. We have a lot of partners across Bangladesh, a lot of ASEAN countries. Now, what is it that you as a business owner can really look for from this platform? One, the reason it was made by the government of Telangana is so that there is two-way communication between the government as well as with the MSME. So there are a lot of government schemes, policies, updates that you can see. We have a partner called FIO, which is Federation of Indian Export Organizations, where you can see trade alerts as well. If you're interested in exports, you could join their marketplace, which is called Indian Business Portal, which helps you connect all the Indian sellers with foreign buyers. So there are already a lot of matchmaking opportunities that happen on the platform. Having said that, I think one of our core capability and tool that is made for businesses is the online store builder. Now, what does this do? Now, we all have been in traditional businesses and we all now understand the importance of digitizing. But how do you digitize your business? You can't just one fine day go and say, okay, I'll be on Google listed and I've digitized my business. As a buyer or as a consumer, how am I able to discover your business? So either you have a website or that website is also made into an integrated e-commerce store. It's not just information based, but I'm able to transact on that website. So both these capabilities exist on the platform where you can actually say that this is my catalog, whether B2B, B2C, services, industrial goods, no matter which category type you are in. You can just say that this is what I deal in and create your entire catalog on the platform, absolutely free of cost, powered by the government, with integrated logistics and payment gateway providers. Now, what does this mean for you? So let's say you get an order, you've created your entire store or your e-commerce website or your digital catalog. There are many terms, but you got your first order. You don't have to worry about how do you do the logistics. We have pre-partnered with local, domestic and international partners, right from Dunzo, VFast, VamaShip, ShipMax, ShipLite, as well as international Aramex. And in the payment gateway space, you don't have to worry that, okay, now how will I get my money to my bank, right? So there's already Razorpay, there's CC Avenue, there's EasyPay by ICICI Bank, and there's PayPal, there's Paytm. So you don't have to worry about how will the money reach and how will your product or your service reach the customer. All you need to do is start promoting yourself with just a URL, right? You need to start doing, once you've created your catalog, you need to start sending it across, either in terms of just sharing it with your friends and family, doing social media activities, doing SEO, doing digital marketing, and then start using the power of digital to actually get confirmed orders. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard of the buzz around ONDC, and my friend Nitin has already explained it, but let me just tell you in a layman term what this will help you in your business. Like we've used UPI, like I might want to send money to my friend here and I'm able to do it just via using UPI on any, let's say PhonePe, Paytm, Google Pay. Similarly, ONDC is doing that for e-commerce. Now, what does that mean? I am a seller on Global Linker, which means I've created my digital catalog, and you're a buyer on Paytm, Flipkart, whichever buyer app is there on ONDC. The transaction is smooth and the buyer doesn't know that he is transacting from a seller on Global Linker. Now, how does that help you? You don't have to go and onboard yourself on various seller apps. You just have one dashboard. You've created your website and you've onboarded yourself onto ONDC, who has done the work of getting you buyer apps, right? And that of course gets you a lot of confirmed orders as well. So this is what I wanted to share with you about the platform. I think what you need to do next is just the fact of going on to Google, looking up Telangana State Global Linker. Given that there are so many different services and offers and range of capabilities that exist today, it will be overwhelming for you to hear all of it. But I think right from partnering with, for legal services, we have Vakil Search. For accounting, we have Tally. So it's basically a 360 approach in having you as a business not feel lonely. We know it can be very lonely as a business. You don't know where to start. There are many services existing and you don't know how to deal with them in terms of getting a pre-negotiated offer. So we've done all that for you so that you can just go back and concentrate on things that you really need to. For example, let's say you're in the B2B space and you're a manufacturer, you have 100 distributors, these distributors have about 1,000 retailers each. Even this entire supply chain is digitized on the platform today, which means that you as a manufacturer can actually set customized minimum order quantities, customized credit limit, or even discounts. Okay, so that's the power of being on the digital space. I think it's a matter of everybody now trying it out. So I urge you to start doing that. Again, if you'd like to be on ONDC as well, you could do it via Telangana State Global Linker, which is powered by the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Malvika. That was a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to invite Mr. N. Sudhir Babu, who is CEO Beanfield Tech Private Limited. Mr. Sudhir comes from a technology background. His company is working closely with MSMEs to help them get off ground once their product is market ready. And he's also currently working with startups from our government-supported incubators like T-Hub and V-Hub.
Hello, everybody. So before I get started, I'll just tell you a little bit about my own journey because almost 23 years back, I was a student in the US and I decided I'm going to open my first e-commerce site as well. So this was in the early days of e-commerce. Very excitedly, I ordered some jackets from India, set up my e-commerce website because I'm from a technical background. So early days, Amazon was just getting some traction at that time. The very first, among the first 5 orders I got, I was very, very excited. I noticed there was an order where I was asked to ship to Indonesia. The card was from Hong Kong, and it appeared that somebody from the US had placed the order. Collected the money, sent the order. Then I'm very happy that things were going on, business was growing, until I got my first chargeback. That's when I realized e-commerce, now things have changed quite a bit, but there's a lot of challenges for MSMEs. You may understand your product, but there is a complete breadth of things you need to consider. Fraud, how do you grow? You understand your product, but how do you do digital marketing? What actually works? Do you want to take your product outside of India? What are the challenges involved? Within India, the logistics. Outside India, what are the custom rules? All these kind of things are there. I learned quite a bit with my first e-commerce experience. Graduated, I started running data centers. So we were managing thousands and thousands of websites. We were a fairly large data center in the US. This is where, again, I got additional experience. We were, a lot of our clients were e-commerce. They were trying to get set up, trying to manage everything. What I noticed is clients, at least the clients that I was getting, they understand the product, but everything else is foreign to them. Technology is new. They don't understand, okay, I've got this product, how do I get people to know me? Okay. When I was coming to India, one thing that struck me was China had Alibaba. We didn't have anything similar. India Mart was kind of like the closest. Okay. When ONDC was announced, it was very exciting, because what I've noticed is, as I keep traveling back and forth, India actually is now more on the forefront. It used to be that we were trying to catch up. Every time I came to India, we used to have those modems, the beep, 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 and trying to connect. Now our speeds are good. We have UPI, GPay. I'm noticing that our systems are getting more sophisticated than the ones I'm seeing in US, Canada. That we are definitely on par, but we are doing things that are very, very unique, which, when I think the currency, when all the notes were cancelled and everything, people were wondering what the hell is going on. But now, it's very rare that I actually need cash. All these things together, I got together with a few of my friends, colleagues. We were looking at what the challenges are. What are the challenges? What can we see? Any business to be successful, you need to identify a problem and you need to solve the problem. And there must be enough demand for you to solve the problem. What we noticed is most of the MSMEs, they were completely lost. For them, it was like, okay, I'm used to my stores. How do I get my product online? What is this online? Some language sometimes was a barrier. See, all of us here, we are very comfortable with English. But that's not always the case. We have fantastic products, but they don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to bring it in front of audience, whether it was in India or even globally. Okay. Not every product, we have consulted hundreds and hundreds of companies. What we decided was we set up a company which brought everything together, sort of like a very smaller global linker, where we are saying we are going to help you. You focus on your product. We are going to take care of the rest. Okay. We are going to, if you take up your product, it means we believe in your product. We are going to help you. Where, not all products, quite frankly, are going to be successful in the global market. Okay. One of the first questions I used to ask was, how are you doing against the Chinese? This was some years back, but okay, you have a product. Okay, it's a good product. Can you compete with the Chinese? Okay, otherwise, how do we take it to the US and how do we help you there? Lot of MSMEs, the problems that they are facing, first thing obviously is they understand the core technology, but sometimes they don't have money. If they are able to find sources of money, they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we use the money? It's not enough to just have money. You need to use it efficiently. How do I set up, who's going to take care of the technology? Who is, what about customer service? How do I handle social media? How do I handle, do I need, spend huge amounts of money on Google Ads? What actually works? How do I know, okay, if I spend money here, it's a much better solution for me than spending it elsewhere. So the common problems, lack of access to finance, limited technological adaptation, inadequate skilled workforce. When you're a small company, you can't hire the best. You wish you could, but the reality is they cost money. It's better to come in and instead of getting somebody full-time, getting in the expertise that you need from a company that is going to do these things for you, that is going to partner with you, rather than treat you as a vendor. The other one would be regulatory compliance. The fifth one, limited market access to information, to marketing, to supply chain, even understanding where the technology is going. In US and Canada, what I see, they have a limited workforce. So what they do is they focus more on kind of do it yourself. You have your Shopify, you have WooCommerce, you have Wix, you have n number of technologies. But the thing is, you have to sit down and do it. Here we have a lot of people, and I often found that even people from US and Canada, they're like, you know what? Yes, they're making it simple. Yes, I know it's click, drag, drop, whatever it is. But the thing is, I still need to learn these things. And it takes time for me to learn these things. I wish somebody else would just do it for me. It doesn't matter to me. I want to focus on my business. I want somebody else to take care of all the other problems. So most of the solutions, see, with ONDC, with Global Linker, we are coming up with solutions. What is exciting for me is that India is actually going to potentially make a change. I've seen Amazon, one of the things, I don't know how many people know this, but Amazon also has Cloudtail. Do many of you know about Cloudtail? So what Amazon does is, see, you have a lot of SMEs going in. What you're doing is you're feeding a huge amount of data to Amazon. They also have their own retail arm, Cloudtail. If the product is selling very well, they will sell it through Cloudtail, which means they will essentially, in the long run, what I was noticing was that MSMEs are going to get wiped out. Wiped out not completely, but you understand. All the most profitable products, unless you're in a very niche market, is going to be taken over by the Flipkart, which also has a retail arm, Amazon through Cloudtail. When I was looking at all this, I was wondering, okay, what is the solution for it? We can't have everybody just disappear and just, everything being focused only on one company or two companies. I think ONDC is a fantastic solution for that. It needs to get some traction, but I'm seeing that out of India, what is really exciting for me is so many solutions are coming out that's on cutting edge. And hopefully we will become the country that decides, where the next Amazons and everybody is going to come from. That's pretty much it. If there's any other questions, I'll take care of it. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Arnav. I go to Oak Ridge International School in Hyderabad. I'm in 11th MPC, and I've actually written a book for ISF. It's a book on quantum physics, astrophysics, and engineering. I've been writing a book for the past 3 years. I've compiled scientific studies, lectures, author journals, author biographies, and different theorems from across about 50 to 60 years, and I've compiled all of them into my book. I've actually published it last month. It's called Unveiling the Cosmic Symphony. With the book, I plan on getting it published in scientific journals, scientific research, biologies, and different scientific catalogs. I want to put the extract of my book and everything I've written into maybe college studies as well. I've actually been contacting Caltech, Stanford, Harvard professors about this. In general, I want to be a physicist, so I've been working on God equations and superstring theory to create a unified framework. I've been researching unified frameworks. So in the future, I'd love to develop and work on unified frameworks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the day 3 of India Startup Festival 2023, and I have a very special guest with me today. It's Abhirami Sukumaran, who's the developer advocate at Google and also a mentor with startups. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Major. I'm a developer advocate at Google, and additionally, I also mentor startups as part of Google's Startup Accelerator program. From a technology perspective, I do that as part of my role as well. So that's a little bit about me.
So you are today here at the round table. Just share a little bit about your experience. What was the key takeaway for you from the startup? All those people who stalwarts who come from in different capacities who were at the round table.
I should say I was overwhelmed with the amount of experience, and majority of them were serial entrepreneurs. Some of their ventures are startups and some of their ventures are already very well established businesses. So it was really a lot of stuff to learn from their experience, predominantly in the areas of what kind of customer experience is required and how to scale for startups, and also like skill and how do they scale their skill set, their resources, how they maintain it. So all those things were very interesting for me from different industries and backgrounds as well. There was obviously very hyper-local industry, like agriculture specific to India, and there were industries ranging from beauty, cosmetics, and security, and all such areas. So that was very interesting for me. And one other thing which was fascinating was how every industry today is able to use technology and AI to grow from where they are to take that leap with their businesses. So that was exciting.
Very, very true, very true. So we've been hearing this through the event, through the festival. As a mentor yourself, you mentor startups. What has been your experience in the since you started? What kind of progress have you seen among startups when it comes to use of technology and especially AI?
That's been a very interesting experience for me, working or interacting with startups, because they are starting from, there are different range of startups. Some already know what exactly they want. Some envision a future with certain specific technology, and there are some who don't know what they want. So I learn from people who already know and already are right there, and they just come in for, hey, I have a few questions. Will this work with this? How do I integrate this? Mostly all from technology perspective is what I mentor them on. So particularly Google Cloud specific topics. And I predominantly focus on data, databases, and that area, AI, ML. So around data and databases and use of machine learning, use of technology for doing data analytics and all. So I take that experience from people who are already established and startups who know what they're doing and how it adds value, and also engage them or encourage them to fix certain things that they are having gaps with, and also showing them opportunities to integrate their existing solutions. That way they eliminate the waste and use only focus on the things that they really need to grow their business. And I use that experience and I use that knowledge with people who are still discovering what they want, and also with the startups who are white paper. They know they have the business idea, but from a technology perspective, they get fascinated by the things that technology provides. For example, Google Cloud, in the different services that we have, they get excited about, oh, I can do this with BigQuery, I can do this with the Vision API. Oh, I want to read video, I want to be able to extract details or insights or metrics from my video images. So that kind of excites them. So different kind of audience. So yeah, that has been the experience for me so far.
So in that capacity, I'm sure startups have benefited from your understanding, your knowledge and experience with technology. Has it been for you also learning from the startup and taking it into your profession?
Definitely, because the kind of challenges, technological and platform challenges that startups face can easily, if you think startup in a way is, if you're running a project in a big organization, for example, if it's your brainchild, if it's your idea, you're pitching your idea to your leadership and they accept it and they say, go run it, here is your team. It is very similar to running a startup, except that there you'll have the approval and you're guided and you're funded or sponsored, I should say, by your leadership. And in startups, it is, you're doing it, but with external folks to begin with, right? So it's very much there is so much to learn, and definitely how they are looking at things and how they scale things, or what are the opportunities that lie ahead of them, is something that I always learn from. Yeah, it has been a thorough learning experience for me.
So India Startup Festival, how has that been for you? I know you come today for the event.
Yeah.
So far, whatever you've seen, experienced, can you share your thoughts about it?
Definitely. So I just came in here for the third day of the event, and I'm, like I said before, it was overwhelming for me to see. The place itself is gigantic. It's happening here in the outskirts of Bangalore, so it's a huge space, and there are so many booths with startups and other sponsors who are pitching, who are talking about that to people who are walking around. And for me, it's one, overwhelming, and two, a lot of networking experience, a lot of connections with people, both from a technology perspective and also it's really fun. There were a few colleges who have this incubation center, or they have this innovation wing. This college from Chandigarh, I forget the name of the college, but it's really interesting that they have the final year of the college dedicated for doing startups or building ideas. So I found that very intriguing, because that should be the way. That's the way forward for India. That's like building for India, grooming them then and there and allowing them the opportunity. I think most universities should start doing that, if that is that way. Correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah. And the ideas that they have, it's amazing. I don't want to talk about their ideas for them, but definitely very fun ideas, like customized. I mean, I don't want to talk about the ideas, but it's really fun. I enjoyed every single moment of it.
And finally, any advice you have from a technology standpoint for the startups? About what should they see in coming time, or what should they start doing now to be there with the technology?
This is one thing that I always emphasize. So there is a thin line between ideation or execution is always a contemplation for startups or anyone who has an idea. People always, I can only speak from the technology perspective because I am not an entrepreneur myself. I work, but then ideation is where people keep grinding their ideas and talking to people about it, which is good. But at some point, you've got to start executing, and you have to start somewhere, from a technology perspective at least. And yes, don't jump straight into building your product, straight into writing the code for the product if it involves technology, your business. Always, it is important to have a balance between ideation and to do the design considerations, design discussions, see what kind of data you're using, what how else can I pivot it? Like, what is the future? 3 months down the line, 6 months down the line, a quarter, half a year or a year or 3 years. Just have a plan for all the things that you could do with the data that you have right now. And you might be even creating data out of your business, which might be looking like it's waste of storage, but think about the ways that you can repurpose that into your own business or pivot into something that could be useful. And also do all the design considerations for applications or database or whichever data that you're building and storing, and make sure you think about the security perspective, privacy, regulatory requirements and everything. Think about all the design considerations, and then rinse and repeat and build your product, and not build, before finalize your architecture. And one important thing is, I would say, after you rinse and repeat and do this brainstorming within your team, whether it's a one-person team or a big team that you have, make sure you identify the things that you don't need, because majority of the time, startups or any project gets stuck or gets fascinated by all the things that you can use. But make sure that you are using the things that you need, not really just because it's there. So that will save a lot of effort, resources, and cost as well. So yeah, that's one thing I would.
So would you say at what stage technology should start becoming part of a startup? At what stage? Because very early stage startups probably don't have the kind of funding required, and there also, are there anything that they can tap into as a free resource where they can use the technology? And more importantly, at what stage? At a very early stage, after reach a certain level of traction, what would you suggest as a technology person? How would you suggest? What would you suggest?
So you would know right off the start whether your business is going to involve technology or not. If it is not a tech product or a tech startup, let's say if it's in some other field, but still if there is room for technology, think about it alongside your idea. It has to come from the beginning. You can't just plug it.
That into your...
Yeah. Even if you don't have funding for it right now, think about what all you can do to prototype it with free resources, or like the Google for Startups accelerator programs. If you have an idea and you have a vision for it, just try out those things. That will allow you to see what are the resources out there that are. Just go and check the websites of these programs, and just see what resources you can tap into to equip yourself with prototypes, to equip yourselves with applications. And not that you have to build all those things day zero, but at least think about it from the beginning. From beginning is what I would say.
So MyStartupTV is a media house for startups, and we provide 360-degree coverage, an exclusive media house. What do you think about the work we're doing?
I really love the concept. With media and news and information being digitized, I think that's the way to go. Definitely. I mean, I'm really excited about that. It's nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartupTV.
My name is Ajay Tiwari and I am the CEO of Happy Locate.
Hi, my name is Sainad. I'm the CBO of Happy Locate.
Tell us about what the company is all about.
Wonderful. I would love to talk about it. So Happy Locate is in fact India's first tech platform for any corporates to automate their employee relocation management. So amongst 14.5 lakh corporates in this country, we are the only option for any corporate who wants to automate and manage their employee relocations. And people can come and they can also book services like packing, moving service, your house search assistance and pet relocations, all on a single platform. So that's what we do.
14 lakh, that's a huge number, isn't it? And there's no competition. How do you keep yourself up to the challenge, because you need competition?
So this is the, I think it's an interesting question, by the way. So out of 14 lakh corporates, right, I think relocation as a service had been there for decades. And there have been traditional solutions available in the market. What is required with the changing new age CHROs and the talent and the new talent is something which is related to, which can make their experience better through technology which can be tracked. And this is something that we are doing now. while we rely on a lot of reliable or genuine customers on the ground or service partners on the ground, and something which had been motivating us to go one notch upper every time is the technological intervention that we are bringing to make sure the relocations on our platform are better, faster, and more affordable.
How has been this event for you as a company and personally? Your thoughts?
I personally would say it's great. People from diverse profiles is what I could see. Not just the corporate side, but also a lot of people from the entrepreneur, from the investment community. It's, I would say, a proper hub for any business to come and grow. Not just the investment, not just the mentorship, but also a lot of peer talking about their own experience of how they're built. I really liked it, honestly. I love the platform out here.
I started the channel for startups and entrepreneurs like you. We provide exclusive coverage. What do you both think? I want yours and then yours.
So, I think off late, if you see right now, startup, the word startup or entrepreneurship as a profession, this is something which is picking up very fast. I think back then when we started, when we were graduating from colleges, right, I think there were very few entrepreneurs, seniors who had started their startups, but now I think this is a new, it's a new age employment is happening, and I think startup, while the word startup has been there in the industry, I think that comes with innovation. Innovation is something which can change the future. Correct? I think and MyStartupTV, I think covering a lot of the startups and sharing their innovative journey or products with the larger masses, and that's a great initiative by you both.
I would just say, I think you guys are appearing everywhere with the kind of color combo that you're wearing. That's on a lighter side. But on the larger startup, I think this is what it is. The world is about the change, accepting the change, innovating, and that's what startups do. The good thing is that I think that's coming in the DNA of the new generation, which is good. But I always, when asked, what is one piece of suggestion that you would always like to give people is, hey, don't start it as a part-time, don't start as one of the options. I think when it's a mission of your life, when you're completely clear about the vision is where you should step in. But I think that's the world all about. And if you are covering that piece, I think you're very updated. And you're doing a great job.
In fact, I think OTT platform for startup, right? I think it's something different. I think never ever people would have thought saying that hey, we should start something OTT for startups, and that too you are giving a free subscription for an year. I think that's a wonderful concept to promote startups. Correct? I think keeping promotion as a major agenda than making profits. I think that's hats off to the entire team.
You should stay in touch. I think when we both start investing, you never know, we would be interested in buying some shares for you. Thank you very much. You're doing a great job. Thanks.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023, day 2, and I have two lovely guests with me from the London Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Martha and also Altaf. So welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Let's start with you. Tell us about London Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Thank you very much. We are so happy to be here. It's such a tremendous opportunity, really, to be part of the Startup Festival. So, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to come to India. So, at the London Chamber of Commerce, we are there to connect, to support businesses. Business representing London, the global London as a gateway to the UK, and working with our members. And also working with members who are not just in London, but actually overseas, and hence the importance of this festival. With us here is Altaf. He represents one of our member companies. We are here at the festival with 12 other members, and we're here really to connect businesses.
So, Altaf, as a member company,
could you throw some light on how it benefited you, for the benefit of others out there, to get a step into the UK market?
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, MajorSunilShetty. I think it's a privilege to represent the voice of the customer, because when you're new in London, especially businesses like ours, we've only moved into London a couple of years ago. There's so much of the London infrastructure that is available to those who know where it is available, that you could end up, spending years and not knowing what's available next to you. And it's a melting pot that offers every connection, every meaningful conversation, all in one place, while not just giving you the ability to find like-minded people, investors, talents, all in one place, but also puts together a curated set of events throughout the year. We get the privilege of experiencing 200 plus events online, in person, where you don't need to know the who's who, because they all know London Chamber of Commerce and want to deal with them. We have the privilege of being spoiled by the Chamber of Commerce, and it accelerates your business, it accelerates your reach, it takes your outreach and multiplies it, where others are trying to add. Our relationship in the past with other accelerators has been an addition. If anything, with London Chamber of Commerce, it's more of a multiplication equation.
Well, that's a lot, a lot to say about the work you're doing, right? So, is there any particular specific areas that you're looking at to engage with, or it's a wide open space where any sector, any industry could associate with?
Sure, of course. So, as a chamber, we serve all customers or all types of businesses, SMEs, startups, but also big companies. And here specifically, the Startup Festival obviously is so important because we know that SMEs and startups are really the lifeblood of an economy, or of any economy, really, and especially in India, but in the UK as well. So there is this very close connection in terms of just putting businesses together and giving those businesses a voice, access to the right type of support, the services that they need.
So, Altaf, could you start with, share that one moment where you thought, wow, this couldn't have happened if Chamber did not, back me up as support?
Absolutely. So, I've been now in this world of consulting without consultants for nearly a decade. We moved into the UK and we got instant recognition, instant love and admiration from the world of business. And we suddenly saw a transient economy of startups that were no longer, at the struggle state of startup. They were all successful, established businesses where they're available and accessible in the busy life of what London has to offer, but unknown to us. And they all tend to use the London Chamber of Commerce as a watering hole. And in the 2 years that we've been in the UK, I've acquired 12 businesses, of which 7 have happened after having joined London Chamber of Commerce over a period of just 2 months, as opposed to the remaining taking nearly 18 months to take place. So for us, just the number of interested people that are looking to find the right kind of connections available all in one place is just phenomenal. And it's not happened once, it happens every single time I go there. So if anything, I'm a fan, and it's a privilege to be traveling with the celebrities that I'm a fan of. And it is such a diverse set of services that are available. It's not just businesses like us that have traveled from London. There are businesses from outside that are part of this, that are benefiting from this. It's an infrastructure and an ecosystem in its own that's available, where today there are other things we're working on. We're not just working on the startup infrastructure. London is known for the scale-up hub of the world. It has that scale-up infrastructure as well. And that is something that you cannot tap into unless you know the game makers and the game changers, which is what the lovely team of London Chamber of Commerce is.
Well, that's the second thumbs up Altaf has given to the Chamber.
Thank you.
So, for the benefit of the people out there, viewers out there, could you just quickly take us through the point form as what is the process to be part of the chambers?
Yeah, so it's very easy. In fact, we actually even have a special offer for those businesses that are not based in London, that are based overseas, don't have an address in the UK, but want to just visit London as a business and understand London better, the London ecosystem. So it's as easy as just literally scanning the QR code, and just signing up, and it's a very good value as well. and that's available to anybody really. And through this, they gain a variety of services. We will work with them to look at, what is it that they need, the specific industry that they are after. There is, when they come to London, there is a very lovely office, a meeting space that they can use where they can invite their clients, our potential clients, just to sit down and have a coffee, like similar as here really, and just engage. So all these services are there and many more.
So for Indian startups and the UK-based startups, especially London-based startup, is there a service where you kind of help them in matchmaking?
Yes, absolutely. Again, this is our role. We are the connector. So we do try to matchmake either through just simply the events, which are always very busy. It's great. It's a great buzz, a great connecting opportunity, either through events where businesses just simply, talk to each other and they start doing business, or where there a little bit more help is needed. We will do the research. We will have a look at our membership database and see, okay, well, you're interested in this particular segment. Here are members who are doing the same thing. Who are looking for example, for an investor, or who are looking, to connect with another startup because they might be an investor themselves. And this is how we connect them.
So could you throw some light on the?
I'd love to show you how that happens as well. So we have a LinkedIn of our own by LCCI that we tend to use. We have connections where we can make, direct connections with investors. We can connect with other members as well. There are various platforms, various organizations that come together. There are connectors, events that take place. All of that is a closed door LinkedIn sort of environment that's available to users, and we're able to benefit from this. So Martha's a little too modest, I think. She's not really, but the fact is, there is every infrastructure support that you can imagine. Not just the set of offices that you can use at the Chamber of Commerce. They've got a string of hotels across London that we use for free to use for meeting rooms. And I have not paid a single pound since I've joined the London Chamber of Commerce for a single coffee in London City, because there's always a venue somewhere, a 5-star hotel or an office with a nice office that is kept available for us so that we can use the facility. All thanks to...
So that's the third thumbs up.
I should actually just give the platform to Alta, but he's the best testimonial.
From a user standpoint, or the people who are aspiring to connect with the chambers, coming from somebody who's using the service, kind of makes more sense. So. I just lost out on my thought.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No. We'll edit it anyway.
Sure.
Going forward, you talked about the sectors that of interest. Could you throw some light on what are those sectors, probably your first 5 ones, or top 3 ones, which you're interested in?
Sure. Well, there are several, really, because, London being such a metropolitan city, such a global city, we do cover so many different sectors. But just to mention a few, obviously, finance, professional services, this is one big sector. There is fintech, for example. London is very much a capital of fintech. But, life sciences as well. We have a very vibrant property group as well. But I should also mention our business groups, which are cross-industry. So, for example, we've got the Asian Business Association within the London Chamber, and this is where many companies, interested in India, also meet. And this is where not just the connections happen, but also the learning happens, because that's where the exchange of knowledge, can take place.
There might be companies or startups that may not need not really move to London. They might be still based out of India and work. So in that case, what kind of service they can use?
Yes, so this is our overseas visitors membership. This is the package that I mentioned to you. Again, this is specifically for companies that are not based in the UK, that are based outside, but they are looking to do business in London. So it means that they might not be coming to London. That's fine. We will support them. But if they are coming to London and they want to have meetings in London, they can use that membership with all the services that it offers.
Finally, I know you have to go for a meeting, so another session. investor connect, especially for people based on UK to connect them to Indian startups. Is that service that you do? If yes, if you can share instead of something.
Yes, absolutely. Again, this is very much also through membership itself, because many of our members are investors. And we've been talking to Altaf. He started off with one company coming to London, and he's invested in a number of other startups. So this happens organically amongst the others, but also we do have very good connections with the City of London, being based in the City of London. So the whole network of big banks, legal firms, and so on, consultants.
Let me ask Altaf now. What's your takeaway from the India Startup Festival? What did you feel about it?
I have been exposed to the Indian Startup Festival from last year because I've invested in the winner from last year, which is Emilio. And at that point, we had only heard of the big debacle that had taken place last year. There was a big Indian Startup Festival that went, bust. Lots of people lost lots of money, and we were very skeptical about where this goes. But we saw it happen the first year. We found a gemstone of a business that we invested in. And this year, when we got the opportunity, when the founder of ISF came over to London, we got the opportunity to host him and have conversations with him. It was, very surreal to see, because I'm Indian by origin, and I love my country. To get to experience an opportunity where I get to represent London back home was phenomenal, and just to see the size and the girth and the impact of this show is just great. Frankly speaking, Major Sahab, I've actually come here shopping, looking for my next set of investments. Have I found them? I can't tell you.
I understand that.
But thank you very much. I've been following your work. I've seen your crew going around. I've done, a bit brief of what is it that you're doing. I think founders of startups don't have a voice because of the Shark Tanks of the world that give all of the voice and power to the voice of the investor. Thank you for giving a voice and power back into the hand of the founders. They need help, and I think you're doing a great service.
Thank you very much. So, Martha, what about you? About the event?
Well, I'm really absolutely amazed at the enthusiasm that is here, the potential, the opportunities, and really the sheer outgoing of those companies, really wanting to connect and move ahead. It's just a real entrepreneurial spirit, and I think this is what this event stands for, and that's why everybody really should come here.
Finally, MyStartupTV as a media house, we're dedicated to startups.
Right.
All the four verticals, be it the OTT, be it the podcast or magazine. What are your thoughts about it?
Well, obviously you have great followers, so I would very much recommend anybody who wants to learn more about startups and the whole startup ecosystem, they should definitely tune in.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So welcome to MyStartupTV. We are a world's first OTT platform for startups, dedicated to startups. Sir, if you can talk about, you talked about how SCPI is helping. What do you think about the event first to start with?
I think this is very unique festival come event for startup. Generally, when you talk startup event, people are talking about emerging tech, people are talking about the deep tech, people are talking about unicorn, people are talking about 5x, 10x. Here, people are talking about a social benefit of the startup. They are talking how to give back to the society. They are talking about not greed, they are talking about the need. They are asking startup to come voluntarily, give at least some share to the social cause. So this event is very different from other event, and very good that there is a lot of foreign participation here also. And that makes this event very unique to others.
Could you also talk about your own organization, how you are playing a role, especially working with entrepreneurs or startups, which is at the grassroots level?
So, STPI has created a whole startup ecosystem. In fact, we have largest horizontal presence of the startup in the country. We have 63 centers across the country. Out of them, 54 centers are in tier 2, tier 3 cities. We have created 22 centers for entrepreneurship other than these 63 centers, which takes care of multiple technology, especially technology which is required for civil societies. You can say civic tech. Like we have one center for entrepreneurship exclusively on health technology, it's called MedTech. We have one center for entrepreneurship exclusively on agri-tech. We are going to create one more entrepreneurship on assistive technology. And we have on deep technology as well. We have on blockchain, we have on artificial intelligence, we have on AR, VR. So we are providing all 360-degree support to startup. In the form of incubation space we are providing to them so that they can innovate. We are providing lab facilities to them. We are mentoring them. We are providing some fund also, like seed fund. We are running one scheme called Next Generation Incubation Scheme, wherein we provide 25 lakh rupees to each startup. We are also ensuring that they meet VCs, they meet angel fund investors, so that they can further funding, like we call Series A funding or follow-up funds. So this is all 360-degree support we are providing to startup in the country.
And is the onboarding process happens throughout the year, or is it at certain specific time?
Yeah. So for each program or each center for entrepreneurship, we launch some is called Open Challenge program, or we call it Chunauti. We launch those programs for a month. Then we get applications, we shortlist them, scrutinize them, and then those who are really idea, which can be converted into a product, can be converted into prototype, we support to them.
So finally, MyStartupTV, we are a media house dedicated for startups, pan India. What are your thoughts about it? Just जिस तरह से हम लोग coverage देते हैं startups के लिए सिर्फ.
I think you are doing well. I think you are providing all kind of news for the startup, and you have a good future. I mean, everybody is talking about the startup. So those who are covering only startup, I think they have a good future. Thank you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. I'm MajorSunilShetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023. We are on day 2 today. It's about to start. And I have a special guest with me, Flight Lieutenant BP Kumar, who was a former fighter pilot, and today he's founder of Axel Aero. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Major.
So, I know in one, first I would start with, the journey from being a soldier to an entrepreneur. We also have a program called Soldierpreneur.
Yeah.
So, just give us a quick, brief about how was the journey.
So the journey was very exciting. After leaving the Air Force early, I got my commercial license. But after flying fighters, commercial flying wasn't very interesting. So I went ahead and did an MBA in aviation. I did entrepreneurship in West Africa. I made some money, used it for my MBA. After that, I worked in Qatar Airways as a data scientist for a very long time. And I moved back to India in about 2017. I was working in the IT industry as a data scientist. And during COVID, a course mate of mine who is a fellow fighter pilot and also a very accomplished civil pilot, Captain Krishnan, he gave this idea about usage of simulators in the military, which excited us, and we started conceptualizing the idea of next-gen simulator, how it should be and what it should do, and we started building the product. And ISF is one of the organizations that we won last year, and which gave us the opening to, which introduced us to how to develop this as a business. So that's pretty much my journey. India, Africa, Canada, back here.
Like a pilot, you travel quite a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
we also heard a lot of stories about you from Jay Chaudhary sir, how the whole thing came about in his interview. The whole I mean, you are the first ones, you are the only ones doing it in India, right?
Correct.
Talk about, Accelero itself as to what you're doing. You talked about flight simulators. Just give us paint a picture of what will it do for the industry, defense industry, especially for the fighter pilots training. Correct.
So Accelero is founded by 2 pilots and 2 engineers. Me and my course mate, Captain Krishnan, he is ex-DGCA. He's a designated examiner on A320. Between both of us, we have about 11,000 hours of total flying, plus 4,000 hours of simulator flying. And 2 outstanding engineers. Between us, we have 10, 11 patents filed, 5 granted, and millions of lines of code. Why this founding team is a bit important is, what we set out to do is, in aviation, when a pilot transitions from one airplane to another, he does his entire training on a level D simulator, and the first flight he does on the new airplane is with full passengers. That's the importance of a flight simulator in the aviation industry. Now, this technology is built in 1970s, and there are only 3 companies in the world which occupy 80% of the simulator manufacturing market. India imports all its high-end simulators. So when me and Krish were talking, Krish said, in civil we use the simulators and they're also realistic and this is what they can do. But unfortunately, military doesn't have simulators of this nature. The military simulator requires to move much more than the civil simulator. These steward platform-based civil simulators, they move only 20-30 degrees in all rotational axis. So we conceptualized the idea that we need to rotate it full 360 to train fighter pilots and have better visualization than the small window of visualization in a civil simulator. So virtual reality was the natural choice, and we are going ahead beyond that now. So we built our prototype ourselves, we did the design ourselves, we purchased things, we bootstrapped completely, and we are happy to say that we now have a working prototype which was test flown by Air Force pilots and doctors, and we were shortlisted for IDEX Open Challenge last week, and we had our presentation to the High Power Steering Committee, and we are awaiting the results. So that has been the nature. What it does is, the current simulators, the level D simulators of civil, they cost anywhere between $12 to $20 million. An hour on them costs $600 to $2,000. For helicopters, India has only 1 level D simulator. It costs 1.5 lakh an hour. So our technology can bring down the cost of training on high-end simulators below $100. It can provide realistic feedback. Most importantly, there is a particular aspect called spatial disorientation, which is the biggest reason for fatal air crashes and hull losses in the aviation industry, 12 to 30%. To train pilots for spatial disorientation, you need to move full 360.
The simulator has to do exactly what the aircraft does.
Otherwise, pilots who just sit with plus minus 20 degrees, and when they get disoriented and there is an upset attitude of the airplane, they fail to recover. There have been a lot of crashes. Air France 447, Fly Dubai in Rostov. Very often we see, in military we see it much more because of the nature of flying. So our simulator is ideal for it. And by perfecting this technology, we think we'll make India a net exporter of simulators from the 100% importer that India today is. So it's really passion and patriotism. We built it, and if it ends up in a profitable business, nothing like it.
Many congratulations to what you have achieved. It takes, I will not use the loaded word like passion and all, because that's all seen here, but the fact that the risk-taking ability to, leave something and get into something that you really believed in. When do you think, what's the road forward? When do you think this would become a commercial product, which will be used by the armed forces, especially the Air Force?
Yeah, the question same my potential investors are asking. So it's a long journey because this product didn't exist before.
Yes.
It's easy to sell something that existed which has a precedent. So when we are going to the market, I'm very happy that the pilots and the doctors of the Air Force, they flew it and they said, yes, this is very useful, this could do this things, and more than what we imagined actually. For example, they mentioned that, hey, we could use this to screen candidates before they become pilots, rather than after they become pilots, and
yes.
We didn't think
that
about
saves a lot of cost, isn't
exactly,
it?
And also saves time of the youngster.
Yes.
So
life of the youngster.
Also, lives also, that's true.
So 3 things, life, time and money.
Money, everything.
All 3, yeah.
And so the process with the government takes time. Luckily, the current government has programs like Make in India, Atmanirbhar and IDEX, which are actually fast-tracking it and makes startups like us qualify for defense contracts or purchases which otherwise we wouldn't have qualified.
Which were unthinkable years ago, right?
Few years ago. So there won't be any business at all. There is interest from DRDO. They visited us, and again I have to thank ISF. I'll mention it on the stage. JSR personally arranged meetings. He took me meetings with scientific advisor to the Raksha Mantri and DRDO directors. They visited our workshop. They saw the simulator, and we are working towards planning with them. At this point, it's really, I think it will take about a year for the full commercial product to start, and in about 18 months or so, we should have the first product installed somewhere in the country.
And the very fact that, as you said, it's only 20-30 degrees experience versus even if your prototype 1, when it comes out, version 1, think of iPhone 1 to what we are today, right? 15th version. Even with all the money and the research, a big company like a $1 trillion company like iPhone can take 15 versions to come up with a best product. Correct. It would take time. However, the fact that today pilots don't have anything to having something which is better than what is existing is a big jump.
Is a big jump, yes.
Right?
We believe it will be a big jump, and made in India, our product is made almost 90%, 95% in India. We sourced everything in India. Has some advantages. Today, when one of these imported simulators, a component goes down, the services have to run helter-skelter, create a import invoice. It takes many months, and the equipment is down. And any modification becomes very expensive. And today we want to mate Indian missiles, Indian weapons to the Indian airplanes, and we want Indian terrain, Indian runways. And these foreign vendors will charge a lot to do it because they don't have a business case.
Yes.
Whereas we, made in India, can quickly turn it around at a much cheaper cost, and we start with Indian terrains and Indian airplanes. So it's a big boost. And tomorrow, even experimental projects like LCA Mark II, if DRDO says, hey, we want to test, we should have a side stick or a central stick or this, or how would be this missile, what would be the RCS, etc. There are a lot of things which we can do pretty much as part of our job and say, hey, this is how this will work. It's our domain, we've been there, we flew those machines, and we've got fantastic engineers supporting us. So I think it's great for the country, great for the industry, and hope it will be good for us.
I would like to get your, comments on India Startup Festival. How has that helped you? I know they are the ones, but for the benefit of the founders, other founders out there.
See, India Startup Festival last year, I just came without knowing what it is. I didn't know JSR, Dina, nobody. I just came as a neutral entity. I submitted my deck, got shortlisted, came and pitched, and we won 5th last year. And I didn't even know that there was a result to be announced. I just did a pitch and I left home. I went to Hyderabad. When I landed, I got a call, sir, where are you? We have to give you a present award. I said, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not there. Somebody else collected it. So after that was the interesting part. Normally I thought this is over. You got an award, keep it on your wall, it is done. But then Dina called me, and JSR and Dina personally visited the workshop. They saw the simulator, that what we presented was actually real, and said, what kind of help do you need? So I said, sir, the business is with the armed forces or the DRDO or the defense PSUs. I'm trying to get some meetings so that I can present this idea to them. Actually, we have not done any business development till then. We were just busy building the prototype. JSR actually took me personally to Dr. Satish Reddy on a table and introduced me, and I got time to pitch my idea to Dr. Satish Reddy, who was kind enough to call the DRDO program director, ADA program director, and say, have a look at this looks very interesting and useful. So this was pro bono. I mean, I did not expect this at all, and I'm here this time not just to participate in a pitching session, but to actually publicly thank ISF team and JSR. And for other entrepreneurs, what I would suggest is that first of all, it's a steep climb. 10,000 startups, 200 or 100 get shortlisted. That's a 1% chance of making it to the pitching contest. And it's not about the contest or about the awards. It's really there are Saturday mentoring sessions organized immediately after the IS event for almost every Saturday. Request to be there. There is groups available, and there are various mentors, small investors, big investors, industry experts. Seek help. Like we sought help in making connections into an organization which, even despite being a former Air Force officer, I won't get, how hard it is to get very high level connections or even opportunity to talk to, right? So that I would say JSR is well connected. ISF team is now, with so many people coming here, hopefully next year international, the reach would be much higher.
Finally, MyStartupTV is a channel for startups and entrepreneurs like you. We showcase, the work. What are your thoughts about our channel, the kind of work we are doing?
Again, another, I must say, surprising thing I never thought I do represent sometimes in media. I come there discussing aviation related things, accidents, and the F-16 versus MiG-21 things. But a TV channel for startups alone shows how important this is, how much how the startup thing is growing in our country. And you also being a soldier like me, kudos to you for this idea and the persistent execution of it, right? And I really wish you all the best. I would like you to grow as much as I would like myself to grow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being on the show.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
How do you see India, Sadhguru and everybody's been talking about, how India can contribute back, back to the world. Can you talk about that as to what do you see?
Well,
there?
It's interesting. This is only the second time I've been in India, so my understanding of the culture, I've been in 50 or 60 countries and traveled a lot, but not a lot to India. The thing that I think can propagate is this desire to help the bottom of society. And it's not altruistic. Healthy people that have opportunity, have jobs, create positive societies. Those positive societies create opportunity, and that pushes the GDP of any country along. So the notion of this, I think, can be applied anywhere and is extremely powerful. The pure monetary top-down, I want to be a billionaire, start a startup and be a billionaire, is not extremely helpful in general. It's not that it can't create value, but there's so much more that can be done with innovation. So pretty exciting.
Last question, did you get a chance to interact with any of the Indian startup founders or startups? And if yes, how was your experience?
Only at an event that yesterday that was really looking at funding, etc. What I've seen so far is, and this is not necessarily unique, obviously I think there's 11,000 candidates and 20 that became finalists or became funded. It's very, very high quality, very innovative, understand a lot about markets and how to go to market. So it's world class. I mean, there's no debate about that.
MyStartupTV, we are a world's first OTT platform dedicated for startups.
Oh, interesting.
What do you think about that?
I think it's a great idea. I like the comment I made. There's a lot of advice you get and a lot of help you get, but a lot of it you get from people and organizations that haven't done it before. And having run very large businesses, multi-billion-dollar businesses, and being CEO of a startup, it's a very different job with a totally different set of challenges. Very humbling, requires a lot of energy, a lot of resilience, but it's maybe the most exciting thing you'll ever do in your life. So I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Morning, I'm Bart Fisher, and I'm chairman of the Give Life Foundation. And I'm here from Washington, D.C. Came a long way to see what's going on here.
Tell us about a little bit about your foundation.
The Give Life Foundation promotes the donation of blood, organs, and tissues. And one particular project we're working on and have worked on for 40 years is the promotion of bone marrow transplant registries. And this addresses the problem of cancer, blood cancers. Let's say you get leukemia or thalassemia. You need a bone marrow transplant because your system has stopped making blood cells, red cells, white cells, platelets, and that's an emergency. You need to make these stem cells in order to live. So if you have a brother or sister, you can get a sibling transplant But if you don't have a match, you're always looking to match, then you have to get an unrelated marrow donor from outside the family, and that's where we come in. We have already 60 million HLA marrow type people in our registry, 30 million in the US, 30 million overseas. So half our business is international. India doesn't have a registry. India needs a registry, so I've come here to launch the bone marrow transplant registry in India, as I have in other countries, and I want to get everybody signed up for the registry. So I'm here on a mission. I'm a man on a mission to get the registry established and launched here. And due to the diversity of populations, it's a big numbers game. You need a lot of people in the registry to really get a match. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. So it's not easy, but India needs it, and India also needs the information technology, the information that we'll get. You just have to swab. It's called Swab for Life is our campaign for a Give Life Foundation. And we're going to take it all across India, and this is our launching pad.
And India is a huge country with, as you said, with diversity. What challenge are you looking at to cover this topic?
Well, the real challenge is rural healthcare. You have 900 million Indians living in the rural areas versus the rest in urban. So how do you reach these people to get them to sign up? So we have a foundation here. We're working with Grace Cancer Foundation, which has these mobile units that go out for mobile health care. And so you have to reach out to the rural population. It's easier to reach the urban population. We're going to work with Indian National Railways, which has said they will put in the Swab for Life stations at the railway stations all over India. And of course, it's also India's largest employer. So they will get their own people to sign up for the registry. So we'll work with Indian companies, private and public, to promote the registry. And so I'm all into building bridges. This is a bridge between India and the United States. If you think about it, someone in India can get a match in America, and we ship the marrow over in a little package, and vice versa. It comes back the other way. So you can link the Indian diaspora all over the world by finding matches. And that's what we're trying to do.
And is there a permanent location you're going to have an office sort of place in India?
Yeah, well, Give Life Foundation is located in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Our computer is located in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in the U.S. But it's a big program. It's in Europe and China. It's a global program. And so literally you become blood brothers. You know, if you take the marrow from somebody else, you save a life. Amazingly, we've done over 100,000 matches off the registry. These are people who would otherwise not be around. So the potential, though, is huge for India in particular. And I realize it's number 18 on their list of concerns. India has bigger problems. But at the end of the day, it's part of the solution on information technology for healthcare. And India needs data, and that's a big problem. That's why you did the identity card a long time ago. But this can help other areas of medicine other than the bone marrow transplant. Most people have heard that you can transplant solid organs like heart, lung, liver, kidney, pancreas. They don't know about the marrow. The marrow is an organ too. It's a fluid organ. It can be transplanted. So that's what we're doing. And we're arranging these transplants, and we're saving lives, lots of them.
Finally, what are your thoughts about the event?
The event is fantastic because, in fact, it's overwhelming. There's so many new ideas coming at you. They have over 10,000 startups here, so it's overwhelming, and they actually should be longer than 3 days because there's so much to absorb. But from my standpoint, coming from the U.S., it's worth the trip. So many new ideas too, and the focus here in this amazing institution that they put up it's a testament to what one person can do to make a difference. And Sadhguru has done that, and I really appreciate what he's done, and I'm looking forward to working with him as a partner. They are going to be one of the partners for our effort in India.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon. Welcome to ISF roundtable, very important roundtable, Global CXO roundtable. The reason why I wanted to have this roundtable, again for the startup companies' prosperity point of view, I've been telling since yesterday, though startups will have product and money, if they don't have business, they can't survive. So how do they get business contacts? By meeting decision makers in the industry, because all the multinational companies, they are continuously innovating something new, and they need startups who are innovators. They can fix the problem in a much faster time. In fact, when I was the managing director of NVIDIA Graphics, that time I came to know these big companies, multi-billion-dollar companies, they're like a big ship going in the ocean, whereas startup companies like a speedboat. They don't have all the rules and regulation, bureaucracy of the big multinational company. With any idea, they will just like a speedboat, they will go and reach the destination. That's the reason why many multinational companies, they keep on acquiring the new product software startup companies all over the globe. So I thought it's a great idea to bring all the global CXOs here, and they will tell what are the problems they're facing, what kind of new innovation they're looking for. Maybe some startup companies want to be with them and be a partner or whatever the mechanism they have. It's a great opportunity for all of you, because meeting any of the global CXOs by a small startup company is very difficult. The reason why we are bringing them to Mudanahalli, to ISF, so that they can meet with them, network with them, exchange ideas, and see whether they can get business from them. So that is the basic idea. We want to help our startup companies. I request all the panel members who have come from different parts of the globe to see how you can help the ISF startups, and we are the conduit. ISF will be a partner with all of you. Let us know what are the curated use case repository you have where you need some solutions. We will identify with any of our startup companies. If somebody is have got that kind of a technology or already built a solution, we will enable that connections to you, so that you will be able to see how you can think of giving a business opportunity to them. So with this, I request Sri Atluri, Chairman of the Global CXO Roundtable, to conduct the proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay Garu. Thank you very much. This panel is a bunch of experts here from all over the world, and I'm so humbled, and thank you for the opportunity to lead this and be able to really conduct this session. And today's session, we are going to cover some of the important topics in the startup ecosystem, how the entire journey happens, and also we'll touch some of the important topics like leadership, technology, social entrepreneurship, and also giving back. These are things that you keep learning and you will be hearing directly from these experts. And some of the experts here in the panel, they live these principles. They actually live by their living examples, and they actually follow these principles day in and day out. I would start by asking each of them to spend 30 seconds and introduce themselves, please.
Good afternoon. So I'm Shobha Rao, and I'm here as a private investor, but have about 30 plus years of experience in the banking sector. And from an introduction perspective, this has been an amazing conference, and it's wonderful to see all of you here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. Privileged to be invited by Jay sir for this CXO session. My name is Krishnamurthy, CEO and President of India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, an organization which represents about 300 of the leading India's electronics and semiconductor companies, including about 100 of them are startups. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm really honored to be here. My name is Raj Alada. I'm a transformation leader at JP Morgan Chase out of New York. Very excited to see the participation and then see how we can help each one of you with our experience. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Jay Garu, for inviting us. This has been a great event so far. I'm Ram Pupala. I'm currently a general partner at API Ventures and also CTO for ACI worldwide.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Thank you Jay Garu for inviting me to be part of the CXO panel. This is my first time at ISF, so far enjoying it. So, my introduction, I'm Suresh Chintada. I'm the CTO for Subex. We've been writing product software for telcos for the last 27 plus years. We're out of Bangalore. I spent a lot of my time in high-tech companies, so technology is my forte, and I think we can add something there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brahmanand Reddy Shivankar. I'm a CTO of a healthcare company. Outside of which I'm a businessman, an entrepreneur, and an investor. This is my first time joining the conference. It's an amazing thing. I wish I'll be here every year. Giving back to the society is something that I always believed in. Earlier this week, I saw a LinkedIn post. Someone was bragging about 90 hires in their life. I might have hired close to 5,000-6,000 people in India in my lifetime. It should be much more. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you.
Second phase of life, you're earning. And third phase is giving. And if you remember these three things, learning, earning, and giving, everybody faces through pretty much. I saw even Jay's life also. I think, the learning phase, at the same token, earning phase, when you're trying to establish the STP and all of that, this third angle, which is like a giving phase. Pretty much everybody has those three angles. And Touch Alive is, we are building a digital fabric of connecting people who need help to people who can provide help. And we are bringing the entire ecosystem. We are building there are 5 pillars that we are building. Number 1, we are building the crowdfunding and crowdsourcing, connecting donor to donee. We have built a radio station, providing marketing to all the non-profits. Then third, we've also built something called PAL Transformers, and this is an idea by Jay Garu, bringing youth to connect to the causes and how you can bring them as volunteers to the social causes and all of that. And TAL leaders, I'm very privileged to have like a Barry, who's a very senior executive, been at IBM leadership, and bringing in leaders. A lot of leaders are empty nesters, and how do you channelize their energy to help the needs? So we've got about close to 100 executives as part of TAL leadership, people who can donate their time, people who can mentor the non-profits is what we're trying to do. And finally, we're also working on something called TAL Hospitals, bringing in doctors who want to provide pro bono service onto a digital platform. And we want to create GPT for healthcare and all of that stuff. So these are the 5 pillars that we've been doing. So pretty exciting. So pretty much for all the startups over here, when you start a venture or as you're starting your journey, be a purpose driven, not just profit driven. It really help you in terms of building your company. At the same token, scale your company to the next level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. Learning, earning, and giving. There's a fantastic words of wisdom that's called wow. And Brahmanand Reddy Garu, you have invested in a lot of firms. And what are the things that you really look at a startup when you start investing? What are the signals that you can see and say that this startup is going to grow and it's going to be the next unicorn? What are the things that you look at?
Thanks for the question. And there must have been hundreds of textbooks that I've gone through, but I learned more from when I was pitching as a founder or a co-founder of companies to the other investors in a line, getting rejected several times. I learned more from there than reading through the books, and I've learned more from pitching my idea to the investors than reading from books. From an investor standpoint, I suggest every founder to read the textbook, know your basics, know the purpose of your company, know your financials. That's the basic stuff without which you don't bother to present your company. Know a clear answer of what's your exit strategy and everything. After that, I almost always ask and look for examples and reputation. Examples of how many times they made a promise and met the promise. And go check for referrals. That's as important as anything else. So that's it.
Thank you, Brahmananda Reddy. The next question goes to Barry. Barry, I have been following you from the philanthropy side and also the successful entrepreneur. And it's not just giving. We, as senior executives, we learn from the youth. What is that you learn from the youth?
That's a very interesting, broad question. To me, I think it's very easy to get stuck in a line of thought as you grow older. And involving yourself with younger people, there's a level not only of energy that is conveyed to you, but a totally different way of thinking about things that can stimulate an entirely new approach to a problem that sometimes creates a new market, a new route to market, an adjacency that you would have never thought of as a more senior person. So I think that's, in my mind, in addition just to the energy, the exhilaration, the enthusiasm, is it's easy to get stuck in linear thinking. And I always thought it was important, even as a operational executive, to have what I called orthogonal thinkers. People just thought completely differently, and you get that from the youth.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. And in fact, we all start learning perhaps how to use a new app or ChatGPT and some of the new technology, working with the youth and learning from the youth all the time. And challenging the status quo and thinking of different business models and really innovation comes from youth all the time. Thank you. Next question goes to Suresh. And Suresh, one of the things that we always talk about innovation. And when you start a startup, you don't really think of innovation. You are trying to solve something. But you really
worked for good 13 and a half years as an HR. I've been an HR leader for Nokia and Vodafone prior to this. Now I am the CEO of Happy Locate, which is transforming the way relocations are managed in corporates. I also have done my social work honors during my graduation, so worked with underprivileged children and special children. That also makes me a social entrepreneur by heart. So that's what we are doing right now. Thank you for having me here. I'm excited to be here.
All right, I'll start with a question related to leadership. And somebody who is here in the panel who is passionate about leadership, next to me is Ashok. And he was talking about it just off the dais and how he transformed using his leadership expertise. I would like Ashok to share some of his wisdom. Can you please go on explaining what are the leadership qualities one ought to have when you're starting a brand new startup with a brand new idea? What do you think? What are the qualities to be a leader? Because actually continuing to that, a startup, when you're starting something, you cannot be a specialist. You need to be a generalist. What does that really mean? And how that leadership quality help them to be a generalist? That is your question, Ashok.
Sure. Yeah, it's I'll take a crack at it. I'm not going to say I'm an expert in all these areas, but I think leadership, when you talk about leadership, is in a startup, generally startups, you could start with a one-man army. You probably have the best idea that you thought is the best idea to go forward with. And then you probably go and talk to some of your friends, family, and then you kind of gather momentum and then go with your idea and then incubate. When you do that, right, so how do you rally team behind you? How do you bring the second person, third person into the team? How do you empower them to have the vision as same as you and then take it forward? I think that's something that's where the leadership comes in. How do you empower the other person to be part of your team, part of the same vision? That's one key element I've noticed in my experiences when I'm working with other startups also as an advisor. One of the things I always look for and advise them is bring the right team and have the right mindset to share the ideas among yourself. It's not as an owner or as the leader of the startup, your idea may not be the right idea every time. So how do you take that and then be it part of a team so that everybody rallies behind? I think that's one key element, I would say.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ashok. And actually, when you talk about the generalist, you need to start unlearning. Unlearning is an activity. And if you are a specialist, in order to grow as a leader, you need to unlearn. You may not you're a techie throughout your life, you started a startup, and you may need to learn how accounting works, how finance works, how HR works, how everything works. So you need to become a generalist, know enough to really run the shop. And I would actually ask USS, that's what he goes by, and USS has got a firm. He has seen the success. He has seen an enterprise that actually he basically had some exits. And when you are working on a startup, you think of an exit. What does that really mean? Do you really need to plan your exit when you're starting a startup?
Thanks for that question. I think it's a great question, sir. I think for any startup, for them to be anything, they should first be successful at executing anything, whatever it could be. And they should really look at failing fast and failing inexpensively if they have to fail. So the more iterations they go through, the luckier they become, and the better they get at whatever they're doing, and eventually they will find the right purpose for their startup, as well as the right exit will come automatically.
Excellent. Fail fast is one of the mantras that I always follow, and I'm glad you said that as well. And next question goes to Sai Gundavalli, and I know him for quite some time, and Sai is not only run his successful enterprise, but the Touch a Life Foundation and the non-profit that he runs actually really touches many hearts and minds. And to be honest, I'm a big fan of, and I'm part of Tall Leadership as well. And he called me, and without any reluctance, I said, sure, I'm part of it. And Sai, when you really look at the social entrepreneurship, we always not think of just profits, but what is that social good that we need to focus on? How is that is going to help a common man? And how is that is going to help masses? What do you think that we all can do when we are working on a startup ecosystem? Please.
Thank you, Sri. So for life, there's a profit and there's a purpose. You need to think of two angles, profit angle as well as purpose angle. So Touch a Life is, while I talk about Solix, it's about my for-profit company. Touch a Life is a foundation for purpose. And I think
every journey, there are 3 phases in life. First phase is all about like learning, because first 20 years you are learning. Second phase of life you are earning, and third phase is giving. And if you remember these 3 things, learning, earning, and giving, everybody faces through pretty much. When I saw even Jay's life also, I think, the learning phase, at the same token, earning phase, when you were trying to establish the STP and all of that, this third angle, which is like a giving phase. Pretty much everybody has those 3 angles. And Touch a Life is, we are building a digital fabric of connecting people who need help to people who can provide help. And we are bringing the entire ecosystem. We are building the entire, there are 5 pillars that we are building. Number 1, we are building the crowdfunding and crowdsourcing, connecting donor to donor. We have built a radio station, marketing, providing marketing to all the non-profits. Then third, we've also built something called PAL Transformers, and this is an idea by Jay Garu, bringing youth to connect to the causes and how we can bring them as volunteers to the social causes and all of that. And TAL leaders, I'm very privileged to have like a Barry. He's a very senior executive, been at IBM leadership, and bringing in leaders. A lot of leaders are empty nesters, and how do you channelize their energy to help the needs? So we've got about close to 100 executives as part of TAL leadership, people who can donate their time, people who can mentor the non-profits is what we're trying to do. And finally, we're also working on something called TAL Hospitals, bringing in doctors who want to provide pro bono service onto a digital platform. And we want to create GPT for healthcare and all of that stuff. So these are the 5 pillars that we've been doing. So pretty exciting. So pretty much for all the startups over here, when you start a venture or as you're starting your journey, be a purpose driven, not just profit driven. It will really help you in terms of building your company. At the same token, scale your company to the next level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. Learning, earning, and giving. There's a fantastic words of wisdom that's called wow. And Brahmananda Reddy Garu, you have invested into a lot of firms. And what are the things that you really look at a startup when you start investing? What are the signals that you can see and say that this startup is going to grow and it's going to be the next unicorn? What are the things that you look at?
Thanks for the question. And there must have been hundreds of textbooks that I've gone through, but I learned more from when I was pitching as a founder or a co-founder of companies to the other investors in a line, getting rejected several times. I learned more from there than reading through the books, and I've learned more from experiencing, pitching my idea to the investors than reading from books. From an investor standpoint, I suggest every founder to read the textbook, know your basics, know the purpose of your company, know your financials. That's the basic stuff without which you don't bother to present to your company. Know a clear answer of what's your exit strategy, kind of a thing. After that, I almost always ask and look for examples and reputation, examples of how many times they made a promise and met the promise, and go check for referrals. That's as important as anything else. So that's it.
Thank you, Brahmananda Reddy. The next question goes to Barry. Barry, I have been following you from the philanthropy side and also the successful entrepreneur. And it's not just giving. We, as senior executives, we learn from the youth. What is that you learn from the youth?
That's a very interesting, broad question. To me, I think it's very easy to get stuck in a line of thought as you grow older. And involving yourself with younger people, there's a level not only of energy that is conveyed to you, but a totally different way of thinking about things that can stimulate an entirely new approach to a problem that sometimes creates a new market, a new route to market, an adjacency that you would have never thought of as a more senior person. So I think that's, in my mind, in addition just to the energy, the exhilaration, the enthusiasm, is it's easy to get stuck in linear thinking. And I always thought it was important, even as a operational executive, to have what I called orthogonal thinkers. People just thought completely differently, and you get that from the youth.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. And in fact, we all start learning perhaps how to use a new app or ChatGPT and some of the new technology, working with the youth and learning from the youth all the time. And challenging the status quo and thinking of different business models and really innovation comes from youth all the time. Thank you. Next question goes to Suresh. And Suresh, one of the things that we always talk about innovation. And when you start a startup, you don't really think of innovation. You are trying to solve something, but you really work within the box and not knowing how the market is. And even if you know it, you really want to be within the box. How to come out of that box? And what are the things that one has to think of coming out of that box?
Wow. Okay. Thanks, Garu, for that question. I think, as a startup founder, I think what I've seen is, as what you rightly said, you have a box and you're always on the verge of figuring out, there is always a scope creep that happens in terms of, I want to do that as well, right? But you have to figure out a way to keep yourself in that box and serve the purpose that you set yourself up for, right? And when I was speaking to Garu in the afternoon, I was speaking about a mindset, right? What I have called this as a pirate mindset. As a startup, you are almost like a pirate, right? You are trying to go against the wind. You are trying to go against established norms, right? And that actually also becomes a right moniker for me when I try to expand pirate. Let me explain to you what I mean by pirate mindset, right? The P stands for purpose. So have a purpose for what you're trying to build, right? If you do not have a purpose, I think you should wait until you find the right purpose for you to build the company that you want to build, right? Otherwise, venturing into that without having a purpose, I think will be waste of everybody else's time. The I stands for innovation, right? When you're getting into a startup with a founder mindset, right? I think you have to think of innovation, right? You are not doing the same thing as somebody else has already done, right? It could be an incremental innovation, it could be a disruptive innovation, but it better be innovation. So inculcate the DNA of innovation in your founder mindset, right? The R is all about relationships. So today, I think you cannot survive as an individual anymore, right? I think you need to depend on a lot of teamwork, right? Internal, external, partnerships, everything else, right? So make that a fundamental, pillar for you to grow as a company, because it's not only about you, it's also about the relationships that you build, the partners that you have that you need to take along. So R is for relationship, right? A is for agility in leadership. Okay, well, you've started on something, you're working on it, things are not moving. Are you wedded to the idea, right? Are you married to it emotionally, right? Or can you move forward? Can you pivot? Can you do something much more useful, right? How do you demonstrate that agility in leadership? Is by inculcating this, ability to think beyond the box sometimes, but ability to kind of move forward with what you can do to, again, relating it back to the purpose that you set yourself up for,
The T, of course, stands for technology. I would not advise anybody who is starting, putting technology as the lowest priority, right? I think tech is what changes our lives, has changed our lives, and continue to go to change our lives in the future as well, at a much, much faster pace than what even I can imagine, right? Make technology a fundamental premise on which you're building your solution, right? I think there is no two things about it. And finally, on the E, I call it ecosystem. What I mean by ecosystem is it's not about you growing yourself and your teams, it's also giving back to the community. How do you build your community together, right? How do you encourage, empower, enhance, energize the community that you're building? And providing a solution for a problem that can help this community is something that you also have to think about. I would say that's the mindset that one needs to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Suresh. And the next question goes to Santosh. Santosh, as a transformation leader, there is technology that you learned when you were in college. There's technology when you started the work, and the technology that's changing today, the technology that's going to change, and that means it's evolving. So when technology is evolving, one needs to evolve, not only from learning, but the entire operating model is changing. The way we think work today, the models are changing. The way we learn today is going to change. The way we live is going to change. What do you think is going to change?
That's a very interesting question, Shri. Thank you for that. One of the things that probably will not change, that will help you adapt to this evolving culture, is that growth mindset, definitely, for sure. Yes, the pace of the technology is changing, the pace of the way the business models are evolving is changing, but definitely one of the things that will keep us rooted to success, or at least close to that, is that open mindset that one needs to have to consistently learn. Yes, the way you learn will definitely change. Maybe previously you used to use textbooks or maybe some kind of classroom learning. The way that you are learning right now, it's completely changed to digital format, or even maybe you'll use tools like ChatGPT to actually enable your learning even further. Right? So that also has to be there. So living in that box that, okay, I can only do things in a certain way, is something that you need to break out of. And breaking that boundaries that you have set for yourself to go above and beyond and to see what else can be done is what is going to take you forward. That's it.
Thank you, Santosh. The next question goes to my friend Ram Papala. He's a CTO at ACA Worldwide, running a huge payment ecosystem, and also he runs an API Ventures. He's a general partner. And the question that's going to ask you is very practical, that you deal with on a daily basis. And you deal with thousands of employees, and you also think of investing. And how to mold next generation leaders, and what are the attributes that you see in them and you expect them to see in you?
Thank you. That's a very, very good question. And it's the topic I very passionately talk about. Let me first ask a question. How many entrepreneurs are still in early stage? Can you raise your hand? Okay, so there are a few. I've been an entrepreneur myself. I've done 2 ventures, one successful IPO, another so-so, and been in the corporate world for the past 20 years as a CIO and CTO. I wish I had some of the learnings which I had now at the early stage when I was actually founding the companies. And I'm bringing those lessons to the startups as an investor. And both, entrepreneurship is just not unique to startups. Entrepreneurship is also a corporate entrepreneurship. The companies have to reinvent constantly to succeed in the market space. Otherwise, companies won't survive. So the 2 lessons which I took away from that, and I look in entrepreneurship characteristics.
being a technologist, I look at, and most of the startup people who have a great ideas are technocrats. And I insist and push on, guys, first figure it out how you're going to make money. Not profit, but you need to figure out how to go sell. Who are you going to sell it to? How are you going to sell it to? How are you going to price your service? And how are you going to reach, and how consumers, or whether it's a consumers or a corporates, how are they going to absorb your products or services? And that concept which is about thinking of others, right? If you don't think about how people are going to leverage what you're bringing to the table, you will never be able to sell, irrespective of how good of the idea it is. You got to think about what is the impact you would make on their lives, especially whether if you're in a corporate world or individual world. People don't write a check to anybody. The people write it to, sometimes people take a bet, they put the career on the line to make a buy decision. I know I've done that. I have a lot of autos in the back, and you got to think about thinking of the others, and then take that lessons from what you learn from it and reason it back. So the concept I talk about is look ahead and reason back on what are you going to build, how quickly you're going to build it, and what you're going to deliver which produces the value. And this concept applies both to associates in a large corporations and also to entrepreneurs as well.
Thank you, Ram. And to be honest, what you just stated in terms of the practical approach as to how to solve problems, and those problems are making a difference in someone's life rather than you making money, I think is vital and is important. Thank you. And the next question goes to Ajay. In this list of questions that we discussed so far, we are discussing about people. That's a human element. You want to treat others the way you want to be treated. You must have heard about it. How to build strong, trusted relationships in the business and life. What do you think? Can you explain, please?
Thank you very much for this. It does suit me, coming from an HR and from a business background very much. So I would say, I think, being very precise and to the point, if you can just think of the way we've been through, like, I have worked in corporates for good 13 years. The way I have been treated by my managers, there are a lot of good and bad learnings out of it. And there was always a thought, I'm sure most of us have, is that if we ever get a chance to become a manager or become a company, I would not do this, what others would have done to me. And hence, if I can relate to it, while I was building up my business, during my career, I've given my sweat and service to the company that I worked for. And then at the end, I think I did not feel connected, and I didn't get that share of, I didn't get that equity in the company and the way I was treated. So I always thought, while I was building it, and that's something that I have done it, I had made sure that most of the people who worked with me were treated as partners. We never had employees, we had team members. Most of the people who joined early had ESOPs in the company with clear timelines where their ESOPs can be vested. So I believe when you're absolutely honest while dealing with people, when you have also very clearly defined KRAs and expectations from people, and you have rewards very transparently and honestly put in, people do relate to you, and that's how you build trust while you grow in an organization, and that works ultimately.
Thank you, Ajay. The next question goes to Raj Allada. Success is not a destination, it's a journey. And we discussed about success mantra. And what does success really mean to you when a particular startup feels like they're succeeding, at what point they can say that I'm successful? What is a bar that you think that they can set to themselves, they feel they're successful?
I think, thanks for this question, Srivaru. And I'll actually take the lead from your own philosophy, what you mentioned in the keynote. It's a journey. And I think there are certain milestones in that journey that at every part of that milestone, you can feel you're successful, you can be motivated, and then you can go to the next level. So the bar to me is having the right milestones, having a good roadmap, ensuring that you're actually meeting those milestones and evaluating continuously that if you're aligned to your vision and if that vision needs a bit of a tweaking because it's continuously evolving world. So I think to me, being realistic and then constantly challenging yourselves if you're reaching those milestones and if the idea still is valuable to the community, I think that's where the real success lies.
Thank you, Raj. Next question goes to Krishnamurthy Garu. Krishnamurthy Garu, when you really look at the successful enterprises, and there are aspects where the learning, fail fast is what we heard from our colleagues in the past. And what are the other things that they need to watch out, the blind spots? What do you think they need to really be careful when they are in the journey?
Thank you for the question. Having spent 40 years in the corporate and then the last 6 years working with startups, specifically mentoring them, number one thing that I tell when I start mentoring an early stage startup, if you are not in this without unrestrained passion for what you are trying to do, don't even try. Don't even try. And I think an excellent point was brought out. Whom are you going to sell? And how will you sell it? So, early stage startup, I do an exercise. I bring the founder and the prospective founder and the co-founder. Ask him to bring a bunch of his friends, maybe 6-8 of them, and we all will go to a mall. And I will tell them, okay, any shop you pick, go to that shop, all of you, and one of you buy a product and come back. Then you'll sit down on a coffee shop and start the first brainstorming. Tell me, why did you buy it? Why others did not buy that product? Think about it. How is it that person is able to sell it to you? What made you buy it? And others did not see a value for it. So going through this rigorous process, the idea of passion for what you are trying to do and how you are going to sell, if these two are sort of ingrained, exit is an event. If you are starting an enterprise thinking that 3 years from now, I'm going to become a unicorn and break the bank, you're done already on day one. I think these are the 2-3 very simple things. And then the most important thing I insist is get your team who share the passion. If there is even one element in the whole team, at least in the early stage, the first 2-3 years, who are not sold on the idea, then that becomes a struggle for you later, particularly if you are trying to solve very deep technical problems and you get distracted. So these are a few simple tips which I keep telling the early stage startups up to Series A funding. And I've seen that beyond that, they all know how to stand up, run, and all that. But early stage and up to Series A funding, they make this mistake again and again and again. And I've seen that. I mentored we have an entrepreneur park in Delhi with about 56 startups, out of which 80% of them are funded, only 4 failed, 85% success. But it was very difficult to get them back focused on what you want to do. So it's not very difficult, but the fundamentals have to be followed from morning till night. Every minute of your wake up, the fundamentals have to be followed scrupulously. Thank you.
Absolutely. and the fundamentals have to be rock solid all the time. Thank you. And the last question that goes to Soma Garu. We keep talking about the diversity. Diversity is not just a number game. It is something that we really have to believe in our thoughts and also in action. And diversity in thoughts, diversity at the workplace, diversity in the way we do. When you are really looking at the society and also startup ecosystem, what does diversity mean to you? I knew that Sri Garu will keep a difficult question for me at the end. It is interesting that this question came to me because in my experience, I was the co-chair for a diversity group within my firm. And as part of this initiative, especially in the India context, quite often we think about gender diversity. And that is the one that we focus on. But I think in a startup, you really want to go beyond that. Diversity works well when it is in an inclusive environment. And that is important because it's almost, you need the inclusive culture before you build diversity. And what I mean by that is diversity works well because you bring different thoughts to the problem, and that helps you get a better solution. But in order to get those diverse thoughts to the table, you need an inclusive environment where everyone feels comfortable speaking up. So especially when you are in a startup, you have a smaller team, you are in more of a rush to get everything done. Yesterday, someone made a remark that when you are the CEO of a startup, you're the chief everything officer. So you're juggling 10 things at any given time, and time is a luxury. But one of the things that I think you need to invest on is creating that inclusive culture where every member of your team feels comfortable voicing their thoughts. And once you have this inclusive culture, if you can combine that with a diverse team, and that is not just restricted to gender, think about your hiring practices. We're gathering here because we're talking about steps we can take to build the bottom of the pyramid, especially on the rural side. People that come from rural backgrounds have different perspectives than people that might come from an urban background. People that come from a rural background may have better ideas on demand for products in a rural environment or the problems that these people face. So one of the things that you benefit, especially in this startup environment where we're talking about entrepreneurs working on problem solving for rural development, the inclusive environment must include not just the top tier institutions, but institutions that bring in talent from all of the different areas within the country. So, so the two things I would stress is building an inclusive culture where people are willing to speak up and feel comfortable speaking up, and then building a diverse team that brings the ideas to the table. Thank you so much. In the next round of questions, I'm not going to ask the way I asked. And I would actually give a big round of applause to all the panelists, please. The reason I asked you to do that is because I did not give any of these questions early on. I did not even know what questions I would ask them. And to be honest, they did a fantastic job, but the next round is going to be a rapid fire round. And it's going to be a one-word answer, and you do not have a lot of time to answer. And I would actually ask, I'll go one round for the first question. There is another second round. Then we'll actually go to audience and ask questions. How about that? Okay, the rapid fire round, the first question is, what does leadership mean to you in one word? Ajay.
Lead by example. Bringing the best out of yourself and also the others.
One word, clarity.
Success to people.
Vision and direction. Having great vision and the communication of the vision to the team members.
I would say the answers cannot be repeated.
Trust between everyone.
Growth.
Agility. Accountability. Fundamental culture. Humility. Thank you very much. The last question, I think you guys did a fantastic job. I'll go one more rapid fire round. Giving back is an opportunity. Giving back is a privilege. Giving back is something that you are innate, thing that you cannot even express. What is giving back means to you, Soma?
Giving back is joy,
Obligation.
responsibility.
Now I have to think about it. A privilege.
It's gratitude. Satisfaction.
If you're doing something of value, it will happen automatically, I think. Not something that you plan. I feel responsibility.
Touching a life and making a difference.
That is tall.
Impact.
Okay. Making a difference and self-satisfaction. Yeah.
Call it happiness. Thank you so much, guys. Really, you did a great job. And now, we would request Rashmi to take any questions from you so that she's going to repeat, and any of the panelists or the moderator can answer.
Anybody in the audience has any question? You can also feel free if you want to point out the question to any of the speaker here.
If you remember the names.
That's the challenge.
I got it, by the way.
First of all, thank you all so much for spending your time. I